Chapter 1. What on earth is happening? Luo Xuan rubbed his aching head, recalling that he had just been engrossed in a video game, seemingly causing trouble for others. After exchanging a few heated words, that individual had threatened to confront him. He had never been one to cower after all. It was merely a random match, even if his address had been exposed. He was unperturbed. Yet, that person had indeed found him. And, after receiving a blow to the head, everything had faded into oblivion. How had he suddenly ended up lying on the ground? "Haha, I knew you wouldn't go down so easily." A burly man beside him nudged him, grinning widely. "What the hell, a shamate?" Luo Xuan gazed at the man before him, sporting an outrageous shamate hairstyle. Though not dyed in vibrant colors, parts of it stood upright, leaving Luo Xuan bemused at the sight of an older man, still clinging to such a style. "Are you daft? I'm a Saiyan, and you mistook me for that shamate fellow." The man chuckled, giving Luo Xuan a hearty pat on the shoulder, causing him to wince in pain. "Looks like you've taken quite a beating, but no worries. You'll be right as rain in a few days. He must say, I'm impressed a lower-tier warrior like you dare to challenge an intermediate warrior." Seeing Luo Xuan grimace, the man burst into laughter. However, Luo Xuan was utterly bewildered. What was a lower-tier warrior? An intermediate warrior? And what was this talk of dueling? He hadn't engaged anyone in a solo match today. Moreover, it was evident that this wasn't an internet CF. The crimson soil around him seemed stained with blood. "Sir, where am I? What has happened to me?" With only the burly man in sight, Luo Xuan had no choice but to inquire of this shamate figure. "You can't be serious. Have you truly lost your wits? This is the territory of the battle-hardened Saiyans. You got into a scuffle with an intermediate warrior this morning over a girl," the man added with a mischievous glint. "Surprised, aren't you? That girl is a high-tier warrior, and you, a low-tier warrior, daring to pursue her. Quite audacious, though rather embarrassing too." Yet, Luo Xuan was no longer concerned with such trivialities. The mention of battle-hardened Saiyans left him in shock. "Battle-hardened Saiyans? Dragon Ball?" he murmured, questioning whether he was trapped in a dream. Yet, the pain radiating through his body served as a stark reminder that this was no mere illusion. Could it be that he had been reborn? Reborn into the world of Dragon Ball? Surely this was a jest. What dragon pig? What kind of beast is that? "Never mind. You're in no condition to fight for now. Let's get you back to recuperate," the burly man said with a smile, turning as if to search for something. As he turned, Luo Xuan caught sight of a tail protruding from behind the man. Could he truly be a Saiyan? He touched himself, and, to his surprise, discovered a tail behind him. After realizing the situation, Luo Xuan let out a bitter laugh, pondering his unfortunate fate of being reborn on planet Vegeta as a Saiyan. Saiyans are known for their combative nature and ferocity. They are capable of slaying even their own comrades if they find them displeasing. Here, he was, an introverted young man, reborn in such a ruthless world. To make matters worse, he had been reincarnated as a low-level warrior. Wasn't that akin to being mere cannon fodder? "What are you laughing at? You're happy that I haven't killed you, aren't you?" Luo Xian's laughter caught the attention of Uncle Shatewell. "Yes, it is indeed a cause for celebration that I'm still alive." Luo Xian nodded, acknowledging the truth in his words. Originally destined to perish in an internet CF, he found himself inexplicably reborn, which was undoubtedly a reason for joy. However, did this uncle truly struggle to differentiate between laughter and a bitter smile? Moreover, while others are often picked up by cute girls or adorable little Lolas after their rebirth, why did fate deal him a rough hand in the form of a scruffy uncle? "Hey, you ought to thank me if it weren't for me. You would have been dead long ago. I saw you, a low-level warrior, daring to challenge a mid-level warrior, and that's why I decided to save you. Otherwise, like everyone else, I would have left you here to meet your demise. By the way, where is your home?" The uncle chuckled. "My home is in that direction." Luo Xian initially thought to say he didn't know, but a surge of information flooded his mind, revealing a wealth of knowledge, including the location of his home. "All right, by the way, what's your name, kid?" Uncle Shate nodded, pulling Luo Xian up and heading in the direction he indicated. Luo Xian, this was the name he had carried on Earth. He had no intention of discarding it simply because he found himself on planet Vegeta. Luo Xian? What a peculiar name in truth. This was not the name of his Saiyan identity. From the recent influx of information, Luo Xian learned that this Scion's name was Roykster, a name he found excessively long and unappealing. By the way, what happened to that mid-level warrior? If he learns I'm still alive, will he come after me? Luo Xian felt a twinge of anxiety, even in his current state. Facing that mid-level warrior would likely spell disaster. You needn't worry about that. The mid-level warrior was obliterated by that beautiful woman in a single blow, reduced to ashes at the giant's words. Luo Xian's heart fluttered. A single strike turned him to dust. Was the disparity between high-level and mid-level warriors truly that vast? Observing the giant's expression, which remained unchanged as he spoke, it was evident that he was accustomed to such occurrences. However, This only deepened Luo Xuan's concerns. Such circumstances were unique to Saiyans, and if he wished to survive in this world, he must grow stronger. We've arrived, you can go in by yourself. The burly man merely escorted Luo Xuan to his doorstep, then spoke, thank you. Despite his imposing stature, a measure of courtesy was still in order. Haha. If you ever need anything, feel free to seek me out. I actually quite admire you, young fellow. The man chuckled before turning to depart. A shiver ran down Luo Xuan's spine. Could it be that the man possessed some peculiar traits, or perhaps an unusual penchant? Once the man had walked away, Luo Xuan dragged his battered body to push open the door and entered the house. The interior was quite different from what he had imagined. Stark and simplistic, lacking even a single decent piece of furniture. Aren't Saiyans supposed to have advanced technological prowess? Why is there nothing here? Surveying the barren abode, Luo Xuan began to suspect he had been reborn on a counterfeit planet of Vegeta. The high-tech marvels he had witnessed in the anime were nowhere to be found. Not even the most basic scouter was present, dragging his injured frame. Luo Xuan finally reached a massive stone slab resembling a bed and gently lay down upon it. The stone bed was somewhat elevated. As he climbed onto it, he inadvertently strained his wounds, causing him to wince in pain. What on earth is happening? As Luo Xuan gazed at his surroundings, he found himself momentarily at a loss. Everything on planet Vegeta diverged significantly from the anime he had watched. It resembled a primitive tribe, where nearly all furnishings were crafted from stone, and even his attire consisted solely of rudimentary animal skins. Yet, the tale behind him was evidence enough that he truly was on the Dragon Ball's planet Vegeta, and he himself had become a Saiyan ding-dong system initializing. Upon hearing that crisp sound, Luo Xuan initially felt a jolt of surprise, quickly followed by a thrill of excitement. On Earth, he had read numerous novels, where every protagonist who traversed realms possessed a unique golden finger. Could it be that his golden finger was about to manifest? System initialization complete. Dragon Ball World plugin. Downloading Dragon Ball World plugin. Download complete. Installing plugin. Plugin installation complete. Spirit Bean system activated. Shortcut key set to F1. The electronic voice echoed continuously in his mind, leaving Luo Xuan sitting in a daze. Wasn't the system supposed to allow for a dialogue with himself? Why had he downloaded a plethora of inexplicable items? By the time a mention of spirit beans arrived, Luo Xuan finally grasped the concept. These were miraculous beans cultivated by the guardian of Kirin in Dragon Ball, capable of sustaining one without nourishment for 10 days. Moreover, regardless of the severity of one's injuries, as long as one was not deceased, they could be healed. Yet, why were spirit beans classified as a plugin and assigned a shortcut key? What was the meaning of this? However, just when Luo Xuan thought it was over, the voice in his mind resonated once more. Installing plugin. Plugin installation complete. The gravity system has been activated. With the shortcut key set to F2, installing plugins. The installation of plugins has been completed. The multiverse translation system is now active, with the shortcut key set to F3. Upon hearing this, Luo Xuan was utterly bewildered. The gravity system was somewhat comprehensible, presumably related to gravitational matters. But what on earth was this multiverse translation system? The plugins have been downloaded successfully. Some are currently updating. The host can directly access and utilize the shortcut keys within their mind. After this declaration echoed in his mind, there was a profound silence, as if the voice had vanished or as though everything that transpired was merely a figment of his imagination. In my mind, Luo Xuan murmured, then closed his eyes, truly able to perceive the landscape of his thoughts. Gradually, certain elements began to materialize within his mind. F1. Celestial Beans System Collectible. Celestial Bean. Consuming one grants 10 days without the need for sustenance and can heal any injury, though it cannot cure ordinary illnesses. F2. Gravity System 000. Gravity allows the adjustment of one's attire to increase gravitational pressure by 11,000 G. F3. Multiverse Translation System. Multiverse Translation. Capable of translating the languages of all races in the universe. F4. F12. This is truly remarkable. Although he had yet to test it, the descriptions made it clear to Luo Xuan that these were indeed extraordinary assets. The first item, the Celestial Bean, was fundamentally essential for his survival in this world. Unless he encountered an overwhelmingly powerful adversary who could defeat him in an instant, with this Celestial Bean, his injuries could be swiftly mended. The gravity system served as a potent tool for cultivation. Luo Xuan recalled that the protagonist of the anime Dragon Ball, Son Goku, trained by wearing weighted clothing. His gravity system not only allowed for weight enhancement, but also offered adjustable settings between 11,000 G. Lastly, the multiverse translation system, while merely a translation tool, would undoubtedly prove invaluable should he advance his cultivation to the point of leaving planet Vegeta. embarking on a journey through the vast cosmos. Thus, these three tools were exceedingly beneficial for Luo Xuan at this moment. Ahaha. This is fantastic. Luo Xuan erupted into laughter, but inadvertently aggravated his wounds, once more observing the myriad injuries adorning his body. He shook his head in resignation. The severity of his injuries was quite alarming. Were it not for being a Saiyan with inherently robust physiology, these injuries could have claimed his life. Right. Let me test the efficacy of the celestial being. Recalling the information from earlier, Luo Xuan understood that while those items were undoubtedly valuable, he had yet to experience their effect should he find himself critically injured in the future, and the celestial being not live up to its miraculous claims. It would spell an untimely demise. How does one utilize this item? Although it was a shortcut key, Luo Xuan had no understanding of how this shortcut functioned. Was it akin to pressing a key on a computer keyboard? However, this was a shortcut in his mind, and thus, it was impossible to physically press ITF1. A thought flashed through Luo Xuan's mind, and suddenly, a magical bean appeared in his hand. Is it truly this efficient? He had not anticipated that this so-called shortcut merely required a thought to manifest. The magical bean returning to his mental realm, he noted that the F1 shortcut for the magical bean system, which had previously indicated it was collectible, was now marked as cooling down. Must it cool down? After pondering, Luo Xuan realized that if this item could be collected without limit, he would essentially possess immortality. Thus, a cooldown was necessary after collection. He was left wondering how long this cooldown would last. If it spanned a year or more, he would refrain from provoking those formidable Saiyans. Having just been reborn, Luo Xuan had no desire to court danger. Never mind, I shall first test the effects of this magical bean. Not dwelling on the matter any longer, Luo Xuan gazed at the green bean in his hand without further hesitation. He tossed it into his mouth, chewed, and swallowed. The first was one of confusion, for he felt little upon swallowing. The second was filled with surprise. Shortly after swallowing, he noticed the wounds on his body healing instantly, scabbing over and vanishing entirely, leaving no trace. Behind, he felt utterly comfortable, with the pain from his injuries dissipating without a trace. This magical bean truly lived up to its description, capable of healing all wounds. Luo Xuan felt the weakness that had plagued him vanish completely, replaced by a sensation of vitality coursing through him. Luo Xuan had not anticipated that the magical bean was indeed so miraculous now. He felt revitalized and brimming with strength. He threw a few punches, and the sound of slicing air resonated around him. For someone who often spent time in an internet CF, this was quite vigorous. This body feels remarkably good. Luo Xuan patted his physique, which felt solid and strong, truly a testament to Saiyan heritage. Even as a low-level warrior, it surpassed the physical capabilities of an ordinary human. Of course, this body was not particularly formidable amongst Saiyans. Otherwise, he would not have been defeated. The reason for his revival lay in the transference of his soul. Since there's no immediate concern, I shall organize the information at hand. Luo Xuan sensed a plethora of information swirling in his mind, albeit in a somewhat chaotic state, requiring his attention to sort through it. This was likely the memory of the Saiyan who had perished before him. After organizing the details, Luo Xuan also clarified the current situation on planet Vegeta at present. The planet Vegeta remains in a state of disunity, with the Saiyans merely constituting a minority, while the majority comprises the highly advanced Zofurian people. Although these individuals may not possess the combat prowess of the Saiyans, their numbers are substantial, and they are endowed with a sophisticated civilization. Consequently, the territory occupied by the Saiyans is rather limited, and they continue to lead a primitive existence. Is that so? I never anticipated that I would be reborn during the time when planet Vegeta was still not unified. I wonder when the Saiyans will begin their assaults on the Zofurian people. I recall that the Saiyan civilization progressed while simultaneously waging war against the Zofurian, mused Luo Xuan, who had previously held a fondness for the anime Dragon Ball. Thus, certain details resurfaced in his memory, prompted by the recollections of the current Saiyans. I remember the Zofurian people were completely exterminated on the night of the full moon, which occurs every 8 years on planet Vegeta. I just don't know how much time is left until the next full moon night. Is it still a year away? Luo Xuan closed his eyes and carefully searched through the memories of the Saiyan, discovering that there was still a year until the night of the full moon. This meant that within this year, the Saiyans would begin to attack the Zofurian people, but he did not know when it would start. It seemed he needed to train hard. Otherwise, once the attack began, he might really become cannon fodder. After all, although the Zofurian people were not strong in combat, they possessed very advanced technology. In this body, he probably couldn't withstand firearms. Since he had already taken over the Saiyan, Luo Xuan could clearly feel the condition of this body. It could be considered strong on Earth, but it was still lacking to withstand firearms. The reason was that this Saiyan had lost both parents at a young age, and, as a low-level warrior, no matter how hard he trained, he could never compare to intermediate or even high-level warriors. This led him to give up on himself, and he eventually became lazy, neglecting even basic training. His physical condition deteriorated day by day. Now, he couldn't even compete against intermediate warriors. Even some low-level warriors could easily defeat him. It seemed that not only had he been reborn on a fake planet Vegeta, but he had also been reborn into the body of fake Saiyan. Luo Xuan felt helpless. How could there be a Saiyan who gave up on themselves? Wasn't it said that Saiyans were all individuals with a strong sense of pride? Sai, forget it. Since I've been reborn on such a planet, I need to be prepared. At the very least, I can't be as listless as before. After all, I now have a golden finger, and it would be too unfair to this rebirth if I didn't do something. In my past life, Luo Xuan was very listless, basically spending his time playing games. The reborn Saiyan is also quite listless, mostly just eating and drinking. But since I've been reborn as a Saiyan, a warrior race, I can't just give up so easily. I should at least put in some effort and see if I can make something of myself in this other world. But how should I train? Should I do push-ups or sit-ups? Luo Xuan searched through the memories of this Saiyan. Apart from what food is delicious and what food is very delicious, there was nothing else. It seemed he had forgotten how to cultivate. Perhaps due to the reason of being reborn, those memories that weren't deep had all vanished. In short, Luo Xuan needed to find a path suitable for his own cultivation. Let's try this gravity system first. Not knowing how to cultivate, Luo Xuan only remembered that in the anime he watched before, Sun Wukong wore heavy clothing and practiced under a weighted condition. So now he would try this as well. It might be useful for his cultivation. F2. A flash of the shortcut key F2 crossed his mind. Then another thought flashed by. The gravity increased by 1g. Why is there no reaction? Is my method of use incorrect? With the gravity doubled, Luo Xuan felt no increase at all. What was going on? Could it be that his method of use was wrong? But in his mind, it was indeed confirmed that the gravity had doubled. Could it be that this system calculates gravity based on Earth's gravity? After thinking for a long time, Luo Xuan came up with this possibility. The gravity of planet Vegeta is about 10 times that of Earth. If this system's gravity is based on Earth's gravity and doubled, then the current gravity is simply not comparable to the gravity of planet Vegeta where Luo Xuan was raised. Therefore, he felt no increase in gravity at all. Since that's the case, then I'll set the gravity to 20 times and give it a try. Since the gravity here is more than 10 times that of Earth, increasing it to 20 times would only be equivalent to increasing it by 1 times the gravity of planet Vegeta, which should be fine. F2 20 times gravity. Bang! Luo Xuan's thought flashed by, and then he suddenly fell to the ground. It was so heavy, catching him off guard. The sudden increase in the weight of his clothes was something Luo Xuan had not prepared for, and he was directly knocked down. However, the added weight wasn't too much, so Luo Xuan's body was still able to withstand it. Luo Xuan gritted his teeth, then pushed himself up with both hands and slowly stood up. The 20 times gravity was really not as easy as he had imagined. However, it wasn't too difficult either. After all, although his body hadn't been trained much, it was still a Saiyan body, and he could handle this weight. Ayya! Luo Xuan let out a low shout and threw a punch, which was a bit heavy and somewhat slow. However, the fact that he could still move proved that he could continue his training. Gritting his teeth, Luo Xuan began to swing his fists one after another. With each punch, he felt it was very strenuous, but in order to become stronger, he kept throwing punch after punch. Hoo-hoo! Luo Xuan lay on the bed, gasping heavily for breath. The increased gravity by 20 times should have been bearable for his Saiyan body, but since this Saiyan hadn't trained for a long time, and given that it was now Luo Xuan's soul in control, he quickly broke into a sweat from exhaustion. No, I can't be so discouraged. I must train hard. As long as I can survive the struggle between the Saiyans and the Zofurians, there will be a chance for me to return to Earth. Luo Xuan's thoughts were simple. He was originally an Earthling. However, he had been reborn on planet Vegeta, so he needed to find a way to return to his hometown, Earth. But the Saiyans on planet Vegeta were still in a primitive stage and did not have the spherical flying vehicles that Luo Xuan had seen in the anime, let alone any high-tech products. Therefore, it was impossible for Luo Xuan to return to Earth right now. Soon, the Saiyans would be in conflict with the Zofurians. At that time, Luo Xuan could secretly use the Zofurians' advanced technology to return to Earth. Of course, the premise was to survive that conflict. Although the Saiyans had strong physical defenses, they could still be injured or killed by high-tech weapons. so it would be nearly impossible for Luo Xuan to rely on his current body to survive. Thus, after gaining a golden finger, Luo Xuan wanted to become stronger, hoping to gain a dominant position when the time came. Continue. With this in mind, Luo Xuan forced himself to continue training, calculating that the time until the war started was not far off. If he didn't work hard, he would become cannon fodder. Lying on his bed, Luo Xuan began doing sit-ups. In his past life, he was a homebody and had hardly exercised, let alone trained. Therefore, he had no systematic training methods in his mind. He only knew about sit-ups, push-ups, squats, and planks. These were relatively common exercises in his original world, and Luo Xuan had seen quite a bit about them online, though he wasn't sure if he could do them well or to a proper standard. Bang! Just as Luo Xuan was doing push-ups, the door to his house was kicked open. Luo Xian's bed was just facing the door, and he stopped there, turning his head to look. He saw a big man just retracting his foot. It was the same big man who had helped Luo Xuan into the house earlier. Luo Xuan remembered his name was Shate. Oh, I told you that you wouldn't have any problems. Your energy is really good. You can even handle bed. I admire you, but there is no hole in this bed, right? The big man looked at Luo Xian's posture, with both hands supporting the bed in a push-up position. However, in his eyes, it appeared extremely lewd. Ahem. Luo Xuan was speechless. Is there no such thing as push-ups on Vegeta? Kid, guess who I brought for you? Without saying much more, the big man stepped aside, and behind him stood a petite figure, much smaller than his own. She was quite cute too. Luo Xuan didn't expect there to be such an adorable girl among the Saiyans. In the anime he had watched before, Saiyans, regardless of gender, were all very fond of fighting. But this girl looked like she had come from a completely different anime. Who was she? Although the girl was very cute. Luo Xuan had just arrived in this world and didn't recognize anyone. Are you out of your mind? Just this morning, you fought tooth and nail for her. And now you don't recognize her? The big man rolled his eyes. Was this kid's brain damaged? It had only been a short time, and he had forgotten everything. Cough, cough. It wasn't brain damage. It was clearly death, okay? Of course, Luo Xuan couldn't say such things. Why did you come with her? So Luo Xuan directly skipped the previous topic and changed to a new one. She said she wanted to come see if you needed anything. And I happened to run into her, so I brought her along. The big man said with a smile, and then he brought the girl inside. Thank you, but I don't have anything going on. Luo Xuan shook his head. The girl hadn't looked for him after he fell unconscious and only came over now. Was she really here to care about him? Are you really okay? The girl finally spoke, her voice matching her adorable appearance, sweet and pleasant to hear. Well, I have a stronger recovery ability, and I'm fine now, Luo Xuan said, while throwing a few punches to prove that he was fine. Although the girl was very cute, Luo Xuan could sense a strong oppressive force from her, indicating that this adorable girl could definitely overpower him. His punches weren't as fast as before, and yet he claimed to be fine. The girl glanced at Luo Xuan and slowly spoke. Upon hearing her words, Luo Xuan fell silent. He was surprised by her keen observation. However, it wasn't because he was injured that his punching speed had decreased, but rather that his body had not fully adapted to the increased gravity. Thank you for today. I should have come to see how you were after dealing with that intermediate warrior, but I was taken back by my uncle at that time, which is why I'm only here to see you now. Seeing that Luo Xuan didn't want to say much, the girl spoke again. No need to be polite. If I had known you were a high-level warrior, I wouldn't have had to step in. Luo Xuan had already sorted out the memories from the morning and knew what had happened. In any case, thank you. The girl didn't expect him to say that and was momentarily at a loss for words. Are you a high-level warrior? Luo Xuan asked again. Although the Saudi said that the girl was a high-level warrior, the girl did not admit it herself, so he needed to confirm. Yes, the girl nodded. Such things are determined from birth, and there is no need to hide them. Then can you teach me how to cultivate? Seeing the other party's acknowledgement, Luo Xuan also expressed his thoughts. He knew that his own cultivation method was definitely not as good as that of a true Saiyan. So Luo Xuan wanted this girl to teach him how Saiyans cultivate. So you don't understand cultivation? No wonder I saw you getting beaten today without any ability to fight back. I said that even a low-level warrior shouldn't be that bad. The girl had not spoken yet, but the Saudi interjected first. However, Luo Xuan ignored him and looked at the girl in front of him, remaining silent. In the memories of this body, there were no cultivation methods related to planet Vegeta. Luo Xuan didn't know if it was because he simply couldn't cultivate or because he had lost some memories after being reborn. It seemed more likely to be the latter. After all, it was unreasonable for a Saiyan not to be able to cultivate. You can't cultivate? Not only did Shate find it unbelievable, but even that adorable Saiyan girl was surprised and asked. Similarly, what Luo Xuan found hard to believe, she also thought was hard to believe. You, a Saiyan, can't cultivate? Are you joking with us? Well, because shortly after I was born, my parents died in battle, and as a low-level warrior, I had no friends at all, so Luo Xuan must have just told a lie, although it is true that his parents are both deceased. Oh, I see, that's fine. I can teach you my cultivation method, but I don't know if you can stick with it. As a high-level warrior, she is very familiar with battles and cultivation, having received training in these since childhood. After all, high-level warriors are born with a much higher status than others, and the cultivation methods they receive are also the most complete. I can do it, Luo Xuan said with determination. I'm not joking. If I really can't hold on, then after a year, I'll just become cannon fodder. I definitely don't want to waste this hard-earned opportunity to be reborn. All right, then I'll come find you tomorrow and take you to train. That adorable Saiyan didn't look down on Luo Xuan just because she was a high-level warrior and he was a low-level warrior. On the contrary, she seemed to have a bit of hope for Luo Xuan, though it was unclear why. Okay, thank you. Luo Xuan nodded, but he knew he had to stick to his training tomorrow. By the way, what is your name? The Saiyan girl wasn't as cold-blooded as in the anime. She was still so cute and playful. Luo Xuan, and you? This was his name on Earth, and even though he now had a Saiyan name, he still preferred to use his Earth name. That's a strange name. Lin. Lin nodded. Her name was just one character, easy to say, which surprised Luo Xuan. All right, I have some things to do. I'll come find you tomorrow morning. I don't like waiting for people who sleep in. Lin waved her small fist. Although it wasn't a big motion, Luo Xuan could still hear the whooshing sound of the wind. If that little fist hit his chest, Luo Xuan was sure that with his current body, he wouldn't be able to withstand Lin's punch. Is this the difference between a high-level warrior and a low-level warrior? Luo Xuan was very shocked. When he watched anime before, he didn't feel that the gap was so large. Now that he has experienced it personally, he realizes that the gap is indeed quite significant. I understand now. Luo Xuan nodded. Seeing that Luo Xuan had no objections, Lin smiled and then left, without saying how to cultivate or where to cultivate. Although Luo Xuan just wanted to know the method of cultivation, since she didn't want to say it directly and instead wanted to take him to cultivate, he couldn't refuse. Hee kid, you're doing well. Actually managing to win over this high-level warrior. Watching Lin walk away, Shate, who was beside him, chuckled and nudged the dazed Luo Xuan. What's wrong? Do you like her? Luo Xuan did not answer, but instead asked back. Not a fan, the muscles aren't developed enough, and the skin tone isn't healthy. Looks too pale and tender, not interesting. Shate shook his head and said with a look of disdain. It turns out this uncle prefers girls with well-developed muscles and bronze skin. What a unique taste. Luo Xuan, your recovery ability is quite strong. It's only been a short while, and your wounds have healed. Shate glanced at Luo Xuan, surprised, as he remembered that when he helped Luo Xuan back in the morning, he still had many injuries. Even if the bleeding had stopped, it shouldn't have healed this quickly, right? Well, I have a naturally strong recovery ability. Although the big guy helped him back in the morning, the impression of Saiyans from anime was too deep in Luo Xuan's mind. So he worried that if he really told others about the system in his mind, he might be killed by other Saiyans. It wasn't that he was worried about the big guy in front of him, but rather that if the information got out, other Saiyans might covet it, and with his current strength, he wouldn't be able to protect himself. Ultimately, it still comes down to his lack of strength. That's good. I was just worried you might get killed. Shate smiled and patted Luo Xuan's shoulder, making Luo Xuan feel more and more like he had come to a fake planet Vegeta and met a group of fake Saiyans. The cute, lowly, and the generous uncle were completely different from what Luo Xuan had seen in the anime. After finally sending the uncle away, Luo Xuan began to train, doing push-ups while contemplating this new world. Originally, low-level warriors were supposed to be sent to planets with low combat power. But now that Saiyan technology wasn't developed, it meant that low-level warriors were still on this planet. So this was an opportunity for him. If he were on future planet Vegeta, then reincarnating as a low-level warrior would only mean being on other planets. So this was an opportunity for Luo Xuan to grow among the Saiyans. As long as he could grow stronger, he wouldn't have to obey the orders of the Saiyan King and could return to Earth. In a world where strength is paramount. Lacking strength makes one just a small cannon fodder. Even Saiyans could easily wipe him out if they wanted to. Therefore, everything must be based on having absolute strength. What exactly is the training method of the Saiyans? For Luo Xuan, who could only do push-ups and sit-ups, he was curious about how Saiyans trained. Even Luo Xuan himself didn't realize that his mindset was gradually changing. In his previous life, he would never have been so diligent about exercising. Back then, he was too lazy even to get up and walk around. But now, not only was he continuously doing push-ups, but he was also looking forward to the training that would come tomorrow. Perhaps this was the Saiyan blood flowing in his veins. For the battle-hungry Saiyans, only fighting could bring excitement. Or perhaps, only by constantly growing stronger could the Saiyan blood boil. Bang! Ouch! Who is it? Luo Xuan was dreaming that he returned to Earth with the abilities of a Saiyan, showing off in the city. Suddenly, a huge monster appeared and threw him to the ground. And then Luo Xuan was directly slammed down. Didn't I tell you to get up early today? A furious lowly face appeared in front of Luo Xuan. It was the Saiyan elite warrior Lin. I'm sorry. I overslept. Luo Xuan didn't know when he fell asleep last night. He only knew that the Saiyan blood in his body was boiling yesterday. So Luo Xuan kept exercising, even though he didn't know if it was useful. It wasn't until he was truly exhausted that he collapsed and fell asleep, feeling as if he had barely slept for a while before being awakened. Let's go. I'll take you to where I usually train. Lin snorted and turned to leave. At that moment, Luo Xuan noticed that the sky outside was just starting to brighten. So early? Although Luo Xuan really wanted to sleep. Since someone was teaching him cultivation and had already come to find him, he naturally had to follow. Otherwise, that person would definitely not agree to teach him again in the future. So without thinking too much, Luo Xuan directly followed. Where are we going? Luo Xuan looked around and found no memories of this place. If it weren't for the fact that the owner of the body had never been here, it would really be a case of fragmented memories. It seems that after his rebirth, some changes occurred in his memories, causing his original memories to overlap with those of the body's owner. This resulted in many of the body's owner's memories disappearing. How long has it been since you went out? Of course, it's to our Saiyans' unique training ground. Lin looked at Luo Xuan with her big, sparkling eyes, seemingly finding it hard to believe. As a Saiyan, he didn't even know about such a place. I seem to have some memory issues. I can't remember many things. There was no way he could say he came from a planet called Earth, and that his soul had crossed over into this Saiyan's body. Amnesia? Could it be that during the last fight with Russ, he got kicked in the head and it caused damage? Lin recalled that during Luo Xian's fight with the intermediate warrior Russ, she was present and saw Luo Xian's head get kicked several times. Russ. Luo Xuan didn't recognize this unfamiliar name, but with a little thought, he realized that Russ was the intermediate Saiyan warrior he fought against. Yeah, that guy who beat you up, but it's fine. I've already dealt with him. Lin attributed Luo Xian's confusion to his amnesia and explained it again. Dealt with? How did you deal with him? Luo Xuan was still a bit eager to challenge the one called Russ. After all, his current target was set on an intermediate warrior, which shouldn't be too high or too low. Did you really get kicked silly? Of course. I killed him, Lin said innocently, which made Luo Xuan break out in a cold sweat. It turned out that Saiyans were a cold-blooded and ruthless race. Even this cute girl spoke of killing so casually, as if she was just talking about killing a chicken, not valuing human life at all. This further strengthened Luo Xian's determination to train. If he didn't train well, he might be the next one to be killed. However, to be fair, this Saiyan was already dead during the last battle. He had been killed by that Saiyan named Russ. It was just that Luo Xian's soul had coincidentally crossed over, allowing him to come back to life. All right, we've arrived. This is where we Saiyans train. You really don't remember it all, do you? Seeing Luo Xian's blank expression, Lin also realized that he might have completely forgotten. No, not a single impression. Luo Xuan sensed the information in his mind, but found no news about this place, so he could only shake his head helplessly. All right, let me introduce it to you. This place doesn't have a name. Most people just call it the training ground, primarily a place for Saiyans to cultivate. Of course, not all Saiyans come here to train. You have to rely on your strength to survive here, Lin explained to Luo Xuan. This is a mountain range, and there are also some plains, but they are all enclosed. In each area, there is 1 or 2 Saiyans fighting inside. Relying on strength? It truly is a world where strength is paramount. Even in a place like this, one must gain access through strength. Don't underestimate these mountains and plains. This is where we Saiyans exchange with the Zofurian people for gravity training. The gravity here can be up to 10 times that of ordinary places. Lin seemed to have read something from Luo Xian's face and explained again. 10 times? Exchanged with the Zofurian people? Luo Xuan didn't expect that these Saiyans were not foolish. They knew how to use the high technology of the Zofurian people to transform this place into a gravity field. Given that the Saiyans' technological level is not high, they must have paid a considerable price to exchange with the Zofurian people. If the Zofurian people find out in the future that these Saiyans trained under super gravity could wipe them out, I wonder what their expression would be. Yes, the gravity here can be adjusted between 1 to 10 times, and we Saiyans can't create something like this yet. Lin nodded. realizing that the current Saiyans were completely out of touch with high technology. You guys aren't training under 10 times gravity, are you? Luo Xuan swallowed hard. If that's the case, wouldn't it be training in an environment with 100 times Earth's gravity? No, we can only withstand up to 1 times gravity. 2 times would be unbearable for our bodies. Regarding this, Lin also shook her head. Although their strength was formidable, they still couldn't handle double gravity, let alone 10 times. Oh, so do I have to challenge them inside? Upon hearing this, Luo Xuan breathed a sigh of relief and continued to ask. Since he couldn't possibly defeat those advanced Saiyan warriors, he couldn't enter that place at all. Can you beat them? Lin looked at Luo Xuan and asked. Luo Xuan could only shake his head. He definitely couldn't win. That's just how it is. Did you see those arenas? Each advanced warrior can have their own arena and can bring one person in, usually a mid-level warrior, since mid-level warriors also have some usefulness. Lin pointed to 2 Saiyans in one of the arenas. Indeed, one of them was an advanced warrior, but there was also a mid-level warrior. I also have a training ground here. Come with me, but the gravity inside is double that of the outside, so if you can't handle it, there's nothing I can do, Lin said as she walked towards the arena. Luo Xuan watched the fighting Saiyans, feeling his blood boil with excitement, and followed Lin towards the arena. Perhaps it was due to the Saiyan bloodline within him, but seeing those Saiyans in battle made Luo Xuan eager to join in. However, he also knew his own limitations and wouldn't challenge others just yet. He decided to first learn the training methods before making any further plans. This spot is my training ground, so be careful. Once you step inside, the gravity is much greater than outside. Lin pointed to a nearby area, which was a small platform about half a meter high. Okay, I understand. Luo Xuan looked at the metallic place with a gleaming surface and was momentarily stunned. This thing didn't look very hard. How could it withstand the blows of Saiyan? The metal used for this thing is not something we can break. Once you're on it, just activate the gravity device, and that's it. Come up. Lin seemed to know what Luo Xuan was thinking and explained to him. After that, the two jumped directly onto the metal platform. When his feet touched the metal platform, Luo Xuan realized that it wasn't as slippery as he had imagined. Even if he ran quickly on it, he wouldn't slip. Are you ready? I'm going to activate the gravity now. Lin didn't give Luo Xuan a chance to observe the gravity platform. Seeing him standing on it, she spoke up. Luo Xuan nodded. Observing these things was of no use. It would be better to focus on cultivating and making himself stronger. Seeing Luo Xuan nod, Lin took out something from her body, which appeared to be a remote control with only one button in the center and nothing else. Under Luo Xuan's gaze, she pressed the red button in the middle. As soon as Lin pressed the button, Luo Xuan suddenly felt his body become extremely heavy. If it weren't for the fact that this body was that of a Saiyan, he might have broken a few bones due to the gravity if it were his old body. How is it? Can you handle it? Seeing Luo Xuan break out in a cold sweat, Lin asked with concern. She had already adapted to this level of gravity, so it didn't affect her much. However, practicing under this condition was naturally much better than training in other places. A thought flashed through Luo Xuan's mind. It was the shortcut for gravity. What he was doing now was adjusting the gravity back to its original state. Previously, he had increased the gravity, and now, by adding 10 times more, he suddenly found it a bit overwhelming. Huff. After the gravity was cancelled, only the additional gravity from the gravity chamber remained, making Luo Xuan feel much lighter. After all, the gravity here was increased by 1 times, but he had previously increased it to 20 times Earth's gravity. So the current gravity was just manageable for him. Since the previous gravity was 20 times Earth's gravity, which means he had adjusted it to 10 times Earth's gravity to adapt to the power of planet Vegeta. It was equivalent to 1 times the gravity of planet Vegeta. Here, the gravity was also increased by 1 times planet Vegeta's gravity, which is 20 times Earth's gravity, meaning he had effectively increased it by 30 times Earth's gravity in one go. Thankfully, let's get started. Is it a battle? Seeing the people around him, Luo Xuan knew that the best way to use this gravity chamber was through combat. There was no better way than this. Oh, that's right. Seeing Luo Xuan, who had just been sweating profusely, suddenly looking relaxed, Lin, who stood opposite him, was taken aback. She knew that even she took a whole day to gradually adapt the first time she used this gravity chamber, yet this low-level warrior Luo Xuan had such an ability. The other gravity chambers around also gasped in surprise. When they saw Lin bringing a low-level warrior, many people turned their attention here. They had the pride of advanced warriors and usually only brought intermediate warriors, most of whom were those who couldn't secure a gravity chamber for themselves. After all, there were only 72 gravity chambers, and there were quite a few advanced warriors. Therefore, for future battles, they chose to bring advanced warriors. Moreover, the main reason was that only advanced warriors could barely spar with them, and at most some strong intermediate warriors could match up. Otherwise, just a few punches would defeat them, failing to achieve any training effects. So when they saw Lin bringing a low-level warrior, everyone thought that this low-level Saiyan had offended Lin and was going to get a good beating. However, they were all stunned when they saw that the low-level warrior, who was previously sweating profusely and seemed about to collapse, instantly adapted to the gravity here. When did low-level warriors become so strong? This was the doubt in the minds of the advanced warriors, as they had taken at least half an hour to adapt to these metal chambers even at their fastest. Yet this low-level warrior managed to do it in less than 10 minutes. Could it be that the gravity device was broken? Lin, who stood opposite Luo Xuan, shared the same thought. If she hadn't felt the gravity sensation brought by the gravity chamber, she would have doubted whether her gravity device was malfunctioning. However, because of this, Luo Xuan's impact on Lin was even greater. She increasingly found him interesting. Adapting so quickly on his first time in this gravity chamber, he was indeed remarkable. Then let's start training. You go first. As an advanced warrior, Lin had her pride. She could train with a low-level warrior, but she would never directly attack one. Just like that reckless intermediate Saiyan from last time, Lin also didn't T-attack without provocation. However, after the intermediate Saiyan knocked Luo Xuan down, Lin killed him immediately. Luo Xuan's expression was a bit solemn. This body was just that of a low-level warrior, while the opponent could easily kill even intermediate warriors. So dealing with him was naturally a small matter. However, if he wanted to become stronger, he couldn't back down. This was no longer the peaceful Earth, but the planet Vegeta, which was about to face war. Weak individuals could only be cannon fodder. Thinking of this, Luo Xuan charged directly toward Lin. Bang! In an instant, before Luo Xuan could even see clearly, he was sent flying by Lin's punch. This was Lin holding back. Otherwise, Luo Xuan might have been killed with one punch. The gap between high-level and low-level warriors was that significant. Seeing Luo Xuan being sent flying, the surrounding Saiyans who were watching let out a sigh of relief. They had thought that the current low-level warriors had become strong to such an extent, but it turned out that he was just lucky enough to adapt to the gravity here. Indeed, low-level warriors were just that. There was no difference from ordinary trash. They were all just a bunch of garbage. They had just foolishly focused on him for so long. Garbage. The Saiyans around were all training specifically for battle, and almost all of them were high-level Saiyans. Initially, when they saw Lin bringing a low-level warrior here, they were somewhat surprised, thinking this low-level warrior might be extraordinary. After all, in past history, there have been a few famous low-level warriors. Although those ancestors were low-level warriors, their fighting power was very weak during their youth. However, after reaching adulthood, their fighting power skyrocketed. Even high-level warriors had few who could match them. Thus, their names were remembered by future generations. Otherwise, who would remember a few low-level warriors? Even their fathers wouldn't be cared about. So at first, people thought this low-level warrior might have been allowed into this place because of his strong fighting power. But the outcome was far beyond everyone's expectations. This low-level warrior was sent flying with one punch. Even Lin frowned, not expecting that Luo Xuan couldn't even withstand her punch. How did he train like this? Are you okay? Lin asked when she saw Luo Xuan not getting up. I'm fine. At this moment, Luo Xuan finally got up. If it had been his former self, he might have died from that punch. Truly, the Saiyan body was remarkable. He could withstand such a heavy punch. Moreover, Luo Xuan was also testing something, whether Saiyans who come back to life before dying really become stronger. If that was the case, then, with the senza beans he had, he could take risks in the future. The results of the experiment left Luo Xuan very satisfied. Based on his memories, the strength of his current body was indeed much stronger than before his rebirth. His physical quality was barely acceptable. He could withstand a punch with 30% of his strength. Last time, he had killed that intermediate warrior with 50% of his strength. However, even with this, he still couldn't fight me. Compressing my power to 30% was already the maximum, and I couldn't suppress it any further. Seeing that Luo Xuan was fine, Lin also sighed in relief. If that punch had really killed him, it would have been quite the joke. 33% strength? Luo Xuan's mouth twitched slightly. He didn't expect that the punch just now was only delivered with 30 of the strength. How terrifying is a high-level warrior? The girl in front of him, Lin, should be around his age, maybe a little younger. Yet, that 30 of strength was enough to make him barely withstand it, which shows a significant difference. If I used all my strength, you, a low-level warrior, would have been flattened by me long ago. Lin was about to say low-level warrior, but after thinking it over, she decided not to say it. I understand. Luo Xuan was really feeling defeated. He originally thought he could barely hold his own against a high-level warrior. But the other party only used 30% of their strength to knock him down. How could he continue like this? Was there no one among the intermediate warriors who wanted to challenge him? Just as Luo Xuan was feeling distressed, Lin seemed to sense his thoughts and shouted at the surrounding Saiyans. Among these people were low-level warriors, intermediate warriors, and high-level warriors, all gathered here to watch. They had just seen a low-level warrior sparring with a high-level warrior and were interested in the match, but they didn't expect it to be so one-sided. Just as those people were about to disperse, they heard Lin shout, and everyone turned to look at her on the gravity platform. Lin, what did I do to offend you? Just tell me, and I'll take care of him directly. Do we need to go through all this trouble? Wasting time that could be spent training? Haha. At that moment, a burly man from the neighboring gravity platform shouted at Lin. The Saiyans here were all elites among Saiyans, so they naturally knew each other. No need, Lin replied curtly, not even bothering to look at the burly man. One day, I will pin you down and make you look down on others. Hearing Lin's words, the burly man mumbled something, and then his fists began to rain down on his opponent across from him. His opponent was an intermediate warrior who, although among the top tier of intermediate warriors, could not withstand the full force attack of a high-level warrior. In no time, he was sent flying. No good, your strength is too weak. You should just train on your own from now on and don't come back. After knocking the intermediate warrior away, the burly man said lightly, turned off the gravity on the platform, and walked off. The intermediate warrior said nothing more, merely shot a fierce glare at Luo Xuan before turning to leave. In his eyes, it was all Luo Xian's fault for provoking Lin, and the burly man's sudden fierce attack was also due to him, ultimately leading to the fact that he could no longer use the gravity platform. Everything was Luo Xian's fault. Why? Because he couldn't defeat two high-level warriors. He could only direct all his hatred at this low-level warrior. I want to fight him. So he said to Lin, didn't you just shout that you wanted to fight an intermediate warrior? Let me take a shot at it. Is there anyone? Whoever comes up and wins can use the gravity platform for a day. However, Lin seemed to ignore the intermediate warrior's words and continued to shout at the circle of people below. I will. I'll do it. Let me. Can high-level warriors join? Low-level warriors want to give it a try. With these words, everyone around eagerly volunteered, including many high-level and low-level warriors. They all understood that training on this gravity platform for a day was equivalent to training for 10 days off the platform, thanks to the tenfold gravity benefit. So when they heard Lin's words, everyone who had just been unresponsive quickly reacted. Okay, you're the one. Lin looked around and pointed at an intermediate warrior below. Although the Saiyans currently did not have machines to measure combat power, they could still judge the opponent's strength by sight. This person, although an intermediate warrior, seemed only slightly stronger than a low-level warrior, so he should be a suitable opponent for Luo Xuan. If that intermediate warrior hadn't been drunk last time, he definitely wouldn't have dared to spar with Lin. Me? Awesome, haha. The intermediate warrior who was pointed out by Lin laughed out loud. In his view, dealing with a low-level warrior was more than enough for him. The surrounding Saiyans also cast envious glances, all wishing they could use the gravity platform for a day. That intermediate warrior walked up to the gravity platform amidst the envious gazes of everyone. Are you ready? If everything is fine, we can start. Lin didn't pay attention to what the people below were saying, but directly addressed Luo Xuan and the intermediate warrior who had just come up. I have no problem. Luo Xuan nodded. The opponent was an intermediate warrior. Even though he ranked lower among intermediate warriors, he still had to be cautious. A single misstep could lead to his death. However, Lin had already given him a chance, and it was impossible to fight against her directly. That's why she wanted to use this method to help him train, and he naturally couldn't let her good intentions go to waste. I have a question. The intermediate warrior, a thin man, was grinning maliciously at Luo Xuan. However, when he looked at Lin, the sneer disappeared, replaced by a flattering smile. Although Saiyans all had their pride, an intermediate warrior had no arrogance in front of a high-level warrior. If the latter wanted to, they could easily kill him with just a flick of their finger. In the eyes of high-level warriors, intermediate warriors were not much different from low-level warriors. If low-level warriors were like ants, then intermediate warriors were merely slightly larger ants. What's the problem? Lin frowned. She had initially brought this guy up because of his low strength, but now there was an issue. She was contemplating whether to kill this annoying guy. You know, he's just a low-level warrior. If I accidentally kill him while fighting, you can't blame me. If the intermediate warrior knew that Lin was considering whether to kill him and replace him with someone else, he would likely have a different expression. Well, Lin hesitated. This guy was annoying, but he did have a point. Luo Xuan was just a low-level warrior, and she had only brought him along to repay a favor. What would she do if he ended up dead? It's fine. Since it's a battle, let's leave life and death to fate. Just then, Luo Xuan spoke up. This person clearly disliked him, and Luo Xuan could feel the gazes around him. Many people were looking at him with envy and resentment. If Lin spoke up for Luo Xuan now, the surrounding Saiyans would definitely look down on him. Although Lin was protecting him here, that wouldn't be the case elsewhere. There would surely be people who disliked Luo Xuan and might choose to take action against him, and he didn't know how many there would be. Therefore, Luo Xuan needed an opportunity, a chance to set an example, and the intermediate warrior in front of him was just the target he needed. Although the opponent was an intermediate warrior, he was among the weaker ones. Luo Xuan had a secret that no one else knew, not even Lin. When he fought against that intermediate warrior before, he had died. Now, what had crossed over was his soul. However, the body was still that of a Saiyan, and Saiyans had a characteristic. If they revived when close to death, their battle power would significantly increase. Although the previous body was that of a low-level warrior. After that death, it had undergone considerable changes, and its strength had increased quite a bit. So according to Luo Xuan's estimation, his current strength was not much worse than that of the intermediate warrior, and if he went all out, he should be able to defeat him. Are you sure? He's an intermediate warrior. Hearing Luo Xuan's words, Lin reminded him. Although she saw this guy as weak, he was still an intermediate warrior with inherent advantages. His battle power was not something a low-level warrior could compare to from birth. Yes, I know. Luo Xuan nodded. He was aware of this matter as well. However, he still had some confidence. After all, his current strength was not comparable to that of a low-level warrior. All right, let's begin. Life and death are irrelevant. Falling off the stage or surrendering counts as a loss. After Lin said to start, she added that this statement was made on behalf of Luo Xuan, assuring him that as long as he surrendered, he wouldn't be in any danger. If the intermediate warrior continued to attack, then he could just strike to kill. Hee kid, you brought this upon yourself. I don't know how you offended a high-level warrior, but it's fine. This gives me a day of gravity field training. If you want to blame someone, blame your poor background. Godi. He thought Luo Xuan had offended Lin, which was why he had someone come here to deal with him. Otherwise, how could a low-level warrior possibly come up to this gravity platform to train? As soon as he finished speaking, he charged directly at Luo Xuan. The intermediate warrior truly lived up to his rank. Although he was still a bit unaccustomed to the gravity platform, his speed was not slow. He ran quickly, bringing waves of overwhelming power with him. When he was half a meter away from Luo Xuan, his body suddenly stopped, and he threw a punch at Luo Xuan's cheek. To stop some reckless individuals, one must demonstrate some strength. Otherwise, there would definitely be people who would look down on him in the future. This was Luo Xuan's inner thought. In fact, it was also an opportunity given to him by Lin to prove himself. If he couldn't even defeat the lowest tier of an intermediate warrior, he truly had no face to stand on this gravity platform. With this in mind, Luo Xuan let out a low shout and did not try to block the intermediate warrior's punch. Instead, he raised his leg and executed a whip kick towards the intermediate warrior, looking for death. Seeing that Luo Xuan had actually given up on defense and chose to clash head-on with him, the intermediate warrior sneered coldly. A low-level warrior actually thought he could withstand a punch from an intermediate warrior with his body. Did he not fear being killed? Hey, that kid actually wanted to take it head-on. Did he not know that the strength of a low-level warrior posed no threat to an intermediate warrior? What an idiot. The crowd below also saw this scene and began to mock him, as a low-level warrior wanting to clash with an intermediate warrior was simply a fool's dream. Luo Xuan ignored the words of those around him. A thought flashed through his mind. F2 20 times. In an instant, Luo Xuan's body weight became 40 times the gravity of Earth, which is 4 times the gravity of planet Vegeta, and his legs also experienced 40 times the gravity. Bang! At that moment, the punch of the intermediate warrior hit Luo Xuan's face. Simultaneously, Luo Xuan kicked the intermediate warrior, and both of them flew out at the same time. They crashed heavily onto the ground, and the arena fell silent. Watching Luo Xuan and the intermediate warrior fly out together and crash to the ground, the audience quieted down, then quickly erupted into chaos. Is this really a low-level warrior? How could a low-level warrior kick an intermediate warrior away? This is impossible, right? Even so, he should have been knocked out by a single punch. When did a low-level warrior's defense become this strong? The crowd murmured, while Lin on the stage was also somewhat surprised. She had originally thought Luo Xuan would be beaten half to death before surrendering, but unexpectedly, he was able to withstand a punch from the intermediate warrior without any issues and even kick the intermediate warrior away. Hey, this intermediate warrior's defense is really strong. The pain in his feet made Luo Xuan realize just how strong the intermediate warrior's defense was. The recoil from that force had numbed his feet. Just now, Luo Xuan had relied on the gravity shortcut in the system to increase his weight by 20 times, and then used inertia to throw himself out, achieving this effect. Otherwise, with his current strength, he didn't know how long it would take to defeat an intermediate warrior. He didn't have that time to waste. He needed to rapidly increase his power, so he had to train on this gravity platform. Damn it, is that guy really a low-level warrior? The power of that kick just now was almost on par with an intermediate warrior's kick, and that guy's defense is not inferior to mine, even stronger. While everyone was in shock, the intermediate warrior who had fallen to the ground was even more astonished. He personally experienced Luo Xuan's strength, which was comparable to that of an intermediate warrior's power and defense. Is this really just a low-level warrior? After the pain in his feet subsided, Luo Xuan slowly stood up. Although he had taken a punch from the intermediate warrior and his face still felt a bit fiery, this only made him more excited. This kind of hand-to-hand combat inexplicably thrilled him. It seemed like this was the true Saiyan life. Watching anime used to feel great, but experiencing it firsthand, he could only say it's incredibly exhilarating. However, this was not the time to feel good. The intermediate warrior opposite him had not surrendered or fallen yet. Without any hesitation, Luo Xuan charged forward. How dare he come over? This time I won't be careless. The intermediate warrior saw Luo Xuan charging at him, grinned, and directly met him head-on. Bang! The moment their bodies connected, a low, deep sound of collision was heard. Their hands locked together, and the battle turned into a contest of strength, neither side giving way, and there was no movement. Their powers were surprisingly similar. The low-level warrior has such great strength. Yes, his strength and defense can match that of an intermediate warrior. How did that guy train? The audience was slightly surprised at this scene. Since they were all Saiyans, they understood that it was very difficult for a low-level warrior to reach the level of an intermediate warrior. Because when a low-level warrior is growing, intermediate warriors, due to their natural advantages, grow stronger faster. So, achieving a draw is simply impossible. Not bad for strength. The intermediate warrior, seeing that Luo Xuan's strength was comparable to his own, sneered and then headbutted Luo Xuan. Luo Xuan had intended to respond, but he was left dizzy from the impact. However, he quickly regained his senses, exerted force with his hands, and kicked towards the intermediate warrior's chin while flipping in the air, landing steadily on the gravity platform. While the intermediate warrior flew out, F20 times. After the intermediate warrior flew out, Luo Xuan did not stop. A thought flashed in his mind. Just now, the reason he could match the intermediate warrior's strength was that the gravity around him had increased by a full 20 times. Now that the gravity had disappeared, his body felt light, and with the point of his toes on the ground, he quickly chased after the flying intermediate warrior. F2 20 times. Luo Xuan let out a low shout and punched the intermediate warrior. The intermediate warrior flew backward, unable to resist, and could only slightly protect himself with his hands. However, the increased gravity Luo Xuan had imposed completely enveloped him. Even if he tried to resist, he couldn't negate it all. The immense force changed the flight direction of the intermediate warrior, sending him flying outside the gravity platform, where he crashed heavily to the ground and slid over 10 meters before finally coming to a stop. The surrounding Saiyans gasped as they watched the fallen intermediate warrior. He had actually lost. The guy had gradually learned combat skills during the fight. Impressive. A thought flashed through Lin's mind, and looking at Luo Xuan on the platform, she felt somewhat satisfied. This low-level warrior seemed different from the others. You lost. Ignoring the astonished gazes of the surrounding Saiyans, Luo Xuan glanced at the fallen intermediate warrior, his tightly clenched fist relaxing as he spoke calmly. This battle had made him appreciate the strength of the Saiyans. Although the opponent was just an intermediate warrior, one on the lower end, it had still cost him so much time, and he would need to continue training in the future. Just as Luo Xuan was pondering, no one expected that the intermediate warrior would charge directly at him, gathering all his strength for a punch aimed right at Luo Xuan. He was enraged. It was a humiliation for an intermediate warrior to be defeated by a low-level warrior in front of everyone. What are you doing? You've already lost. Lin was also taken aback that the intermediate warrior would recklessly charge at Luo Xuan. Luo Xuan was equally surprised by the intermediate warrior's shamelessness. Now it was too late to dodge. Luo Xuan could only brace himself, slightly bending his body and throwing a punch. At the moment of the punch, he increased the gravity by 30 times on Earth, and combined with the 20 times gravity of the arena, it amounted to 50 times Earth gravity. Fortunately, the additional 30 times only increased the weight of his clothes. Otherwise, even a Saiyan's body couldn't withstand 5 times the gravity of Vegeta. His punch was like a fierce beast ready to pounce, colliding with the intermediate warrior's punch. Idiot! Lin, who was preparing to save Luo Xuan, shouted upon witnessing this scene. Was this guy an idiot for clashing with an enraged intermediate warrior? Then came a loud bang. Everyone saw the intermediate warrior fly out like a leaf in a storm. Whether it was the spectators below or the practitioners above the platform, even Lin, their pupils constricted as they watched the oblivious intermediate warrior. Their gazes towards Luo Xuan changed. Was this guy really just a low-level warrior? Everyone had a thought flash through their minds. In their understanding, low-level warriors could never defeat intermediate warriors, just as high-level warriors could easily kill intermediate warriors. But this young man before them had overturned their concept. This boy was probably 17, while that intermediate warrior was over 30. After so many years of training, had it all gone to waste? In such a furious state, the intermediate warrior was still defeated in one punch, knocked unconscious. Could a low-level warrior really achieve that? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that one punch could seriously injure an enraged intermediate warrior. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate Luo Xuan. Even some high-level warriors had serious expressions. Although they were confident they could defeat Luo Xuan now, what if they gave him more time? It might become very difficult. Looking at the Saiyan who had flown out and was now unconscious, Luo Xuan slowly exhaled. The previous match had been truly thrilling. If it weren't for this system, he would have likely been defeated. He hadn't expected such a significant disparity in strength between Saiyans of different levels. He still needed to train hard. Now, can we consider it my victory? Luo Xuan looked at Lin, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he asked. He had already fallen out of the ring, and originally, even if she won, he didn't expect her strength to be so strong. If he had known, he wouldn't have set up this match. Lin pouted and said that the reason for this match was that she felt there was a significant gap in strength between her and Luo Xuan. Even if she used only 30 of her strength, Luo Xuan wouldn't be able to withstand it. That's why she let a mid-level warrior come up to challenge, essentially using Luo Xuan as a training target and allowing him to experience some hardship, which would help him make greater progress. As a result, she didn't expect this guy to defeat a mid-level warrior. It seemed that even if she used a bit more strength, it wouldn't matter. Luck. Luo Xuan only said 2 words, and as for the matters concerning the system in his mind, the fewer people who know, the better. In battle, there is no such thing as luck. As a Saiyan, defeating an opponent with strength should be a source of pride, right? There is no need to be modest. For a Saiyan, whether male or female, young or old, they all possess their own pride. So, regarding Luo Xuan's mention of luck, Lin somewhat disagreed. Perhaps, but I think sometimes luck is also a part of strength. Luo Xuan didn't say this to show off. He truly felt this way. If it weren't for his good luck in having the system, he might be the one lying on the ground unconscious right now. So he believes that sometimes good luck is also a part of strength. Maybe so. Next, are you going to continue challenging the next person? Or do you want to fight me? Regarding Luo Xuan's words, Lin did not respond. The concept of luck, which is so elusive, perhaps really isn't something that should come from the mouth of a proud Saiyan. Fight? Not today. I need to go back and reflect on today's battle experience. Luo Xuan shook his head. If his combat experience had been sufficient, perhaps he wouldn't have won so difficultly just now. Moreover, that battle made him reevaluate his own strength. If it were really based on true strength, he might not be able to win. Is that so? Fine, you must be tired today, so go back and rest. Lin thought about it and agreed. Luo Xuan had just fought a match, and it was against a stronger intermediate warrior, so he must be much more exhausted. Although Lin had never fought against someone of a higher rank than herself, as she was born at the top, a powerful advanced warrior. Therefore, in her view, if she were to truly battle a Saiyan of a higher rank, it should be more exhausting than fighting against a slightly stronger Saiyan. Can I come back tomorrow? Luo Xuan asked. Although he had defeated that intermediate warrior today, he knew that he could never match someone like Lin, so he was a bit worried about hindering her training. He wasn't a true Saiyan. At least, he hadn't mentally completed the transformation into one, so he always had many considerations. If someone helped him, it was out of goodwill, and if they didn't, that was their right. There was no need to spend time fighting against him. It's fine, you can come. Lin also noticed Luo Xuan's concern. Although Saiyans love to fight, they weren't fools. They weren't just brawny with simple minds. With a little thought, she understood what Luo Xuan meant. If it were any other Saiyan, Lin would consider it. However, for this low-level warrior who had just defeated an intermediate warrior, she was somewhat interested. She wondered if, after training, he would grow to a level where he could rival her. It was just strange that this guy had such strength. Why had he been severely injured before? Or was he trying to get closer to her? Otherwise, being severely injured by an intermediate warrior and then bouncing back to life in just a day was indeed suspicious. That's good. Luo Xuan smiled, then walked down the gravity field towards his home. The Saiyans who were watching also began their training, except for that intermediate warrior who remained lying in the same spot, ignored by everyone. An intermediate warrior defeated by a lower-level warrior was not worth paying attention to. If he died, it was his own fault. Hiss. After returning home, Luo Xuan covered his arm and took a deep breath. He had just forcibly used 30 times the gravity, and his body couldn't handle it, especially after clashing fists directly with that intermediate warrior. Now he felt like his arm was shattered, and if Luo Xuan guessed correctly, the bones inside were likely broken, possibly even crushed. However, to avoid drawing attention, he could only pretend to be fine. If he mentioned a crushed fracture today and said nothing tomorrow, it would definitely raise suspicion. The Saiyans at this time had not yet developed technological civilization and lacked healing devices. That's why no Saiyan knew that surviving at the brink of death could greatly enhance their strength. This time, Luo Xuan managed to act well, and those Saiyans did not notice anything amiss. If it weren't for his cleverness, he might not have been able to defeat that intermediate warrior. After going through in his mind, Luo Xuan saw that in the F1 section, it showed that the Senza beans could be collected. F8 collect. With his consciousness issuing the command, the Senzu beans flew out directly, and Luo Xuan caught them with his other hand, a reflex of his body. If it were the Luo Xuan on Earth, he would not have been able to catch this suddenly appearing Senza bean. After catching it, Luo Xuan immediately tossed it into his mouth, chewed, and swallowed. After eating it, he felt a warmth in his body, and then he became very relaxed. All the pain disappeared, and fatigue was swept away. This thing was indeed useful, but unfortunately, it required cool-down time. Otherwise, he could have prepared a few more, which might come in handy later. Luo Xuan smiled. The effect of this celestial being was just like what he had seen in the anime before, possessing magical powers that could heal injuries. As long as there was still a breath left, and he could swallow this celestial being, everything would be fine. Phew, that was really dangerous just now. If that group of Saiyans hadn't been shocked, they might have discovered something. It seems that all of this still depends on my power growing stronger. Luo Xuan shook his arm and threw a few punches in quick succession, each punch creating a whooshing sound. This was the effect his current physical strength could achieve. However, this time it didn't directly make his body stronger like last time. If he had enough Senza beans, Luo Xuan wouldn't mind dying a few times to become even stronger. But right now, he could only rely on himself to train. In fact, the reason Luo Xuan was able to utilize gravity before was not because of gravity itself, but because he used the gravitational coefficient, that is, the gravitational acceleration. Just now, the fight was so shocking that it impacted the Saiyans' worldview. Therefore, I didn't notice that when Luo Xuan kicked, he actually lifted his leg up first before kicking down at an angle. By increasing the gravity while kicking down, his speed became faster than before, and his momentum was also greater, combined with the Saiyans' speed and strength. This sudden increase was very obvious, which was why he was able to kick that intermediate warrior away. Similarly, during the last punch, Luo Xuan didn't just throw a punch. Instead, he clenched his fist, pulled it back, and then quickly punched forward. Due to gravitational acceleration, his force was directed downward and forward. All the power was focused on that intermediate warrior, causing him to fly backward and crash heavily to the ground. Because of the increased gravity, Luo Xuan was also pressed down and unable to move, which was why he didn't fly backward. However, since he didn't fly away, he couldn't completely dissipate all the force. As a result, his arm suffered a complete shattering fracture from the backlash, and his body also sustained some injuries. Fortunately, he had Senza beans, otherwise, he didn't know how long it would take to recover. Indeed, all of this was a roundabout way of doing things. If my strength were strong enough, I would have to go through so much trouble. At this moment, Luo Xuan finally deeply felt the importance of power. Without this suddenly appearing essential tool for traversers, the golden finger, he would have been dead long ago. But Luo Xuan also knew he couldn't rely entirely on the golden finger. After all, this was the Dragon Ball world, where many powerful beings were watching these planets. A slip-up could lead to the discovery of the system in his mind. If it were forcibly taken out, it would be embarrassing. Who knows? Maybe someone has already noticed. It was only because of Luo Xuan's low strength that they hadn't done anything to him. Therefore, everything still depended on Luo Xuan's own efforts. Only real strength was the strongest guarantee. Thinking of this, Luo Xuan didn't hesitate at all. After the fight, he understood that the gravity his body could currently withstand should be within 30 times. If it exceeded 30 times, his own body would be the first to be damaged. Hey, with simple training, Luo Xuan still knew this was equivalent to exercising with weights to enhance various strengths of his body. Luo Xuan. Just when Luo Xuan was sweating profusely, the door to his house was opened, and a familiar voice came in. Lin, what are you doing here? Aren't you training? Luo Xuan was doing push-ups with one hand. His strength now allowed him to perform this kind of training, something that was unimaginable on Earth. Even if he tried to do it with both hands, he couldn't do many. Did you just get hurt? Lin asked as she entered. Having noticed something that the others didn't, Luo Xuan's right hand seemed a bit unnatural. No, I didn't get hurt. What are you talking about? Luo Xuan said as he did a few push-ups to show Lin. He didn't expect to be found out after all. Fortunately, he used a magic bean to recover. Strange. I clearly saw your right hand looking a bit unnatural just now. Lin watched Luo Xuan supporting himself with his right hand, showing no signs of injury. Although a bit puzzled, she still believed him. It was just a little numbness from the recoil earlier. Now that he rested, it was no longer a problem. You came over just because of this? After casually explaining, Luo Xuan forcefully changed the subject. It's nothing, just a side note. I want to tell you that although your strength is already strong compared to ordinary low-level warriors, it's still a bit lacking compared to mid-level warriors. So I want to take you to a place. Lin had just seen Luo Xuan's fighting and gained a whole new understanding of this low-level warrior, confirming that he was indeed different from ordinary low-level warriors. Where? Luo Xuan frowned. Could it be that she wouldn't let him use the gravity chamber? Although Luo Xuan didn't need it, as he had his own gravity system, what he wanted was simply to spar with Lin. That shouldn't be the case. Even though their time together was short, Luo Xuan knew that Lin wasn't that kind of person. If she were, she would have ignored him, a low-level warrior, long ago. I just watched your fight. Your strength and speed are decent, but your combat experience is lacking, Lin analyzed. Hearing her words, Luo Xuan nodded. Gaining combat experience had to come from his own exploration. Although the original owner of this body had combat experience, it was his own, and it might not necessarily suit Luo Xuan. Therefore, if Luo Xuan wanted to gain combat experience, he had to accumulate it himself, which was why he wanted to fight Lin. He agreed with Lin's analysis. He was originally from Earth and had never fought before, so it was normal not to have combat experience. However, on planet Vegeta, a Saiyan without combat experience wouldn't even know how they died. That was why Luo Xuan was so eager to enhance his strength and combat experience. And fighting with Lin was the only way he could find to improve his combat experience. That's why I want to fight you. That's the only way my combat experience can improve. Luo Xuan said that this was his true purpose. As for that so-called gravity field, it was lighter than the clothes on his body and was of no significance at all. What he was pursuing was merely combat experience. He didn't think much about other things, because he believed that as long as he had enough time, he could definitely improve. It's precisely because you fight with me that your combat experience cannot improve. Perhaps you can improve a little, but it won't be of much use for your growth. Lin said. She realized this issue when she saw Luo Xuan fighting that intermediate warrior. She initially thought that Luo Xuan must have some combat experience. Even if it wasn't rich, it wouldn't be too bad. After all, Saiyans are a warrior race, fighting every day, and who doesn't have some combat experience? But it was very strange that Luo Xuan had absolutely no combat experience. It was clear from the recent battle that Luo Xuan was a novice in combat, completely clueless. Although he was constantly learning during the fight, it still wasn't enough. Why? Lin was a high-level warrior, and her combat experience was certainly rich. Therefore, there shouldn't be any problem fighting with her. Could it be that combat experience can't be learned from others? Because I know you, she simply stated without elaborating. But Luo Xuan understood. Because you know me? I see. You mean that since you know me, you have to lower your strength to fight with me. So I won't learn anything? Saiyan battles are either not fought or fought to the death. Therefore, they won't fight with someone they know unless both sides are evenly matched and know that they won't easily kill each other, allowing them to fight without worry until one side surrenders. Well, there's a place quite suitable for you, although there is no gravity field there. Luo Xuan's explanation is very on point, and many Saiyans are like this as well. They choose opponents who are of comparable strength and do not aim too high by picking opponents who are much stronger than themselves. Where is it? As long as it can enhance my combat experience, it doesn't matter if there's no gravity field. Luo Xuan smiled. What he valued was not the gravity field, but the desire to learn combat skills and training methods. Now Luo Xuan understood that Saiyans did not have any special training methods. Their training method was singular: fighting. Regardless of gender, age, or whether they were young or old, as long as they began training, it meant fighting. Constantly fighting, surpassing opponents to challenge higher-level foes. Only through continuous challenges and survival of the fittest could one continue to exist on this planet. Now, Luo Xuan realized why, in the future, Planet Vegeta would casually send away those low-level warriors' infants. After all, keeping them would only result in uselessness. A low-level warrior could never be stronger than a high-level warrior, no matter how hard they trained. Of course, this was the belief of the Saiyans. Having watched Dragon Ball, Luo Xuan did not believe such statements. With enough hard work, even low-level warriors could surpass high-level ones. Perhaps Luo Xuan should be grateful that in this era, the Saiyans had not yet reached the stage of technological civilization. Therefore, they had not developed the habit of sending low-level warriors away, allowing Luo Xuan to survive on this planet. In the northern forest, it was the best place for Saiyans to accumulate combat experience. There was a creature called the fang-toothed giant beast, which had low damage potential but strong combat power. Linden paused, as if realizing she had misspoken, and added a reminder. The low damage was only in situations where one was cautious. They would not be easily killed. However, they could still be injured, and normally, they wouldn't die. This place was primarily for mid-level warriors to train, and few low-level warriors ventured there. For her, a high-level warrior, the fang-toothed giant beast was no threat at all. But considering that Luo Xuan was a low-level warrior, she offered a warning. Fang-toothed giant beast? That sounds suitable for me. After hearing Linden's introduction, Luo Xuan thought for a moment. Although this place was for mid-level warriors, he felt he could give it a try. Having returned from the brink of death, his strength was not inferior to some mid-level warriors. Although it was unlikely he could defeat them as easily as he could on the gravity platform, defeating them was just a matter of time. Yes, that place should suit you well. As for the future, I can take you to places where high-level warriors train until you can match me in combat. A smile appeared at the corner of Lin's mouth. If it were someone else, a low-level warrior defeating a high-level warrior would be a joke. However, for some reason, Lin felt that this low-level warrior before her was different from others. Perhaps what he said could actually be true. Lin did not know why she harbored such naive thoughts, but the feeling was strong enough that she could say, "Until you can match me in combat." Yes, I will work hard. Luo Xuan nodded. Even if Lin didn't say it, he would still strive in that direction. Lin didn't say anything further as she had nothing more to say, but Luo Xuan did. Can you tell me where the North Forest is? Upon hearing Luo Xian's words, Lin directly transformed into a Saiyan, astonished that he didn't even know where the North Forest was. Are you really a Saiyan? But Luo Xuan was not a true Saiyan. He had merely been reborn into a Saiyan's body. As for memories, he only had some fragmented pieces and had no knowledge of a place called the North Forest. Hee. So at that moment, Luo Xuan could only smile awkwardly. How about this? Shate is also training over there. Let him take you along. Unfortunately, whether this guy was really a Saiyan needed to be studied in depth. Of course, at this time, the only option was to let Shate take Luo Xuan over. After all, Shate was an intermediate warrior and was training in the North Forest, so it was just right for the two to look out for each other. Lin then took Luo Xuan to find Shate, and she was going back to the gravity chamber. Saiyan training mainly revolves around combat, so Saiyans on the gravity chamber must continuously accept challenges from other Saiyans. If they lose, they have to step down from the gravity chamber, which then becomes the property of the victor. Of course, it's definitely not a free-for-all. Only the first 3 challenges of the day count, while the rest can only be considered as sparring. After all, Saiyans are a warrior race, and they can only continue to grow through battle. Because of the gravity chamber, many advanced warriors are willing to be sparring partners. Fighting in the gravity chamber can significantly increase their strength. So even if they have exceeded the challenge quota for the day, there are still advanced warriors who come up to spar with those who own a gravity chamber. Here it is. This area is where our intermediate warriors train, and there are quite a few lower-level warriors, but they're all a bit stronger. Shate led Luo Xuan to a forest, which was the North Forest Lin mentioned. Luo Xuan looked around and saw that there was no one. Is this the North Forest? But why can't I see a single person? Luo Xuan weakly asked. Where are all the intermediate warriors who were supposed to come here to train? Ever since that gravity chamber was built, not many people are willing to come here anymore. Just a bunch of lofty dreamers. Shate looked at the forest and sighed. There used to be many people here, but after the gravity chamber was built, anyone who went there could potentially train for an hour. Advanced warriors are also human. They need to rest, and during their rest time, other Saiyans can go up. Of course, it's only the intermediate warriors and some lower-level warriors who challenge each other and keep sparring until the advanced warriors finish resting. As for how long they can stay up there, that depends on their own abilities. Those with stronger abilities can naturally stay longer. After hearing Shate's explanation, Luo Xuan understood that the intermediate warriors had all gone to wait by the gravity chamber, while the lower-level warriors were in another place, making this area seem quite deserted. All right, you can go in now. Just be careful and you won't die. After explaining to Luo Xuan, Shate hurriedly said, "Aren't you coming in with me?" Upon hearing this, Luo Xuan was taken aback and asked in confusion, "I'm not going in. I'm going to see if there are any advanced warriors resting at the gravity chamber. I can go up and spar a bit," Shate said without looking back as he walked in another direction, leaving Luo Xuan alone in the wind, feeling a bit lost. Who just said that group of guys were lofty dreamers? Now he's leaving more hurriedly than anyone else. After silently giving Shate a middle finger in his heart, Luo Xuan headed into the forest. The forest was quite large, and the trees were sturdy, resembling a primitive forest. Is there really that giant beast with the large teeth here? As he moved forward, not to mention the giant tooth beast, he didn't even see any Saiyans. Could it be that those giant tooth beasts have all gone to the gravity chamber? Roar! Just as Luo Xuan was lost in thought, a huge roar echoed, deafening him. What the hell is that? Could it be one of those giant tooth beasts? Judging by the sound, Luo Xuan concluded that the giant tooth beast must be a massive, ferocious creature. Otherwise, the roar wouldn't be so loud. At this moment, Luo Xuan became alert. The roar was nearby, so that giant tooth beast should be close by. Roar! Another roar came, and this time the sound was even closer than before. Luo Xuan could also hear a heavy footstep slowly approaching from that direction. Perhaps it was due to its massive size. Despite its strength, it moved much more slowly. This made Luo Xuan feel a bit more at ease. If the behemoth was relatively slow, he could win with speed. He thought to himself, "Hey, come on. I want to see what this behemoth is capable of." Luo Xuan was not afraid of the approaching behemoth. After all, he had already died once, so at this moment, aside from some excitement about the upcoming challenge, he felt little else. With a series of heavy thuds, Luo Xuan soon saw a dark shadow, which should be the so-called behemoth. Looking at the shadow, Luo Xuan understood that this creature could indeed be called a behemoth. Roar! With a loud roar, Luo Xuan finally saw the true form of the behemoth, and in that instant he was stunned. This was a pig deer butterfly. What appeared before him was a creature with a bluish-purple body, 2 large tusks, 2 deer antlers on its head, and a pair of wings with yellow and black spots on its back. Wasn't this a pig deer butterfly? This was the behemoth used by Saiyans for training? The pig deer butterfly in front of him was significantly larger than in the anime. Could have run from planet Vegeta to Earth? As Luo Xuan observed the behemoth, the massive creature also noticed him. It paused for a moment, then a smile appeared on its face, and drool dripped from its mouth, as if it had spotted a delicious meal. Did it see me as food? Then I'll see you as prey, and let's see who will fall first. Luo Xuan let out a cold laugh as he looked at the approaching fang-toothed beast and charged forward without hesitation. Since he needed to cultivate and accumulate combat experience, he couldn't run around aimlessly. He could only fight. In an instant, Luo Xuan met the fang-toothed beast head-on, without any warm-up, and the man and beast collided together, producing an indescribable sound. Luo Xuan punched the giant beast with sharp teeth, only to feel that its body was very solid. Although this punch wasn't completely ineffective, its impact was minimal. Right now, the gravity on Luo Xuan was 20 times stronger, but he didn't utilize gravitational acceleration as he did in the gravity field. While that could temporarily boost his strength, it would also harm himself. This kind of fighting style, which could injure himself while taking down the enemy, was clearly not suitable here. If the skin was tough enough, he would try again. In an instant, Luo Xuan was also stirred up with a fighting spirit, feeling as if the blood in his entire body was boiling. The giant beast opposite him seemed to sense Luo Xuan's desire to fight and did not give him a moment's respite, quickly charging forward. Luo Xuan didn't expect that this so-called giant tooth beast was actually a relatively large species of pig deer butterfly. Just like the pig deer butterflies he had seen in the anime before, it was very irritable and immediately attacked as soon as it saw him. He moved to the right, just in time to dodge the charging giant tooth beast. As it rushed past him, Luo Xuan kicked it directly in the abdomen. Due to its heavy body, the giant tooth beast lost its balance from the kick and fell straight to the ground. With a loud bang, it kicked up a cloud of dust. Luo Xuan seized the opportunity and directly grabbed one of the giant tooth beast's legs. With a strong toss, he flung the giant toothed beast away, sending it flying 10 meters and crashing heavily into a thick tree in the distance. The tree couldn't withstand the impact and fell with a thud. This guy is really heavy. Luo Xuan clapped his hands. He was now somewhat accustomed to it. That earlier embrace was purely instinctive from the battle, and he had never thought that his strength could be so great. He easily threw the behemoth of Fong teeth away. In the past, he wouldn't have even dared to think about it, let alone this behemoth. Even a pig could have knocked him flying. Roar! Just when Luo Xuan was feeling great, the behemoth of Fong teeth climbed up again. It let out a roar at Luo Xuan and charged at him once more. This guy's body is really tough. It didn't die from that fall, Luo Xuan said lightly, and then directly charged forward. It seemed that he wanted to have a physical confrontation with the giant beast. The giant beast was furious to see that the human in front of it actually intended to clash with it. Its eyes were filled with a human-like anger, feeling disrespected. In an instant, Luo Xuan collided with the giant beast, and at that moment, it became a contest of strength between the human and the beast. Luo Xuan held tightly onto the two enormous teeth of the Fong-toothed giant beast. No matter how hard the Fong-toothed giant beast tried, it remained completely still. Luo Xuan shouted loudly, and then it could be seen that the muscles on his arms actually swelled up again. Then, the giant beast with long teeth was pushed back directly. Step by step, the giant beast continued to retreat. Hee, your strength is not impressive at all. Luo Xuan chuckled. Although this guy was large in size, he didn't have much strength. With a push from Luo Xuan, he kept retreating. Luo Xuan wondered why Lin said that treating them as training targets was the best option, since he was just a brute force user. Suddenly, Luo Xuan sensed something, loosened his grip on the giant beast's hands, and then performed a backflip. Just as Luo Xuan flipped, a shadow swept past the spot where he had just been standing. What was that? Luo Xuan was taken aback. That thing was so fast. If he hadn't sensed something approaching, he would definitely have been hit. Were there other Saiyans here? Luo Xuan was taken aback. This was a training ground for Saiyans, so it wasn't surprising to see other Saiyans around. Moreover, Saiyans were combative, and seeing a low-level warrior like himself here might provoke them. Chirp, chirp! Just as Luo Xuan looked over, he saw a monkey-like creature standing on a tree across from him, baring its teeth and screeching at him. A monkey? Luo Xuan was taken aback. What he saw in front of him appeared to be a monkey. However, it was covered in red fur, and its eyes were also red. The monkey had 2 fangs protruding from its mouth. When the monkey appeared, the giant beast seemed excited as well, looking at Luo Xuan with a challenging gaze. Could this monkey be a good friend of this pig? The elder brother? The second brother? Luo Xuan only found it funny. It was just a pig and a monkey, and they didn't look very powerful. However, the Fangqi giant beast and the monkey that followed behind did not give Luo Xuan a chance to react and charged straight at him, seemingly ready to take him down. Come on. Looking at the pig and monkey attacking him, Luo Xuan did not underestimate them at all. Since Lin said that the Fangqi giant beast here could help him train, then these two should not be too weak when working together. From what he observed earlier, the Fangqi giant beast was responsible for the attack, while the monkey was in charge of ambushing, and its speed was impressive. Sure enough, after the Fangqi giant beast charged, Luo Xuan could only dodge, preparing to kick it over like before. But at that moment, the monkey, which had been hiding in the tree, also launched an attack. While Luo Xuan was dodging, it attacked from the position he had just evaded to. As it approached Luo Xuan, it extended its claws and aimed directly for his head. Because Luo Xuan had just dodged the Fangqi giant beast, the monkey immediately took this opportunity to strike. So, when Luo Xuan wanted to evade, it was already too late. He could only tilt his head to avoid the attack, but the claw still grazed his cheek, leaving a trail of blood. Damn it! Wiping his hand, Luo Xuan did not expect that these two creatures could coordinate so accurately, seeming like a single entity. But since they acted as one, how could the Fangqi giant beast let Luo Xuan go so easily? Seeing that the monkey had missed, it charged at him again without hesitation. Bang! After 3 consecutive attacks without any pause, Luo Xuan had just dodged the first 2 attacks when the third one arrived, directly sending him flying. He fell heavily to the ground, and at that moment, Luo Xuan finally understood why Lin said the Fangqi giant beast was a good opponent for training. Whether it was the pig or the monkey, if they were separated, Luo Xuan was confident he could deal with them easily, even quite effortlessly. But now it was different. When these two worked together, they achieved a remarkable effect. The Fangqi giant beast focused on attack and strength, while the monkey specialized in speed and ambush. When these two animals teamed up, they managed to knock Luo Xuan away. This is really interesting. Although he fell to the ground, Luo Xuan was not angry. These two were perfect for his training right now. He had just forgotten to tell that kid that the Fangqi giant beast was actually two ferocious beasts. The kid probably didn't know since it was his first time entering the North Forest. Halfway through, Sada suddenly remembered that he forgot to tell Luo Xuan that there were two Fangqi giant beasts in the North Forest, not just one. Thinking of this, he helplessly turned back. Originally, Luo Xuan was a bit puzzled as to why Lin said that the Fangqi giant beasts in this forest could help intermediate warriors train, since the beasts themselves did not possess much strength. Even a low-level warrior like Luo Xuan could easily deal with them. But with the monkey added into the mix, it became quite different. This is really interesting. Luo Xuan stood up with a smile, while the giant beast with sharp teeth and the monkey attacked again. However, all of their attacks were dodged by Luo Xuan. The first time it caught him off guard, but this time, dodging was relatively easy for him. Hey, look over there. There's a low-level warrior. The fight on Luo Xuan's side quickly attracted a few Saiyans, all of whom were mid-level warriors. Although their strength wasn't very strong, they had at least stepped into the ranks of mid-level warriors. One could say that from birth, they were already significantly stronger than low-level warriors like Luo Xuan. Indeed, a low-level warrior actually dared to come to the North Forest. Do they not know this is a training ground for us mid-level warriors? One of the shorter Saiyans said. Overestimating oneself. The only woman in the group coldly snorted, clearly thinking that a low-level warrior like Luo Xuan entering a training ground for mid-level warriors was completely overestimating his abilities. How long do you think that kid can last? One who seemed to be the leader asked, watching Luo Xuan, who was constantly dodging and occasionally getting hit. I don't know. He probably won't last long. The last Saiyan, who looked a bit more normal but had a lower presence, replied. The last low-level warrior who accidentally wandered in here seemed to have lasted 8 minutes before being torn in half. The shorter Saiyan chuckled, saying that although the North Forest was a training ground for mid-level warriors, many low-level warriors still thought they could survive here. This team of 4 had seen some low-level warriors in here before, some of whom were killed, some crippled, and only a few managed to escape unharmed, usually by running away quickly. Generally, low-level warriors who entered here would come once and obediently return to their training grounds. I think he should last about 5 minutes. The leading man smiled and said, these Saiyans didn't care about the lives of their comrades. So how could they care about a stranger who was a low-level warrior? The 4 of them stood aside, watching the surrounded Luo Xuan as if they were watching a show. How about we place a bet? The shorter Saiyan smiled, as he loved to gamble. Bet on what? The leading Saiyan asked with interest. Although he didn't like gambling, he didn't reject it either. I bet that low-level warrior will be torn into 4 pieces. The shorter Saiyan laughed when he received a response. All right, I bet he will be torn into pieces. The leading Saiyan smiled as he looked at Luo Xuan, who was already somewhat exhausted. Their bet was not about which side would win, but how many pieces Luo Xuan would be torn into. In their view, it was simply a dream for a low-level warrior to defeat a great beast. Boring, the woman said, not joining their betting, but watching Luo Xuan in the arena. The other Saiyan remained silent, quietly observing from the side. These 2 guys are really tough. Luo Xuan dodged another attack, panting slightly. He had already been fighting for a long time and was feeling a bit tired now. The 2 opponents were a perfect combination. One relied on size and brute strength, while the other relied on speed. Although Luo Xuan had attacked several times, none of them had any effect. Once, he almost hit that monkey, but was blocked by the thick-skinned behemoth. He couldn't match the monkey's speed, and his strength was ineffective against the behemoth. So, Luo Xuan could only slowly wear them down here. However, it seemed that he was the one consuming more energy. That guy was already exhausted, and it looked like a conclusion was about to be reached. The leading Saiyan had keen eyesight and could tell at a glance that Luo Xuan was running out of options. Well, this kid had managed to hold on until now, which was already better than the previous low-level warriors. The previously silent Saiyan also spoke up quietly. He too could see that Luo Xuan was nearing his limit. But for a low-level warrior to hold on this long was no easy feat. What use is that? With that strength, he didn't run away, thinking he could really defeat the behemoth. Now, it was too late to escape. He might as well wait to die here. The woman spoke with a calm tone, showing no signs of emotion. To her, Luo Xuan's actions were merely a suicidal behavior. I think this kid is pretty good. Should we save him and let him join our team? The leading Saiyan nodded, acknowledging that a low-level warrior who could hold on until now was indeed qualified to join their team. Forget it, this guy is too vain. And he is just a low-level warrior. He'll be a burden in the future. The short Saiyan was the first to disagree, firmly opposing the idea of saving Luo Xuan. Who doesn't know you're doing this for that bet? The previously quiet Saiyan said. Hee hee. The short Saiyan wasn't embarrassed to be exposed. He just chuckled. In the arena, let's leave it at that for now. If this keeps up, we'll definitely be worn out. Luo Xuan was panting. He had already reached his limit. If he continued fighting, he would definitely be the one to lose. An idea flashed through his mind. F2 0 times. Luo Xuan immediately felt much lighter. Just moments ago, he had been burdened with 20 times his weight while entangled with these two guys. With a low shout, just as a monkey charged over, Luo Xuan met head-on. The giant beast with the gaping maw saw Luo Xuan attacking and quickly rushed into block. Luo Xuan did not stop, but instead clenched his fists tighter and punched towards the thick-skinned, muscular beast. With a loud bang, blood splattered out, and the beast fell to the ground with a heavy thud. The monkey, seeing its companion being killed, showed a hint of human-like panic in its eyes, and then without any hesitation, it turned and fled. Want to run? Luo Xuan smiled, and then disappeared from his original spot. Once the gravity was released, Luo Xuan felt his body instantly become much lighter, and he had a surge of energy wanting to be unleashed. Perhaps it was because he had just been pressured by that pig and monkey. At this moment, Luo Xuan was like a fierce beast that had just erupted, directly throwing a punch at the tusked giant beast, killing it. The companion of the tusked giant beast saw this scene and, without any hesitation, turned to flee. Want to escape? Luo Xuan's lips curled into a dangerous arc. Just moments ago, this little guy had caused him quite a bit of trouble, and with its speed, Luo Xuan couldn't do anything about it. But that was only the beginning. Now Luo Xuan had released 20 times the gravity, and his body felt much lighter. Naturally, his speed wouldn't be slow, and he simply vanished from the spot. Although he still couldn't do it without leaving a trace, his speed was extremely fast. The red-haired monkey glanced back occasionally while fleeing, seemingly worried that Luo Xuan would catch up. With its small head, it simply couldn't understand why that person's strength had suddenly become so formidable. However, fortunately for it, its speed was too slow to be caught, and the red-haired monkey felt relieved. Are you looking for me? Just when the red-haired monkey thought it had escaped, a voice sounded in its ear. When it turned around, it saw a fist coming towards it, directly smashing into its body and shattering it into pieces. Luo Xuan looked at his fist in surprise, wondering what was going on. He had only intended to kill it, but it ended up shattered into pieces. What was happening? While Luo Xuan was confused, the 4 Saiyans from earlier were dumbfounded. You two were right. It was 4 pieces shredded. The quieter Saiyan was the first to speak this time. Is that so? The short-bodied Saiyan also chuckled, but it was a bit awkward. He never expected the opponent would kill the fawn-toothed beast with a single punch. Is this guy really a low-level warrior? The leading Saiyan swallowed hard. When did low-level warriors become this strong? Even among us intermediate warriors, we wouldn't dare say we could directly smash it to pieces. Yet this low-level warrior managed to do it. Just now his speed was so fast, faster than any of us, and it exploded in an instant. Could it be that he was deliberately suppressing his power to train against the fawn-toothed beast? The only one who remained somewhat calm was the female Saiyan. However, her face was also filled with astonishment, as it was the first time she had seen a low-level warrior directly kill a fawn-toothed beast with a punch. Rigo, what are you doing here? Have you seen a low-level warrior? Just when they were dumbfounded, Shade arrived. He had been training in this forest and was familiar with them. Seeing Shade, the others began to recover from their shock and nodded simultaneously. Where? Shade asked. Something could happen to anyone. That low-level warrior must not be in trouble, because that high-level warrior named Lin had said he would let Luo Xuan go first during the rest period. Shade knew that the high-level warrior said that because of his relationship with Luo Xuan. If Luo Xuan really died because of his mistake, it wouldn't even be about being the first to go on a gravity platform. It would be a miracle if he wasn't killed. The group of people didn't speak and pointed behind Shade. Although he didn't understand their expressions, he turned around and saw Luo Xuan, who was looking down at his hand. In front of him was a pool of blood, and not far away lay a dead fawn-toothed beast. Phew, thank you for saving him. Shade breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that Luo Xuan was okay. When he saw the dead beast, he quickly understood and thanked Rigo and the others. In his view, it must have been Rigo and the others who helped, which is why Luo Xuan was safe. That was him who killed the fawn-toothed beast himself. You know our personalities, we wouldn't help others. At this point, Rigo felt a bit embarrassed. However, this was the nature of Saiyans. Saving a stranger who was a low-level warrior was seen as having no benefit to them, and it was better to watch him get killed. Survival of the fittest. That is the rule in the world of Saiyans. Right now, Saiyans could still be considered a minority. Therefore, useless waste did not deserve to share resources with them. Are you saying Luo Xuan killed it alone? The Fangtooth beast didn't come? Upon hearing Rigo's words, Shate was stunned and weakly asked. It came. The short Saiyan spoke first. If it hadn't come, they wouldn't have been so surprised. It came? Why didn't I see the corpse? Did it run away? Shate asked again. If the Fangtooth beast had come, it shouldn't have been so easily killed. It was smashed to pieces by that boy with one punch. Rigo felt his mouth was a bit dry. Why was this happening? A low-level warrior not only killed the Fangtooth beast, but also smashed it to pieces with one punch. You said it was smashed to pieces with one punch? Shate clearly didn't believe it. Even he couldn't smash a Fangtooth beast to pieces with one punch. Uncle Shate, why are you back? Are you going to train with me? At this moment, Luo Xuan also saw Shate. He had seen Rigo and the others when they were here before, but didn't approach because he didn't know them. Now that he saw Shate had come over and seemed to know him, he walked over. No, I'm here to tell you. I forgot to mention that the Fangtooth beast consists of two that work together. One looks like a red-haired monkey called Fangtooth, and the other is called Beast. Although Luo Xuan already knew that the Fangtooth beast was two creatures, Shate thought it was better to mention it. So that's how it is. No wonder they coordinated so closely just now. Luo Xuan also nodded and then looked at the other few people. The moment those people were looked at by Luo Xuan, they felt a bit uneasy. Would this guy blame them for not stepping in earlier and just watching? This guy could even defeat a giant beast with thick skin and strong defenses. So what would it be like to take a punch from him? Let me introduce you. This is Rigo, who often trains in the northern forest. Don't blame him for not stepping in earlier. You know how Saiyans are. Shate seemed to think of something as well, pointing at the leading man and giving Luo Xuan a brief introduction. Although Luo Xuan had killed the giant beast, there were still 4 intermediate warriors in front of him, and dealing with them would be no easier than facing the giant beast. Luo Xuan also understood what Sharp meant, so he nodded at the leading Saiyan, although he didn't intend to befriend them. After all, he had seen this group of guys standing by and betting on the side. He was quite aware of it. He was a person who held grudges and didn't wish for anyone to save him. However, betting on how many pieces he would be torn into by the Fangtoothed beast right in front of him made Luo Xuan quite unhappy. These were Hake, Kiss, and Mashi. The 3 were the short Saiyan, the quiet young man, and the girl. This is Luo Xuan. Shart introduced the other 4 and introduced Luo Xuan to them. When they heard this name, they were momentarily stunned. It didn't sound much like a Saiyan name. However, they only cared about strength. As for names, calling someone Dog Egg was no problem. Thus, the few of them got to know each other. I want to ask, are you really a low-level warrior? After hesitating for a moment, Rigo still asked. The shock from Luo Xuan killing the Fangtoothed beast with one punch was still quite significant. After hesitating for a moment, Luo Xuan nodded. Actually, he wasn't quite sure what had happened just now. He only felt an inexhaustible strength in his body, and in an instant, it surged towards his right arm, and he threw a punch that directly took out the 2 beasts. Upon hearing Luo Xuan's affirmation, not only were Rigo and the other 3 shocked, but even Sharp beside them had a look of astonishment. Could it be that Luo Xuan really exploded the Fangtoothed beast with one punch? But thinking about it, it made sense. Previously, when Luo Xuan was on the gravity platform, he could easily defeat that mid-level warrior. Now that he thought about it, his strength should be even greater, perhaps stronger than any mid-level warrior here. Shark considered himself capable of easily killing the Fangtoothed beast. However, to directly blast the Fangtoothed beast into bits and split the giant beast into 4 pieces, he couldn't do that. Only a high-level warrior or those few close to high-level warriors could accomplish that. In other words, Luo Xuan's punch now had the power to rival that of high-level warriors, although they saw it with their own eyes. Rigo and the others still found it hard to believe that a low-level warrior's strength could surpass theirs, reaching the level of high-level warriors. How could they accept that? Previously, in their view, low-level warriors were merely like ants. No matter how strong they were just a bit stronger ants, while high-level warriors were like elephants. How could an ant possibly defeat an elephant? Now they were being told that there was an ant trained to be comparable to an elephant. How could they accept that? That punch you threw should be comparable to a high-level warrior, Rigo remarked, without saying anything more, but Mashi spoke up. Initially, she thought a low-level warrior coming here would surely be seeking their own doom. However, she didn't expect this low-level warrior to be so strong. Comparable to a high-level warrior? Wasn't that the normal strength of a low-level warrior? Hearing Mashi's words, Luo Xuan looked over. He wasn't interested in what was said before, but he found this statement intriguing. That punch, just now, could actually be comparable to a high-level warrior? In Luo Xuan's impression, high-level warriors were very powerful beings, and he originally thought that his punch was something any normal low-level warrior could execute. After all, he hadn't done anything extraordinary. He was just a bit stronger than the average low-level warrior. Hearing Luo Xuan's words, the 5 mid-level warriors around felt quite frustrated. Were you doing this on purpose? If all low-level warriors were like this, then what status would mid-level warriors have? However, they were truly wronging Luo Xuan. He was not from this world to begin with. So how would he know the strength of low-level warriors, mid-level warriors, or high-level warriors? In his eyes, they were just strong, very strong, and extremely strong. As for the Super Saiyans, of course, they were super strong. The power of that punch you threw, at least no one here can reach it. Although it was unclear whether Luo Xuan really didn't know or was pretending, given Luo Xian's previous performance, Shart still believed this guy must have a damaged brain. So he didn't know anything. So that's how it is. After hearing Shart's explanation, Luo Xuan understood. He didn't expect that his punch would be this powerful. Would he become a one-punch Saiyan? No, right now, that punch could only be comparable to high-level warriors. Even some stronger mid-level warriors could reach that level. So, that wasn't too impressive. Luo Xuan felt that he wasn't that remarkable. But to the ears of the several intermediate warriors in front of him, how ironic it sounded. Saying he was comparable to advanced warriors, he had a face full of excitement, while claiming that none of them had reached that level, implying they weren't impressive enough. Was it a disdain for their lack of strength? Ahem, Luo Xuan, do you still want to cultivate here? Your strength would be better suited for the gravity training area. To ease the awkward atmosphere, Shate spoke up again. He had previously thought Luo Xuan was a low-level warrior and that training here was quite suitable for him. But now seeing his current strength, Shate suddenly felt he was more suited for the gravity training area. No, I want to stay here a little longer. Luo Xuan felt that the gravity training area was somewhat optional. On the contrary, battles that could hone his skills on the edge of survival were more suitable for him. What he lacked now was combat experience. He had deeply realized this during his recent battle with the Watcher Beast. If it weren't for his insufficient combat experience, how could he have been delayed by that Watcher Beast for so long? In the end, he had to remove the gravity restraints before he could defeat it. So for Luo Xuan, his strength was still not enough. He needed to find more Watcher Beasts to test himself. All right, if you want to cultivate here, that's fine. Shate nodded. Since Luo Xuan wanted to stay, he wouldn't say more. You can go train at the gravity area. I'll be fine here by myself. Luo Xuan knew that Shate liked to train at the gravity chamber. After all, not all Saiyans have an adjustable gravity field. All right, be careful and don't go too deep into the forest. There are not only the giant beasts, but also some stronger, ferocious beasts in there. Before leaving, Shate reminded him that the North Forest has quite a few ferocious beasts, and the giant beasts are just the most ordinary and the most suitable for training. After hearing Shate's words, Luo Xuan nodded. This is planet Vegeta, and many places are different from Earth. If there are powerful wild beasts here, Luo Xuan believes it. Yes, it's indeed best not to go deep into the forest. Recently, there seems to have been some anomalies in the depths of the forest. This time, it was Mashi who spoke, and her expression was somewhat serious. As a Saiyan, although they claim to be a warrior race, not every Saiyan is invincible, so they are still wary of beings stronger than themselves. In the North Forest, there are indeed some fierce beasts, although these beasts may not fight as well as Saiyans. They often travel in packs, and encountering them alone means even a Saiyan would have to avoid trouble. What is going on? During this time, Shade had been so absorbed in the gravity chamber that he was unaware of the happenings in the North Forest. We heard that groups of fierce beasts have left the forest. Rigo took over the conversation, saying that they had been training in the North Forest for a long time, so they were naturally more informed about the situation here. This way, they could prevent dangers in advance. If the situation became serious, they would have to leave the North Forest. Although they were intermediate warriors, they were only in the middle tier, so there were many things they couldn't participate in. Yes, and Ghana and the other 4 have died. The one speaking was the short Saiyan, Hake, and it seemed he had a grudge against the Saiyans named Ghana. The Saiyans training in the North Forest typically formed groups of 4 or 5, so they could support each other, whether when encountering powerful beasts or other Saiyans. They could help one another. Died? Luo Xuan was unclear about it, but Saudi knew that the combination of Wagner was much stronger than Rigo and the others. The leader, GNA, was already close to a high-level warrior. He didn't expect that he would actually die. Could there be some powerful beast in the Northern Forest? Yes, he is dead, but we don't know what he encountered inside. That's why we've been staying on the outskirts of the forest and haven't dared to go in. Rigo said that this matter was quite stressful for them, as they were worried about encountering trouble. Although Saiyans are combative, they only fight when their strengths are similar. Now that a being capable of taking them out in an instant has appeared, they naturally want to stay as far away as possible. They can always challenge it later when their strength increases. Saiyans are just combative, but they aren't fools. They know danger and when to endure. Luo Xuan, why don't you join Rigo and the others? It would be safer to be with them. The reason they didn't act before was that they didn't know you. But now that you are acquainted, you can definitely team up. Saudi was also worried about Luo Xuan. He was concerned that if something happened to Luo Xuan, he would lose his privilege to use the gravity chamber in the future. Rigo, what do you think? This kid may be a low-level warrior, but his strength is quite formidable. He has even defeated mid-level warriors, and you have seen him explode the Fong Tooth Beast with one punch. This is what you told me. Let him team up with you. It shouldn't be a loss. You won't refuse, right? Saudi believed that no matter how strong Luo Xuan was, he was still a low-level warrior. If he encountered a powerful beast alone, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. So he would definitely choose to team up with Rigo and the others. After speaking to Luo Xuan, he turned to Rigo and the others, wanting them to take care of Luo Xuan. No need. I prefer to be alone, and my combat experience is lacking. I might hold you back. Just as Rigo was about to agree, Luo Xuan spoke up. He originally wanted to come to the northern forest to train, and being with others would surely hinder him somewhat. Moreover, he had secrets on him that were not immediately apparent, but over time, they would definitely be exposed. If his strength suddenly surged, or if his previously slow speed suddenly increased, it would be fine once or twice, but repeated occurrences would inevitably raise suspicion. Luo Xuan understood the principle of holding a beautiful jade brings crime, so he needed to navigate the northern forest alone for now. Since Luo Xuan wants to be alone, we won't insist. Rigo felt frustrated. Saiyans are inherently proud, and as a mid-level warrior, he felt discontented being rejected by a low-level warrior. Even if Luo Xuan's strength was comparable to mid-level warriors or even stronger than him. However, they had 4 mid-level warriors, so if it came to a fight, they wouldn't be afraid. Being outright rejected by a low-level warrior made him quite displeased, and he didn't have a good attitude about it. Beside them, Hack's face was filled with anger. If he weren't unable to beat Luo Xuan, he would have directly attacked. When did low-level warriors become so arrogant, looking down on mid-level warriors and refusing to team up with them? Only Kiss and Mashi remained silent, quietly observing, although they also felt that this low-level warrior was a bit overly arrogant. All right, since you want to train alone, then so be it. Saudi didn't expect Luo Xuan to say that, but after thinking about Rigo's earlier situation, he felt relieved. If he were in danger and the other party was betting on how he would die, he would also feel a knot in his heart. In the future, don't even think about cooperation. Not attacking him would already be a good outcome. Let me remind you one last time. The dangers here are not just fierce beasts. There are also many mid-level warriors, some of whom are not as kind as us. Hack knew he couldn't defeat Luo Xuan, so he could only make a verbal threat. Of course, this threat had no effect on Luo Xuan. All right, Hack, stop talking. Let's go. You should focus on your training. Otherwise, your strength will really hold the team back. Rigo held back the angry dwarf and turned to leave. What did you say? What's wrong with my strength? Hearing Rigo's words, Hack became even angrier, questioning him all the way, but the others ignored him. Watching the 4 of them leave, Saudi shook his head, said a few words to Luo Xuan, and then also left the northern forest. Looking at the departing figures, a smile appeared at the corner of Luo Xuan's mouth. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, and his body felt significantly heavier. After saying goodbye to a few people, Luo Xuan directly increased the gravity of his clothing to 25 times. Saiyan bodies are resilient. They can adapt to such high gravity. Although he felt much heavier and his movement speed slowed considerably, overall, 25 times gravity felt just right for Luo Xuan. Of course, Luo Xuan knew that this was thanks to the Saiyan body, which inherently grows stronger in the face of challenges. If it were his original body, he wouldn't have been able to adapt to even 5 times gravity, let alone 25 times. He was well aware of how weak his body was. The Saiyan body, however, could adapt to 20 times gravity with just one battle, allowing him to directly increase to 25 times gravity. This was mainly because Luo Xuan had forcibly used 30 times gravity on the gravity chamber earlier, although that gravity caused considerable damage to his body. After being healed by the Senza beans, he gained some understanding and concept of 30 times gravity. This is why he could adapt to 20 times gravity so quickly. Adapting to 30 times gravity would require more than one battle. It was something Luo Xuan couldn't currently withstand. Even moving would be difficult under 30 times gravity. For Luo Xuan now, 25 times gravity was just right for him to bear. It was neither too high nor too low. Feeling the weight on him, Luo Xuan adjusted and then started walking in the opposite direction of where Rigo and the others had gone. If Rigo or Saudi were here, they would have noticed that Luo Xuan's steps were somewhat heavy, leaving clear footprints on the ground due to the increased weight. Mashi, are you still thinking about that kid? Along the way, Hack kept boasting about how strong he was, but everyone in the team knew his true abilities, so no one paid him any mind. After a while, seeing Mashi lost in thought, he walked over. Hey, what is so great about that kid? He's just a low-level warrior. If it weren't for Saudi being there earlier, I would have killed that kid already. Hacker still felt a bit upset. That kid actually looked down on their team, and Hacker couldn't stand being despised by a low-level warrior. Kill him? Who knows who would kill whom? Moxie didn't say anything, but the one beside her spoke up first. Addressing Rigo, although he was also quite annoyed, after careful consideration, he realized that if a fight really broke out, he wasn't confident he could take down that low-level warrior. What's wrong? I'm Hacker, at least a mid-level warrior. How could I possibly be killed by a low-level warrior? He didn't know about the other's strength, but Hacker wasn't one to admit defeat verbally. Anyway, the opponent wasn't here, so there was no way for the two to fight. He could say whatever he wanted. Can you smash a giant beast into 4 pieces with 1 punch? Can you reduce a fang-toothed beast to dust with a single blow? This time, it was Keith who spoke. Although he didn't talk much, every time he did, he got straight to the point. I can't. Although Hacker liked to brag. This was something he truly couldn't boast about. If he exaggerated and ended up having to face it himself, what would he do? That guy's speed and power seemed to explode in an instant. Didn't you see? His previous fights were tough. It didn't look like he was pretending at all. But then he suddenly became relaxed and confident. Finally, Moxie also spoke up. She didn't argue with the others, but expressed her own opinion. Although she previously looked down on someone like Luo Xuan, a low-level warrior coming to the northern forest, she had still seen his battles, after all. He had persisted for so long. So when he finally erupted, she clearly noticed the change in his expression. That must have been a desperate counterattack. After all, we Saiyans are a race that grows stronger when faced with challenges. That kid's combat power was not much different from that of the fang-toothed beast. So it was understandable that he suddenly unleashed powerful strength in a moment of danger. Rigo thought for a moment and agreed with Moxie. At that time, he was betting with Hacker and had seen it more clearly than Moxie. At that moment, Luo Xuan really did explode suddenly, and he became very confident in an instant. Yes, that's definitely it. Otherwise, how could a low-level warrior possibly unleash strength greater than that of a mid-level warrior? Next time he encounters a fang-toothed beast, he probably won't be so lucky. This struck a chord with Hacker. Otherwise, he felt like he was being overshadowed by a low-level warrior, which didn't sit well with him. No, it was only after he revealed a confident expression that he suddenly erupted. Moxie interrupted Hacker and continued. If it were a sudden explosion, he might have shown a confident smile, but he had already seen the result. That guy suddenly became very confident, as if he knew he was going to explode, and without any hesitation, he charged forward. After hearing Moxie's analysis, everyone thought about it carefully, and it really was like that. So, that means Luo Xuan must have known his strength would erupt. Perhaps that wasn't an explosion, but his true power. He brought out his true strength and easily killed the fang-toothed beast. However, this still couldn't explain his bewildered expression afterward. That dazed look, staring at his own hands while standing still, this was something they all witnessed. Why was that? Did he not want to take responsibility? The problem was that no one expected him to take responsibility for this. Moxie shook her head regarding this question. This was what puzzled her the most. What an interesting guy. Moxie smiled and decided not to argue further on this issue. After all, no matter how much they discussed, they wouldn't reach a conclusion. Now, a low-level warrior suddenly emerged who was stronger than herself, putting pressure on her as a high-level warrior. It seemed she needed to intensify her training. Damn it. The most furious was, of course, Hacker. He was just looked down upon by a low-level warrior, and now he was also being looked down upon by his own companions. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Seeing a stone on the ground, he kicked it hard. Roar! A roar came from a distance, along with a look from his companions that seemed to want to eat him alive. Bang! After killing the fang-toothed beast again, Luo Xuan also breathed a sigh of relief. It had been 3 days since he left last time, and during these 3 days, he had been constantly searching for fang-toothed beasts in the northern forest. As long as he found them, he would fight them. At first, he was a bit unaccustomed. He often had to release gravity before he could defeat them. However, after 2 or 3 rounds of training, now even with 25 times the gravity, Luo Xuan could still kill the fang-toothed beast, though the effect wasn't as strong as the first time. Plus, after killing many of them, He should have killed the fang-toothed beast 7 times now. And he was completely adapted to the 25 times gravity. Rolling looked at the 2 dead bodies in front of her and said softly, "In 3 days, plus the first 2 she had killed, she had encountered the fang-toothed beast 7 times, and in these 7 battles, although she had suffered some minor injuries, the fang-toothed beast had been killed by her each time. Now she had adapted to 25 times the gravity, but it was still far from enough. For someone who had only adapted to 25 times the gravity in 3 days, Luo Xuan felt it was insufficient. After all, he had seen in anime how characters like Darl or Vegeta underwent 500 times the gravity to break through to Super Saiyan. The increase in gravity made it more difficult to adapt as time went on. If it really was 500 times the gravity, Luo Xuan didn't know how long it would take to adapt. Thinking of this, Luo Xuan didn't hesitate at all and directly increased the gravity to 30 times. For the previous Luo Xuan, 30 times the gravity would have been enough to render him immobile. But now it was different. Even with 30 times the gravity, he could still fight, though it would be somewhat obstructive. Bang! At that moment, a sound came from not far away. Are there Saiyans nearby? Although this North Forest is a place for intermediate warriors to train, after the gravity platform was built, those intermediate warriors all went there, leaving only a few to train here. So in the 3 days Luo Xuan had been here, he had only seen Rigo and his 3 companions, without encountering any other Saiyans. Let's go take a look. After thinking it over, Luo Xuan wanted to see what was going on. He had heard from Shade that there were other ferocious beasts inside, but in these 3 days, he had only encountered the fang-toothed beast and nothing else. The sound just now was clearly not made by a fang-toothed beast, so Luo Xuan wanted to go see what kind of ferocious beast it was. In fact, Luo Xuan felt that the fang-toothed beast was a bit insufficient for his training and wanted to find a stronger beast to train against. What to do? Should we just fight them? The one speaking was the Saiyan hack, who had separated from Luo Xuan 3 days ago. Their current situation didn't seem good. How to fight? We are all injured, and there are so many scorpion tigers. How can we fight? The one speaking now was Kiss, who was covered in blood, some of which was his and some not. He had many wounds, and some new ones were still bleeding. Damn Hack, if it weren't for you, would we have provoked this bunch? Mashi was also looking at Hack with anger. If looks could kill, Hack would have died countless times by now. Mashi was also covered in blood, losing her feminine grace and looking somewhat disheveled. Hack stammered for a long time, but couldn't say anything because it was all his fault. 3 days ago, because of Luo Xuan, he kicked a stone on the ground out of anger. As a result, that kick accidentally crushed a scorpion tiger cub to death. What kind of people are Saiyans? Even a small stone can kill a ferocious beast, let alone a big stone, especially against a newborn cub. So they have been chased by this group of scorpion tigers for 3 days. Although a single scorpion tiger is nothing to an intermediate warrior and could be dealt with easily, this was a group, and their combined strength was not as simple as 1 + 1. After experiencing battle after battle, Rigo and the others were gradually becoming exhausted, and their injuries were increasing, until they were just chased here with no way to escape. They were surrounded. All right, arguing is useless now. Since we can't escape, we can only fight. We just hope we can hold on until another team passes by to help us. Rigo was feeling somewhat hopeless at this moment. After all, he understood Saiyan nature best. How could they possibly help? It would be good enough if they just watched from the sidelines. Besides, with so many scorpion tigers, a few more intermediate warriors might not survive either, unless it was high-level warriors or Saiyans close to high-level strength. But those people were all at the gravity platform. How could they possibly appear in the North Forest? Well, let's fight. The others nodded. This wasn't the time to argue. Perhaps this was their last chance to fight side by side. At that moment, the Saiyan blood in their bodies was boiling. Being chased by these beasts for 3 days made them feel very embarrassed as Saiyans. Now that they had given up on the idea of surviving, their fighting spirit returned. Just as Rigo and the others prepared to fight, a sound of footsteps approached. They looked over and saw a figure slowly walking toward them. It's a person. Quiche, with sharp eyes, spotted the figure first. At least it wasn't another ferocious beast, but a human. Even if the person didn't help, they wouldn't attack them. But when they saw the face of the newcomer, they quickly dismissed that thought. It's Luo Xuan. Mashi recognized the face of the person coming toward them, who was walking in the opposite direction of them. How did this guy end up here? The others also recognized Luo Xuan, and Hack said somewhat awkwardly. If it were another Saiyan, it was unlikely they would attack them, but Luo Xuan was different. They hadn't helped him when he was in trouble, and instead, they had bet against him. Now, surrounded by scorpion tigers, Luo Xuan just happened to appear. If a fight broke out, he might use some tricks on the side, which would definitely lead to their faster demise. Upon seeing the newcomer, the hope that had risen in Rigo and the others' hearts instantly dampened. They had just offended Luo Xuan 3 days ago, and now they encountered him at this moment. Was this karma? Previously, Rigo and the others didn't believe in karma, but now they had no choice but to believe it. Luo Xuan clearly didn't expect that the 4 surrounded individuals were actually the previous Lei Gu and his companions. What a narrow road for enemies. The scorpion tigers around also surprised Luo Xuan. Although he didn't know what they were, he could tell that each one was quite formidable. With so many of them, it's no wonder Lei Gu and the others were surrounded. If they weren't all intermediate warriors, they would have been torn to shreds by now. Indeed, a place that can give rise to warrior races like the Saiyans. Even other species here are incredibly powerful. Seeing this, Luo Xuan couldn't help but sigh. The previous Fanchi giant beast was at most an ordinary wild boar or wild monkey on Earth. But on this planet, it was so fierce. The ones in front of him, although they looked like tigers, Luo Xuan knew that if they really fought, they definitely wouldn't be weaker than the Fanchi giant beast. After all, if wild boars and wild monkeys could be that strong, then these wild tigers would surely be no weaker. Roar! Just as Luo Xuan took a step forward, several scorpion tigers turned around and roared at him. Hey, great! The scorpion tigers noticed him. They could join us now. Hake, seeing this scene, grinned. He had just been worried that Luo Xuan would just watch from the sidelines and intervene a little, but now it seemed the scorpion tigers had already noticed him. They would definitely attack him together, which wouldn't hinder them. Perhaps they might even have a chance to escape. However, the next scene left them stunned. Luo Xuan stopped in his tracks, and those scorpion tigers that had just roared at him seemed to hesitate for a moment before ignoring him, still glaring ferociously at them. What was going on? Why did the scorpion tigers ignore him? Hake was also dumbfounded. The scorpion tigers should be ferocious and bloodthirsty. Why did they only roar at Luo Xuan and then not pay him any more attention? It was because the scorpion tigers sensed danger from him. Reluctantly, they didn't want to attack him. Although these creatures seemed not very intelligent, they understood how to avoid danger. Everyone else also saw this. Lego hesitated for a moment, but still expressed his opinion. However, as soon as he spoke, the other 3 almost spat blood. These scorpion tigers were not afraid of their combined strength as intermediate warriors, but they feared a single low-level warrior like Luo Xuan. Didn't that mean that their combined strength was still weaker than that of a low-level warrior? It was probably true. If he were willing to help, perhaps they wouldn't die. Mashi also nodded, looking seriously at Luo Xuan. The perception of these scorpion tigers was much stronger than theirs. Since they sensed that Luo Xuan posed a greater danger than the 4 of them combined, it must be true. This person's strength should have reached the level of an advanced warrior, or at least be close to it, which could explain the situation. This was probably impossible. Hearing Mashi's words, Lego couldn't help but smile bitterly. If it were before, when he hadn't been betting on the sidelines and later got to know Luo Xuan through Shade, he might have helped, but now it was impossible. Roar! The scorpion tigers didn't want to give them too much time to talk and charge forward. This group of humans had killed their future king. How could they not take revenge? Don't think too much. Prepare for battle. Seeing this, Legu said with a serious expression and began to prepare for combat. At this time, the scorpion tigers also lunged at them. The 4 intermediate warriors unleashed their formidable combat power. Knowing the danger they faced, they held nothing back. They brought out all their strength. They could handle a few scorpion tigers each. But what if there were 4, 5, or even more? There were at least 30 scorpion tigers here, with over 20 more standing still. If they all attacked at once, each of them would have to deal with at least 7 or 8 scorpion tigers. How could they possibly win? They had been running for 3 days, during which they had killed quite a few scorpion tigers. But fists couldn't fight against many hands. Even if they were Saiyans, they would get tired. After dealing with some, they had no choice but to choose to flee, but these scorpion tigers had no intention of letting them go. In the chaotic battle, the group, who initially had the upper hand, gradually fell to the disadvantage as more scorpion tigers joined in. One moment of inattention, and the weakest among them, Hake, was bitten on the shoulder by a scorpion tiger. Fortunately, Legu saw it and punched the scorpion tiger, making it loosen its grip. The scorpion tiger's skin was tough. Even after taking a punch from an intermediate warrior, it only let go in pain. However, Hake's right hand was severely injured and could not exert any strength. Luo Xuan was just watching from the sidelines, not making a move. He still didn't know how strong these scorpion tigers were. Luo Xuan, can you help us? Can you go outside the forest and call for help? At this moment, Mashi shouted towards Luo Xuan. They couldn't hold on much longer, and now that Hake was injured, it was even harder to endure. Please, at this life-and-death moment, they couldn't care less about the dignity of a Saiyan. Not every Saiyan was like Vegeta. As an advanced warrior and prince of the Saiyans, had such a strong sense of pride. But Lei Gu and the others were different. They were just intermediate warriors, and when it came to life and death, they were definitely thinking about how to survive. Originally, Mashi just shouted out of urgency, and then she saw a shadow appear in front of everyone at an incredible speed. Seeing Luo Xuan's speed, Mashi and the others gasped. This kind of speed, let alone a low-level warrior, even some intermediate warriors and even weaker advanced warriors couldn't reach it. Mashi had only acted on reflex out of anxiety, never expecting Luo Xuan to actually take action, and the speed he displayed was so terrifying. Such speed, everyone was astonished by Luo Xuan's speed. They knew they couldn't reach it. Even some advanced warriors couldn't attain such speed. His speed seems to have increased. Mashi was taken aback by Luo Xuan's speed and then said with a serious expression. When they first met, although Luo Xuan's speed was quite fast, it was just fast enough to see after images. But now, they could only see a black shadow. Yes, in just 3 days, his power had grown to such a terrifying level. Lega nodded. What kind of monster were they dealing with? Just a low-level warrior. Yet his power was comparable to an intermediate warrior, and his speed was akin to that of an advanced warrior. How could such a person exist? In just 3 days, his speed has actually increased again. Naok was at a loss for words. 3 days ago, he still had some confidence to fight Luo Xuan. But now, he had completely lost that confidence. The speed displayed by Luo Xuan was beyond his reach. If a fight really broke out with that speed, Luo Xuan would be impossible to catch up to, and he would only be left to take a beating. While they were astonished, Luo Xuan had already charged into the group of tigers. He didn't know what species they were, but after witnessing the battle between Rigo and the others, he realized that these tigers, in terms of strength, speed, and defense, were stronger than the Fong Fong giant beast. If there were only 2 or 3, they would be good targets for training. However, there were more than 30 here, and if he really fought them under 30 times the gravity, he knew he definitely wouldn't be able to win. But it was different once he broke free from his restraints. Under 20 times the gravity, he could easily defeat the Fong Fong giant beast, and these tigers were only slightly stronger than it, so Luo Xuan, having freed himself, could indeed fight. With Luo Xuan's arrival, the scorpion tigers reacted. They had sensed some danger from him before. However, now that Luo Xuan took the initiative to strike first, they couldn't hesitate any longer. Several scorpion tigers lunged towards Luo Xuan. After all, there were many of them, and if one couldn't do it, then 2 or 3 would try, and they were determined to subdue him. But they truly couldn't handle Luo Xuan. Boom! One scorpion tiger jumped up to bite Luo Xuan, but he didn't make much movement. He simply clenched his right fist and landed a punch directly on the tiger's head, causing it to explode. In that moment, both Rigo and his 3 companions, as well as the scorpion tigers, were stunned. The few scorpion tigers that had reached Luo Xuan suddenly stopped in their tracks. A head explosion from single punch? Huck couldn't believe what he was seeing. These scorpion tigers were stronger than the Fangqi giant beasts and had even greater defensive capabilities. Luo Xuan had previously been able to explode the Fangqi with 1 punch, but that giant beast was only shattered into 4 pieces. The scorpion tigers before him had defenses that were significantly higher than those of the giant beasts. Yet, under Luo Xuan's hand, they couldn't withstand a single punch. How is that possible? Even witnessing it firsthand felt unbelievable. This kid is really fierce. It seems we were saved this time. After a moment of shock, Rigo's face broke into a smile. He knew they were saved. Someone who could take down a scorpion tiger with 1 punch could handle over 30 of them in just a few minutes. Roar! After the moment of shock, some scorpion tigers became enraged. Their companion had been killed by this human, which was simply unforgivable. At this moment, it seemed that Luo Xuan's fighting spirit was also ignited. The instant he saw the scorpion tiger's blood, something inexplicable within him was ignited. Watching the charging scorpion tigers, Luo Xuan didn't retreat. He didn't even bother to defend himself, and instead went head-on against them. As one scorpion tiger charged, Luo Xuan threw a punch or kicked out his leg, and those scorpion tigers hit by his right hand were all directly exploded. The one struck by his kicks fell to the ground, struggled a few times, and then lay still. Seeing this scene, the other scorpion tigers no longer cared about Rigo and the others. They directly surrounded Luo Xuan. The frenzied scorpion tigers kept pouncing toward Luo Xuan, and soon one body was thrown out, crashing heavily to the ground. Rigo and his companions were already dumbfounded. Watching Luo Xuan surrounded by scorpion tigers, observing those tigers that charged in and flew out, and looking at the ground littered with scorpion tiger corpses. At that moment, Luo Xuan was like a god of death, and not a single scorpion tiger could emerge standing. They had forgotten to help. Besides, they had already sustained significant injuries. So going up wouldn't make much difference. Be careful, Mashi shouted in shock as she saw 4 scorpion tigers lunging at once. However, after her warning, she saw those 4 scorpion tigers that had just pounced and already flying back out, 2 dead on the spot, and the other 2 struggling on the ground, unable to get up. At this point, the remaining scorpion tigers realized that even though they were numerous, they couldn't defeat this human. The remaining scorpion tigers stopped charging and stood not far away, roaring at Luo Xuan in anger. Meanwhile, Luo Xuan was covered in blood, some of it his own, but most of it belonged to the scorpion tigers. After all, with so many scorpion tigers attacking simultaneously, and Luo Xuan having given up all defense, he had sustained some injuries. Roar! The group of scorpion tigers roared at Luo Xuan, then turned and ran. They ran away. Huck watched the scorpion tigers turn and flee, utterly speechless. In his understanding, scorpion tigers fought to the death. They would not rest until their enemies were dead. Once provoked, they would pursue endlessly until they either killed their foe or were wiped out. He had never heard of scorpion tigers being afraid or running away. But now he was witnessing it with his own eyes. This group of scorpion tigers chose to flee in the face of the boy's formidable strength. The others also realized this, each one stunned. It turned out that scorpion tigers could be afraid. They just hadn't encountered anything that scared them before. Looking at the ground covered in scorpion tiger corpses and at the boy drenched in blood, they all understood that the scorpion tigers had been frightened by him. Although they already knew this guy was powerful, they hadn't expected him to be this strong. To have scared off the fearless scorpion tigers, how strong must he be? Previously, there had been high-ranking warriors who encountered a group of scorpion tigers and killed many of them, but those scorpion tigers were not afraid. They kept charging until the high-ranking warrior killed them all. So in all the Saiyans' minds, these scorpion tigers were the most fearless beasts in the northern forest. However, today, Luo Xuan's performance shattered their worldview. It turned out that scorpion tigers could be scared. They just hadn't met an opponent that intimidated them. The previous high-ranking warrior had relied on a strength advantage to kill them, while Luo Xuan had given up defense and fought them head-on, like an even fiercer beast, which is why they were afraid. Seeing the tigers run away, Luo Xuan also let out a sigh of relief. Taking on so many tigers alone was exhausting. But fortunately, he had driven them all away. However, it was also good that they ran. The skins of these tigers were really tough. Thank you. Luo Xuan's voice also brought the few Saiyans who were lost in thought back to their senses. Mashi stepped forward and said to Luo Xuan that if it weren't for him this time, they might have been killed here. Yes, thank you, Luo Xuan. The 3 behind, Rigo and the others, also regained their composure and walked up to Luo Xuan to express their gratitude. No need, I just used them for training. I couldn't find anything else, so I decided to give them a try. Luo Xuan shook his head. He still had some reservations about these few people. The reason he made a move was merely to give Saudi face, and he couldn't be as indifferent and cold-hearted as the Saiyans, who would let others die without helping. After all, he had lived as a human on Earth for over 20 years. He smiled and said, "You really are strong. When we encountered these scorpion tigers, we could only escape, yet you actually chose them as your training targets." Hearing Luo Xuan's words, Rigo could only respond with an awkward smile. He knew that Luo Xuan was still angry about what happened 3 days ago, and understandably so, such matters would bother anyone, regardless of who they were. However, now that Luo Xuan had saved them, no matter what the other party's attitude was, they couldn't just turn around and leave. "Can I ask you something?" Although he didn't have a good impression of Rigo and the others, since he was acquainted with Saudi, Luo Xuan didn't want to make their relationship too tense. Bruce, he had some questions to ask them. "What is it?" "As long as we know, we will tell you," Rigo quickly replied when he saw Luo Xuan asking. He dared not truly regard Luo Xuan as a low-level warrior. He knew that trying to kill them would not be much harder than killing a dozen scorpion tigers. 3 days ago, they might have had the confidence to fight Luo Xuan, but now they had completely lost that confidence. Not even all 4 of them together could defeat the young man before them. Thinking of this, Rigo couldn't help but glance at Luo Xuan's right hand, which had the most blood on it. Just moments ago, this hand had smashed the heads of no less than 7 scorpion tigers. Are there many of these creatures called scorpion tigers in the North Forest? From their earlier conversation, Luo Xuan learned that these tigers were called scorpion tigers. But we didn't know why they had that name. There were quite a few of them, but they had previously only been found deeper in the North Forest, and he didn't know why they had come to the outskirts. Having roamed here for many years, Rigo was familiar with many species in the North Forest. The outskirts of the North Forest were home to relatively weak beasts, with strength comparable to low-level warriors. The strongest among them was the fang-toothed giant beast, which would kill low-level warriors without mercy. This was why the North Forest was known as a training ground for intermediate warriors, as the fang-toothed giant beast's strength was similar to that of intermediate warriors. However, it wasn't the case that the North Forest only had fang-toothed giant beasts, nor were they the rulers of the forest. The deeper one went, the more powerful beasts and ferocious creatures appeared. The scorpion tiger was a type of ferocious beast that lived deeper in the North Forest, preferring to live in groups with at least a dozen together. And there have been sightings of over 100 scorpion tigers hunting at once. Are there many more? That would be great. Luo Xuan didn't care whether these scorpion tigers lived on the outskirts or the inner areas of the northern forest. As long as they could help him in his cultivation, that was enough. You aren't planning to use these scorpion tigers for your training, are you? Mo Shi, who was beside him, spoke up. They were barely able to avoid the scorpion tigers they encountered, and this young man in front of them wanted to make the scorpion tigers his training targets? These scorpion tigers are just right for me to use as my training targets. Luo Xuan nodded. The Wangqi beasts were no longer sufficient for his cultivation, and this scorpion tiger seemed quite good. Its strength was even a notch above the Wangqi beast, and there should be quite a few of them, which suited him perfectly. These scorpion tigers are social animals, and this time we encountered a smaller group. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to hold out for 3 days. If we had faced a larger number, no matter how strong you are, you would still get tired. At that point, Emoshi thought to himself that if he wasn't careful, he might end up losing his life to a tiger's jaws. However, after a moment of hesitation, he chose not to say it out loud. The young man before him was quite strong, but there were many scorpion tigers. He could handle 10 to 20 at a time, but what about 50, 60, or even 100? I want to escape. They won't be able to catch me. Luo Xuan said, if the gravity is not increased, the speed of the scorpion tiger won't be able to catch up. But, she wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, he realized that the speed the boy had just demonstrated was such that even if the scorpion tiger chased with all its might, he could definitely escape if he wanted to. The warrior race of the Saiyans, if they were afraid of this, would only be cannon fodder in the face of stronger opponents in the future. Luo Xuan stood up and looked at the similarly tall Mashi, saying, although his soul was that of an earthling, his body was that of a Saiyan, with the warrior blood of the Saiyans flowing through him. Moreover, he was aware that soon the Saiyans would be at war with the Zofu people. At that time, if he was not strong enough, he would really only be cannon fodder, charging to the front lines to shield the higher-ranking warriors from the Zufu's artillery fire. He certainly did not want to go through the effort of being reborn only to end up as cannon fodder. Luo Xuan finished speaking and stood up. He now had his second goal, which was to head to the northern forest center to find scorpion tigers as opponents for his training. Saiyans are like this. They grow stronger when faced with stronger opponents. Constantly fighting weaker foes in one-sided battles is not particularly meaningful and doesn't lead to growth. A fighting race, the Saiyans? After hearing Luo Xuan's words, Mashi was taken aback. Yes, they're a fighting race, aiming for battle, and are naturally combative. When did they become so fearful of death? Training against those beasts of gaze in the outskirts was no longer of any use to her. It was just a way to pass the time. She hadn't felt herself growing stronger for half a year. Mashi had always thought that this was the highest point she could reach. After all, she was born with a predetermined height she could achieve, and now she had reached her limit. Therefore, she had never considered fighting stronger opponents because she was afraid of accidentally dying. But Luo Xuan was right. With her current strength, if enemies truly invaded, she might just end up as cannon fodder. Of course, cannon fodder can die too. Perhaps fighting stronger opponents now could help her grow stronger. Previously, Mashi never thought she could become stronger, but now she began to believe it, all because of the boy in front of her. He was just a low-level warrior, but he had trained himself to rival high-level warriors. As a mid-level warrior, although her talent might not be high, it was impossible that this was her peak. She could continue to fight, and she could continue to surpass herself. I want to take a walk in the Northern Forest Center. Do you want to come with me? With this thought, Mashi smiled and glanced at Rigo and the others behind her, asking them, are you crazy? The center is the territory of the scorpion tigers. With your strength, you can't handle a few of them. Going there is just asking for death. Rigo was the first to oppose. Although Luo Xuan's words made him ponder, he believed that there was only one Luo Xuan, and not everyone could be as lucky as him. Luck, in Rigo's view, was merely luck. If Luo Xuan hadn't encountered the scorpion tigers upon entering the forest, that was just good fortune. Of course, if Luo Xuan heard this, he would nod and smile. Indeed, he was lucky because he had a system in his mind, and because of his right hand. After the recovery from shattered bone fracture, he had become significantly stronger. Although didn't he know why, that was just luck. Luo Xuan had mentioned before that when he read novels, he liked the saying, luck is also a part strength. So he didn't mind others saying he was just lucky, as that was also part of his strength. Just don't be like him. Yes, a madman. Let us stick to battling those beasts of gaze in the outskirts. Those suit us. The short Hark also chimed in, opposing the idea. After all, they had just encountered scorpion tigers, and he was still injured. So he was somewhat fearful of the scorpion tigers. His strength was very high, and dealing with beasts of gaze was already somewhat strenuous. Thus, he didn't want to go to the Northern Forest Center. What about you? Mashi didn't say much and just looked at Kai's, who had yet to express his opinion. I think it's too dangerous. Kai's hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. The center was indeed very dangerous for them. So he didn't support entering the Northern Forest Center. If it weren't for the recent battle and being surrounded by scorpion tigers, he might have considered trying it. But after experiencing the battle with the scorpion tigers, he also knew that without Luo Xuan, they wouldn't last long inside. After hearing their words, Mashi just glanced at them and then turned directly to walk in the direction where Luo Xuan had just left. Perhaps this walk would lead her to never return. But Mashi didn't feel scared. Mashi, you, Rigo, and the others didn't expect that despite all three opposing, Mashi would still resolutely head towards the Northern Forest Center. What now? Kai's asked. Originally, the four were a small team, so he still asked the leader, Rigo, let her go if she wants. Even if we follow, we can't take down 30 scorpion tigers. After a moment of hesitation, Rigo said lightly. Although they were a team, their relationships weren't particularly close. They would help each other in times of danger, but now Mashi was choosing to seek death, so they didn't feel the need to follow her. If it weren't for that kid Luo Xuan, Mashi wouldn't be foolish enough to go to her death. Hark said angrily, believing that this should be blamed on Luo Xuan. If Luo Xuan hadn't been talking nonsense, Mashi wouldn't have chosen to go to the Northern Forest Center. Thus, she wouldn't have died. In their eyes, a mid-level warrior entering the Northern Forest Center was not much different from dying. Let us go. Hark is injured. Let us head back and rest for a few days. Shaking his head, Rigo knew Mashi's character. She would definitely go. So he didn't linger any longer and headed in another direction. Their team was just a temporary group. There wasn't that much deep emotion. Luo Xuan followed the route he had previously asked Lei Gu and the others about, heading towards the central part of the forest. He took out a fairy bean and ate it, restoring himself to peak condition. After all, the central area was not like the outskirts, according to them. Only relatively strong intermediate warriors or larger teams dared to venture in. This indicates just how dangerous the central area is. In the past 3 days, he had also collected 2 fairy beans, and Luo Xuan still couldn't figure out the cooldown time for the fairy beans. The first fairy bean was collected after a day and a half, but the second one took less than a day. However, having some is better than none. After all, this system is inherently incredible, and there might be a reason behind this. Roar. Not long after entering the Northern Forest Central area, Luo Xuan encountered the first wave of scorpion tigers. This group had fewer members than before, only 5, which was just right for Luo Xuan to train under 30 times gravity. Shortly after entering the Northern Forest Central area, he came across 5 scorpion tigers that had come out in pairs to hunt. When Luo Xuan saw them, they also spotted him, their eyes flashing with ferocity. Although they sensed that Luo Xuan was somewhat dangerous, they did not flee immediately. They wouldn't run away unless they had been defeated. Just like the previous group of scorpion tigers. If Luo Xuan hadn't fought so fiercely against so many of them, they wouldn't have fled so easily. 5? Perfect. Looking at the 5 scorpion tigers before him, Luo Xuan nodded. If there were a few more, he would have to take action first to eliminate the excess. But now, with only 5, they were just right for training under 30 times gravity. Due to the increased gravity, Luo Xuan needed to use part of his strength to counteract it, which weakened his speed and power somewhat. Once he fully adapted, he would be able to move like a normal person without needing to divert his attention to resist it. As Luo Xuan walked over, the 5 scorpion tigers hesitated for a moment before charging directly at him. The scorpion tigers had no combat skills, relying merely on a few hunting tactics found in the forest. However, their ferocity, strength, and strong defenses led to many low-level and even intermediate warriors meeting their end at the jaws of these tigers. Luo Xuan didn't deal with gravity and directly threw a punch at the head of the scorpion tiger that was charging at him. However, this time he didn't kill the scorpion tiger outright. It only fell to the ground and soon got back up, shaking its head. Hee, come again. Luo Xuan let out a low shout and charged forward directly. The scorpion tigers, seeing that their companion was unharmed, lifted the danger signal and rushed in. One scorpion tiger lunged at him, but Luo Xuan dodged to the side with a swift movement and kicked upward, sending another scorpion tiger that was just about to leap flying. At that moment, two scorpion tigers from either side also pounced simultaneously. Luo Xuan chose not to face them head-on. Instead, he jumped to avoid the attack from the left scorpion tiger. However, he underestimated the 30-fold gravity and the height of the scorpion tiger's leap, and he was knocked down by the one on the right. Roar! The scorpion tiger that knocked Luo Xuan down showed no hesitation and prepared to bite at his neck. In a moment of urgency, Luo Xuan threw a right hook, striking the scorpion tiger on its jaw and shattering one of its fangs. He then kicked it in the abdomen, sending it flying, and rolled up to leap powerfully, catching up with the flying scorpion tiger and slamming both hands down on its head like playing volleyball. The scorpion tiger hit hard, changed direction, and flew toward the ground. With a loud bang, the scorpion tiger crashed to the ground, creating a large pit. So painful, Luo Xuan thought as he returned to the ground, feeling pain in his hands. He had just struck the scorpion tiger's skull and hadn't expected its bones to be so hard. Why hadn't he noticed this before? Watching his companion fall from the sky, their fate uncertain, the other four scorpion tigers paused their attacks, but only for a moment before they continued charging toward Luo Xuan. This time, Luo Xuan didn't launch a fierce attack. Instead, he only made a few light strikes. Although he could inflict some damage on the scorpion tigers, it wasn't enough to immobilize them. The purpose of this approach was to better hone his speed. After all, under 30-fold gravity, his speed had decreased significantly, so he needed to adapt. Constantly dodging the attacks of the scorpion tigers was also an important part of Luo Xuan's training. Unless he truly couldn't evade, he refrained from counterattacking and kept dodging instead. Time passed second by second. It seems like this is enough. Luo Xuan let out a sigh of relief, as he was feeling a bit tired at this moment, and the speed of those scorpion tigers had also slowed down significantly. Even their speed no longer posed a threat to Luo Xuan. Then let them die. Luo Xuan did not intend to let them go. He never thought of himself as a good person. In this world, if one is not a bit ruthless, they definitely won't get far. If he couldn't even bring himself to deal with a few scorpion tigers now, what would happen when he faced humans in the future? Would he just defeat them and then let them go back to continue growing? Would they return to take revenge and defeat him later? Luo Xuan did not have such naive thoughts. The survival of the fittest is an unchanging law of this world. So Luo Xuan acted decisively, quickly taking down the four scorpions that had already been worn down by him. After the last scorpion was dealt with, he sat down on the ground to rest, feeling a bit tired. Go. I'm so hungry. Luo Xuan now understands why Sun Wukong often feels hungry. With such intense battles, even if he eats a fairy bean that allows him to go 10 days without food, 10 of them wouldn't be enough to stave off hunger. He looked at the bag he carried with him. Previously, Luo Xuan had roasted some meat from the fong-toothed giant beast and had been carrying it on his back. But it was only the meat from the pig-deer butterfly. He still dared not eat that red-haired monkey. Is there only this little left? Luo Xuan looked at the meat in the package, and there wasn't much left. If it were before, he could have eaten several meals, but with a Saiyan's appetite. He wasn't sure if this meal would be enough to fill him up. He had already carried quite a bit, thinking it would last him a few days. But it barely lasted 3 days. Now, he understood that Saiyans really didn't have enough to eat when it came to meals. Delicious. Although this was just simple roasted meat with no seasoning, Luo Xuan found it tasty, and now that he was hungry, he felt everything he ate was delicious. Soon, he finished all the meat in the package. It's still not enough. After finishing, Luo Xuan felt like he was only half full. At this rate, he wouldn't have much stamina for the upcoming battles, which wouldn't do. But there were no pigs or deer nearby. This was the central part of the North Forest, where there were no giant tooth beasts at all. They wouldn't dare to step foot here. Even if some reckless ones came in, they would have long been killed and eaten by the scorpion tigers. Thinking of this, Luo Xuan suddenly shivered and looked at the 5 scorpion tiger corpses on the ground. He wondered if the meat of these scorpion tigers was any good. Looking at the scorpion tigers on the ground, Luo Xuan suddenly wanted to try the taste. Wow, it's delicious. In his previous life, he could never eat tiger meat, but here on Vegeta, with not much else to eat, Luo Xuan settled for roasting the meat of these scorpion tigers. To his surprise, the meat without any seasoning was incredibly delicious. After filling up, Luo Xuan learned his lesson this time and carried a large amount of roasted scorpion tiger meat on his back. Roar! Just then, a roar came from Luo Xuan's left side. He looked over and found another scorpion tiger. Do you want to eat too? Luo Xuan shook the meat in his hand, which was a leg, and then threw it directly at the scorpion tiger. Roar! The scorpion tiger didn't move, just let out a roar towards the sky. And then Luo Xuan heard the roar of scorpion tigers echoing all around him, making him feel that something was off. Soon after, Luo Xuan saw a bunch of scorpion tigers running over, all coming in this direction, and their numbers were continuously increasing. At this moment, Luo Xuan realized that the scorpion tiger had seen its kind being roasted and eaten and was preparing to kill him. It was calling for its companions. A thought flashed through Luo Xuan's mind, and then he ran in another direction. Indeed, the number of scorpion tigers he had just seen had exceeded 50, many more than the ones that had previously attacked Rigo and the others, and the numbers were still increasing. So if Luo Xuan were to engage them directly, he would definitely not stand a chance, and could only run for now. Although he didn't want to end up as cannon fodder, it would be better than dying in the jaws of tiger. What was going on? That roar should belong to the scorpion tigers, right? Could it be that some unfortunate fellow had wandered into their territory? At this moment, even the Saiyans on the outskirts of the forest could hear the roars of the scorpion tigers. After all, with dozens of scorpion tigers roaring in the forest, even those closer to the center could hear it clearly. How could there be so many scorpion tigers roaring at the same time? At this time, Mashi had also arrived at the center, where she could clearly hear the roars of the scorpion tigers. After all, this place was close to where Luo Xuan was. Of course, although Mashi was puzzled, she had no intention of stopping and directly ran in another direction. The roars of the scorpion tigers were nearby. If she didn't run, she might get caught up in it. Finding a taller tree, Mashi quickly climbed up. Having spent many years in the North Forest, she had learned many survival skills in the wild. When encountering scorpion tigers, as long as they weren't targeting her, she just needed to find a place to hide, and the scorpion tigers wouldn't attack her. Just as Mashi climbed up the tree, she saw a shadow running past. Is that him? Upon seeing the shadow, Mashi immediately recognized it as Luo Xuan. Hadn't he just entered the center? How could he be so unfortunate as to encounter the scorpion tiger group so quickly? Although she had followed Luo Xuan in, their paths were somewhat different, and she didn't know how long he had been in there or how he had provoked the scorpion tigers. But wasn't he capable of fighting more than 30 scorpion tigers? Was he training? Indeed, strong individuals are different, directly using the scorpion tiger group to train his speed. Having seen Luo Xuan take on more than 30 scorpion tigers before, Mashi didn't think he was running away. Instead, she believed this was his way of training. No wonder a low-level warrior could be so strong. It turned out his training methods were different from ordinary people. Roar! Then Mashi saw behind Luo Xuan a group of scorpion tigers closely following him. Seeing the number of scorpion tigers, her face instantly filled with an expression of shock. Roughly estimating, there were at least 60 or 70 scorpion tigers. This was already a large-scale scorpion tiger attack. Has that guy gone crazy, provoking so many scorpion tigers for training? Mashi was very surprised. It was rare to see 60 or 70 scorpion tigers mobilize at the same time. There was only one time when a high-level warrior was surrounded by over 100 scorpion tigers after killing a few scorpion tiger cubs. In the end, that high-level warrior did not survive to leave the North Forest, and by the time other Saiyans came to rescue him, he was already dead. Although the combat power of scorpion tigers was not too high, an average mid-level warrior could easily handle one or two. However, being besieged by over 100 at the same time was impossible for even a strong high-level warrior. That high-level warrior had killed more than 30 before being exhausted and ultimately killed. After all, the high-level warriors back then were not the same as those now. Some of the current high-level warriors, through continuous training on the gravity platform, had greatly increased their strength compared to before. While Mashi was contemplating, Luo Xuan ran back again, heading in another direction, with a group of scorpion tigers continuously chasing after him, seemingly unwilling to let him go. Damn, running like this isn't a solution. Although Luo Xuan still had some stamina left since he had just eaten, being chased by dozens of scorpion tigers was not a viable option. Right, climb a tree. He suddenly thought that while these scorpion tigers were strong, their only weakness was that they couldn't stay on trees like the Wanchi. So it should be fine to climb a tree now. With this in mind, Luo Xuan found a sturdy tree and quickly climbed up. After a few jumps, he reached another tree. Is it you? When he got to the tree, Luo Xuan saw that there was actually a person hiding there. It was Mashi from Lei Ji's team. Aren't you supposed to be training your speed? How did you get up here? Mashi was taken aback when she saw Luo Xuan suddenly climbing up. Wasn't this guy bold enough to race with the scorpion tigers? Am I crazy? Looking for so many scorpion tigers to race with? Hearing Mashi's words, Luo Xuan rolled his eyes. Could he just play with so many scorpion tigers? Cough, cough, but why are so many scorpion tigers chasing you? If you didn't provoke them, there shouldn't be 6 or 7 dozen of them chasing you, right? She thought this because she had just seen him take on more than 30 scorpion tigers alone. But now that she thought about it, it really didn't seem possible. If that were the case, he would indeed be crazy. He had only killed 5 of their companions. Luo Xuan looked at the scorpions below that had not yet discovered him and let out a sigh of relief. Was it really that simple? She clearly didn't believe it. After mingling in the northern forest for so long, he knew that killing a few scorpions wouldn't provoke an attack from the whole group. Unless those 5 were scorpion cubs. Because he suddenly felt hungry and had nothing good to eat, he just roasted them. At this point, Luo Xuan felt a bit embarrassed. However, she was speechless. You killed their companion and roasted it on their territory. Who else would they chase if not you? After hearing Luo Xuan's words, she was also a loss for words. Roasting a companion at their doorstep, it would be strange if they didn't come after you. He hadn't thought much about it in the moment of hunger. Luo Xuan scratched his head, realizing that he hadn't thought much about it just now. After all, when he's hungry, he doesn't care about anything else. It was only after eating that he remembered they were in the central area of the North Forest, not the outskirts. This was the territory of the scorpion tigers. There's really nothing he could do about it. However, even though this was the central area of the North Forest, it was relatively close to the outskirts, so there shouldn't be so many scorpion tigers gathered here. She also found it strange. The scorpion tigers were the overlords of the central region, so how could they collectively wander around the outskirts? Moreover, recalling the group of scorpion tigers they encountered earlier, which had already run to the outskirts, made it even more puzzling. How would I know? Don't mention the North Forest. Even in this world, Luo Xuan didn't know much. So, he was even less clear about the power distribution inside the North Forest. Roar. Just then, a roar echoed, and her body shook slightly, almost causing her to fall. They had been discovered. Luo Xuan looked at the group of scorpion tigers under the tree, and at this moment, they had already discovered him up in the big tree, bumping into it. How could he still be smiling after being found out? Looking at Luo Xuan's beaming face, She could only let out a bitter laugh. They had already been discovered and surrounded by so many scorpion tigers. How could this guy still be smiling? What was more important was that he was innocent. Hiding up in this tree, he hadn't provoked anyone, yet this guy had attracted all these scorpion tigers over, and now he was the one surrounded. If he didn't smile, should he cry? You hold this bag for me first, I'll go distract them. Luo Xuan placed the bundle he was carrying into Shi's hands, then leaped down from the tree, charging directly into the encirclement of the scorpion tigers. He kicked 2 scorpion tigers that lunged at him away and dashed towards a gap, while the scorpion tigers, momentarily stunned, quickly pursued him. Shi, who hadn't reacted yet, saw Luo Xuan dash out, followed by a large portion of the scorpion tigers chasing after him, leaving 5 scorpion tigers behind. Are they targeting me too? The intelligence of these scorpion tigers has increased. She felt helpless. She had just entered this forest and encountered so many scorpion tigers. She initially thought it would be safe in the trees, but that guy Luo Xuan had brought her such trouble. If it were 3 scorpion tigers, she could handle it, for it would be a challenge. But now with 5 scorpion tigers below, she could only rely on luck. Thinking of this, she secured Luo Xuan's bundle onto herself and jumped down as well. Although she was safe in the tree for now, it was only a matter of time before the scorpion tigers knocked it down. To become stronger, one must face stronger opponents, and these 5 scorpion tigers were just beyond her current capabilities. This place is nice. It's time to get some exercise. Running to a relatively open area, Luo Xuan stopped. Being chased by those scorpion tigers had been a form of training. With the constant acceleration, Luo Xuan had fully adapted to the 30 times gravity and was ready to test his combat power. Bang! He turned around and punched a nearby scorpion tiger away and rushed into the scorpion tiger army. Now that he had just adapted to 30 times gravity, he still needed to acclimate to fighting. Although it was 30 times gravity, it was merely 30 times Earth's gravity. It's worth noting that Sun Wukong trained under 100 times Earth's gravity in a spaceship, and there was still a long way to reach that level. Although this was already impressive for Luo Xuan, it was far from enough to become a Super Saiyan. Even Vegeta, with the strongest potential among Saiyans, trained under 400 times Earth's gravity before breaking through. Therefore, 30 times and 100 times Earth's gravity were still insufficient. The training had just begun. How could he give up so quickly? His body continued to weave among the scorpion tigers, and with every punch thrown, a scorpion tiger was sent flying. Even though Luo Xuan was fighting under 30 times gravity, his strength was enough to defeat the scorpion tigers. Each punch varied in intensity. Some were merely knocked away and continued to charge, while others were knocked out or even killed. Under 30 times gravity, Luo Xuan could still kill a scorpion tiger with one punch, proving that his current training was worthwhile and not in vain. Thus, this path of training was indeed suitable for him. Meanwhile, as Luo Xuan began his battle, she also started her fight. However, she wasn't as strong as Luo Xuan. Dealing with 5 scorpion tigers was quite a struggle for her. She could only curse Luo Xuan in her heart for attracting so many scorpion tigers, wondering if she should have entered the northern part of the forest at all. Did they finally leave? Luo Xuan collapsed directly onto the ground. He didn't even know how many punches he had thrown or how many kicks he had delivered. In any case, dozens of scorpion tigers had all come into close contact with him. It wasn't until he had beaten half of them to death that the rest managed to escape. The next time they encountered Luo Xuan, they would probably just run away. After all, they had come out as a group of over 60 scorpion tigers, and now only more than 40 remained. This time, Luo Xuan did not reduce the gravity. It remained the same. Therefore, it took him a bit longer to kill this group of scorpion tigers compared to last time. However, last time was to save someone, while this time was for training. So, Luo Xuan chose to take his time with the fight. If he really couldn't handle it, he could always run away. After all, the main focus now was on his training, not on hunting scorpion tigers. By the way, I wonder how things are going on Moshi's side. At this moment, Luo Xuan suddenly recalled that while he was running, there seemed to be several scorpion tigers that did not chase after him, but instead surrounded the big tree. Their target should be Moshi. Based on previous strength, Moshi could only handle 3 or 4 scorpion tigers at most. Luo Xuan had run so fast just now that he didn't check how many were left behind. If the number was too large, it would be putting someone in danger. Thinking of this, Luo Xuan immediately turned over and ran back in the direction he had just come from. At this moment, Luo Xuan suddenly remembered that Moshi was still being attacked by several scorpion tigers, and his package was still in her hands. He absolutely could not afford to lose that package. Luo Xuan shouted and then ran towards the direction he had just come from, chased by the scorpion tigers, covering quite a distance. Damn it, Luo Xuan, if I had known, I wouldn't have come in. This cursed place, it seems I'm going to die here today. At this moment, she was completely drenched in blood. Due to her limited strength, she could initially handle a few scorpion tigers. However, the longer the battle went on, the weaker her stamina became, and in the end, she was heavily injured. At this point, she regretted it. Perhaps she really shouldn't have come to the central part of the northern forest. After all, there were just too many scorpion tigers here. And if one ventured into this place alone, it was only a matter of time before they would die. Roar. Just as she was distracted, a scorpion tiger lunged at her, its tail whipping her several meters away. Then, another scorpion tiger pounced on her, aiming to bite her neck. At this moment, she had completely lost her strength and could not fight back at all. She could only close her eyes and wait for death. Bang! However, after waiting for a while, she only heard a loud noise and nothing happened. Hey, how long are you going to pretend to be dead? At that moment, a voice came to her ears, a voice she recognized. It was that damned Luo Xuan. She hurriedly opened her eyes and saw a young man's face, smiling at her. You're not dead? She had thought that Luo Xuan, surrounded by so many scorpion tigers, would have been killed. With that many scorpion tigers, even a high-level warrior might not survive. Yet this young man seemed to be fine. If you're not dead, how could I possibly die so easily? Luo Xuan chuckled, realizing that this Saiyan was indeed trustworthy. Even on the verge of death, he was still holding onto his package. Upon seeing this scene, Luo Xuan was taken aback, thinking he had arrived just in time. Otherwise, this guy would surely have been eaten. I'm already in such a state that I'm about to die. With such severe injuries, I might as well be dead, he said. Hearing Luo Xuan's words, Moshi gave a bitter smile, knowing that Saiyan medical skills were not as advanced as those of the Zofurians. Thus, many Saiyans who were seriously injured could only wait for death. If they had the scientific technology of the Zofurians, there might still be hope. Do you regret coming in? Moshi asked. It seemed that Luo Xuan didn't hear her words at all and simply ignored her. Regret? If it weren't for being misled by your words, I could have lived for quite a while longer before becoming cannon fodder. But now it seems too late to regret. It was unclear whether Moshi was truly regretting or just pretending to. In any case, it didn't matter much to Luo Xuan, as he certainly wouldn't let Moshi die. Roar! The surrounding scorpion tigers, seeing their companion kicked away, realized that this sudden newcomer was not weak. They circled nearby, neither leaving nor attacking, occasionally roaring at Luo Xuan. Why don't you deal with him first? Mashi suggested, knowing that these scorpion tigers were no longer a threat to Luo Xuan. Dozens of them wouldn't be any use against him, let alone these 5. That's not my problem. These 5 scorpion tigers are after you. I'm just here to get my package, Luo Xuan replied, shaking his head. His words nearly made Mashi's anger cause her to faint. Could they still have fun? If it weren't for you, would I have gotten into trouble with these scorpion tigers and ended up severely injured? Deal with it yourself. Thank you for helping me keep this package safe. As a reward, I'll give you a bit of food. Luo Xuan directly took the package from Shi's hands, then pulled out a fairy bean from a small bag. I'm dying. What do I need food for? I'm going to become the food for the scorpion tigers. She was truly furious. She was about to die, and he actually said to share some food with her. No matter how good the food was, could it bring her back to life? With a cough, she spat out blood again in her agitation. Look, a bean. Have you ever eaten one? Here, eat it. Consider it my reward to you. Ignoring Luo Xuan directly pried open her mouth and forcibly fed her the fairy bean. Although this fairy bean was precious, he only had this one left. However, to save this Saiyan who, even in death, kept his promise to protect his package, Luo Xuan felt it was worth it. With no other choice, she had to swallow the fairy bean. She pushed Luo Xuan's hand away and stood up. It was just a reflex, but she actually succeeded in pushing Luo Xuan away, and she could stand up. Is it the bean? She also realized that just a moment ago, she felt like she was dying, but after eating the bean the boy mentioned, she instantly recovered. If it weren't for the effect of the bean, she wouldn't believe it even if you beat her. So, Luo Xuan just wanted to treat her. Thanks. Although it was because of this guy that she got so badly injured, he did heal her. So, she still expressed her gratitude. Your opponent hasn't been dealt with yet. In response to Shi's thanks, Luo Xuan didn't say anything else. He just pointed at the 5 scorpion tigers and smiled at her. I can't beat them. Although she was very reluctant to admit it, she indeed couldn't win. If she could have beaten them, she wouldn't have been lying on the ground injured. How do you know if you don't try? I'm here. You don't need to be afraid. Fairy beans don't really enhance strength, but Saiyans have different physiques. When they struggle back from the brink of death, they often show more significant improvements. So Shi's strength should have increased now. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of that fairy bean? She glanced at Luo Xuan. It felt very unnatural for her to hear a low-level warrior say not to be afraid when he was actually a low-level warrior with the strength of a high-level warrior. After hesitating for a moment, Shi charged directly at the group of scorpion tigers. Bang! One scorpion tiger was kicked away by Shi. She clearly wasn't this strong just now. How could she suddenly kick such a powerful scorpion tiger away? Could it be? She looked at Luo Xuan, who was leaning against a tree, leisurely watching the scene. An idea popped in her mind. She was well aware of her own strength. Even when she used all her power against the 5 scorpion tigers earlier, she still couldn't defeat them. But now, after recovering from her injuries, she could easily kick a scorpion tiger away, which clearly showed that her strength had increased significantly. And all of this must be related to the bean Luo Xuan had fed her. Just look, you're about to be eaten. I don't have a second fairy bean. Luo Xuan also noticed She looking at him and couldn't help but remind her. Moreover, he wasn't lying. That was indeed the last fairy bean. The system in his mind hadn't prompted him to collect any more fairy beans yet. So if he got injured again this time, he wouldn't be able to recover quickly, and Luo Xuan didn't know how long the cooldown time for the fairy beans was. At that moment, She also turned around and saw a scorpion tiger charging at her. She snorted coldly and directly engaged it. After all, She had been training in the northern forest for a long time, so she had some combat skills. With her current power increase, these scorpion tigers were no match for her. With one punch, she sent a scorpion tiger flying, crashing into a large tree, and it slid for a distance before finally stopping. She now believed that her punch was not a coincidence. Her strength had indeed surged, and everything was enough to prove that. However, due to the increase in power, she couldn't fully control herself. That punch had landed directly on the scorpion tiger. Although scorpion tigers were strong, they still had weaknesses, much like the Saiyan race whose tails were their Achilles heel, but one had to have the ability to grab their tails. The weakness of these scorpion tigers lay in their abdomen. Similarly, because the scorpion tigers had strong defenses, ordinary attacks couldn't kill them at all. So even if one knew the weakness but couldn't grab it or hit it, even if they did hit, if their power couldn't break through their defenses, it would be useless. Now that Shi's power had increased, combined with her familiarity with the scorpion tiger's weaknesses, that punch had directly killed one scorpion tiger. As her thoughts were confirmed, She didn't wait for the other 4 scorpion tigers to attack and charged forward directly. Bang bang. For consecutive sounds echoed. And the 4 scorpion tigers that had just been so formidable were now 4 lifeless bodies. Hey, what did you just feed me? After dealing with the 5 scorpion tigers, she immediately approached Luo Xuan and asked about what had just happened. What were those beans you gave me? They could forcibly boost my strength? How did such a good thing exist? Seeing that Luo Xuan didn't answer, she continued to question him, throwing one inquiry after another at him. Clearly, she was very excited about her newfound strength and was filled with confusion. Otherwise, with her personality, even if she were curious, she would have kept it to herself. Fairy beans, but that thing can't boost your strength. Luo Xuan took a sip from the water bottle before speaking. As for how this thing came about, he didn't want to say. If he hadn't just seen she nearly dying, he wouldn't have given her the fairy bean. After all, with something like this, once you eat one, you don't know when the next one will appear. Fairy bean? How do you have something like this? And you said it can enhance my strength. Why do I feel stronger now? I even have confidence that I can defeat Rigo. She clenched her fist. Previously, among the 4 of them, Rigo was the strongest, easily defeating any 2 of the other 3. That's why they followed Rigo. Otherwise, with their Saiyan pride, they wouldn't have a weaker person as their leader. Is defeating Rigo impressive? Regarding She's confidence, Luo Xuan merely replied lightly and directly avoided the topic of the fairy bean. Luo Xuan could also see that she and the others could only be considered as just having recently emerged from the ranks of low-level warriors, barely at the threshold of intermediate warriors, while Rigo was somewhat stronger. If he had just arrived in this world, Luo Xuan would have thought Rigo was very strong. But now, in his eyes, Rigo was no different from the others. You, she was about to retort, but then remembered that this person in front of him had single-handedly taken on over 30 scorpion tigers. Even for Rigo, defeating 5 or 6 would be impressive. However, this individual had killed more than 10, and while he did sustain some light injuries, he did so while being attacked by over 30 at once. In the face of an assault from 30 scorpion tigers, Rigo wouldn't even be able to hope to kill 5 or 6. Just surviving would be considered lucky. You say that the beans can enhance my strength. Then why has my strength increased? She could ignore other issues. But the fact that his strength had indeed increased was undeniable. Previously, he had clearly been unable to win, but after eating one of those miraculous beans, he was able to win, and yet he claimed it wasn't because of the beans. Although the miraculous beans can enhance your strength, they do possess incredible abilities to heal any injuries. As long as there is still a breath left, they can heal. Luo Xuan paused for a moment after saying this, glanced at Shi, and continued. The reason you're able to increase your strength is because of the Saiyans. This is called standing up after breaking through. Also, be more careful next time. If you get seriously injured again, I won't have any sins of beans left. I only got 2 in total, ate one myself, and gave you one. Luo Xuan said as he took out his small bag, shaking it with the opening facing down towards the ground. Right now, he indeed had none left, but there was still some in the system. However, his strength was not very strong at the moment. So the same principle applied. Wealth should not be displayed. Oh well, originally, seeing how miraculous those celestial beings were, she wanted to get hurt a few more times to experience that so-called standing up after being knocked down again. But it seemed there would be no more opportunities for that. If Luo Xuan knew her thoughts, he would definitely give her 2 middle fingers. If he could have that many celestial beings, wouldn't he risk getting hurt a few times to stand up again? At that point, he could become a Super Saiyan directly. Wouldn't that be wonderful? However, the cooldown time for these things was uncertain, so he could only save them for truly dangerous moments. Otherwise, if he reached a critical point and didn't have this item, what would he do if he really got killed? Should he eat something? Luo Xuan took a piece of meat out of the package and threw it to Shi, seeing that she had just defeated the scorpion tiger and looked a bit tired. What is this? It tastes good. Shi didn't hesitate, took a bite, and found it quite tasty. Scorpion tiger meat, Luo Xuan casually said, and then noticed that Shi's gaze towards him was somewhat abnormal. At this moment, Shi finally understood why that scorpion tiger was acting so strangely and even attacked him. It turned out that the package he had been protecting for so long contained the flesh of its companion. Hey, you don't intend to follow me forever, do you? As Luo Xuan walked, he spoke to Shi, who had been following closely behind him. Ever since she found out that the package Luo Xuan made her carry contained scorpion tiger meat, which led to her being attacked by a scorpion tiger, she had been sticking close to him. Of course, I need to follow you to cultivate in the northern forest central region. Otherwise, wouldn't I be in great danger? Mo, she said matter-of-factly. In the central region of the northern forest, without anyone to protect her, she definitely wouldn't survive long, given her current strength. Your strength now should be enough for you to protect yourself in this northern forest. Luo Xuan frowned, although he didn't mind having another person for company. He had too many secrets and didn't want anyone to know. It wasn't enough. With 6 or 7 scorpion tigers, he could escape, but if there were more, he wouldn't be able to get away. Although his strength had increased, Mo, she also knew that this growth wasn't significant enough. He could only protect himself in the northern forest, and it was basically impossible to become stronger. Then don't provoke those with large numbers. Just fight some small groups. This was indeed a good strategy. Avoiding the numerous scorpion tigers and only targeting the fewer ones shouldn't be a problem. How do I know if someone will ask me to help store scorpion tiger meat? It seemed that Mo, she was still preoccupied with what happened earlier with Luo Xuan. Didn't you say you regretted entering the central part of the northern forest? How about I take you out? When this topic came up, Luo Xuan didn't know how to refute it. After all, it was indeed his fault that Mo, she got caught in the scorpion tiger's attack and almost lost her life. Although Luo Xuan later used a magic bean to help her recover, he still owed her a favor, and in this world, debts of gratitude are the hardest to repay. Of course, Luo Xuan didn't want to repay it, so he planned to send Mo she back. I don't regret it now. On this topic, Mo, she showed no hesitation. They had just entered the central part of the northern forest, and her strength had already surpassed Lei Ji's. If she could train even more, wouldn't she be able to defeat the 3 of them together? All right, then you can come along. Luo Xuan felt helpless. Now Moshi insisted on following him, and he really had no way to stop her. He could only let Moshi keep following him. In fact, he was a bit worried about driving her away. Just as she said, the central area of the North Forest was still very dangerous for her. Thus, a scene unfolded in the North Forest. A low-level warrior strolled leisurely in front, while a mid-level warrior followed at a relaxed pace. Why didn't Rigo and the others come in with you? Bored, Luo Xuan could only change the subject. Previously, they were a team of 4, and logically, if Moshi came in, the 3 men should have come in to protect her. After all, Moshi was quite good-looking. Them? A bunch of cowards. Only know how to mock me for overestimating myself. How could a temporary team risk coming in with me? Moshi had no good feelings towards Rigo and the others. Although she knew Saiyans were like that, she was also a woman, and those who abandoned their companions weren't worth thinking about. It seems they don't recognize your strength at all. Hearing this, Luo Xuan smiled. Is it really true that Saiyans are like this? Didn't he think so? At least Lin and Shade were decent Saiyans. Moshi didn't respond, only giving a faint hum. Although what Luo Xuan said was not wrong, she still cared a lot about being abandoned by her companions due to her low strength. Hey, remember my words. When you succeed, they're just clowns. All you need to do is take care of your own business. Although Luo Xuan didn't know where he had read that line, he felt it made a lot of sense. Clowns? What is that? However, Moshi looked confused at Luo Xuan saying, it sounded impressive, but what was a clown? Ahem, a doyuan. It was a type of animal commonly found on planet Vegeta. Luo Xuan had seen one before. They were ugly and moved in a funny way. Are you really a Saiyan? Moshi looked at the man in front of her, who was clearly a low-level warrior, but possessed combat power comparable to a high-level warrior. He was obviously a Saiyan, yet his name was so strange, and he spoke like a Zofurian. What do you think? Luo Xuan didn't explain much about this question. He just flicked his tail. He had already gotten used to having a tail, and he could control it freely. It could even serve as a weapon at critical moments. All right, it's your turn. Luo Xuan looked at the 6 scorpion tigers remaining in front of him and shouted at Mo-Shi. Montauk Elf nodded, looking at the corpses of the scorpion tigers scattered on the ground, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, and then he charged straight in. It had been 2 days since Luo Xuan and Mo-Shi had traveled together, and during these 2 days, they had encountered several waves of scorpion tiger attacks. Each time, Luo Xuan would go in first, beating down the scorpion tigers until only 5 or 6 were left, and then it would be Mo-Shi's turn. Luo Xuan didn't know what his limit was, only that his strength was continuously improving. At least now, after using 40 times the gravity, he still had no major issues. Mo-Shi, on the other hand, had progressed from facing 5 scorpion tigers to 6, indicating a growth in strength as well. This was their training pattern. Since Mo-Shi was following him, Luo Xuan didn't mind leaving a few scorpion tigers for Mo-Shi to practice on, which was just right. Boom! When the last scorpion tiger fell, Mo-Shi walked over to Luo Xuan's side. How do you feel? Luo Xuan threw the water bottle to Mo-Shi and smiled as he asked. Not bad. My strength has increased quite a bit compared to before. I used to think my combat power had reached its peak, but I didn't expect to break through so much. Mo, she took the water bottle, took a sip, and then spoke. Originally, I could take on 3 scorpion tigers without losing, but 4 was a bit challenging. Now I can kill all 6, which shows that my combat power has improved significantly. Are you tired? Luo Xuan suddenly changed the topic, which left Mo, she a bit stunned. A little. What's wrong with this guy? Suddenly concerned about whether I'm tired or not. However, Mo, she still answered honestly. She noticed that although Luo Xuan fought so many scorpion tigers alone, he wasn't panting like she was. Is that the difference? Mo, she felt a bit unaccustomed to Luo Xuan's sudden concern. What happened to him? Did his personality suddenly change? Well, I'm a bit tired. But at that moment, she was indeed a bit tired. After all, fighting 6 scorpion tigers alone and managing to win was already impressive. So how could she not be tired? You deserve to be exhausted. Luo Xuan just glanced at her and said, It's okay, what did you say? Mo, she originally thought Luo Xuan would say a few words of concern, and she had already prepared a set of responses in her heart. However, before she could finish her sentence, she realized that Luo Xuan actually said she deserved to be exhausted. I said you deserve to be exhausted. Luo Xuan emphasized again that anyway, Mo, she couldn't defeat him now. Luo Xuan, although you are strong, don't think that you can speak to me disrespectfully because of that. Hearing Luo Xian's words, Mo, she gritted his teeth in anger. This guy actually spoke like that. Even if he couldn't defeat him, so what? This guy dared to insult him, and it definitely couldn't be let go. The dignity of Saiyan can die, but it must never be insulted like this. When he just killed that scorpion tiger, he could have directly kicked its abdomen for a fatal blow. But he chose to kick its head first, sending it flying, and then attacked its abdomen with his fist. Was this action supposed to look cooler? Although Luo Xuan had been watching from the side, he saw everything clearly. He didn't know why he had such an ability. Was it something inherent in the Saiyan body, or was it for some other reason? In any case, all of Mo Shi's actions just now were clearly seen by Luo Xuan. Just now, Mo, she wanted to say something, but he was directly interrupted by Luo Xuan. And that kick you gave after 6 consecutive attacks was actually the only effective one. The other 6 attacks were unnecessary. Luo Xuan analyzed everything for Mo Shi. At first, Mo, she wanted to argue, thinking that these were just habits formed during battles. However, as she listened, she began to see some sense in it. Gradually, Mo, she also felt that if she followed Luo Xuan's advice, the results would definitely be better. She was also surprised that the person in front of her was really just a low-level warrior. He was clearly just observing, yet he knew how to exert force and how much strength to use, which even high-level warriors couldn't achieve. Could it be that this guy was stronger than a high-level warrior? That was impossible, based on his display combat power. It was similar to that of an ordinary high-level warrior, but compared to those dominating the gravity platform, he seemed to be lacking quite a bit. In fact, she had a good eye. Although not as strong as Luo Xuan's, she could at least tell that Luo Xuan was not a match for those using the gravity platform. This was not wrong. After all, Luo Xuan was only adapted to 40 times the gravity, while those on the gravity platform were all adapted to gravity equivalent to 100 times that of Earth's. If you removed those useless flashy moves, not only could you achieve twice the result with half the effort, but more importantly, it would also reduce your physical consumption. Luo Xuan said faintly, and after finishing, he felt an inexplicable sense of refreshment. He didn't expect that being a teacher could be so enjoyable, but he really didn't know why he was able to see these things. Okay, because he was so engrossed, Mo, she subconsciously nodded. When he realized it, he found that he was actually standing next to this low-level warrior, like a child listening to an elder, absorbing Luo Xuan's teachings. Although it felt quite awkward, he couldn't refute it because what Luo Xuan had just said was very reasonable. Mo, she also knew that if he followed Luo Xuan's advice, he would definitely become stronger. Abandon unnecessary movements? He murmured softly, and it seemed that he had gained some understanding. No wonder Luo Xuan could fight off 20 or 30 scorpion tigers alone without showing any signs of fatigue. All right, we've rested enough. Let's head to the next place. Luo Xuan said as he stood up and spoke to Mo Shi. He then slung the package over his back and walked in another direction. Hey, you've rested enough. But I haven't. Montag elf complaint. After the fight, he had been standing here without any rest, while that guy seemed to be fully rested. If they didn't leave soon, there would definitely be a lot of wild beasts passing by. If you can handle them, then go ahead and rest here. Luo Xuan shouted without looking back, while waving his hand towards Mo Shi. Wait for me. Hearing Luo Xuan's words, Mo Shi glanced at the corpses of the scorpion tigers around, and realized that the stench here would definitely attract countless wild beasts. Although those beasts might not be as strong as the scorpion tigers, their numbers would certainly be significant. Moreover, if they attracted another wave of scorpion tiger companions, wouldn't that be even worse? Thinking of this, she quickly followed Luo Xuan. In the following days, Luo Xuan and she continued to walk in the central area of the North Forest, choosing scorpion tigers everywhere. As long as the number was below 40, they became Luo Xuan's targets. After defeating those scorpion tigers, he would always leave a few for she, who used these scorpion tigers as training objects to continuously hone her combat skills. By removing the unnecessary flashy moves that Luo Xuan mentioned, her efficiency improved significantly, and she didn't feel as exhausted as before. Now, she was able to defeat the attacks of 10 scorpion tigers, and in just a few days, she reached this level, which even she herself could hardly believe. Because of this, she had even more faith in Luo Xuan, although he was just a low-level warrior. She felt genuinely convinced. Strangely, why had they not encountered any scorpion tigers today? She looked around. It was very quiet. For the central area of the North Forest, which was usually filled with scorpion tigers, this was indeed quite unbelievable. Normally, they would encounter at least 2 waves of scorpion tigers in a day, but today they had been searching for a long time without finding any. Could it be that we have killed them all? Luo Xuan also felt a bit strange. What happened to the scorpion tigers? Have they all hidden away? It's currently a critical period with 50 times gravity, preparing to try 60 times. If there are no scorpion tigers, how can we cultivate? The scorpion tigers in the central part of the northern forest are much more numerous than you think. The fact that we can't see them now definitely indicates something unusual. In response to Luo Xuan's words, she could only roll his eyes. If the scorpion tigers in the central part of the northern forest could be killed off so quickly, they wouldn't be used for cultivation. They would have been extinct long ago. However, although that is true, it is indeed a bit strange that after such a long time, they still haven't seen a single scorpion tiger. Luo Xuan, look over there. At that moment, she pointed to a spot not far away and called out to Luo Xuan. Scorpion tigers? It turns out someone got here before us. Seeing the ground covered with the corpses of scorpion tigers not far away, Luo Xuan was taken aback. It turns out there were Saiyans practicing in this area. No wonder there were no traces of scorpion tigers here. They must have been taken care of by them first. Yeah, I didn't expect there would be others like us cultivating with scorpion tigers in this place. Montauk Elf nodded. Although this area is in the central part of the northern forest where Saiyans are relatively few, that doesn't mean there are none at all, especially some stronger mid-level warrior teams. Even high-level warriors could appear here. So the two didn't pay too much attention and walked over directly. Soon, they saw 4 Saiyans nearby, all of whom seemed to be mid-level warriors. Clearly, these scorpion tigers were killed by these 4 Saiyans, and there seemed to be about 30 of them. Of course, Luo Xuan wasn't too concerned about this. For him, it really made no difference that 4 mid-level warriors had only killed over 30 scorpion tigers. They seemed like useless fighters to him. Luo Xuan didn't know if it was influenced by Saiyan bloodline, but ever since his strength increased, he felt that these people seemed a bit trashy. She was also used to it. If it were in the past, she would have been amazed to see 4 intermediate warriors kill so many scorpion tigers. After all, their team used to consist of 4 intermediate warriors, yet they were surrounded by over 30 scorpion tigers and couldn't even fight back. However, since following Luo Xuan, she got accustomed to it. This low-level warrior could handle it alone, and she could at least deal with more than 10. So, the two of them didn't even glance at the 4 intermediate warriors who seemed to be showing off and walked straight past them. Hey, you two stop. They had initially wanted to show off and see the surprise on the faces of the two, but the fact that the others didn't even look at them made the 4 intermediate warriors somewhat furious. Did they not think that killing over 30 scorpion tigers in this northern forest was a spectacular and shocking scene? Therefore, Luo Xuan and she's attitude seemed disdainful to them, but in reality, they truly looked down on them. What's wrong? Hearing the shout, Luo Xuan and she stopped and looked at them with interest. This place has already been occupied by us. You should go somewhere else. One of the Saiyans, who appeared to be the leader, saw that Luo Xuan was barely an intermediate warrior, and she was just a low-level warrior, making him even angrier. How could they, for intermediate warriors, be looked down upon by a low-level and an intermediate warrior? What if we don't? She spoke up, while Luo Xuan stood with his arms crossed. Watching the show. Don't. Look at the scorpion tigers on the ground. They are your consequences. Another bald man stepped on a scorpion tiger's body and grinned. She found it ridiculous and could only express her feelings with a chuckle. This big man was clearly showing off and of course as several intermediate warriors. Being able to kill so many scorpion tigers was quite impressive. Belo, can I kill this girl? Upon hearing Mo, Shi's mocking cold laugh, the big man instantly grew furious and vowed to take Mo, Shi's head. Go ahead, make it quick. We have other things to do. The one called Belo nodded. As Saiyans, only battle and blood could ignite the flames within them. As for the idea of not having fought for a long time and wanting to toy with Mo, Shi for a few days, that was too boring for them. Huh, do you think being an intermediate warrior means you can fight us? Let me tell you, out of those 35 scorpion tigers, I killed 7 of them. All in one go. The bald man pointed again at the scorpion tigers on the ground, boasting. That's great. This was obviously said by Luo Xuan, and he blurted it out without knowing why he said that. Wait until I kill her, then I'll come play with you, low-level warrior. Being looked down upon by an intermediate warrior was one thing, but now being mocked by a low-level warrior was something he couldn't tolerate. Just hurry up and fight. We don't have time. Mo, she was also getting a bit impatient. These guys stopped them and then blabbered a lot, but were they going to fight or not? This sentence completely enraged the big man, and he shouted as he charged towards Mo, Shi. Another loud shout came, but this time it was a scream from the big man, as he was directly kicked away by Mo, Shi. After hearing Luo Xian's words, she had been training continuously, eliminating useless movements. So when the big man came running over, she simply kicked him away. 1. The big man's strength was too far below hers. 2. It was a straightforward kick that contained the greatest power. The other 3 Saiyans' pupils contracted. This guy's strength was unexpectedly so strong. Trash. Emoshi retracted her foot and merely said lightly. Indeed, this intermediate warrior who could only kill 7 scorpion tigers was trash in her eyes. The other 2 intermediate warriors were furious. Their strength was similar to that of the flying big man, so calling him trash meant they were trash too, and in their anger, they wanted to rush forward. However, they were stopped by Belo, who stepped forward. Not bad. Are you interested in joining us? Belo extended an invitation, noting that this woman's strength was decent, and she qualified to join them. Not interested. Of course. Mo, she would choose to side with a low-level warrior over a team of 4 intermediate warriors. Then go die. By the way, my strength is not the same as theirs. I killed 15 scorpion tigers here. Got it? Belo smiled, knowing that Mo, she would definitely refuse. So, after dropping a number like the big man did, he charged at Mo, Shi. Upon hearing this number, Luo Xuan and Mo, Shi were a bit curious. This guy actually managed to kill 15 scorpion tigers alone. However, it was merely curiosity. Give Mo, Shi a few more days, and she could achieve that too. So, Mo, she wasn't flustered by Belo's charge. This was the moment to test her combat power. After all, there was a low-level warrior beside her, so she wasn't afraid. Seeing Belo rush up, Luo Xuan didn't move. He also wanted to see Mo, Shi's true strength. Although he had increased the number of scorpion tigers for her, he had given her a conservative estimate. If Mo, she could defeat this Saiyan who killed 15 scorpion tigers, he could leave most of the scorpion tigers for her afterward. Mo, she also understood Luo Xuan's intention. Looking at Belo charging towards her, her expression became serious. Although she had looked down on them a bit earlier, this person was not so easy to defeat. At least now, Mo, she wasn't confident she could handle 15 scorpion tigers. So, she glanced at Luo Xuan, seeing him nod. She knew that if she were in any danger, Luo Xuan wouldn't just stand by. Thus, she could fight with peace of mind. At this moment, she was still worried about that trash. She should take care of herself. Seeing Mo, she glanced at Luo Xuan. Belo thought she was concerned about Luo Xuan's safety. So he sneered. He quickly rushed to Mo, Shi's front and threw a punch. At that moment, Mo, she also reacted a beat late. Her body tilted just enough to dodge the punch, which flew past her face, creating a gust of wind that made her cheek sting slightly. This guy's punch had such great power. No wonder he could defeat 15 scorpion tigers. However, Mo, she was not to be underestimated. The moment the fist brushed past her, she reached for Belo's arm, and with a pull, she actually threw him out. Moreover, she didn't give up this opportunity, charging straight at Belo, preparing to strike again. Belo didn't expect that this woman, who had barely entered the ranks of intermediate warriors, could actually fight him on par. Watching the approaching woman, a smile curved at the corner of Belo's mouth. Interesting. He previously thought he could be invincible among intermediate warriors, but he didn't expect that now. Any random intermediate warrior could actually fight him to a standstill. So Belo felt a bit excited, but mostly angry. He wouldn't allow any intermediate warrior to be stronger than him. Even if they were just about equal, that was not acceptable. Behind Belo was a large tree. He spun halfway in midair and then kicked off the tree, flying towards Moshi. His fists were tightly clenched, and when they collided with Moshi's fist, a loud sound erupted. The force of their impact sent both of them flying backward. They quickly regained their footing, and then it was a flurry of punches exchanged at close range, each one producing a dull thud, truly hitting flesh. The guy could actually hold his own against Bello. The other two intermediate warriors exchanged glances, not expecting that the woman could fight Bello to such an extent. They thought she would only last a moment, but now it seemed the outcome was uncertain. Damn it! The bald, muscular man who had just been kicked away by Moshi got back up, but seeing that even Bello couldn't take down the woman easily made him even angrier. He noticed that the woman seemed very concerned about the low-level warrior, so he thought, why not take that guy down and make her surrender? Although the big man was physically strong, he was not lacking in brains. After a moment of thought, he came up with a plan. Although he couldn't beat the woman, taking down a mere low-level warrior should be easy. Capturing him was a piece of cake. With that thought, the big man charged straight towards Luo Xuan without any hesitation. Hearing the noise, Luo Xuan turned around and saw a big man running towards him, ready to grab him. A scream followed, once again from the big man. Everyone turned to look and saw the bald man flying again, crashing into another large tree. This time, it was even worse. The tree was directly broken. The other's pupils constricted. How many times would this happen today? They were truly astonished, just now. That big man was an intermediate warrior capable of killing at least 7 scorpion tigers. Even if he couldn't defeat Moshi just now, how could he not beat a low-level warrior? What was going on? Hey, now is not the time to be distracted. Just as Bello was puzzled, a voice rang in his ear. Then he saw the female Saiyans' fist enlarging in front of him. Before he could react, he was sent flying. Damn, you three, come together and capture that low-level warrior. Bello was furious. How could they not take down this woman after so long? He originally thought it would be easy, but he never expected it would turn out like this. All right. The other three knew that Bello couldn't take down the female Saiyan for the time being and nodded gravely. They thought they were just too soft persimmons, but it turned out to be iron plates. Just now was a moment of carelessness. Now I'm going to beat you down. The bald man and the other two surrounded Luo Xuan. He couldn't admit that he couldn't beat a low-level warrior. If this got out, how could he still have the face to stay among the Saiyans? Anyway, with 3 intermediate warriors attacking together, how could they possibly lose to a low-level warrior? Even high-level warriors could fight for 2 or 3 minutes. Luo Xuan was somewhat too lazy to pay them any attention. But since they had surrounded him, he could only let them come to their senses. Seeing Luo Xuan remain indifferent, the bald man snorted coldly, glanced at the other two, and nodded. The 3 then attacked Luo Xuan. One threw a punch from the left, another kick from the right, and the last one, the bald man, charged straight at Luo Xuan. As the attacks came in, Luo Xuan finally moved. He grabbed the incoming fist with his left hand and blocked the kick with his right. As for the bald man in front, Luo Xuan simply kicked him away. Seeing Luo Xuan block his attack and kick the big man away, how strong was he? The expressions of the other two turned serious. This low-level warrior did not seem so simple after all, so they hurriedly continued their assault, thinking that at least the fierce attacks of 2 intermediate warriors would overwhelm him quickly. However, they soon realized their mistake, as no matter how they attacked, this low-level warrior was able to easily fend them off. So boring, Luo Xuan said, then kicked to the left, directly sending the Saiyan flying. Immediately after, he executed a spinning kick. Although the Saiyan managed to react and block it, he could not escape the fate of being kicked away. Luo Xuan had initially thought that these 3 intermediate warriors would be able to fight him for a while, but he didn't expect them to be so weak. In fact, Luo Xuan had somewhat overestimated them. The reason they were able to kill so many scorpion tigers in the central part of the northern forest was that they had Barrow fighting alongside them. Otherwise, relying on just the 3 of them, their strength was only slightly above that of Rigo, and they wouldn't have been able to roam freely in the northern forest. They would have been swallowed by the scorpion tigers long ago. In contrast to Luo Xuan's boredom, the 3 Saiyans were wide-eyed. Was this really a low-level warrior? Under the combined efforts of 3 intermediate warriors, they couldn't even get close to him. Was that guy really just a low-level warrior? One of the Saiyans clutched his chest. Having just been kicked by Luo Xuan, it felt like a heavy hammer striking his chest, almost making it hard for him to breathe. It should be. Another Saiyan said with a bitter smile, the person opposite us looks like a low-level warrior. But getting kicked away by a low-level warrior? If this gets out, what face do we have left? But this was the truth. The 3 of them were intermediate warriors capable of killing 7 scorpion tigers, and he himself could kill 8. Together, the three of them could even fight against Barrow. Yet, these three were kicked away by a single low-level warrior. Could it be that this low-level warrior's strength surpassed even Barrow's? The woman who had just looked at him wasn't worried about him. She was seeking his opinion. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. The way the woman looked at him was definitely not out of concern, but rather inquiry. This meant that the low-level warrior's strength was greater than that of the woman, and since she could contend with Barrow, it indirectly indicated that the low-level warrior was stronger than Barrow. Thinking of this, the three Saiyans were filled with bitterness. How could they continue to fight? They could only contend with Barrow together, and if they couldn't defeat him, then that guy, who was stronger than Barrow, would certainly be stronger than the three of them combined. How would they fight? Meanwhile, Barrow, who was in battle, witnessed the scene of his three companions being sent flying. He was the most aware of their strength, and couldn't believe they were unable to defeat a low-level warrior. I told you not to get distracted. As Barrow was astonished, Mashi seized the opportunity, kicking directly at Barrow's abdomen. The attacked Barrow was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. He stood up, wiping the corner of his mouth, which had a trace of blood. For Barrow, this was simply a humiliation. He had thought he could easily subdue this woman, but instead, he ended up spitting blood first. Moreover, there was a low-level warrior nearby watching him closely, which made him feel even more ashamed to be targeted by a low-level warrior. Are you not planning to help? We can't win. Looking towards Luo Xuan in the distance, Barrow chose not to continue attacking and said lightly, "You guys truly are useless. You can't even defeat a low-level warrior and an intermediate warrior." Just as Barrow's voice fell, another voice followed, cold and indifferent. Upon hearing this voice, Luo Xuan frowned. It turned out there was another person here that he hadn't noticed earlier. As the voice came out, a person quickly ran over, moving swiftly. Luo Xuan and Mashi could only see a shadow. Then, a middle-aged man appeared before them. What is this? At this moment, Mashi also approached Luo Xuan's side. When she saw the suddenly appearing middle-aged man, her pupils shrank. This person seemed so familiar. Do you know him? Luo Xuan was unfamiliar with this world, so he did not recognize the man. Who is this guy? His entrance is quite special. He is Teresa, known as the intermediate warrior closest to a high-level warrior. Mashi looked at the man's eyes with a serious expression. As an intermediate warrior, he was already a rank lower than high-level warriors. However, this Teresa was capable of battling high-level warriors. Although he won less than he lost, he gained fame for it. After all, he was the only one among intermediate warriors who had achieved a victory rate against high-level warriors. Thus, he was called the intermediate warrior closest to high-level warriors. Closest to high-level warriors? Luo Xuan didn't expect that the middle-aged man in front of him actually had the talent for fighting above his level. Indeed, Saiyans should not be underestimated. Just one of them is capable of fighting beyond their class. Are you confident? Mashi also knew that this low-level warrior was not that simple. Although Trixia was known as the one closest to a high-level warrior, after spending so much time with Luo Xuan recently, Mashi had some understanding of Luo Xuan's strength. While he couldn't compare to high-level warriors, he was likely close to invincible among mid-level warriors. Let's give it a try. Luo Xuan didn't want to speak too confidently. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing if he ended up being wrong. All right, I'll handle the intermediate warrior, but you should have no problem dealing with the low-level warrior, right, Bello? Clearly, Teresa hadn't been paying attention here and just thought that Bello couldn't defeat the intermediate warrior, so she called him out. Ahem, can I choose the intermediate warrior? You'll have to take care of the low-level warrior. Hearing Teresa's words, Bello coughed a bit awkwardly. He had just seen his three companions get knocked away in an instant. Bello, are you joking with me? Although Teresa isn't a high-level warrior, she's known as the closest person to one, and she actually wants to take on a low-level warrior herself? This low-level warrior shouldn't be an ordinary one. He should be able to fight above his level. Just like you. After hesitating for a moment, Bello expressed his thoughts, saying that the low-level warrior was able to defeat 3 intermediate warriors in one go, which is indeed fighting above his level. Moreover, he could defeat 3 intermediate warriors in an instant. Although he didn't want to admit it, he should be able to beat him. Oh, hearing Bello's words, Teresa looked at Luo Xuan with curiosity. She didn't think Luo Xuan could fight her. She just understood Bello's character. If it wasn't true that he couldn't win, he wouldn't say such things. All right, leave it to me. Teresa nodded, showing some interest in a low-level warrior in front of her. After hearing Bello's words, Teresa looked at Luo Xuan with great interest. Could this low-level warrior also fight above his level? Teresa could fight above his level, but he was fighting against high-level warriors. Meanwhile, the low-level warrior in front of him was only fighting above his level against intermediate warriors. So in Teresa's view, This person was just a low-level warrior. Even if he could fight above his level, he could only battle intermediate warriors such as Bello and the others, but when it came to her, the gap in strength was quite large. Then I'll take on the opponent, and you deal with Teresa? When Mashi saw Teresa, his expression also became somewhat serious. This guy was quite famous among the Saiyans. It was said that when the gravity chamber was first established, he defeated 3 high-level warriors and stayed in that gravity chamber for 3 days. However, later on, more high-level warriors became interested in the gravity chamber, and he was defeated. Unexpectedly, this guy had come to this central part of the North Forest. Alright, just be careful. Luo Xuan nodded. The person in front of him, named Teresa, was putting quite a bit of pressure on him. But even so what? If he wanted to fight, he could play along and test his abilities. Hey, are you ready? With Teresa here, you won't be able to escape, said Bello, sneering as he looked at Luo Xuan and the others not far away. He had underestimated that low-level warrior before, but fortunately, they had Teresa, the strongest among the intermediate warriors, on their side. As long as he was there, unless they were up against a high-level warrior, there was nothing to be afraid of. Escape? Who said we were going to escape? At this moment, Luo Xuan also spoke up. If you don't run, then just die. Bello shouted softly, and then ran towards the position of Luo Xuan and the others. In fact, his target was not Luo Xuan, but Mo Shi, who was beside him. Although he was unwilling to admit it, the fact was that Luo Xian's strength was above his. So he didn't want to confront Luo Xuan. Then I'll go, Mo Shi said, and directly moved forward. She was still able to hold off Bello. Defeating him was a bit difficult, but it wouldn't be that easy for him to defeat her either. Luo Xuan and Teresa didn't speak or move, just standing there and looking at each other. After an unknown amount of time, Teresa let out a low shout and then ran towards Luo Xuan. Luo Xuan didn't underestimate this Saiyan who could rival high-level warriors. The ability to fight above one's level already indicated strong power. So when he saw the opponent attacking, Luo Xuan also moved. In an instant, the two clashed together, exchanging simple punches and kicks without any flashy moves. Bang! After exchanging another punch, they separated again. Although it was just a brief moment, Luo Xuan and Teresa had already exchanged numerous attacks. Kid, not bad, Teresa thought. She had originally believed that Luo Xuan could only fight above his level, but she didn't expect his combat power to be this strong. No wonder Barrow said he couldn't defeat him. With such strength, even among mid-level warriors, there wouldn't be more than a couple who could defeat him. Luo Xuan did not answer. Only a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The strength of this intermediate warrior was indeed impressive. But he had not used all his power either. Did you see that just now? That guy actually fought to a standstill with Teresa. The 3 Saiyans watching nearby were also dumbfounded. We actually fought against such a terrifying person. Looking back, it was clear that he had no interest in them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kicked them away so easily. The bald man also wore a bitter expression, realizing that he had tried to capture such a strong person as a hostage. This was playing with fire. But when did low-level warriors become so strong? There are not many intermediate warriors who can exchange blows with Teresa, let alone someone who is a low-level warrior. However, in the end, Teresa would still win. He had not yet used his full strength. One of them said, as they knew a bit about Teresa, if he used his full power, it wouldn't be like this. Yes, I have seen him fight against those high-level warriors on the gravity platform. His strength is very formidable, and now, after so long, he must be much stronger than back then, another Saiyan added. He was also present at that time and had witnessed Teresa defeat a high-level warrior with his own eyes. The bald man didn't say much in response, just nodding dumbly. However, he felt in his heart that no matter how strong that low-level warrior was, Teresa would be able to win. While the 3 were talking, the battle between Mashi and Bello had already reached a heated stage, with both of them exchanging kicks and punches, fighting evenly matched. Come on. Luo Xuan, on this side, was also stirred by the fighting spirit. After a low shout, he directly attacked Teresa. He rarely initiated attacks first, but this time he wanted to take the initiative. First, the opponent's strength was formidable, and second, Luo Xuan wanted to enjoy a straightforward battle. Hey, interesting. Teresa chuckled, then moved to meet him. This was the first time he used his full strength against a low-level warrior. The battle between the two was about to erupt, and they fought fiercely. Teresa kicked out, but Luo Xuan blocked it with his hand, then directly grabbed Teresa's foot and threw him out, chasing after him, intending to kick Teresa again. However, Teresa had much more combat experience than Luo Xuan. The moment he was thrown out, he did not stop after landing, but moved to the left for a distance. Just as Luo Xuan reached the spot where he had just landed, without any hesitation, Teresa delivered a flying kick directly towards Luo Xuan's head. Oh no! Luo Xuan also realized that he had no time to defend himself, and at that moment, Teresa's foot kicked him in the face, sending him flying. In that instant, Teresa followed up with a flurry of punches and kicks directed at Luo Xuan, and with a heavy kick, she sent him flying again, crashing through 3 large trees before finally stopping. Luo Xuan, Mo Shi, who was nearby, shouted upon witnessing this scene. This was precisely what you just told me. Not to get distracted. Although Baloo couldn't defeat Luo Xuan, he was evenly matched with Mo Shi. At that moment, Mo Shi revealed a flaw, and how could Baloo not take advantage of it? He kicked her in the chest, sending her flying. Seeing this, the 3 Saiyans were overjoyed. They had won. After Luo Xuan was kicked away by Teresa, Ma Shi also revealed a flaw and was kicked away by Barrow. The other 3 Saiyans were ecstatic, thinking that these 2 were quite strong just moments ago. But now that Teresa had appeared, she easily dealt with them. However, Teresa didn't even glance at their joy, only focusing on Luo Xuan, who was lying on the ground, seemingly unconscious. But why did he feel that this low-level warrior wasn't that simple? Luo Xuan, are you okay? After being knocked away, Ma Shi had blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. However, she didn't pay much attention to it and looked over at Luo Xuan. Could it be that Luo Xuan was so easily defeated by Teresa? It's fine. This guy is really impressive. Luo Xuan stood up directly from the ground, his clothes a bit torn, but nothing else was wrong. Upon seeing Luo Xuan stand up, everyone's expressions were quite different. Ma Shi had a look of joy, Teresa looked intrigued, while Barrow frowned slightly, and the faces of the other 3 Saiyans were not very good. How could he come out of Teresa's rapid attack completely unscathed? One Saiyan swallowed hard and said, but his voice still sounded a bit dry. This person is very strong. Another one nodded as well, acknowledging that being able to fight evenly with Teresa, who was closest to being a high-level warrior, was quite impressive. I didn't expect you to be this strong. Interesting. Finally, Teresa spoke up, having looked down on Luo Xuan just moments ago. However, Luo Xian's displayed strength had piqued his interest. You are strong too. It seems I will have to use my full power. Luo Xuan looked at his clothes, which were a bit damaged. However, there wasn't any significant damage. Otherwise, he wouldn't know where to get new clothes. He wasn't injured. Even though Teresa's punch just now was quite fierce, but for Luo Xuan, it still wasn't enough. You mean all your strength? Teresa smiled, thinking that this low-level warrior was just bluffing, as were the other Saiyans. Except for Ma Shi. She was the only one who knew that Luo Xian's strength was not just like this. He had just been a bit anxious earlier. Was it just a test? Hearing Luo Xian's words, Ma Shi also breathed a sigh of relief. Since Luo Xuan hadn't used his full strength yet, would he be able to match Teresa after unleashing all his power? I want to see what your full strength is like. Teresa merely thought Luo Xuan was joking. For a low-level warrior to cultivate to this extent was already quite impressive. If he continued to train, he would definitely become even stronger. But at this moment, catching up to her was still impossible. If a low-level warrior could possess strength comparable to that of a high-level warrior, then wouldn't high-level warriors be pretty useless? It will. F2 20 times. Luo Xuan said softly, his words filled with confidence. He was currently training under 40 times the gravity, and, based on his estimation, there wouldn't be too many high-level warriors that Teresa could defeat. It might just be a coincidence that he managed to win. At least, if he fought with Lin now, he would probably be instantly killed. In fact, he wouldn't stand a chance against those Saiyans on the gravity platform either. This is the difference between intermediate warriors and high-level warriors. Now, Luo Xuan wanted to see if he could at least fight to a standstill in a 20 times gravity environment. After all, he didn't have a clear understanding of his own strength, and could only use this guy to test it out. Let's get started. Luo Xian's lips curled into a slight arc as he whispered something before disappearing from the spot. Disappeared? The 3 intermediate warriors were slightly stunned upon seeing Luo Xuan vanish. What terrifying speed was this? Only the one named Balo furrowed his brow slightly. Although he couldn't see Luo Xian's figure, he could barely make out a shadow. Interesting. Teresa chuckled. He could see Luo Xuan, but at that moment, Luo Xuan was moving so fast that he didn't make a move himself. Luo Xuan ran quickly, his eyes becoming sharp as he looked at Teresa, whose expression was somewhat serious. It was the first time he encountered such a strong opponent, and he dared not let his guard down. Finding an opportunity, he suddenly appeared in front of Teresa and threw a punch, but his fist passed right through her. A residual image? Luo Xuan was not unfamiliar with this kind of thing. After all, he often saw it in anime. As long as one's speed reached a certain level, one could leave a residual image in place. Zofust. She also noticed Teresa's speed, which could leave a residual image in place. How fast could that be? At this moment, she and Belo did not engage further, as they both knew that they were not the key players in this battle. Winning or losing didn't matter. The real protagonists now were Luo Xuan and Teresa. They were the ones who mattered. When a residual image disappeared, Teresa appeared from another direction. "Huh, competing with me in speed? Go to hell." Teresa sneered and threw a punch at Luo Xuan. Another residual image? What he didn't expect was that his fist also passed directly through Luo Xian's body. This meant he had only struck Luo Xian's residual image. "Hey!" Luo Xuan didn't waste any words and threw a punch at Teresa's head. They were in a battle, not training. This time, he hit not an afterimage, but Teresa's real body. However, he didn't hit her head, as she managed to block the attack. The two then disappeared again. Moshi and Bello were still able to keep up with their speed, but the other three Saiyans looked completely bewildered. They could only hear the occasional sound of their bodies colliding, without seeing any shadows of the two. What incredible speed! This was the thought in everyone's mind as Luo Xuan and Teresa fought at such high speeds. They couldn't even keep their eyes on them, let alone match their speed. With a loud bang, both appeared in front of the crowd, Luo Xian's fist just hitting Teresa's face, while Teresa's punch also landed on Luo Xian's face. They were both sent flying by each other's blows, but performed a flip in mid-air and landed simultaneously. Both stared at each other, their eyes filled with the flames of battle, and the Saiyan blood within them was boiling. They had exchanged countless moves, with wins and losses, but even now, they had not determined a victor. "Kid, your fighting power is impressive." At this moment, Teresa no longer looked down on him, but regarded Luo Xuan as a worthy opponent. "Your fighting power is also very strong," Luo Xuan said calmly and confidently. During his recent battle with Teresa, he realized that this person's combat power was indeed well-deserved. He initially thought that this guy could defeat a high-level warrior purely by luck. Now it seems that his ability to fight beyond his level should be quite impressive. If Luo Xuan's guess is correct, this person should be a combat genius. It's just that, due to the limitations of his bloodline, he hasn't been able to reach a higher level. At this moment, the hostility in both of their eyes had disappeared, replaced only by a desire for battle. Encountering a similarly matched opponent, especially one who could fight beyond their level, is truly not easy. The guy could actually fight evenly with Teresa. Although Bello appeared calm on the surface, he was actually experiencing a storm of emotions inside. He initially thought that Luo Xuan was just a mid-level warrior capable of fighting beyond his level, but this guy could actually fight against high-level warriors. After all, Teresa's strength is also capable of battling high-level warriors, and his ability to contend with Teresa indicates that his strength can indeed match that of a high-level warrior. A low-level warrior possessing the combat power of a high-level warrior completely overturned Bello's worldview. When did low-level warriors become so formidable? This was also the thought of the other three Saiyans. They no longer dared to underestimate the low-level warrior before them, especially since the female Saiyan beside him was also very strong. Where did these two guys come from, and how could they possess such strong combat power? They had never heard of them before. Logically speaking, Saiyans who can fight beyond their level shouldn't be unheard of. However, it seems that these two really have no reputation. The next move is a technique I just comprehended not long ago. I have never executed it before, and I can guarantee that no Saiyan has ever used it. I originally intended to compete for the gravity chamber, but it seems I can only let you try it first. Teresa said to Luo Xuan. This was his ultimate move. Not only had no one seen it, but even among all Saiyans, no one could execute it. Luo Xuan didn't speak. He knew that the Saiyan in front of him wouldn't lie. However, he was curious about what technique this person would use. A technique that all Saiyans were unable to perform. "Hey!" Teresa shouted loudly. His right hand clawed upwards while his left hand grasped his right wrist, the veins on his face standing out. What technique is this? Everyone was unsure of what Teresa was about to do. Only Luo Xuan frowned. This posture, could it be that thing? Thinking of this possibility, Luo Xuan's face turned serious. Everyone was staring at Teresa. After all, this was said to be a technique that no Saiyan had used before. What could it be? Yeah, Teresa was not distracted by everything around him. He remained focused, his eyes fixed on his palm, seemingly waiting for something. Whoosh! At that moment, a slight breeze swept through the forest, which had previously been completely still, causing the surrounding leaves to rustle. Everything felt unusual. The sudden gust of wind broke the surrounding silence. Luo Xuan, be careful. Moshi also understood that Teresa was not simple. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to fight above his level. However, she had never seen this technique either, so she could only remind Luo Xuan to be cautious. Luo Xuan nodded. Without She's reminder, he knew that this technique shouldn't be that simple. If Luo Xuan was not mistaken, this should be something similar to a Kamehameha wave. But whether it was or not would have to wait to be seen. At that moment, Teresa, who had been concentrating and gathering energy, also chuckled, as if he was about to succeed. Sure enough, as his laughter faded, everyone could see a glimmer of light appearing in the palm of Teresa's hand. Everyone was a bit surprised. They had never seen such a technique before. What was going on? As everyone was astonished, Teresa shouted loudly, and then they could see that the small point of light in his hand began to brighten. It got brighter and brighter until it eventually formed a small ball. What is this? Bello also didn't know what this was. He had never seen Teresa use this before and was unaware of its power. But it was clear that this was not an ordinary technique. Teresa was a combat genius, and the techniques he created were certainly not simple. Was it not a Kamehameha wave, but just an energy ball? Seeing the gathered object, Luo Xuan let out a sigh of relief. If it really was a Kamehameha wave, he estimated he wouldn't be able to handle it. But since it was an energy ball, he should be able to give it a try. The biggest difference between an energy ball and a Kamehameha wave is that the Kamehameha wave requires gathering power and has a greater impact. While the energy ball can be directly launched for a series of attacks, its power is smaller, but its speed is relatively fast. But why was Teresa's speed in gathering an energy ball so slow? Moreover, he himself said that among the Saiyans, no one had been able to use this technique, which meant that they currently couldn't gather this energy ball. It seemed that way. He had never seen a Saiyan use it before. Was it not because they were worried about hurting their companions, but rather that they couldn't use it at all? Luo Xuan has never seen this situation in anime. Could it be that he hasn't watched enough anime? Perhaps that's the case. After all, Luo Xuan hasn't completely finished watching Dragon Ball. He has only seen a part of it, and there's still a portion that is missing from his memory. Luo Xuan now feels a bit regretful. If he had known he would travel to the world of Dragon Ball, he should have watched all the related anime. However, there's also a possibility that his arrival has caused some changes in this world. Perhaps he needs to revert these changes. This move is something I've never used before, and I don't even know how powerful it is. You still have time to regret now. Once the energy ball is fully formed, Trunks lets out a sigh of relief and says to Luo Xuan. Luo Xuan did not speak, but instead took a stance. He had to take this move. Looking at the energy ball in Teresa's hand, Luo Xuan's expression grew serious. This was the first time he had seen an energy ball since arriving in this world. But why was it that the first time he saw one was as an attack directed at him? If it weren't the first time, he might have been able to estimate the power of this energy ball. Now it seemed he could only experience its power firsthand with his body. From the way Teresa had gathered it just now, it had taken quite a while. If this were an anime, it would belong to the level of a ki blast. However, what Teresa held now was clearly just an energy ball. It seemed, "You want to take my attack head on?" Seeing Luo Xuan take his stance, Teresa was somewhat surprised. This move was one she had difficulty controlling herself, and she knew how powerful it was, although this was the first time she was trying on a human. Luo Xuan, Mashi, standing nearby, felt a bit anxious upon seeing the energy ball in Teresa's hand, although she didn't know what it was. She sensed a hint of danger from it. She wanted to warn Luo Xuan, but seeing the expression on his face, she decided not to continue. After spending so many days with Luo Xuan, she understood his character. He wouldn't give up so easily, or he wouldn't have come this far. Beside them, Bello also wore a serious expression. He had initially thought his strength was already quite formidable. While he might not be able to defeat Teresa, he believed he could at least put up a fight. But today he realized how naive his thoughts were. He knew he couldn't withstand Teresa's new move. Let alone fighting against Teresa, he wouldn't even be able to defeat the low-level warrior across from him. Even if he revealed all his trump cards, he still wouldn't win. The other three Saiyans were even more dumbfounded, unsure of what to say, standing there with blank faces. They knew that as long as that low-level warrior didn't die today, regardless of winning or losing, his name would certainly be remembered among the Saiyans. As a low-level warrior, fighting against the high-level warrior Teresa was enough for everyone to remember his name. This time, Luo Xuan had to make adequate preparations. He still had no understanding of the power of this energy ball, so he needed to be ready. All right, since you want to give it a try, then I'll let you try. If you really can take it, I'll tell you a secret. Teresa admired Luo Xuan for not giving up. She felt a sense of camaraderie with him. Both of them came from humble beginnings, one a low-level warrior and the other a mid-level warrior. And reaching this level was already quite an achievement. He was older and found it hard to break through. But this young guy in front of him still had room to improve. When he reaches age, he might really be able to defeat those high-level warriors up there. Of course, the premise was that he could withstand her attack and not die. Come on, Luo Xuan nodded. As for the so-called secret, he wasn't too interested. His biggest interest now was the energy ball, wondering if he could condense one himself. Take this. Teresa didn't waste any words and directly threw the energy ball in his hand toward Luo Xuan. The energy ball quickly shot towards Luo Xuan as soon as it left Teresa's palm. Hey! Seeing the speed at which the energy ball was coming, Luo Xuan crossed his arms in front of him and shouted softly, preparing to take the hit with his arms. Although he didn't know how strong it would be, Luo Xuan was aware that it wouldn't blow his arms off directly. As long as his body remained intact, the senza beans could help him recover. At least in the anime, he had only seen people being blown apart or killed. But he hadn't seen anyone lose arms or legs unless it was a cutting attack. Boom! At the moment Luo Xuan shouted, the energy ball crashed directly into him, exploding on impact and kicking up a cloud of dust that enveloped him instantly. What now? Is he dead? The current Saiyans had no scouters and couldn't sense energy. So they were uncertain about Luo Xuan's life or death. Being hit by such a strong attack, he should at least be incapacitated. They had never seen such a powerful move before, so they all thought that Luo Xuan was done for or dead. Even Teresa thought the same, given that this was his strongest attack. If he could survive this, then this low-level warrior was too strong. Only Moshi looked in the direction of Luo Xuan, not knowing what he was thinking. Having interacted with Luo Xuan for so long, he knew that if there was no certainty, that guy wouldn't take the risk. Since he chose to take Teresa's strike, he should be able to handle it. A gust of wind blew through, sweeping away the dust and revealing Luo Xuan's figure inside. At that moment, Luo Xuan was still standing, arms crossed in front of him. But his clothes were even more severely damaged, leaving only some rag-like animal hides. He actually took it? When the crowd saw Luo Xuan, their pupils constricted. They hadn't expected that such a powerful attack could be withstood by this low-level warrior. How is that possible? Bellows' expression changed. He knew that under such an attack, he would undoubtedly be dead. But this low-level warrior actually took it. Bellows had always thought that while this low-level warrior had strong combat power, his defense should still be at the level of a low-level fighter. He hadn't expected that this guy's defense would be so strong as well. Teresa was even more surprised. He knew better than anyone how much energy this attack contained and couldn't believe it was actually blocked. Cough, cough, cough. At that moment, Luo Xuan in the distance coughed, bringing everyone back to their senses. Luo Xuan, are you okay? Moshi rushed forward, noticing that Luo Xuan's condition wasn't good. Fine. Luo Xuan smiled, then chewed and swallowed the fairy bean in his mouth, immediately feeling his strength restore. However, he still looked quite disheveled on the outside, making it hard for others to tell that he was actually at the end of his rope. Feeling the energy in his body recover, Luo Xuan felt somewhat relieved. He originally didn't want to consume the fairy bean in front of so many people. However, since the opponent's strength was about the same as his own, if they were to launch an attack at that moment, he would truly have no power to resist. Therefore, Luo Xuan chose to swallow the fairy bean. Luo Xuan stared at Teresa across from him, unsure if Teresa would suddenly attack. After all, this was the world of Saiyans, and it wouldn't be unusual for someone to kill on the spot. You win. Just as Luo Xuan was on guard, Teresa lowered his stance and said to him, although he was reluctant to admit it, he had used his most powerful techniques and still couldn't defeat Luo Xuan. Teresa was known as the one closest to being a high-level warrior, while the other party was just a low-level warrior with nothing to his name. Now, being forced to reveal his trump card against a low-level warrior, he felt he had no face to continue fighting. You still have strength. Luo Xuan smiled. In this battle, he had already used all of his strength. If he didn't use the immortal bean, he definitely wouldn't be able to continue fighting. He initially thought that his strength was enough to battle against high-level warriors, but now it seemed that he was still far behind. Aren't you still full of energy? Even if we continue fighting, I still can't win against you. Teresa glanced at Luo Xuan. Although he looked somewhat disheveled and exhausted, he spoke with great determination. Therefore, Teresa felt that if they continued to fight, she might not necessarily win either. If you use the energy ball one more time, I won't be able to withstand it. Luo Xuan said, that's true. If another energy ball comes, I might really not be able to withstand it. Energy ball? That's a good name. Using that technique already drained most of my power, but the power is only this much. If I have to use it again, I estimate I would be exhausted to death. Teresa did not hide it either. He could only use this move once. If he had to use it again, it would likely result in both of them being severely injured, or even him losing first. So he didn't want to use such a move unless it was absolutely necessary. Extracting energy from the body? Hearing Teresa's words, Luo Xuan was taken aback. Isn't that thing supposed to extract energy from the surrounding environment? Could it be extracting energy from oneself? This is something I understood from a legend passed down from the past. However, it's too energy-consuming, so it can't be used continuously. Teresa did not hide anything from Luo Xuan. He now regarded Luo Xuan as someone like himself, perhaps even stronger than him. After all, he was just a low-level warrior and still quite young. If he could already match him now, then in the future, he would definitely be able to defeat him. After all, he is so powerful now, he should become even stronger later on. Legend? Luo Xuan was taken aback. This skill was comprehended from a legend? Well, this is a legend passed down in my family. It is said that there was once a Saiyan who could continuously release the energy balls you mentioned, and he passed this method down. However, none of my ancestors could comprehend it. I only grasped it not long ago. Hearing that Luo Xuan was interested in the legend, Teresa told him more about it. Although it was just a legend, he had succeeded himself, so he would be able to continue using it in the future. This meant that the legend was not just a legend. It truly existed. There really was a powerful Saiyan in the past who could continuously release energy balls, leaving behind such a super legend. Can you teach me? Luo Xuan was very interested in the energy ball. It seemed that he currently had no way to use it, and only Teresa, a Saiyan, could use it, so he wanted to give it a try. I can teach you, but with your current strength, you won't be able to condense it without 3 to 5 years of practice. Don't be fooled by my speed. I trained intensely at the beginning. Teresa smiled. He had spent over 10 years training for this, and it was uncertain how long it would take Luo Xuan to master it. Luo Xuan nodded. He just wanted to learn this method of cultivation. As for whether he could succeed, that would depend on his own talent for cultivation. All right, then I'll tell you, and you all come over. If you can really succeed, it will be beneficial for you as well. Teresa intended to inform not only Luo Xuan, but also Bello and Mashi. As for the other 3 Saiyans, they could listen if they wanted. Whether they could succeed would depend on them, but it would be difficult if they wanted to succeed. The few Saiyans also moved closer, and Teresa began to explain. This was his experience in cultivation, which couldn't guarantee their success, but at least it could help them avoid some detours. It wasn't that Teresa was particularly generous. He just knew some secrets, including why the Saiyans paid a high price to exchange for those gravity chambers from the Zofula people. In fact, this was not exactly a secret, as most Saiyans were aware of it, so being able to make their companions a bit stronger would increase their chances of winning later. This was also why those advanced fighters would agree to let intermediate fighters train for a while during their breaks. Although they were the main force, they still needed some companions. Therefore, to ensure that these intermediate fighters could contribute during the upcoming major battles, they needed to provide them with some help. Teresa was listening, while Luo Xuan and the other Saiyans were also listening. At that moment, the Long Quiet system unexpectedly downloaded a new plugin. Cell Energy Extraction System? Hearing this, Luo Xuan was excited. What was this? He didn't know, so he quickly closed his eyes. As soon as he closed his eyes, Luo Xuan entered his mind again. Sure enough, in the previous position, a new shortcut appeared. F1. Magic Bean System. Cooling down. Magic Beans. Eating 1 bean allows you to go without food for 10 days and heals any injury, but does not cure normal illnesses. F2. Gravity System. 000. Gravity. Can adjust the gravity of the clothing worn from 1 to 1000 G. F3. Universal Translation System. Universal Translation. Can translate the languages of all races in the universe. F4. Cell Energy Extraction System. Can quickly extract energy from cells, speeding up the condensation of energy balls. A shortcut F4 appeared, and it was related to the energy ball that Luo Xuan was currently learning about. It could accelerate the extraction of energy from cells and speed up the condensation of energy balls. This shortcut was just what Luo Xuan needed. The system, which hadn't responded for a long time, unexpectedly had a new shortcut, and this shortcut was exactly what he needed right now. Just as he was listening to Teresa explain how to extract energy from cells, a shortcut appeared that could quickly extract energy from cells. Seeing this shortcut, Luo Xuan was very excited. Did this mean he could condense energy balls? And even quickly condense several energy balls? No. This shortcut was just for quickly extracting energy from cells. If the energy in his cells was only enough to condense 1 energy ball, then like Teresa, he would only be able to condense once. Moreover, the meaning of quick extraction meant that he also needed to know the method himself, right? Looking at that line of introduction, Luo Xuan gradually understood. This meant that how much energy could be extracted from his cells still depended on his own strength. If he wasn't strong enough, then the quickly extracted energy wouldn't be enough to condense an energy ball. Ultimately, it still required him to cultivate his own abilities and not just rely solely on this system. This system was at most an aid, making it easier for him to become stronger. Returning to reality, although it might not be successful, Luo Xuan still wanted to give it a try. He thought that his combat power was similar to Teresa's and that his abilities were comparable. So did that mean his cells could extract energy equivalent to an energy ball? Teresa was still explaining when he suddenly saw Luo Xuan, who had his eyes closed, reach out his right hand with his palm facing up, as if he wanted to condense an energy ball. However, his gesture was slightly different from his own. When Teresa condensed the energy ball, his 5 fingers were claw-like, and he held his right wrist with his left hand, while Luo Xuan only had his right hand open, with no movement from his left hand. Luo Xuan, you're too anxious. I just started explaining how to condense it. You won't succeed like this. What I'm going to explain next is the important part, how to comprehensively and quickly extract energy from the cells. Seeing Luo Xuan so anxious, Teresa frowned. This person's strength was not lacking, but he was too impatient. They had only covered half of the explanation, and the most important part had not yet been said. He was eager to try. Perhaps he had misjudged him. Bello and the other 3 Saiyans were also watching Luo Xuan. They initially thought he could succeed. However, after hearing Teresa's words, they stood aside and waited to see what would happen. Only Mashi looked at Luo Xuan with some surprise. She knew that Luo Xuan would not do something reckless just for show, as it was not in his character. So, being able to make such a move meant he had at least an 80 confidence. However, Teresa had just said that the most important part had not yet been discussed. So Mashi was somewhat worried that Luo Xuan was being too anxious. At this moment, Luo Xian's thoughts had returned to his body, so he could hear Teresa's words. However, there was no time to worry about that. Luo Xuan had faith in this system. He also believed in his own abilities, so F4 quickly extracted. Luo Xuan had become very skilled at using these shortcuts. Thus, with just a flash of thought, he felt a wave of emptiness. Here, just as the thought crossed Luo Xian's mind, a small blue-white light appeared on his outstretched palm. The others were surprised to see this small light, as it resembled the energy ball that Teresa had just condensed. Only Teresa knew that it was not very similar. This was indeed the energy ball he had condensed. It just hadn't fully formed yet. Given a little time, around a few months, he would definitely be able to condense it successfully. Right now, he couldn't quickly extract the energy from the cells, which was why he hadn't succeeded. With a few more months of practice, he would surely succeed. He was definitely a genius. Teresa sighed, initially thinking that Luo Xuan was just making a fuss to attract attention, but he didn't expect him to actually condense something. However, he hadn't heard the explanation below yet. Once he listened, it wouldn't take long for him to be able to condense an energy ball. It's out. Just as Teresa was finishing his thought, he saw the light on Luo Xuan's hand flash directly. Then the light surged, condensing into an energy ball. This speed? A Saiyan initially wanted to say that this speed was much faster than when Teresa condensed it. But after glancing at Teresa, he chose not to say it. This speed was more than double mine when I condensed. He is a true genius, and compared to him, I'm just an ordinary Saiyan, an average mid-level warrior. The Saiyans' unspoken words were directly completed by Teresa. Indeed, to be able to condense the energy ball instantly just by hearing how to do it is definitely genius level. If I were to fight him now, I would definitely lose. Teresa said helplessly that if he could still condense the energy ball to battle Luo Xuan earlier, there was no way to win against him now. Both were condensing energy balls, but the opponent's speed was more than double his own, and he hadn't even condensed it yet. By the time he did, the opponent's energy ball would probably explode on him. How could he fight like this? Phew, I finally succeeded in condensing it. At this moment, Luo Xuan also opened his eyes, looking at the energy ball floating in his hand, smiling. This energy ball had condensed more than half of his energy. If this move couldn't defeat the enemy, he would likely be defeated next. However, this was only the current situation. Once he became stronger, he would be able to condense even more cellular energy faster. And the number of energy balls would not be limited to just these. This energy ball contained his own energy, and Luo Xuan could even feel that he could control this energy ball, which might be one reason why some could control energy. Of course, if he became really powerful, he could even control something like the Kamehameha to change its direction. Right now, Luo Xuan couldn't even control the energy wave. Once this small energy ball left his hand, it would definitely be out of control. Thinking of this, Luo Xuan clenched his fist and crushed the energy ball, which instantly transformed into a sky full of blue-white light, disappearing afterward. it truly disappeared because Luo Xuan could feel that this energy couldn't directly return to his body. His action also left the surrounding Saiyans even more astonished and in admiration. What Luo Xuan demonstrated surprised even Trelisa. Even he wouldn't dare to directly crush an energy ball like that. If it exploded, he wouldn't even know if he could withstand it. If he couldn't hold on, it would be quite a spectacle, being killed by his own energy. However, seeing Luo Xuan do this, he suddenly had a bold idea. Indeed, you are the genius among Saiyans. Trelisa looked at Luo Xuan and patted him on the shoulder, saying, from a series of performances just now, Luo Xuan truly is a super genius among Saiyans, able to fight with high-level warriors with the strength of a low-level warrior. To be able to condense an energy ball so quickly, what else could he be but a genius? Thank you. Luo Xuan didn't say much, just thanked Trisa. I'm not complimenting you. No need to thank me. Trisa thought Luo Xuan was thanking him for the praise. I'm thanking you for teaching me how to condense energy balls. Luo Xuan smiled slightly. And this was indeed thanks to Teresa. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't even know when he could successfully condense an energy ball. Moreover, the most important thing was that if Teresa hadn't taught him how to condense the energy ball, he might not have been able to trigger the system, and thus wouldn't have obtained the F4 shortcut key. But that's not a big deal. I know that given you time, you can also comprehend it. Teresa was confident in Luo Xuan's talent. Therefore, he believed that as long as there was enough time, Luo Xuan would be able to master this technique. So his guidance to Luo Xuan was merely passing on some of his experiences to help Luo Xuan avoid some detours. You all need to practice hard as well, especially you, Belo, and this little girl. Both of you have good talents, and as long as you practice correctly, you can also condense energy balls. After Teresa finished speaking, he also addressed the other four nearby. In his view, as long as they were Saiyans, they could successfully cultivate, especially Saiyans who could fight above their level. If they practiced well, there was also a possibility of condensing energy balls in the future. We understand. The others nodded as well. Just seeing Luo Xuan condense an energy ball in an instant gave them a strong sense of defeat. But when they thought about it, if this guy, a low-level warrior, could succeed, how could they not? This gave them motivation. Their current strength was insufficient, and the energy contained in their cells was also lacking. If they forced it, they might not be able to condense the energy ball successfully and would end up exhausting themselves to death. But now they already had a method of cultivation. As long as their strength increased a bit more and they became more familiar with this skill, they could succeed. According to Teresa, this was actually not difficult. As long as they practiced earnestly, they could succeed, and every Saiyan had the potential to succeed. Luo Xuan thought the same way. Characters like Krillin and Yamcha in the anime could condense energy balls and even Kamehameha waves. As a Saiyan, how could he not condense this? It's just that the Saiyans haven't fully come into contact with these things yet, which is why they haven't been able to condense them. Teresa, earlier you mentioned that I should take your attack, which was to tell me a secret. I think it's about the North Forest, right? Since I have successfully condensed the energy ball, I am also very interested in that secret. During their previous battle, Teresa had said that as long as he could take his energy ball, he would be able to learn one of his secrets. Luo Xuan speculated that since they were all in the North Forest, this secret must be related to the North Forest. Recently, Luo Xuan also heard Mo. She mentioned that something seemed to be off in the North Forest, as a large number of wild beasts were pouring out from within the forest. The scorpion tigers, which should have lived in the central part of the forest, had also been driven to the edge of the central area, and some had even entered the outskirts of the North Forest. Most of the beasts in the central area had come out from the depths of the North Forest, and it was unclear what exactly had happened inside. The person in front of him, Teresa, was said to be the closest to becoming a high-level warrior. At this moment, hiding away to cultivate instead of practicing in the high-level warrior area and wandering around the central part of the North Forest with a few intermediate warriors, surely indicated that something was going on. You guessed correctly. It is related to the North Forest. It is said that a new beast has emerged in the North Forest, which has eaten quite a few of the local beasts, causing many to flee. Teresa said this was also the reason why the North Forest has been somewhat unsettled lately. The beasts that were driven out from inside have come to the central area. Those in the central area have been pushed outside, and the ones outside may have directly fled the North Forest. Therefore, Teresa also wanted to venture into the depths of the forest to see if they could kill or drive out that new beast. What is that new beast? Luo Xuan frowned, surprised a new beast had appeared. What was going on? Generally, beasts come from other places. But now Teresa said it appeared suddenly, which means that this creature showed up in the middle of the North Forest without anyone knowing. Although many intermediate warriors are no longer training in the North Forest, there are still quite a few. How could something that can fight off the internal beasts and drive them out enter the North Forest without being noticed? I'm not sure about that either. Balo, why don't you explain? Balo and the others were the ones who saw the new beast firsthand. That is also why Teresa brought them here. They are among the few Saiyans who have seen the new beast. Teresa needs to go there to see if that is the case. Yes, we also noticed something strange in the North Forest that day. So we teamed up to check it out with our strength, and we found that the beasts that should have lived inside the North Forest had all come out. The bald man thought for a moment and said, "Yes," then we quietly entered deeper into the area. Because of our limited strength, we avoided those beasts. Until we reached the innermost part, we witnessed an incredible scene. Another Saiyan continued. We saw a giant snake. Well, it should be a snake, it was green, but we couldn't see it clearly. We didn't dare to get too close, only knowing that the beast was very long and coiled up like a snake. When Balo described this scene, he also frowned. That thing put a lot of pressure on him. After hearing Balo and the others' descriptions, Luo Xuan also frowned. A green giant snake just ran from outside the forest to inside, and no one noticed? Did it leave any traces when it entered? Luo Xuan asked curiously. If it really is a giant snake, then even if no one has seen it, there should be traces of its crawling, right? If there are none, that would be really strange. If there are traces, we wouldn't find it strange. It's precisely because there are no traces that we feel something is off. Now that we know Luo Xuan's abilities are much stronger than his own, it would be a matter of minutes for him to kill himself. Just like that energy ball. Even though he did not feel it directly, he could tell from the side that its power was not weak. If it were to hit him directly, Bello admitted that he really couldn't withstand it. So now, when he spoke to Luo Xuan, he no longer had the previous arrogance. After all, Saiyans, regardless of age or gender, are all very strong. Unless they encounter someone stronger, they would not easily submit. No traces left behind? That is a bit strange. Frowning. This matter made Luo Xuan feel a bit uneasy. A giant snake, no matter how powerful, could not possibly enter the forest without leaving any traces. Not leaving any traces would only be possible if it flew in like a bird. At this moment, Mashi, who had been silent, spoke up. How could a snake fly in? I think it might have dug a hole to get in, possibly coming from the Zufu people. Another Saiyan expressed his thoughts. As everyone knew that snakes cannot fly, but it is also possible for them to dig in. Yes, there is indeed that possibility. So, I want to go take a look. But their abilities are not enough, so I am training them here. Luo Xuan, do you want to join? Teresa nodded, as he also felt that the possibility of digging in was greater, so he planned to go into the forest to take a look. Moreover, he intended to let Bello and the others practice a bit and see if they could improve their strength. After all, these few had been following him for quite a while now. If possible, I would like to go with you. Mashi, do you want to join? Although Mashi was currently following Luo Xuan, she was not his subordinate. To Luo Xuan, Mashi was a friend now. So he naturally could not directly decide Mashi's presence or absence, only asking. Seeing this scene, Teresa was also a bit surprised. He initially thought the girl was like Bello and the others, a subordinate of Luo Xuan, but it seemed that was not the case. Of course, I will go with you. Mashi did not hesitate at all. For her, it had not been long since she was able to fight against someone with a natural advantage over her while being beside Luo Xuan. Now, Mashi was confident she could win even if she fought alongside Rigo and the others, which is the benefit of being with Luo Xuan. You should know that the interior of the forest is very dangerous. I might not be able to protect you then. Luo Xuan had not been inside the northern forest yet, so he did not know how dangerous it was. If there really were beasts comparable to high-level warriors, Luo Xuan could not guarantee that Mashi would be safe. I plan to follow you in from the outskirts. I never thought I would come out alive. But I'm still alive and well. In less than 10 days, I went from barely being able to fend off 3 or 4 scorpion tigers to now being able to kill 15. Even if I die, I've lived enough. Mashi smiled slightly, saying that this boy in front of her made her understand what a miracle is. Saiyans are inherently combative, and so is Mashi. Previously wandering on the outskirts, she thought she could never operate in the center and would definitely die upon entering. She indeed felt that way when she came in, although it was due to Luo Xuan. But even without Luo Xuan, she might have encountered a large group of scorpion tigers. On the contrary, by meeting Luo Xuan, she not only did not die, but had survived until now, and her strength had increased significantly. Hearing this, Teresa and the others showed surprise. In less than 10 days, going from barely able to fend off 3 or 4 to now being able to kill 15. How fast was this growth? Was it because of this low-level warrior in front of them? How did this happen? All right, then I'll find a way to further enhance your strength. Besides the scorpion tigers, it seems there are also things stronger than scorpion tigers in the center, right? They must have escaped from within? Luo Xuan nodded. The scorpion tiger could no longer be considered a target for cultivation in his eyes, so he wanted to change his goal. This area was originally the domain of the scorpion tiger, but due to issues within the northern forest, a more ferocious beast has emerged, and Luo Xuan wanted to cultivate against this beast. Are you talking about the jungle raptor? This time, Teresa spoke up. When it comes to knowledge of the northern forest, he was even clearer than Luo Xuan. So, as soon as Luo Xuan mentioned it, he knew what it was. The jungle raptor originally lived deep within the northern forest, but recently many seem to have been driven out. Unlike the scorpion tigers, the jungle raptors do not appear in large groups. They usually show up in pairs or trios. However, the strength of the jungle raptor far exceeds that of the scorpion tiger, as a single jungle raptor can easily kill around 20 scorpion tigers. Although they are large in size, they are not slow at all, and their defensive capabilities are extremely strong. Even when attacked by high-level warriors, they could defend themselves. And it would take quite a bit of time for high-level warriors to kill them if they were to go all out. Well, the scorpion tiger is no longer of much use. I want to try those jungle raptors. When are you all planning to go into the forest? Luo Xuan nodded. It was time to change targets. After all, he could already defeat the scorpion tiger in an instant, and the jungle raptor, with its speed, strong attack power, and solid defense, was just the right target for Luo Xuan's training. 7 days from now, let's meet here and go in together, Teresa said after thinking for a moment. Bello and the others also needed to improve their strength. Only then could they enter together, and he himself seemed to need to find a way to become even stronger. All right, then we'll meet in 7 days. Mashi, let's go. Luo Xuan nodded slightly, said nothing more, and led Shi in another direction. Perhaps one day, he would truly surpass the advanced warriors. Watching Luo Xuan's departing figure, Teresa sighed, thinking she had been very close, only to realize now that there were others closer than herself. Bello, are you four still training here? Looking at Luo Xuan walking away, Teresa turned to ask Bello. Among the four, Bello's words carried more weight, and the other three were willing to listen to him. So Teresa spoke directly to Bello. Bello could make decisions for the other three. We can't defeat that jungle swift dragon. At most, I could just hold it off. Bello hesitated for a moment before responding slowly. What if I join? Teresa asked. With you, we can definitely win. This time, there was no hesitation. If the four of them teamed up with Teresa, even against 2 jungle swift dragons, they could still put up a fight. Are you afraid of dying? Teresa nodded and then asked a rather perplexing question. Saiyans are not afraid of death. They fear not being able to die in battle. To this question, Bello just smiled. As a Saiyan, none of them feared death. They only hoped to die in battle, rather than being eaten by these beasts. All right, then let's go deeper into the northern forest and challenge those jungle swift dragons. Teresa nodded and said, feeling stimulated by Luo Xuan. Since even a low-level warrior like him was going to challenge the jungle swift dragons, then as someone who claimed to be the closest to advanced warriors, she naturally could not fall behind. Okay. Bello nodded, and the other 3 Saiyans, having heard their conversation, all showed excited expressions. After casually tidying up, the 5 of them headed into the depths of the forest. It wasn't just Teresa who was stimulated by Luo Xuan. Even the other Saiyans were as well. If a low-level warrior could become so strong, why couldn't they? Are you really going to look for those jungle swift dragons to train? Montak elf Valket bezide Luo Xuan hesitated for a moment and still asked, Why? Are you scared? Luo Xuan nodded. He indeed wanted to find those jungle raptors. After all, only such fierce beasts could help him improve further. I'm not afraid, but with your speed, you might not be able to match those jungle raptors. Moreover, their teeth, claws, and tails are powerful weapons. So when you encounter them, it might not be as easy to deal with as the scorpion tiger. As for Luo Xuan, Mashi understood him now. This guy was not familiar with this planet at all, let alone a species in the northern forest. According to Mashi's thoughts, this guy must be immersed in cultivation, which is why he acted like this. So he reminded Luo Xuan. It's impressive that there are such things. As expected, Luo Xuan only knew that the jungle raptors had strong attack, defense, and speed. Of course, this was also what Mashi had told him before. He had no idea about the true power of the jungle raptors. You want to directly seek out the jungle raptors for cultivation without knowing anything? Mashi was truly impressed by Luo Xuan. Others who challenged did so with proper preparations. But Luo Xuan wanted to challenge them directly without knowing anything. It's fine. I didn't know at first that the Toothwatcher giant was a 2-headed beast, nor that the scorpion tigers moved in packs. Luo Xuan smiled. He indeed knew nothing, but that couldn't be an excuse for him to avoid things. What he needed was a strong opponent that could help him grow, rather than seeking out those he could easily defeat. Well, it seems that following you means no safety at all. Emoshi felt helpless. It looked like there would be no good days ahead while being with Luo Xuan. Now, there was an even more serious problem. Ignoring Emo's small complaint, Luo Xuan frowned and said, "What problem? What kind of problem could be serious enough to make Luo Xuan feel that way?" This was quite out of character for him. Perhaps this problem was indeed very serious. So, when Emoshi asked, his expression was somewhat grave. "Can you sew clothes? My outfit got torn during the recent battle." Luo Xuan pointed at the clothes he was wearing. After just fighting with Teresa and having taken a hit from an energy ball, the clothes could barely cover some areas. He felt that this was not good for someone from the modern world like him. "Next time you have scorpion tigers, let me help you make one." Making clothes is relatively simple. Their clothes are different from modern ones. They're essentially just a few pieces of animal skin stitched together. However, Luo Xuan had never made them before, and even if he were given animal skins now, he wouldn't be able to do it. So he could only ask Mashi for help. "Scorpion tigers? I'll go look for them. How many do you need?" Luo Xuan heard that clothes could be made from scorpion tigers, and he immediately became interested. Killing a scorpion tiger is not difficult, right? "One is enough. How many do you want?" Emoshi was speechless. One scorpion tiger was already enough. "By the way, aren't you wearing scorpion tiger skin? Is there really a need to be so interested? All right, wait for me for a moment." After Luo Xuan finished speaking, he rushed out without any hesitation. "Hey, do you really need to be in such a hurry?" I completely didn't understand why Luo Xuan was so anxious. It was just a bit of torn clothing, right? However, at this moment, Luo Xuan had already run quite a distance, and his speed was impressive, which made Emoshi feel somewhat powerless. If she tried to catch up, she definitely wouldn't be able to, so she could only wait here. Roar. Just a short while after Luo Xuan left, a group of scorpion tigers passed by and spotted Emoshi. They immediately launched an attack on her. Fortunately, there weren't too many of these scorpion tigers, just over 20. Emoshi could handle about 15 of them, so dealing with this group of more than 20 shouldn't be a problem, even if she couldn't kill them all. "Really, being with him makes me feel so unsafe." Emoshi shook her head helplessly and charged toward the group of scorpion tigers. "I'm back. What do you think of this scorpion tiger? Is it big enough?" Luo Xuan returned after more than 10 minutes. "Hurry up and come help." After she killed a few scorpion tigers. She was struggling to hold on. She couldn't do anything to the scorpion tigers, and they couldn't do anything to her either. Damn, with so many scorpion tigers, I should have known better than to run so far to find them. Luo Xuan looked at the scorpion tiger group in front of him, feeling quite speechless. If he had known he would be waiting here, he wouldn't have had to run so far. However, Luo Xuan didn't know that it was because he had left that the scorpion tigers dared to attack Emoshi. Although the intelligence of these scorpion tigers wasn't very high, they still knew how to avoid danger. "Phew, it's a good thing you came back quickly. Otherwise, I would have been done for." She was slumped on the ground, as the recent battle had consumed a lot of her energy. "Come on, with your current strength. You can hold out for another 10 minutes without any problem." Seeing the countless scorpion tiger corpses on the ground, Luo Xuan couldn't help but smile. If it were before, they would have definitely killed Emoshi in an instant. But now, she was completely capable of holding on until he returned, which indicated that she was constantly improving. "Look, there are so many scorpion tigers here. Which one do you want to use as clothing?" She kicked the scorpion tiger corpses at her feet and asked. Earlier, Luo Xuan had run out to catch scorpion tigers, and now there were so many corpses here. "No, I just found one with good defense. But I don't know if its skin can be peeled off." Luo Xuan shook his head. When he went out just now, he encountered a group of scorpion tigers. He originally wanted to kill one to bring back, but he found that one of the scorpion tigers had very strong defenses. He kicked it, but didn't seem to be affected at all. Defense? Which one? Looking around, every scorpion tiger looked the same, and she didn't pay much attention. "Over there." Saying this, Luo Xuan ran out and brought back a scorpion tiger that looked a bit smaller than the others. "Is this the scorpion tiger king?" He hadn't paid much attention at first, but when Luo Xuan brought that scorpion tiger back, Emoshi's expression became very serious. "The scorpion tiger king? I was wondering why this scorpion tiger's abilities were so strong. It turns out to be the scorpion tiger king. What do you think? Is there a way to make clothes from this scorpion tiger king? Its skin should be able to withstand quite a bit of attack." Luo Xuan was very satisfied. After all, this was the scorpion tiger king. No wonder it had such strong defensive power. It could be done, but aren't you afraid of revenge? If you kill the scorpion tiger king, the scorpion tiger pack will definitely not let you go, you know? The probability of the scorpion tiger king appearing is 1 in 100. So there should be more than 100 scorpion tigers in the pack. If you don't want to be hunted down, it's best to use these ordinary scorpion tigers to make clothes. Mashi reminded him, as she had already mastered this data long before entering the northern forest. More than 100? It should be 121, including this scorpion tiger king, and I have already dealt with all of them. Luo Xuan smiled and said nonchalantly, 121 scorpion tigers? You kill them all? Upon hearing Luo Xuan's words, Moshi's face instantly filled with surprise. 121. He couldn't even handle 21, yet this guy had already managed to kill 121. He had originally thought that it was just luck that he killed the Scorpion Tiger King without being discovered by too many Scorpion Tigers. But it turned out that this guy had killed the entire nest of Scorpion Tigers. Can you help me turn this Scorpion Tiger King into clothing? That should be possible, right? After hearing Moshi's earlier words, it seemed he knew how to get the very strong defensive skin off. As for how he killed over 100 Scorpion Tigers, Luo Xuan didn't elaborate, as that was his secret. If it weren't for this ability, Luo Xuan wouldn't have dared to provoke the jungle raptors. And only with this capability could he challenge the jungle raptors, which were known for their strong defense, speed, and attack, and were once one of the overlords of the northern forest. The blue snake that Belu and the others spoke of was able to drive the jungle raptors out of the northern forest, which naturally indicated that the suddenly appearing blue snake was much stronger than the jungle raptors. If it weren't the case, it wouldn't have been able to drive the jungle raptors out from within. And now, if they couldn't even defeat the jungle raptors, then going into the northern forest would only be for sightseeing. Well, there's a way. In fact, every scorpion tiger, no matter how strong their defense is, has a weakness. The weakness of ordinary scorpion tigers is in their abdomen. As long as you attack their abdomen, you can break through their defense. But the Scorpion Tiger King is different. Its weakness isn't in the abdomen, but is similar to us Saiyans. She grabbed the Scorpion Tiger King's tail, then directly pulled out a dagger from his waist. With one stroke, he made an incision near the tail, slicing down and passing through the abdomen to the neck area. Your skills are not bad. Seeing Moshi's proficient movements, Luo Xuan felt relieved. He hadn't expected this intermediate warrior to also know how to make clothing. Of course, we Saiyans probably are the only ones who can't do it. She rolled his eyes. Is this guy really a Saiyan? His name is different from Saiyans, and he doesn't even know this most basic skill. Oh, really? Ahem. Luo Xuan awkwardly touched his nose. It turned out this was a basic skill of the Saiyans. But thinking about it, the Saiyans were still in a primitive society, hadn't conquered the Zofurians yet, and didn't have high technology, so naturally, there were no clothing stores or battle suits. Speaking of which, without battle suits like Vegetas, when these female Saiyans transformed into gorillas and then returned to their original forms. Wouldn't that be? Boom! At that moment, a loud noise sounded, and the ground seemed to shake for an instant. What's going on? Luo Xuan looked around cautiously. Could it be an attack from a group of scorpion tigers? He wasn't sure. It must be a large beast roaming around. Otherwise, such a commotion wouldn't be possible. Compared to Moshi's understanding of the northern forest and various beasts, Luo Xuan naturally fell short. So when he heard this sound, he thought it was a group of scorpion tigers. After all, they had just wiped out a group of scorpion tigers. Could another wave be coming? However, Moshi didn't think it was a group of scorpion tigers, but rather some kind of large creature, as only a large beast could make such a loud noise. Large beast? Just as Luo Xuan and Moshi were puzzled, the source of a noise came running from a distance. Oh no, it's a jungle raptor. How did they end up here? They must have been attracted by the blood of the Scorpion Tiger King. She immediately recognized the two beasts in the distance. They were indeed jungle raptors. Is this the jungle raptor? Looking at the two large creatures in the distance, Luo Xuan was taken aback. He had originally thought that jungle raptors were similar to the speedy dragons from Dragon Ball, but it turned out they were not. They actually resembled Spinosaurus a bit. You can focus on making me clothes. I'll go test their strength. Luo Xuan said lightly, originally thinking he would have to wait a while to find it. But unexpectedly it came to him so quickly. He wanted to test just how strong the jungle raptors were considering their massive size. How fast could they actually be? He had planned to wait until his clothes were ready before searching for the jungle raptors, but he didn't expect to encounter them so soon. Be careful. This jungle raptor is much stronger than a scorpion tiger. She reminded him. She nodded, surprisingly trusting Luo Xuan, although he faced two jungle raptors. She believed in him. All right. Smiling, Luo Xuan didn't waste any more words and dashed toward the two jungle raptors. He liked this fighting style, directly confronting the opponent without much chatter. As Luo Xuan charged in, the two jungle raptors noticed him. They found it laughable that this little guy dared to challenge them. One of them raised its foot and stomped down toward Luo Xuan, intending to squash him underfoot. Mo Shi, not far away, witnessed this scene. Normally, she would have shouted, "Luo Xuan," and rushed over, but this time she didn't. She just took a glance and continued sewing, knowing that if Luo Xuan could be so easily crushed, she wouldn't be able to escape either. Moreover, if Luo Xuan could be defeated so easily, she wouldn't believe in him, especially since they were already deep in the northern forest, almost reaching the core. At that moment, Luo Xuan's low shout echoed out, and then it was seen that the foot that had stomped him was being lifted, little by little. With a strong push, he managed to shove the foot away. Meanwhile, the other jungle raptor had already started running toward Mo Shi's direction. Seeing this, Luo Xuan immediately sped up to chase after it, grabbing the tail of the jungle raptor and directly dragging the massive creature back. "Hey, Ma Shi is making clothes for me. You can't disturb her," he said, tightly holding onto the jungle raptor's tail and pulling it back. With a strong swing of the tail, the enormous jungle raptor was actually flung away, crashing into two other jungle raptors. Roar! The two jungle raptors were also taken by surprise, not expecting to be stopped by an ant. They immediately developed a bit of interest in this ant. One of them roared at Luo Xuan and then swung its tail towards him. The speed was quick, but Luo Xuan was not slow either. In a moment the tail was swung towards him, he jumped high. However, just when he thought he had dodged the jungle raptor's attack, the other raptor's tail came crashing down on his current position. Bang! Luo Xuan didn't have time to dodge and could only defend himself, but this blow sent him crashing to the ground. His body made contact with the ground, causing it to crack. He originally thought this was just an exaggeration from anime, but now he realized that a Saiyan's body hitting the ground hard could indeed create a hole. He initially thought there were only two jungle raptors, but he didn't expect their attacks to be coordinated. This surprised Luo Xuan. It turned out that the jungle raptors not only went out to hunt together, but could also cooperate with each other. Interesting, let's see more. One jungle raptor might be easy for Luo Xuan to handle, but two were a different story, especially since these two could coordinate their attacks, making it more than just 1 + 1 = 2. Over there, it seems something's happening. Bello and the others were originally heading in another direction. However, they hadn't gone far when they heard a loud noise from another direction. That direction seemed to be where Luo Xuan had just left. Could something have happened? Another Saiyan said, Luo Xuan just went that way. Could he have encountered an attack? This is bad. Something that can make such a loud noise must be the jungle raptors. Let's go check it out. Triza, who had seen more, immediately recognized that such a loud noise could only come from the jungle raptors. Okay, Bello nodded. He wanted to see how Luo Xuan would fare against the jungle raptors, known as the overlords of the northern forest. So, they headed towards Luo Xuan's location, hoping to help him if needed. However, when they arrived, they were left dumbfounded. What was going on? They saw the two jungle raptors, and it was clear Luo Xuan was under attack. But the ground was littered with scorpion tiger corpses, and there was Ma Shi sitting among them, making clothes, which left them perplexed. What are you all doing here? Ma Shi noticed them as they arrived and curiously asked, "Didn't we agree to split up? We heard a noise from this direction, so we came to check it out. We didn't expect you really ran into the jungle raptors. What were you doing?" Triza briefly explained the situation, but couldn't help but ask. "Making clothes. Luo Xuan's clothes got torn during the fight, and he can't make them himself, so he asked me to help," Ma Shi replied, raising the scorpion tiger skin in her hand. "Isn't that obvious? I mean, Luo Xuan is over there fighting, and you're just sitting here making clothes?" Triza said, somewhat speechless. "Of course, I know you're making clothes. I'm not blind. I just want to ask, your companion is being attacked by two jungle raptors, and you're not going to help? Even if you can't beat the jungle raptors, you could at least distract one. With Luo Xuan's strength, it would only be a matter of time before he could deal with one jungle raptor. All you need to do is hold one off for a bit. That's better than just sitting here making clothes. No need. Luo Xuan can handle it alone. He's just using those two jungle raptors for training. Once he gets tired, he will take them down." Ma Shi looked over at Luo Xuan. Having spent time with him, she had gotten used to his training methods. At first, she worried he couldn't handle it, but after seeing him take them down immediately after tiring, she felt at ease. Training? Triza and the others looked over at Luo Xuan. Indeed, even though he was getting attacked by the jungle raptors, he seemed to be managing well. Moreover, he seemed to be getting more familiar with their attack patterns, able to predict their moves each time. This guy is terrifying. The first time he encounters jungle raptors, he dares to suppress his own abilities and uses them as training targets. So, that's what a jungle raptor is. They actually coordinate their attacks. Bello and the others seeing the jungle raptors working together, were surprised. But Luo Xuan was also very strong. Under the attacks of two jungle raptors, he still appeared to be handling it with ease, and he was continuously improving in the process. This is true talent. Teresa nodded as she watched Luo Xuan engage with the two jungle raptors. Even for herself, she couldn't do the same. This kid was constantly improving. Perhaps soon, Luo Xuan would surpass all the advanced warriors, including those training on the gravity platform. The others behind Bello also nodded. Luo Xuan's strength truly exceeded their understanding. Bang! After another collision with the two jungle raptors, Luo Xuan staggered back several steps. No, this level of strength is not comparable to advanced warriors, let alone those on the gravity platform. Only after truly battling the jungle raptors did Luo Xuan realize that his strength was still not strong enough. After all, he came from a low-level warrior background, and he had lost many innate advantages. Moreover, his body had not undergone much training in the past 17 years and was in a state of self-neglect. It seemed he still needed a lot of effort to catch up to advanced warriors. Fighting the jungle raptors had drained a significant amount of Luo Xuan's stamina. After all, these creatures were known for their speed, attack, and defense. At this moment, Luo Xuan was also a bit out of breath, especially since he was fighting while carrying heavy weights. Luo Xuan looked a bit tired, but the two jungle raptors still seemed to have plenty of stamina. Teresa, with her sharp eyesight, quickly noticed that Luo Xuan had reached his end of the road. Let's go help him, Bello nodded. Even if Luo Xuan was strong, dealing with two jungle raptors was still somewhat overwhelming. You all better not intervene. Otherwise, he will end up fighting you. Ma Shi, who had been focused on making clothes, raised her head and said, if we don't help, he will be killed by the jungle raptors. Teresa frowned and looked at Ma Shi. Can't you see that Luo Xuan is about to be killed? It won't happen. Ma Shi glanced at Luo Xuan, seeing the smile at the corner of his mouth. She shook her head reassuringly and continued making clothes for him. Teresa wanted to say something more when a loud bang came from a distance. Looking up, they saw a jungle raptor fall to the ground. What happened? Teresa hadn't seen it just now, so she asked Bella next to her. Just as she finished asking, another loud crash echoed not far away. Looking up, the other jungle raptor also collapsed to the ground. What's going on? Didn't Luo Xuan just run out of stamina? Teresa was a bit frantic. It was obvious that she had just exhausted her strength, yet suddenly she had taken down both jungle raptors. Roar! Just as Teresa was losing her mind, the two jungle raptors got back up, hissed at Luo Xuan, and then continued their attack. Although Luo Xuan had just kicked both jungle raptors to the ground, it did not inflict much damage on the jungle raptors, which had strong defenses. Of course, Luo Xuan hadn't used his full strength. He was just testing them out. Now let's play with you a bit more. Luo Xuan chuckled, and then dashed straight towards the jungle raptor. Without the constraint of gravity, he felt much lighter. Has his stamina recovered? Belluo looked at Luo Xuan in the distance, and suddenly felt completely unable to understand the Saiyan. No, he was just putting all his strength into it. It seemed that he was holding back earlier, suppressing his own power. Fighting the jungle raptors like this, though dangerous, was undoubtedly a good way to train. After observing Luo Xuan's attacks, Teresa could also see that he was restraining his own power. However, she didn't know that Luo Xuan was using a gravity system, and now he was free from its constraints. How did he manage to lower his own power? Belluo shook his head, feeling a bit incredulous. He couldn't imagine how to lower such an ability, as he couldn't do it himself. As long as one can control their own strength to a precise degree, it could be done, but he never thought Luo Xuan would use this to train. Why didn't I think of that before? Teresa could also control her power, but she had never considered using this point for training. So, now that Luo Xuan is using all his power, can he defeat the two jungle raptors? It seems that Luo Xuan is already using all his strength. Can he take down both jungle raptors? I don't know, we'll just have to see. If it doesn't work, we can help. Teresa shook her head. She didn't know Luo Xuan's exact strength, so she also didn't know if he could handle the two jungle raptors. Belluo nodded in agreement. He was curious to see how strong this low-level warrior really was. Boom! While they were discussing, Luo Xuan was unaware that all his focus was on the two jungle raptors in front of him. However, he felt that his power hadn't increased much. What was going on? He had just fought under gravity, but now that it was removed, his battle power hadn't improved significantly. Forget it. Let's take care of these two jungle raptors first. Unable to figure it out, Luo Xuan didn't dare to delay. He could only resolve these two creatures first. Hey! He jumped back a step, then extended his right hand. F4 quick extraction. He wanted to use the energy ball. Seeing Luo Xuan's action, Belluo whispered, They were all very familiar with this move. No, the energy ball can only deal with one jungle raptor at most, and it extracts energy from the cells. It will be more troublesome to deal with the other one afterward. We should be ready to help. Teresa was quite familiar with the energy ball. One could say it was invented by her, so she understood its pros and cons. Seeing Luo Xuan use this move, she was also a bit worried. Teresa frowned as she saw Luo Xuan use this move. While the energy ball could indeed defeat one jungle raptor, the other would likely attack at that moment. After using the energy ball, Luo Xuan would be low on energy, making it the perfect opportunity for the other jungle raptor to strike. These jungle raptors weren't fools. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to coordinate their attacks like this. How could they not attack Luo Xuan at this moment? So, Luo Xuan would also be in danger. I'll also condense an energy ball. That way, when the other jungle raptor attacks, I can help Luo Xuan. However, I'm not as fast at condensing as Luo Xuan. I don't know if I can keep up. Just as Teresa was about to condense her energy ball, Ma Shi, who had been silent all along, spoke up again. She was aware of Teresa's situation, but had more faith in Luo Xuan's strength. Since Luo Xuan hadn't spoken, it must mean there was no problem. So Ma Shi wouldn't let Teresa interfere. Can't you see? Luo Xuan is in a dangerous position. Teresa frowned at Ma Shi's obstruction. Did she doubt her own judgment? Dangerous? He's fine. Just watch. Ma Shi shook her head. Given Luo Xuan's character, he would definitely not put himself in a dangerous position. Teresa truly didn't understand where this woman got her confidence. If it weren't for Luo Xuan, she would have wanted to slap her. Teresa, look. Beluo, who had been watching Luo Xuan, suddenly looked a bit worried. What's wrong? Is Luo Xuan going to die? Interrupted by Beluo, Teresa frowned. Could Luo Xuan really be killed so quickly? She looked up and saw Luo Xuan raising his left hand. When she saw this movement, Teresa was stunned, and then suddenly realized something. Luo Xuan wouldn't be thinking. She didn't finish her sentence, but Beluo and the others knew what she was implying. Looking at Luo Xuan's actions, they were clearly similar to his right hand's movements. Although he was dodging, his steps were steady. F4 quick extraction. Just as the timing was right, a thought flashed through Luo Xuan's mind, and in an instant, Teresa and the others saw blue light gathering in the palms of Luo Xuan's hands. The blue glow rapidly intensified, condensing into 2 energy balls in his palms. Go! As the energy balls condensed, the jungle raptor charged towards Luo Xuan. Without hesitation, Luo Xuan threw the energy ball directly at the jungle raptor. Boom! In an instant, the energy ball made contact with the jungle raptor, exploding immediately. What powerful force! Beluo watched the explosion's direction, although he couldn't see the situation inside. The power was definitely enough to blow up both jungle raptors. As the dust hadn't settled yet, they saw a figure walking out from that direction. It was Luo Xuan. Oh, you guys are here too? When Luo Xuan saw Teresa and the others, he was momentarily stunned. He hadn't noticed them during the battle. Now that the fight was over, he realized they were also there. How did you do that? The dust in the distance had also cleared, revealing the bodies of 2 jungle raptors, both charred. Teresa glanced at the 2 bodies, also taken aback. What? Energy balls? I just released them with both hands simultaneously. It's no different from what you taught. After a brief moment of confusion, Luo Xuan realized she was referring to the act of launching energy balls with both hands. In fact, Luo Xuan knew that as long as the stamina was sufficient, there shouldn't be any major issues. Moreover, the quick system could rapidly extract energy from his cells. Therefore, controlling the energy balls with both hands was quite easy for him. However, if Teresa wanted to try, it would probably take a long time. Like this? Teresa nodded, using the same method, but extracting another portion of energy from her cells. This sounded simple, but if there wasn't enough energy to support it, it could easily lead to exhaustion right after the extraction, resulting in the energy ball exploding right in front of her, which would be quite a spectacle. Luo Xuan, your clothes. At that moment, Ma Shi also brought Luo Xuan's clothes over. Luo Xuan took a look at it. Although it was very simple, just a basic weaving of tiger skin with grass, it was better than nothing, though there were still some bloodstains that hadn't dried and needed cleaning. Thank you. Of course, Luo Xuan could definitely accept this. He was very grateful for Ma Shi's help, as she had been assisting him in improving his strength during these days. Ma Shi was also very appreciative. If it weren't for Luo Xuan, she would still be just a mid-level warrior training with the toothed giant beast on the outskirts of the northern forest. So Luo Xuan was like a guide to her. Who would have thought that a low-level warrior she had previously looked down upon was actually so strong and had become her guide to becoming stronger? Luo Xuan, can I train with you? Please teach me how to cultivate. At that moment, Teresa also approached and whispered to Luo Xuan. Train with me? Luo Xuan looked puzzled. Isn't this guy supposed to be the one closest to a high-level warrior? What happened to the pride of Saiyan? Cough, cough. I think your training method suits me well, so I hope to train with you. Seeing Luo Xian's expression, Teresa's face turned red. What kind of expression is that? Having lived for more than half a lifetime, no one ever taught her, and as someone with strong talent, she never looked up to anyone, believing no one was worthy to teach her. By her 40s, she was already comparable to a high-level warrior and was quite strong, feeling proud of herself. However, today, she encountered Luo Xuan, a lower-level warrior and a teenager in his teens, who was even stronger than her and had a higher talent. Therefore, Teresa genuinely admired Luo Xuan and wanted to train with him. After hearing Teresa's words, the people around looked at him with some surprise. This very proud genius is actually allowing a lower-level warrior who is younger than him to teach him training methods. If this got out, no one would believe it. Do you really want to train with me? But I don't have any training methods. I just keep finding some fierce beasts to train against. Luo Xuan said helplessly that he really didn't have any cultivation methods. He was just using a gravity system to train by carrying heavy objects, which didn't seem to have much to teach. Then let's go together. After all, I just saw your battle, and I know that if we encounter a jungle raptor, I still have a chance. But Beilu and the others probably won't have a chance to escape. It's better to stick together for some support. Teresa thought for a moment. Perhaps Luo Xian's cultivation method was really that simple, so she decided to follow him for a few days to see if she could gain anything. Beilu and the others nodded in agreement. Although the words were not pleasant to hear, they also knew that with their abilities, it was impossible to defeat a jungle raptor. They had previously been confident that a few of them could hold off one, but now it seemed that it would only take a little time for one to kill all four of them. Their defense, speed, and attack were not as fast as that of the jungle raptor, so there was no way to delay it. All right then, let's go together. We won't need to come back. Let's head from here to the depths of the northern forest and see just how powerful that green serpent really is. Luo Xuan nodded. What Teresa said was not wrong. Anyway, they would have to enter the northern forest eventually, and Beilu and the others also knew the location of the green snake. So they couldn't just let them directly feed the jungle raptors. Besides, dealing with those two jungle raptors just now was a bit clumsy for Luo Xuan. If they encountered 3 or 4, they might really be unable to handle it. If Teresa came along, they would be able to cope. Although jungle raptors generally didn't appear in groups of more than 3, the situation was a bit different now. After being driven out from the northern forest, who knew if they had set new rules? Moreover, they came out in pairs, so it wasn't impossible for them to run into bad luck. All right, so where do we go now? Should we go directly to find the jungle raptors? Teresa nodded upon hearing Luo Xuan agree. As long as he was willing to let her follow, there wouldn't be any problem. However, before that, there is something else we need to do. Luo Xuan nodded. But there was something even more urgent than finding the jungle raptors. What? Upon hearing Luo Xuan say this, Teresa, Mashi, and the others became alert. Was there another issue? Or had something happened? This outfit of mine smells so bloody, I can't wear it. I need to find a place to wash it first. After it's dried, we can set off. Besides, it's getting dark now, so let's find a place to rest for the night. Luo Xuan was still holding onto his clothes. And with such a strong smell of blood, he really couldn't just put them on, so he had to wash them first. Okay, I'll listen to you. Teresa and the others stumbled a bit, almost falling down. They initially thought something serious was happening, but it turned out to be laundry. However, since they had agreed to follow Luo Xuan, they naturally listened to him. Perhaps this was a way to conserve energy. There's a river over there. Let's go wash there. We can also eat something. I'm really hungry after the battle. When Luo Xuan just passed by, he also saw a river over there, which should be a good place to spend the night. All right, let's go over there. Teresa nodded. Then the group headed towards the river. Is this the lair of the scorpion tigers? As soon as they arrived, Beilu and the others were shocked by the scene before them. In front of them lay a group of scorpion tiger corpses, at least 100 of them. An entire group had been wiped out. Is this where you just caught the scorpion tiger king? And Moshi wasn't as surprised after all. She had known for a while that Luo Xuan had just slaughtered an entire group of scorpion tigers to bring out the scorpion tiger king, which he made into the garment in his hands. Yes, this is the place. I originally just wanted to catch one to take back, but it ended up attracting a whole group. Luo Xuan nodded, then took the clothes made from the Scorpion Tiger King to wash by the river. Scorpion Tiger King? Hearing Mashi's words, Beilu and the others also looked at the clothes in Luo Xuan's hand, realizing that it was actually made from Scorpion Tiger King. A single person had slaughtered an entire group of scorpion tigers, with hundreds of them falling at his hands. This person was truly terrifying. No wonder he could single-handedly take on 2 jungle raptors. Previously, they thought the jungle raptors were just slightly stronger than the scorpion tigers, and that they couldn't handle them. But they didn't think there was much of a gap between themselves and Luo Xuan. However, now with the scorpion tiger, they could clearly see how much their strength differed from Luo Xian's. Beilu could kill 15 scorpion tigers, which was already quite strong among intermediate warriors. But Luo Xuan could kill over 100. That is about 8 times the difference in strength. Now you understand how terrifying he is, right? Seeing the surprised expressions on Beilu and the others, Teresa also spoke up from the side. He had long recognized Luo Xian's exceptional nature. After all, someone who could fight him and remain unharmed after taking one of his energy balls must possess remarkable strength. That energy ball contained half of his energy. Even a jungle raptor could be killed by it. Yet that guy only ended up a bit disheveled, with no real harm done, and he hardly consumed any energy. It wasn't long before he could condense another energy ball. If he knew that at that time Luo Xuan had eaten a magic bean to restore lost stamina and that his wounds healed instantly, what would his expression be? Of course, they knew nothing of this, so after hearing Teresa's words, they felt that Luo Xuan was too strong. He was simply not someone they could handle. Fortunately, he hadn't gone all out at that time. Otherwise, they would have been dead long ago. In the future, as you follow him, you should learn more about what could be useful to you. A low-level warrior can possess the strength of a high-level warrior. If you learn even a little, you can become stronger. Teresa said softly. This was his purpose in following Luo Xuan. Meanwhile, Ma Shi, who was beside him, heard Teresa's words and struggled to keep himself from laughing out loud. As night fell, the group gathered to roast scorpion tiger meat. Saiyans were not picky eaters, and Luo Xuan also upheld the traditional virtue of eating whatever he could. If it couldn't be eaten, he would turn it into medicinal food. His clothes were also placed by the fire to roast. Luo Xuan, with your talent, you should be able to defeat those high-level warriors within a year. At that time, would you be interested in forming a combat team? You know, in a year's time, if it's just the Saiyans alone, they might get killed. While eating, Teresa also started chatting. Otherwise, eating meat in silence would indeed create a somewhat awkward atmosphere. A year from now, Luo Xuan frowned slightly. What Teresa mentioned should be about the attack on the Zufu people. Although the enemy's combat power isn't as high as ours, their technological level is much stronger than ours. So those who want to die will rush to the front. Nodding, the Saiyans were all aware of this matter. Therefore, each of them was secretly preparing, hoping to make a mark in a year. The best outcome would be to establish a team of their own, or a small group, so that they could achieve something. Fighting alone is always difficult. One person's fist can't match 4 hands. This is indeed the case. Luo Xuan nodded in agreement with Teresa's words. Sometimes, a team is better than being alone. Just like Goku, he had many companions when he was young, Bulma, Krillin, and Yamcha. After growing up, he had Vegeta and Piccolo. Whenever something happened, although it was always Goku who resolved it in the end, he couldn't have done it without his companions. So Luo Xuan also felt that having a few companions to work with would be great. Therefore, I think you should establish your own group. When the war really starts, you can support each other. Teresa continued, appearing to encourage Luo Xuan. Your strength is comparable to that of high-level warriors. Why don't you establish your own group? Luo Xuan was also a bit curious. The Teresa in front of him was known as the one closest to becoming a high-level warrior. If he wanted, he should have quite a few intermediate warriors with him. Why didn't he establish a group himself? You think I haven't? Hearing Luo Xuan's words, Teresa replied somewhat helplessly. You. Luo Xuan wanted to say something, but seeing the somewhat unnatural expressions on the faces of Beilu and the others, he understood. Although Teresa was known as the one closest to being a high-level warrior, he was still just close. His strength was still lacking compared to those high-level warriors on the gravity platform. Therefore, he only had Beilu and a few others with him, while the other intermediate warriors, like Shade, were better off following a high-level warrior. This way, they might have priority access to the gravity platform. With that in mind, it was quite difficult to form a team. Teresa shook his head helplessly. He felt somewhat helpless about this situation. He initially thought that once he spoke up, many people would follow him into the Northern Forest Central area. There were indeed many people before, as their strength could only allow them to operate on the outskirts of the Northern Forest, and he could still act in the central area. However, since the gravity platform was built one by one, they went to line up there, leaving only Beilu and a few others willing to venture with him in the central area of the Northern Forest. This situation was filled with sadness. His small team had already shown some promise, but once the gravity platform was established, it fell apart. Your requirements were too high. We want to go at first, but you look down on those of us with lower strength. So in the end, we, who couldn't compete for the gravity platform, didn't want to follow you anymore and would rather hunt the fang-toothed beasts on the outskirts of the northern forest. While Teresa was lamenting, Mashi, who had been sitting quietly listening, said lightly. She was aware of this matter. She had also wanted to follow Teresa at first. However, Teresa's requirement was that one must be able to independently kill 3 scorpion tigers. At that time, Mashi did not have that kind of strength, so she could not join. It was for your own good. If you didn't have the ability to independently kill 3 scorpion tigers, entering the central area of the northern forest would only lead to death. Teresa had his own considerations regarding this. When selecting people, he wanted to choose some stronger ones. If they were too weak, it would be really difficult to survive in the central area of the northern forest. Indeed, that was the case. Luo Xuan nodded. After walking in the northern forest for so many days and encountering at least a few hundred scorpion tigers, he had developed a deep understanding of their strength. Without the ability to kill 3 scorpion tigers alone, even if he reached the middle of the northern forest, he would only meet his demise. Hearing Luo Xuan speak, she finally stopped talking. After all, she had truly felt the ferocity of the scorpion tiger pack in the northern forest recently. She also knew that if she had really followed them back then, she might have already become fertilizer for some tree by now. However, she had been quite proud at that time, so she was somewhat concerned about this matter. Barlow and the others had followed me at that time. He was able to kill 5 scorpion tigers, which was considered above average among those who followed me. The 3 of them could barely kill 3, so they were brought along. Regarding this, Teresa was somewhat satisfied. After all, when they were brought in, the strongest Barlow could only kill 5 scorpion tigers. But after 2 years of training, he could now kill 15 alone. A few days ago, I could only kill 4 scorpion tigers alone, and now I can kill 15. When talking about this, seeing Teresa's proud expression, she couldn't help but strike a blow. A few days? From killing 4 to 15? Hearing she's words, Teresa and the others were also astonished. They originally thought that she had been with Luo Xuan in the northern forest for a long time, but it turned out to be just over 10 days. There was nothing to be surprised about. Continue discussing team matters. On this point, Luo Xuan was not surprised. In fact, she had not clarified some things. That day, she had nearly died and came back to life after eating a fairy bean. Saiyans experienced a significant boost in strength after recovering from near death. That's why she could go from killing 4 to now killing 15 scorpion tigers. Now, Luo Xuan was even more interested in that so-called small team. If it were possible to form a team of his own, that would also be a good choice. Luo Xuan was also somewhat interested in Teresa's proposal to form a small team. As Teresa said in the war a year later, one person is not as effective as a team. No matter how strong an individual's ability is, they still need some people to help fend off opponents. Actually, I just want you to form a team. After all, your strength can still be further improved. In any case, you will be able to truly reach the level of a high-level warrior. Seeing Luo Xuan's interest, Teresa also spoke up, as he was aware that he was only close to being a high-level warrior. But Luo Xuan's strength would definitely be able to defeat high-level warriors one day. And even the gravity chamber would have a place for him. My strength is still not enough. Luo Xuan shook his head. He was clear about his own strength. Right now, his abilities were simply not on par with those guys on the gravity platform. Even against ordinary advanced warriors, the outcome was really hard to predict. So, while Luo Xuan could form a small group now, he had no way to build a team. After all, those were all intermediate and advanced warriors, each one proud and arrogant, and they would never obey a low-level warrior, unless one day he gained enough strength to take over a gravity platform. Only then would he have the prestige to form a team. Indeed, strength was still a problem now, and I was merely proposing a rough direction. What happens next is a matter for the future. Teresa nodded. Given Luo Xuan's current strength, let alone advanced warriors, even among intermediate warriors, there wouldn't be many who truly respected him. Wasn't she the same back in the day? She had been so proud, thinking everyone would follow her closely. But once a gravity platform appeared, the team quickly scattered, each finding excuses to leave. Teresa was still an intermediate warrior, and yet it turned out like this. Luo Xuan was just a low-level warrior, so it was easy to imagine that even if someone was willing to follow him when the real battle began, not many would stick around. Well, I will consider this, Teresa said. If you face those advanced warriors on the gravity platform, how confident are you in winning? This question was quite important. When she fought Lin before, Lin had only used 30% of her strength to defeat her. However, at that time, Luo Xuan had just arrived in this world and was not very familiar with it. Now that he had grown, he wasn't sure if he could even fight against the Saiyans on the gravity platform. If he had to say his chances, it would be 0. Teresa shook her head, not feeling embarrassed to say it. When facing ordinary advanced warriors, she lost more often than she won, let alone those geniuses on the gravity platform. So against them, Teresa had no chance at all. 0? Didn't Mashi say you could compete with advanced warriors for the gravity platform before? Hearing Teresa's words, Luo Xuan frowned. Could it be that Mashi's information was incorrect? Well, let me clarify this, Bella interjected. At first, Teresa could indeed fight against advanced warriors on the gravity platform. But as the advanced warriors adapted to the gravity platform, Teresa gradually found it harder to compete with them. The talent of advanced warriors is indeed stronger than ours. Bella understood that Teresa didn't want to say much about this and helped explain. So that was how it was. Luo Xuan nodded, but at the same time, he felt a bit worried. His current strength was about the same as Teresa's. Even if he was strong, it wouldn't be by much, which meant that his chances of winning against Lin and the others were 0. That's why I came to the Northern Forest to train, to avoid being mocked by others while waiting for the gravity platform. Teresa also self-deprecatingly mentioned that he used to be quite arrogant. After all, as a mid-level warrior, it was not easy to challenge high-level warriors. However, in just a few days, Teresa lost all 5 matches in a single day. So he brought Beilu and the others into the central part of the Northern Forest to train. Hey, isn't this pretty good? At least it tempered your character. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to comprehend a technique like the energy ball. As he spoke, Luo Xuan condensed an energy ball in his palm. Then he crushed it, transforming it into a dazzling light. This display left Teresa and Beilu even more astonished and made them trust Luo Xuan even more. Besides Teresa, no one else could condense such an energy ball, but Luo Xuan could do it with ease, which highlighted the gap between them. Only Luo Xuan knew that he was merely relying on the system's advantages to condense it so quickly. However, using the energy ball twice would consume most of his energy, indicating that this level of strength was still insufficient. Of course, regarding Teresa's claim that even high-level warriors couldn't condense it, Luo Xuan was somewhat skeptical. Teresa had high talent, but he was still just a mid-level warrior. There were plenty of high-level warriors with greater talent. So how could no one condense an energy ball? The energy ball was merely a means of concentrating one's energy. Although Saiyans couldn't sense ki, even fighters with combat powers in the hundreds, like Yamcha and Tien, could condense it. It was impossible that high-level warriors couldn't. Even if Saiyans were still in a semi-primitive state, their talent was there. If one person could successfully condense it, others could too, unless his arrival disrupted some of the world's rules. Otherwise, it was impossible for only Teresa to comprehend it. This meant that if Luo Xuan faced a high-level warrior who could condense an energy ball, he would have no chance of winning at all. So if you want to form a team and have the ability to protect yourself, you need to have the strength to occupy a gravity platform. Only by reaching that level of strength, where one could easily kill mid-level warriors, would betrayal not occur. It seems that Teresa was quite concerned about betrayal. That's why he wanted Luo Xuan to use this method to ensure that everyone would not betray him. Betraying someone who could easily kill you is undoubtedly the most foolish choice. At that time, Teresa didn't have that kind of strength, so he couldn't do anything about those betrayals. He hoped Luo Xuan would possess such strength. Regarding Teresa's words, Luo Xuan remembered that Lin seemed able to easily kill a mid-level warrior. Recalling what Shade had said, Luo Xuan was further convinced that those who could use energy balls were definitely not just Teresa and himself. So Luo Xuan, what is your view on this matter? Seeing Luo Xuan lost in thought, Teresa thought he was considering team formation and asked again. We'll talk about it later. Luo Xuan nodded. Although there was still more than a year until the once every 8 years full moon night on planet Vegeta, it would likely be too late to do anything by then. However, it wasn't the right time now, and he didn't know what changes might occur then. Moreover, with insufficient strength, he couldn't truly solidify people's hearts. Well, that's fine, Teresa said, seeing that Luo Xuan had no intention of that for the time being. So she didn't say anything more. In fact, she said this to have a stronger backing for herself in the future. After all, she believed Luo Xuan had that level of strength. But right now, Luo Xuan had no such plans, and Teresa had no way to change that. According to Teresa, he should not be able to defeat those high-level warriors now. But why? Even though he had adapted to such high gravity levels, was he still unable to do so? At that moment, Luo Xuan no longer had the mind to pay attention to Teresa. Because of Teresa's earlier words, he He realized that his chances of winning against those high-level warriors training on a gravity platform were zero, so his own chances wouldn't be much better. Why was that? After so many days of hard training, he had directly increased the gravity by so many times. Yet in the end, he found that he couldn't keep up with Lin and the others at all. Why was that? Was it really a crushing difference in bloodline and talent? Was the idea that hard work could make up for lack of talent incorrect? Roar. Just as Luo Xuan was deep in thought, a roar pulled his mind back to reality. What happened? Luo Xuan was taken aback. The sound was somewhat like that of a jungle raptor. They must have encountered an attack. Teresa said that in the northern forest, it wasn't very safe at night. Many ferocious beasts preferred to come out and hunt after dark. So, they might be facing an attack from a wild beast now. The sound was similar to that of the jungle raptors from the morning. So it should be a jungle raptor, but the exact number was unknown. Mashi also recognized the roar of the jungle raptor. However, she was not the least bit flustered. After all, during the day, Luo Xuan had managed to kill 2 jungle raptors on his own with his strength. Now, with 8 of them together, even if 4 jungle raptors came, they wouldn't feel too much pressure in dealing with them. Luo Xuan alone can handle 2 of them, while Teresa can definitely deal with 1. If it's Belo with the other 3 Saiyans, they might not be able to hold off the other one, but with Moshi around, it's a different story. Roar. Not long after, Luo Xuan felt that the jungle raptor had already come near them. It seems to have been attracted by the corpse of a scorpion tiger. Are you scared? Luo Xuan smiled and asked, just a moment ago feeling quite depressed. And now there were actually some jungle raptors coming over, just in time to have a little fun. What is there to be afraid of? They're just jungle raptors, right? Even if they didn't come, we would have gone to find them anyway. Since they arrived early, it's a chance to test their strength. As for the suddenly appearing jungle raptors, Teresa wasn't scared either. Originally, he and Luo Xuan planned to use these jungle raptors for training. So it was quite suitable now. We also want to test the power of these jungle raptors. Bello chuckled as well. Although they couldn't defeat them, it didn't mean they couldn't buy some time. They could also use this opportunity to see the difference in strength between themselves and Luo Xuan. Bang bang. At that moment, the jungle raptors appeared in front of Luo Xuan and the others, a total of 4 jungle raptors, roaring at each other, seemingly showing off or dividing food. 4 of them, Luo Xuan you deal with 2, Mashi and Bello can hold 1, and I'll take 1. How about that? Seeing the 4 jungle raptors, Teresa smiled and said, having seen Luo Xuan take down 2 by himself today, it should be no problem now. A roar. Just as Teresa finished speaking, Luo Xuan was about to nod, when a loud roar echoed from a distance, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps. Not just 4. Upon hearing this sound, Bello's expression changed. This roar wasn't from the 4 jungle raptors in front of them. It seemed there were more coming. Sure enough, just as Bello's voice fell, 2 more jungle raptors appeared in front of everyone. 6 of them? What do we do now? Seeing the 6 jungle raptors in front of them, Mashi's face turned serious. This was beyond their capabilities. I can barely hold 2, and Mashi and the others can hold 1, but you also have 2, and there's still 1 extra. What do we do? Looking at the additional 2 jungle raptors, Teresa's face lost the earlier smile and confidence. His strength could barely hold 2, but winning was basically impossible, so now it was a bit difficult. How about I try to hold 1 by myself? Luo Xuan, you quickly take care of the other 2? Mashi gritted her teeth and said. She believed in Luo Xuan's strength to quickly deal with the 2 jungle raptors. However, whether she could hold 1 was another matter. No, you can't hold it. Even if you could, I can quickly take down the 2 with energy balls. But I can't support a 3rd energy ball. So it wouldn't help if you held it. Luo Xuan shook his head. He was most aware of his own situation. 2 energy balls were already his limit. If he tried for a 3rd, he might end up exhausting himself. So what should we do? Should we leave first? Well, the Saiyans, hearing this, also felt a bit worried. If they couldn't find a solution, wouldn't that just mean waiting for death? There's no escape. Their speed is too fast. Moshi, Bell, you 2 hold 1 back while Trissa, you kill 1 as quickly as possible. You should be able to do that, right? Luo Xuan said lightly. Now, there is no other way. If I have some time, it wouldn't be a problem to kill 1 jungle raptor, but what about the remaining 4? After hearing Luo Xuan's words, Teresa also nodded. She could handle 1 jungle raptor, but there were still 4 left. I'll hold off the remaining 4. Luo Xuan's tone remained calm, without the slightest ripple. You? No, you can't hold on. Upon hearing this, Teresa shook her head. So you'd better find a way to get rid of that head of yours quickly. Luo Xuan smiled, and then charged directly towards the 4 jungle raptors that had come over first. Seeing Luo Xuan rush towards the 4 jungle raptors, Teresa initially wanted to stop him. However, Luo Xuan had already engaged in battle with the 4 jungle raptors. You guys hold one back. I'll take care of the other. If we can deal with him quickly, then we can go help Luo Xuan. With no other choice, Teresa turned to Moshi and the others beside her. Okay. Moshi and Barrow nodded at this moment, and then led the remaining 3 Saiyans towards one of the 2 jungle raptors that were coming from behind. After giving Luo Xuan a glance, Teresa also charged towards the other jungle raptor. In an instant, sounds of battle erupted from 3 locations. Luo Xuan didn't dare to be careless against these 4 jungle raptors. He engaged them without increasing gravity. Roar! The 4 jungle raptors had some intelligence. Otherwise, they wouldn't cooperate in their attack. So when they saw this little figure challenging them, they were quite furious. This was the most troublesome aspect for Luo Xuan. Why did everything that came out of the northern forest like to use combined skills? The behemoth did, and so did the jungle raptors. The only possible exception was the scorpion tiger, because they were a group. Luo Xuan did not hesitate too much, as he was not carrying anything heavy and his body was very light. So he was able to jump high directly. When he reached the side of the jungle raptor, one of the jungle raptors stepped on him. Having just fought with the jungle raptors during the day, Luo Xuan had some understanding of their attack patterns, and he successfully dodged the attack by leaping to the left. At that moment, another jungle raptor swung its tail directly towards Luo Xuan's position. Luo Xuan had anticipated this, directly performing a backflip to dodge the attack. With a push from his feet against the ground, he leaped into the air, rotating his body half a turn before delivering a kick to the head of a jungle raptor that was trying to attack. Bang! The jungle raptor collided with another one that was about to launch an attack, and both of them fell to the ground simultaneously. Not far away, Teresa and Moshi noticed this scene and felt somewhat relieved. They were reassured that Luo Xuan could handle 2 or even 3 jungle raptors, but 4 would be a bit challenging. However, seeing Luo Xuan achieve a small victory right after engaging gave them some comfort. Although Luo Xuan could delay 4 jungle raptors, he couldn't completely defeat them, so they realized they needed to act quickly. Teresa had good eyesight. Although Luo Xuan had achieved a small victory, he couldn't directly kill the raptors. Even if he gathered energy balls, he could only take down 2, but by then he would be exhausted, and he wouldn't be able to withstand the remaining 2 raptors' attacks. Therefore, it depended on Teresa's situation. If he could quickly finish off the jungle raptor he was facing, he could help Luo Xuan sooner. Huh! With a loud shout, Teresa began to battle the jungle raptor in front of him, showcasing his strong combat power. As he dealt with one jungle raptor, he gradually gained the upper hand. After all, 2 jungle raptors could coordinate with each other, but now there was only one, which posed no problem for him since he wouldn't be disturbed by another. On the other hand, the situation for Moshi was not very optimistic. None of the 5 of them had the ability to kill a jungle raptor alone. They could only delay. Moshi and Barlow were doing okay, but the other 3 Saiyans were struggling. Although their strength was not lacking, it was still somewhat difficult for them to withstand the dominance of the jungle raptors in the northern forest. Thus, they were at a disadvantage and uncertain if they could hold on. If they couldn't, they might really lose. After dodging an attack from one jungle raptor again, another one's attack came in quick succession, leaving Luo Xuan with no choice but to take it head-on. Bang! In an instant, Luo Xuan was flung back 5 or 6 meters. Although he didn't suffer major injuries, his hands fell a bit numb. Come again. Luo Xuan did not back down and charged forward again. Although his goal was to stall the 4 jungle raptors, the more he fought them, the more excited he became. It had been a long time since he had such a thrilling fight. The last time was when he first entered the northern forest, facing the fang-toothed giant beast, which was his most exhilarating battle until now. And this was the second. Roar! Seeing Luo Xuan continue to charge, the 4 jungle raptors were enraged, letting out a furious roar before resuming their attack. They had ruled the northern forest for many years, and today they were being provoked by a mere little ant that definitely intended to eat him. Boom! At first, Luo Xuan only wanted to delay these jungle raptors. However, things were different now. He went head-to-head with them. The jungle raptors had strong defenses, but so did Luo Xuan. So they clashed directly, and surprisingly, neither side had the upper hand. One jungle raptor swung its tail at Luo Xuan, who did not hesitate at all. He grabbed the tail and used the jungle raptor as a large hammer, smashing it into another jungle raptor. However, Luo Xuan was also kicked by a 3rd jungle raptor. He was sent flying, but fortunately, as a Saiyan, his defense was already strong, and his current power was considerable. Otherwise, that kick would have seriously injured him, if not killed him. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Luo Xuan realized that while the kick hadn't severely wounded him, it still made him bleed. On the other side, Mashi and the others were struggling against one jungle raptor. They mainly relied on Mashi and Belo, so stalling this jungle raptor was genuinely difficult for them. The longer they fought, the more Mashi and Belo understood the gap between themselves and Luo Xuan and Teresa. Especially the gap between them and Luo Xuan. They initially thought Luo Xuan was only slightly stronger, but he was able to take on 4 jungle raptors without much trouble. While the two of them together couldn't even stall one jungle raptor. Mashi, be careful. At that moment, the jungle raptor that was originally going to attack Belo suddenly turned and charged at Mashi. If that kick hit Mashi, he would probably be severely injured. Mashi was going to attack the jungle raptor when it turned and kicked directly at him. Puff! There was no time to dodge, and Mashi was directly hit in the face by the jungle raptor's kick, flying far back and spitting out a mouthful of blood upon landing. Mashi! Belo shouted, and at that moment, Luo Xuan and Teresa also saw Mashi flying out. The jungle raptor seemed intent on not letting Mashi off the hook. Instead of attacking Belo, it ran straight toward Mashi's direction as he lay on the ground. Damn it! Seeing this, Luo Xuan ignored the 4 jungle raptors beside him and quickly dashed toward Mashi, determined to save him before the jungle raptor reached him. Even though he hadn't spent much time with Mashi, he had already regarded him as a friend. So when he saw that the jungle raptor had injured Mashi, he was furious. Boom! At this moment, the jungle raptor was already nearing Mashi. Its limited intelligence told it that if it killed this person, it could eat the others. Of course, its judgment was correct. Without Mashi, Belo couldn't hold off the jungle raptor at all, and after dealing with Belo, it could help its companions. Teresa wouldn't be able to defeat 2 jungle raptors either, and eventually it would be 6 jungle raptors surrounding Luo Xuan, making failure just a matter of time. However, the jungle raptor's intelligence was clearly not high. It did not realize that danger was approaching. Roar! Arriving in front of Mashi, the jungle raptor lifted its foot and stomped down toward Mashi on the ground. At this moment, Luo Xuan also sensed the surroundings. He stomped his feet on the ground and jumped up, his right hand forming a fist as he charged towards the jungle raptor. Bang! Mashi, Baloo, and the others thought Mashi was about to die under the feet of the jungle raptor. However, it didn't happen. Just as the jungle raptor's foot was about to hit Mashi, Luo Xuan's fist pierced through the body of the jungle raptor first, and he passed straight through the raptor's body. Boom! Luo Xuan landed, and the jungle raptor also fell to the ground. On its body, there was a hole, and blood was continuously flowing out. Teresa also noticed the situation here. After dodging the attack from the jungle raptor, she saw Luo Xuan pierce through the body of the jungle raptor. Belo and the others couldn't believe their eyes. The jungle raptor, known for its strong defense in the northern forest, was actually pierced through by Luo Xuan's punch. How much power did this punch have? Those who had fought against the jungle raptor knew how tough its skin was. Calling it armor would not be an exaggeration, as ordinary attacks were hard to injure them. But Luo Xuan had directly pierced through the jungle raptor's body with one punch. Just how powerful was Luo Xuan's punch? No one could answer them, as their moment of shock was brief, and then they were startled awake by a roar. Oh woo! This was the jungle raptor that had been fighting Teresa. Since Luo Xuan killed its companion, it became somewhat frenzied and began attacking Teresa relentlessly. Teresa, who had already been in the upper hand, found it difficult to cope with the enraged jungle raptor. Seeing this scene, Belo and the others quickly rushed to help, determined not to let Teresa get hurt. Otherwise, it would truly be the end. Just as they were about to act, the moment the jungle raptor fell, the other jungle raptor's fury erupted, and the battle resumed in an instant. When Luo Xuan ran off to save Shi, the other 4 jungle velociraptors also charged forward. Although Luo Xuan had dealt with one, there were still 4 more to face. However, at this moment, an extremely furious Luo Xuan paid no attention to that. The moment he landed, and at the instant the jungle velociraptor fell, Luo Xuan instantly turned his body around. F4 quickly drew. In just a moment, Luo Xuan opened his palms, facing the 2 approaching jungle velociraptors. Unlike before, where he gathered energy with his palms facing up, this time, blue light quickly gathered in his palms and directly formed 2 energy balls, which shot towards the 2 jungle velociraptors like lasers. Boom! Instantly, the 2 jungle velociraptors hit by Luo Xuan's energy balls were blasted away. Because the energy was gathered too quickly, the power was not as great as before, and it did not roast the 2 jungle velociraptors, but it did kill them. This was a strike infused with Luo Xuan's anger, and its power was still very strong. Luo Xuan did not stop there. Without any hesitation, he flew towards the remaining two jungle velociraptors. Given their height, Luo Xuan leaped up, clenched his fist, and threw a punch at the head of one jungle velociraptor. This punch did not have the same effect as before and did not explode the velociraptor's head, but did knock it down to the ground, seemingly unconscious. The moment he landed, Luo Xuan rolled forward. At that moment, the tail of another jungle velociraptor swung down, striking the spot where Luo Xuan had just landed. Standing up, turning around, and in one fluid motion, Luo Xuan grabbed the tail of the jungle velociraptor, shouted lowly, and forcefully lifted its tail, spinning half a circle and flinging the jungle velociraptor against a large rock on the opposite side. The rock instantly cracked and shattered into pieces, and the jungle velociraptor lay on the ground, howling, seemingly injured badly, struggling but unable to get back up. Boom! Just as Luo Xuan dealt with that jungle velociraptor, a loud noise came from where Teresa and the others were. In the end, Teresa also gathered an energy ball, throwing it directly at that jungle velociraptor, instantly killing it. Phew, finally resolved. Teresa breathed a sigh of relief. This jungle velociraptor was indeed troublesome, and he had expended so much energy just to barely kill one. Montak Ev. At this moment, Luo Xuan arrived at Mo Shi's side. Looking at Mo, she lying on the ground, unable to move, he softly called out. It seemed that upon hearing Luo Xian's call, Mo Shi's eyes moved slightly and looked towards Luo Xuan. Mo Shi looked at Luo Xuan as if wanting to say something. But as soon as he opened his mouth, blood began to pour out. That's great. There's still a breath left. Don't speak. I'll let you say plenty later. Seeing that Mo Shi had not died immediately, but was only heavily injured, with his eyes still able to move and his mouth still able to open, Luo Xuan let out a sigh of relief. Even if there's a breath left, it won't save him. With our Saiyan technology, we can't bring him back to life. Unless we get him to the Zofula people, but it's still very far from there, and even if we take him, it might be too late. Beside them, Teresa shook his head upon seeing Luo Xuan like this. Although Mo Shi had not immediately died, the situation was almost indistinguishable from death. He was merely in the throes of death. In this situation, with Zofula's scientific technology, he should be able to save him. But those people would never be able to treat a Saiyan. Effet collecting. Luo Xuan ignored Teresa. A thought flashed through his mind. Fortunately, he had a celestial being to harvest. If it were before, he might not have been able to save Mo Shi. Come on, eat it. It should be able to be eaten, right? Luo Xuan flipped his hand, and a fairy bean appeared in his palm. He did this to avoid being seen by Teresa and the others. Supporting Mo Shi's head with one hand, Luo Xuan crushed the fairy bean and fed it directly into her mouth. Take your time, just swallow it. Luo Xuan said gently. Actually, it's not surprising. He is originally a person from Earth, and he really can't bear to see his companion die without trying to save her. He just can't be that indifferent. Teresa and the others didn't say much, just looking at Luo Xuan, not understanding the significance of his actions. But at that moment, they saw Mo Shi's eyes regain their vitality, and her previously pale face regained its color. What was going on? Seeing this situation, everyone was taken aback. Mo Shi, who had clearly been on the brink of death, had come back to life. Phew, they thought she was really going to die this time. After recovering, Mo Shi also breathed a sigh of relief, having thought that this time she was truly going to die. Because last time Luo Xuan had told her that those beans were no longer available, and she hadn't seen him use them since. She didn't expect he still had one in hand. Fortunately, what he had intended to keep for himself, he ended up giving to her. Seeing Mo Shi recover, Luo Xuan directly placed her on the ground and said calmly, completely devoid of the earlier worry and anxiety, as if they were two different people, showing no concern for Mo Shi's life or death. Thank you, you've saved my life twice. Last time was your fault, so I want count against you. This time, I owe you one. If you need Mo Shi for anything in the future, just let me know. Although Mo Shi was on the verge of death, she saw Luo Xuan's expression, which was genuine concern. If it were any other Saiyan, she would have definitely mocked them for being ridiculous to care about others. However, experiencing this herself, she felt a strange sensation that she couldn't quite place, lingering in her mind. No need, just rest well. Shaking his head, Luo Xuan sat directly under a tree. Although there were two jungle lizards opposite, one was dizzy and the other severely injured and unable to get up, they posed no threat to them anymore. Teresa and the others glanced at Luo Xuan, now filled with fear towards this low-level warrior. Challenging 5 jungle lizards, killing 3 and severely injuring 2. Was this really a low-level warrior? They had just claimed that his strength wasn't as strong as that of high-level warriors. Yet those high-level warriors might not even be able to achieve what Luo Xuan did. If this news got out, it would definitely cause a stir. Moreover, he even had the ability to revive someone on the brink of death, instantly bringing them back to life. What was that all about? What has happened? Why did Moshi? Teresa ultimately couldn't hold back, as this matter was too shocking for his understanding. How could someone who was clearly about to die come back to life? Hearing Teresa's words, Luo Xuan glanced at him, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. If looks could kill, Teresa would have died many times over by now. If it can't be said, just pretend I didn't ask. Seeing Luo Xuan's expression, Teresa's heart skipped a beat. He immediately stepped back a few paces, wondering if he had asked something he shouldn't have. If it were before, Teresa would have thought he could take Luo Xuan in a fight. But now he had no thoughts of battle at all. If Luo Xuan really made a move, he would just turn and run. After all, a single punch could pierce through a jungle lizard's body, and Teresa had no confidence in being able to defend against it. Even if he wasn't pierced, being severely injured and dying would be quite normal. However, Luo Xuan just glanced at him, then closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the bloodshot veins had disappeared, and the violent emotions around him had also vanished. I'm sorry, I couldn't control my emotions just now. Luo Xuan smiled at Teresa. He had indeed been a bit violent just now. When he saw that the jungle raptor was about to kill Moshi, he had lost his temper, and he couldn't control it at all. It's okay. Seeing that Luo Xuan had returned to his original self, Teresa breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he didn't intend to harm her. It was just that his earlier rage had not fully subsided, which led to his previous outburst. The food I gave to Moshi just now was a type of bean I accidentally obtained. After eating it, it can instantly heal injuries, as you just saw. As long as one is not dead, they can be revived, just like Moshi. Luo Xuan also explained a sentence and then added another. Unfortunately, when I found it, there were only 3 beans. I ate one, and the other 2 were eaten by Moshi. Next time, if something really happens, I won't be able to save you. The last sentence was directed at Moshi, but it was meant for Teresa and the others to hear. Although he had already discovered the secret of the celestial bean system, he still had to be wary of Teresa and the others. Until it was absolutely necessary, he couldn't save them. After all, this would give them the illusion that he could always save them if they were injured. As for the secret of the celestial bean system, Luo Xuan only realized it when he extracted the beans just now. I get it, if there are no miraculous beans next time, just let me die. Moshi nodded. In fact, she didn't really believe Luo Xuan when he said he didn't have those miraculous beans anymore. After all, he said he didn't have any last time, but now he does. However, Moshi wasn't foolish. She understood that Luo Xuan's words meant he didn't want others to know he still had them, which is why he said this to her. I will. Hearing Moshi's words, Luo Xuan nodded as well, his tone somewhat indifferent. Teresa, on the side, had no idea what the two were doing. Just a moment ago, when Moshi was about to die, Luo Xuan was furious, and now they were acting this way. It was truly baffling. However, Teresa didn't bring it up again and chose to believe Luo Xuan's words. A thought flashed through Luo Xuan's mind. This is an increase in gravity. He wanted to test whether the feeling he had during the day was mistaken. At F2 40 times. The test results seemed to match Luo Xuan's thoughts, showing no significant effect. At F2 50 times, gravity was increased again, and this time Luo Xuan felt a bit of a difference, but it wasn't very pronounced. At F2 60 times, Luo Xuan directly increased the gravity to 60 times. And at that moment, he could really feel the gravity increasing. Moshi, can you help me bring that piece of clothing over? Luo Xuan asked as he glanced at Moshi, who was dazed not far away. Moshi didn't say much and went to get the Scorpion Tiger King leather outfit that he had just made for Luo Xuan during the day. Walking up to Luo Xuan, Moshi directly helped him put on the outfit. Sure enough, it's because of this that I couldn't keep up with those high-level warriors. The moment the clothing was on, Luo Xuan smiled. It turned out to be true, and his previous assumption was indeed correct. What's wrong? Have you thought of a way to surpass those high-level warriors? Moshi, who was beside Luo Xuan, also heard his words and asked in surprise. What is Luo Xuan's strength like? To be honest, Moshi has no idea either. Sometimes he feels that Luo Xuan is only slightly stronger than himself, but at other times he thinks that Luo Xuan has surpassed all intermediate warriors. Even when facing advanced warriors, he is able to achieve victory. After all, not every advanced warrior can punch through the heavily armored jungle raptor. No, there's just one reason I can think of. Whether it can be resolved, I'm not sure. Let me think about it some more. Shaking his head, Luo Xuan didn't speak too confidently. After all, he knows the reason, but he currently has no way to solve it. Hearing Luo Xuan say this, Mashi also fell silent, sitting quietly beside him. Luo Xuan then closed his eyes, and his thoughts returned to his mind. F20 times, and Luo Xuan saw these two shortcuts in his mind and smiled. He finally figured out the secret of these two shortcuts. However, the second shortcut, ISNT, really is secret. Luo Xuan just wants to modify a bit. If he can succeed, he might be able to defeat those advanced warriors. System, can you change it so that instead of increasing the gravity of clothing with F2, it directly increases my own gravity? Luo Xuan communicated directly with the system through his consciousness. He didn't believe that such an advanced system couldn't understand his meaning. He had just tested it. As a shortcut, he increased the weight of his clothes. In other words, the specific increase in weight depended on the weight of the clothes he was wearing. If his clothes weighed 1 pound, then increasing gravity by 50 times would only mean an additional 50 pounds, which was not enough. Even if the clothes were made of scorpion tiger skin and weighed much more than ordinary clothes, like the previous ones that should weigh 5 pounds, adding 50 times the gravity would still only amount to 250 pounds. For an ordinary person, that would be quite heavy, but for a Saiyan, it would only have a slight impact at the beginning. Once adapted, it wouldn't matter much. Thus, after Luo Xuan's clothes turned to fragments, even with the gravity turned on it dozens of times, once it was turned off, he didn't gain much strength, although the current gravity was manageable for him, allowing for an increase of 1,000 times the weight, or 5 tons. It was sufficient for him now, but would not be enough in the future. He couldn't wear clothes that weighed hundreds of pounds just to increase gravity. Therefore, he hoped the system could change the F2 shortcut key to increase his own gravity. This way, he would essentially carry a gravity field with him and could train at any time. What? Not possible? However, after waiting for a while, Luo Xuan did not feel anything happening. This system was supposed to help him become stronger, and now it felt like a bug. Could it not be modified? Or was the system not as magical as he had imagined? Although it could provide many aids to help him grow stronger, it couldn't increase his own gravity and only allowed training through the weight of his clothes. Dragon Ball World plugin updating. Dragon Ball World plugin update complete. F2. Gravity system 0000. Gravity. Adjustable gravity increase of 1 to 1,000 G Earth gravity for the host. Just as Luo Xuan felt disappointed. It was like when he first received the system. Back then, he was downloading the Dragon Ball World plugin. Now it was updating. It was like a game. At the beginning, there were always some unsuitable flaws, and through continuous updates, efforts were made to perfect them. The current Dragon Ball plugin was like this. It initially increased the weight of clothing, but Luo Xuan was not satisfied. At this moment, he was like a game player, since he was unhappy with the gravity system. The system updated according to the actual situation. Of course, if Luo Xuan asked for the Senzabean system to have no cooldown time, that would be impossible. He could optimize the system to make it more perfect, but he couldn't change the original settings. Just like game players couldn't demand infinite stamina or unlimited coins. Even if you uninstalled the game, it wouldn't change. When he saw that the system had really updated the plugin, Luo Xuan finally felt relieved. Back at the gravity chamber, Lin had told him that they used 1 times gravity. So now Luo Xuan wanted to try this increase of 1 times gravity to see how much it would hinder his body. F2. 10 times gravity. With his consciousness returning to his body, Luo Xuan directly used the gravity system. This time he saw clearly that it was adding Earth gravity to the existing gravity, and increasing it by 10 times was equivalent to increasing it by 1 times the gravity of planet Vegeta. He could accept this. Feeling the gravity on his body, Luo Xuan moved his hands and feet slightly, finding it acceptable. After all, he had experienced this before in the gravity chamber, so using it now didn't feel too uncomfortable. However, Luo Xuan knew that 10 times Earth gravity was already the limit. If it increased by another 10 times, he would definitely not be able to handle it. He decided to adapt to this first, not thinking too much, since those high-level warriors were also training under 1 times gravity. Luo Xuan thought he would fully adapt to this gravity before gradually increasing it. This was where Luo Xuan was different from those high-level warriors. They could only increase by 1 or 2 times the gravity of planet Vegeta, while Luo Xuan's gravity system was based on Earth gravity. This meant he could increase it incrementally instead of in large jumps. Since the increase was based on Earth gravity, he could adapt to 10 times Earth gravity now, and then move to 11 times, 12 times, and so on, making it much easier to adapt quickly. What's wrong? Did you think of a way? Mashi, sitting next to Luo Xuan, noticed him suddenly opening his eyes with a slight smile, as if he had thought of a way to become stronger. Did he think of a way to surpass the high-level warriors in such a short time? Teresa, who had just passed by Luo Xuan, also heard Mashi's words and became interested. He was already close to being a high-level warrior, but couldn't win. So, he wanted to become stronger. And he was very curious if Luo Xuan had really thought of a shortcut to strength. There are no shortcuts to becoming stronger. It can only be achieved through continuous battles, constant training, and surpassing one's limits. You might think you have reached your limits, but in reality, this is just a checkpoint, a bottleneck. Only by continuously breaking through your own bottlenecks can you keep surpassing yourself and become stronger. Although Luo Xuan himself didn't fully believe these words, he felt they were quite motivating when spoken out loud. Bottleneck? Surpass oneself? After hearing Luo Xuan's words, Mashi fell into thought. She seemed to relate. She had originally thought she could only train by defeating the fang-toothed giant beasts on the outskirts of the North Forest, hoping to become a bit stronger. But she had never considered that she could venture into the middle of the North Forest to challenge the scorpion tigers, even the so-called strongest beast in the North Forest. The jungle speed dragon was something she dared to challenge. Isn't this exactly what Luo Xuan meant by surpassing oneself? She could only kill 3 or 4 scorpion tigers on the outskirts of the North Forest, thinking that was all she could do in her life. But after entering the middle of the North Forest with Luo Xuan, she could now kill 15 scorpion tigers, and after this revival, Mashi didn't even know what her current strength was. Isn't this what Luo Xuan said about encountering a bottleneck and breaking through it? On the other hand, Teresa was also deep in thought. Although he couldn't fully understand what Luo Xuan said yet, he was not foolish. He could understand some of Luo Xuan's meaning. The gist was that the reason he was still at this level and had some gap with the high-level warriors was because he hadn't encountered opponents like them to surpass. So now the jungle speed dragon was the best training target. Only by continuously fighting the jungle speed dragon, from challenging 1 to 2, 3, or even more, and constantly honing himself on the edge of death without leaving himself a way out, could he continue to surpass. Thank you, Luo Xuan. No matter what happens in the future, I will follow you. After coming to an understanding, Mashi said to Luo Xuan, although her face showed no particular expression. Her words revealed her gratitude. So do I. No matter how many jungle raptors you want to challenge, I, Teresa, will follow you into battle. Teresa also laughed heartily, believing that only by continuously challenging the jungle raptors could one surpass oneself. Therefore, no matter how many jungle raptors Luo Xuan had to face, Teresa would join him. Luo Xuan looked at the two and said nothing, just nodded. Perhaps their understandings were different, which is why their words differed. But Luo Xuan knew that they were all moving forward on the path of becoming stronger. That was enough. Not far away, Belo and the others were slightly stunned by Mashi and Teresa's expressions. What was going on? Did Luo Xuan say something to them? Belo frowned, thinking that something must have excited Teresa, likely some benefit Luo Xuan had given him. However, Luo Xuan had not interacted with him, meaning it was not that magical being, but rather something he had told them. Could it be a method to become stronger? After thinking for a moment, Belo realized that if it were just something ordinary, it wouldn't have excited Teresa so much, especially since Teresa had just passed by. This meant it wasn't a secret. Coupled with Luo Xuan's earlier feat of penetrating a jungle raptor with a punch and then killing 2 more while severely injuring 2 others, it seemed Luo Xuan must have told them how to become stronger. Moreover, it seemed to have been a casual suggestion that greatly benefited them. Otherwise, Teresa wouldn't be so excited. Damn it, Belo felt he had missed out on a lot. His strength was not bad, but he wasn't that powerful, so he also wanted to become stronger. If only he had gone over earlier, he might have heard Luo Xuan explain how to become stronger, but now that opportunity had slipped away. All right, let's rest a bit longer before we head out. Dawn is approaching. Looking at the sky, it was already lightning. He had wanted to rest well, but they were attacked by the jungle raptors. Although they were safe now, it was already bright. There wasn't much time left before the battle between the Saiyans and the Zofurians, so Luo Xuan couldn't afford to slack off for a moment. Setting out again, Luo Xuan, under Belo and the others' guidance, headed toward the place where the green snake had appeared. Are you okay? As they walked, Mashi came to Luo Xuan's side and asked with concern. Since they had set out, she noticed something was off with Luo Xuan. His steps seemed heavy. Mashi thought that Luo Xuan might have been injured while saving her last night, and since she had eaten the last bean, he had to endure the pain. I'm Fina. Luo Xuan was taken aback by Mashi's concern, then shook his head. The reason his steps felt heavy was that he was currently under double gravity. It was normal to feel heavy. However, he knew that once he fully adapted, it wouldn't be a big problem. That's good to hear. Although Mashi didn't fully believe Luo Xuan's answer, she didn't press further. She had known Luo Xuan for some time and understood his situation and personality. He was reluctant to share. No matter how many questions she asked, he wouldn't say much. His condition wouldn't always be like today. At least walking wouldn't feel so heavy, as if he were carrying a lot of weight. However, Luo Xuan was only wearing that scorpion tiger skin outfit, without any other items. Roar. They hadn't walked far when they heard a roar. The group was becoming increasingly familiar with this roar. It was the sound of the jungle raptors. The deeper they ventured into the northern forest, the more jungle raptors they encountered, so they needed to be cautious. Upon hearing the roar, Teresa reminded Luo Xuan. They were continuously advancing into the heart of the northern forest, where the jungle raptors were the main inhabitants. Although they had been driven out by the mysterious green snake, most were still distributed around the inner parts of the northern forest. Therefore, encountering jungle raptors here was not surprising at all. Yes, as long as there aren't too many. We can treat them as training targets. If there are too many, we'll just hide. Luo Xuan nodded. He was now confident that he could handle 4 jungle raptors. But that was all. If there were more, he wouldn't be able to cope. After experiencing what happened last night, Luo Xuan understood that although the jungle raptors appeared in pairs, it was also possible for several pairs to show up at once. Just like last night, when 3 pairs appeared at once. Roar. The sound was getting closer, and Luo Xuan and the others found a few trees to hide behind. Soon after, 4 jungle raptors appeared in front of them. 4? Manageable. Seeing that there were only 4 jungle raptors, Luo Xuan exchanged glances with Teresa and then spoke to the others. Moxie and the others nodded as well, for jungle raptors were within their control. And since there were no other jungle raptors nearby, they decided to treat these 4 as training targets. Hey, Teresa said in a low voice and rushed towards one of the jungle raptors. The 4 jungle raptors spotted her and immediately launched an attack. However, Teresa ignored them and headed straight for her target. After her, Luo Xuan and the others appeared. Moxie and Barrow surrounded one, while Luo Xuan intercepted the other 2. Then, I'll leave it to you. Let me get used to this doubled gravity. Luo Xuan murmured softly, still not accustomed to the increased gravity. It was just the right time to practice against these 2 jungle raptors. As he spoke, the battle circle involving Teresa and Moxie was already intense, with everyone focused on their training. So at the beginning, they didn't directly use energy balls to attack. After all, throwing those directly would mean that jungle raptors would die instantly, which would defeat the purpose. Under the attacks of the 2 jungle raptors, Luo Xuan didn't confront them head-on. Instead, he relied on his own speed to engage them. This was the best way to adapt to the gravity. He would only take the raptors' attacks directly if there was no way to dodge. However, every time he took a hit, it consumed a lot of his stamina. After all, while he was fighting the jungle raptors, he also had to exert some effort to resist the increased gravity. Bang! After making contact with the jungle raptor again, Luo Xuan stepped back several paces. This scene was exactly seen by Moxie, who was dealing with another jungle raptor. Luo Xuan was indeed injured. Watching Luo Xuan retreat, each step he took was heavy, leaving distinct footprints on the ground. The previous Luo Xuan would never have been like this. It was clear that he had been injured during the battle with so many raptors last night. He probably didn't want me to know and gave me the last bean, leaving himself without any to heal, which is why he was like this. Moxie murmured to herself, it must be true. Biting her lip, Moxie didn't say anything further. She just kept this in mind and continued focusing on the jungle raptor in front of her. He not bad. After stopping his retreat, Luo Xuan smiled at the 2 jungle raptors and continued to attack. Fighting against the jungle raptors under double gravity was definitely the best choice for a breakthrough. Only by constantly pushing his limits could he become stronger, seeing that after such a long time, they couldn't take down this little ant. The 2 jungle raptors became increasingly aggressive in their attacks on Luo Xuan. Roar. At that moment, a roar from another jungle raptor echoed from a distance. Oh no! Another jungle raptor is coming this way. We need to quickly take down these beasts. Upon hearing the roar, everyone reacted, and Teresa shouted to the group. The speed of the jungle raptors was fast. If they didn't quickly resolve the raptors in front of them, they wouldn't know what kind of battle would ensue next. After shouting, Teresa began to gather energy balls while dodging the attacks of the jungle raptor. Luo Xuan was also retreating, but now under double gravity. His speed was slightly slower than that of the jungle raptors. The worst off were Moxie and the others. They could only hold off the jungle raptors for now and had to wait for Luo Xuan or Teresa to deal with them before they could help. However, after using energy balls, how much energy would they have left? Balo, you guys hold them off first. Moxie took a step back and said to Balo and the others. She had initially wanted to train well against these jungle raptors, But unexpectedly, more jungle raptors were coming over at this moment. Luo Xuan and the others could only deal with the jungle raptors in front of them. Otherwise, if their numbers increased, it would become quite troublesome. Right now, using the energy ball was the quickest solution. However, Mo Shi and the others had some trouble because none of them knew how to use the energy ball. Forget it. Let's solve this first, and then go help Mo Shi. Luo Xuan, who was retreating, shook his head helplessly and increased the gravity, which indeed wasn't easy to adapt to. He originally didn't want to remove the gravity. He wanted to kill the two jungle raptors under such conditions. But now it seemed impossible, as he still needed to help Mo Shi. Just as Luo Xuan prepared to remove the gravity system, he saw Mo Shi take a step back. Then with her palm facing up, she grabbed her right wrist with her left hand, just like Teresa. Energy ball. Belo, who was closest to Mo Shi, also saw this scene and was surprised. This posture was the same as Teresa's not far away. Could Mo Shi also use this technique now? However, there was no time for him to think too much. Without Mo Shi's help, he was struggling to deal with the jungle raptors and could only keep dodging to attract their attacks. Teresa was the first to condense an energy ball and threw it directly at the jungle raptor over there. Although it took her a bit longer to gather the energy, the power was also quite strong. The energy ball instantly hit the jungle raptor, exploding and kicking up a cloud of dust, followed by the sound of the jungle raptor hitting the ground. After dealing with the jungle raptor, Teresa looked over at Belo, preparing to help him, and then saw Mo Shi's posture. She could also condense energy balls now. Teresa was a bit surprised. After all, he had spent quite a bit of time training this technique. Luo Xuan could condense it so quickly, which was quite a blow to Teresa. But later, upon contact, he realized that Luo Xuan's talent was indeed something he couldn't compare to, so Teresa let it go. However, now seeing someone whose talent was clearly inferior to his and whose combat power was also weaker, yet still able to condense an energy ball, was a significant blow. Nonetheless, he didn't hesitate too much and went to help Belo. He couldn't use the energy ball again. He had originally wanted to stall until Luo Xuan could escape and then kill the jungle raptors together. Now it seemed that Luo Xuan wouldn't solve it that quickly, so he could only let Mo Shi give a try. Mo Shi stood in place. This was her first time, and she didn't know if she could succeed. But she felt that the energy in her body should be enough to condense it successfully. Luo Xuan was indeed injured. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so slow. I must succeed. I can't drag him down anymore. Mo Shi glanced at Luo Xuan and saw him continuously retreating, but he couldn't avoid the attack range of the jungle raptor. If he could dodge a little, he would be able to quickly condense the energy ball, but seemed he hadn't succeeded. Duh! She let out a low shout, trying hard to draw out all the energy from her cells and condense it at the palm of her hand. Soon, a little blue light appeared in Mo Shi's palm, slowly gathering together. This blue light was very familiar to Mo Shi. It was the color of the energy balls that Luo Xuan and Teresa emitted, which made her a bit excited. Just a little more, and she would succeed. Although she was happy, Mo Shi didn't let her mind wander. She wasn't fully successful yet and couldn't use it directly, so she could only try again. Am I about to succeed? Not far away. Luo Xuan was dodging the attacks of the jungle raptor while also keeping an eye on Mo Shi's position. Although he was a bit surprised at first, thinking back to last night, when Mo Shi was severely injured again and brought back to life by the magic bean on the brink of death with this trait, her combat power should have increased significantly. Mo Shi now should have surpassed Belo by a lot, and she was not far from Teresa's combat power. Seeing the blue light appearing in her palm, he knew she had successfully condensed the energy ball. What a lucky girl. Luo Xuan chuckled and did not focus on Mo Shi again, but instead looked at the two jungle raptors in front of him. His gaze instantly sharpened as he dodged an attack from one of the jungle raptors, then leaped to just avoid its attack range. Since Mo Shi had become stronger, how could Luo Xuan remain stagnant? F4 quickly drew energy. In a flash of thought, the energy ball formed successfully between his hands and was thrown towards the two jungle raptors that were attacking again, colliding with them in an instant. Boom! Get back! While Luo Xuan dealt with the jungle raptors, Mo Shi also successfully condensed an energy ball and shouted to Teresa and the others. Teresa and the others quickly dodged as Mo Shi released the energy ball, which exploded upon hitting the jungle raptor. Although its power was not comparable to that of Luo Xuan and Teresa, it was still a success. Good. Teresa couldn't help but shout. Although Mo Shi was at the bottom tier among intermediate warriors, he was able to successfully condense an energy ball, which was commendable in Teresa's eyes. Belo also looked at Mo Shi with a serious expression. When they first met, His strength was actually on par with Mo Shi's. But now Mo, she had successfully condensed an energy ball while he could not. Belo was beginning to understand Teresa's feelings. As Teresa's combat power had also been similar to Luo Xuan's before, but now the gap was widening. Let's go, the jungle raptors are coming. Luo Xuan shouted to the crowd. Without any hesitation, a few people followed him and plunged into the forest. Not long after they left, 4 jungle raptors appeared in that place. Fortunately, they had left quickly. Otherwise, facing 8 jungle raptors would not have been something they could handle. After the 4 jungle raptors appeared, they saw 4 jungle raptors lying motionless, clearly already killed. How? After Luo Xuan and his group had escaped for quite a distance, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone's stamina was nearly exhausted. If they continued to fight, it might not be so easy. Anyway, they only regarded the jungle raptors as training targets, not for slaughter, so they didn't care too much about it. How are you? After stopping, Luo Xuan noticed that Mashi's face was a bit pale and asked her. Just now, she had forcibly used the energy ball, and since she couldn't quickly gather energy, the consumption was quite significant. If she could gather energy quickly, the consumption of such energy balls wouldn't be too great. Even continuous attacks would only lead to minor consumption. However, the time it took for Teresa and Mashi to gather energy balls was too long, resulting in multiplied energy waste and excessive stamina consumption. It's fine, just need to rest a bit. Shaking her head, Mashi was a bit tired, breathing heavily. She had forcibly gathered the energy ball, and her technique wasn't very proficient, taking a long time to succeed. After trying a few more times, she would be able to get into the state quickly. I didn't expect Mashi could use this move too. That's impressive. Belo, you really need to study hard, Teresa said with a big smile, looking at the panting Mashi. Although this energy ball had almost consumed all of Mashi's energy, it was still considered a successful gathering. With the first success, there would be a second, and she wouldn't be unable to gather it in the future. It was just a matter of time. However, Belo was different. He still hadn't been able to successfully gather an energy ball, so he didn't know when he would succeed. This wasn't just a matter of time. If he didn't become stronger, he definitely wouldn't be able to gather an energy ball directly. I wanted to, but no one guides me in my training, so my abilities can't improve. Hearing Teresa's words, Belo also shook his head helplessly. When he saw Mashi able to gather an energy ball and kill that jungle raptor, he felt very envious. But there was nothing he could do. His talent was not high to begin with, and without anyone guiding him in training, there was no way to improve. Mashi also didn't have anyone guiding her. She figured it out on her own. It just means her talent is stronger than yours. Teresa shook her head. Belo's talent, in his opinion, was relatively strong in the past. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept bringing him along. But after encountering Luo Xuan and Mashi, Teresa felt that Belo's talent was just average and not particularly strong. Really? Last night, I saw Luo Xuan teaching you and Mashi how to train. Otherwise, how could Mashi go from not having such strong combat power yesterday to being able to use energy balls today? Since the conversation had gotten to this point, Belo no longer beat around the bush and spoke directly. Ever since he discovered last night that Luo Xuan was teaching Teresa and the others how to train, Belo had been feeling uncomfortable. His talent wasn't low, but he felt like he had missed out, especially today when he saw Mashi, who couldn't use energy balls before, successfully using them today. That uncomfortable feeling became even stronger. Last night, Luo Xuan didn't teach us anything. Teresa frowned. Did Luo Xuan teach them how to train last night? He didn't remember anything like that. Teresa also looked at Mashi in confusion, but seeing the same puzzled expression on her face, he shook his head. Last night, Luo Xuan must have said something to you. You and Mashi both looked excited. Wasn't that about the training method, or a way to speed up the gathering of energy balls? Originally just suspicious that Luo Xuan had taught them a training method, it now seemed that it was more than that. He must have taught them how to quickly gather energy balls. Otherwise, Mashi wouldn't have succeeded so quickly. You mean that? Luo Xuan's words to us weren't about any training method or a way to quickly gather energy balls. He just said a few things to us. Finally realizing, Teresa acknowledged that Luo Xuan had indeed said some things to them last night, but it had nothing to do with training or energy balls. Words? Can you tell me? Seeing Teresa deny it, Belo felt strange. After spending more than 2 years together, he knew what kind of person Teresa was. He wouldn't deliberately hide things. Could it be that Luo Xuan's words had some effect, making both of them significantly stronger? Are there really such people? I can't explain it clearly. Let Luo Xuan say it. Teresa wasn't particularly knowledgeable. These things were fine for him to listen to, but he was powerless to repeat them. Anyway, Luo Xuan was right there, so they could just ask him directly. Hearing Teresa's words, Beilo turned his gaze to Luo Xuan. Since those words were originally said by Luo Xuan, perhaps they would have an even better effect if he said them himself. You think Mashi got stronger because I helped her? You think Mashi was able to successfully gather the energy ball by taking shortcuts? Luo Xuan, who had been listening to Teresa and Beilo's conversation, asked lightly as he saw Beilo looking over. In fact, there are no shortcuts to becoming stronger. You can only become stronger by continuously fighting against those who are stronger than you. Meeting strong opponents to become strong is the essence of Saiyans. Without giving Beilo a chance to speak, Luo Xuan continued. No shortcuts to becoming stronger? That's strange. Mashi can be said to have taken a shortcut. She was saved by a Senza being on the brink of death, and her strength increased significantly. That's why she was able to successfully gather the energy ball today. Otherwise, she would have needed more time before she could gather it. However, now Beilo wanted Luo Xuan to teach him how to train. Luo Xuan couldn't just push him to the brink of death and then revive him with a Senza being, right? Although that method is a shortcut, Luo Xuan didn't think it was stronger than the power gained from personal training. After all, if Goku and Vegeta just kept pushing themselves to the brink of death to eat Senza beans, why bother with the trouble of training? Moreover, the main reason Luo Xuan felt that using Senzu beans to cultivate Beilo was too wasteful was the primary reason. However, what Luo Xuan said was not just idle talk. Becoming stronger through meeting stronger opponents is indeed a characteristic of Saiyans, and continuously growing stronger in battle is essential. So this was also a hint for Beilo. Whether he could comprehend it depended on himself. In the following days, Luo Xuan and his group continued to advance deeper into the northern forest. They encountered quite a few jungle raptors along the way, and these jungle raptors were all treated as training targets by Luo Xuan and his group. Through the practice with these jungle raptors, their teamwork became increasingly close, and Luo Xuan fully adapted to the doubled gravity, planning to gradually increase the weight. We're about to reach the deepest part of this northern forest. What do you think? In the past few days, Mashi has gradually become familiar with the energy ball. Now, after attacking, she no longer feels completely exhausted like before. And now they're about to enter the depths of the North Forest. And Luo Xuan doesn't know what dangers lie inside. Well, during this recent period of training, she has also become much stronger. If there is any danger, she is confident that she can escape. Mashi nodded. The beings in the North Forest are even feared by the jungle raptors. Now at most, she can fight one jungle raptor, but definitely not more than that, so it would be normal if she couldn't handle it. However, if she can't win, she can still escape. Mashi is confident in her strength now. If she wants to run, even a high-level warrior won't be able to catch her. This is for the best. After dealing with the current wave, we can take a break and then head toward the innermost part of the North Forest. Luo Xuan nodded, looking at the 8 jungle raptors surrounding them, and said quite casually, "Mo." She didn't say anything more, just nodded. All right, you two stop chatting. How should we divide the tasks? I could take down 2. Seeing the 2 of them chatting without a hint of urgency, even though they were surrounded by 8 jungle raptors, was quite impressive, with Luo Xuan's guidance. Now Teresa understood not to waste unnecessary energy during battles and to eliminate any distractions. So now, he had no problem dealing with 2 jungle raptors on his own. I can handle one, Mo, she said, looking at the jungle raptor not far away. After so many days of fighting, she was now able to face a jungle raptor head-on without being defeated. If she used an energy ball, she could also take down a jungle raptor. She was no longer the Saiyan who almost lost her life when facing 5 or 6 scorpion tigers. I can also handle one, Beilo gritted his teeth. His combat power was quite high now. Although he still couldn't use energy balls, he could manage to hold off 1 jungle raptor. Okay, then you hold 1, and I'll take care of the remaining 4. Luo Xuan nodded. The 4 jungle raptors were manageable for him. What about us? Seeing that everyone had assigned the jungle raptors, the other 3 Saiyans felt quite helpless. Their combat power was not weak either, but being with these people made them feel insignificant. Just watch and learn. They had originally intended to head towards the 4 jungle raptors, but suddenly being asked caught Luo Xuan off guard. If they hadn't spoken up, he might have forgotten about their existence. At the beginning, the combat power of the 3 of them was decent, and with the cooperation of Beilo and Mashi, they could still fight well. However, as everyone's combat power increased, the 3 of them could no longer contribute much. So now Luo Xuan had been forgetting about them. As for what they could do now, he didn't know. He could only let them watch closely. That's fine. The 3 thought for a moment. This was also acceptable. Letting them watch from the side could help them learn Luo Xuan's fighting style, and perhaps they could improve later on. Nodding, Luo Xuan headed straight for the 4 jungle raptors, while Teresa and the others also moved towards their targets. Boom! With the sound of explosions, the 8 jungle raptors fell, leaving only Bellow's raptor behind. F4 quickly withdrew. Luo Xian's right palm faced forward, and an energy ball flew directly toward Belu, who was barely holding up in the battle. Of course, Luo Xian's target was not Belu, but the jungle raptor that was fighting him. Boom! The jungle raptor, unsurprisingly, became a char dragon. That was the 5th energy ball. Seeing Luo Xian launch another energy ball to kill the jungle raptor, Teresa and the others were shocked. In just a few days, Luo Xian had already been able to continuously unleash 5 energy balls. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Teresa wouldn't have believed it. How much energy must that take? Just how strong had Luo Xian become? Sighing in relief. Luo Xian had previously mentioned that as long as he could quickly condense the energy, he wouldn't have to expend too much energy. The rest was just a matter of how much energy he had in his body. Let's take a break. Then we can head directly into the northern forest to see what that green snake is. Luo Xian said that this team is basically centered around him now. After all, Luo Xian has the highest combat power here. Luo Xian, I want to fight you. Just as Luo Xian was letting everyone rest, Teresa also approached. It wasn't that he was overestimating himself, but after seeing Luo Xian manage to condense 5 energy balls in a row, he was greatly impacted. When they first met, their combat powers were about the same. However, after just a few days of training, it seemed that Luo Xian had surpassed him by a lot. So now he wanted to see how much the gap between him and Luo Xian was. Fight? Upon hearing Teresa's request, Luo Xian was taken aback for a moment, but soon realized that Teresa wanted to test his strength after watching him continuously grow stronger. Is that okay? Teresa now had some respect for Luo Xian and didn't just rush into action, but instead asked in a questioning tone. This was clearly different from the Saiyans that Luo Xian knew. Could it really be that his arrival had caused some changes in the storyline? It seemed that the people here had also undergone significant changes. All right, then let's begin. Luo Xian nodded. Since Teresa had this request, he would certainly fulfill it. In fact, Luo Xian also wanted to test his current strength, and the only way to gauge the difference between him and a high-level warrior was through a battle with Teresa. Without a data detector, it was indeed quite troublesome. Upon hearing Teresa's words, Moshi and Bello were momentarily stunned. Challenging Luo Xian? Wasn't that just asking for trouble? However, after hearing the latter part of Teresa's statement, they felt relieved. Teresa wasn't trying to defeat Luo Xian. He just wanted to know how big the gap between him and Luo Xian was. Luo Xian understood this as well, and similarly, he wanted to estimate his own combat power through a battle with Teresa. So he agreed to Teresa's request for a fight. You just used the energy ball 5 times. Your stamina must have been quite depleted, Moshi said with concern. She had also used the energy ball before and knew how taxing it was on stamina. Since Luo Xian had just condensed it 5 times, fighting now might be a bit unfair to him. I'm Yufine. Luo Xian shook his head. Although he had just condensed the energy ball 5 times, it was still not a big problem for his body. At least it was enough to deal with Teresa. I had just condensed the energy ball twice, and Luo Xian was much stronger than me. If everyone were in good physical condition, I estimated I would be taken down in 1 hit, so now was the best time. Moshi spoke without lowering his voice, and Teresa could hear him nearby. Bell, do you want to test your combat power? After hearing Teresa's words, Moshi had nothing more to say and turned to Bello, asking, Me? I'd rather not. Fighting Luo Xian will be like looking for death. Bello hesitated for a moment, not expecting this matter would involve him, but after a brief pause, he shook his head in refusal. Even though Luo Xian had consumed quite a bit of stamina by now, Bello knew he had no chance of winning if he fought him, so it was better to skip it. Who said you had to fight him? I'll fight you. A smirk appeared on Moshi's face, and it was unclear what he was thinking. With you? Bello looked at Moshi and hesitated. Previously, their combat powers were about the same. If Moshi was provoking him like this, he would have accepted without hesitation. But now it was different. Moshi could now condense energy balls, and he didn't think he could withstand the attack from that energy ball. Don't worry, I can't condense another energy ball right now. We can agree not to use energy balls. Seeing Bello's expression, Moshi knew he was definitely worried about the energy ball. After all, he was not Luo Xian. Under Teresa's energy ball attack, he could come out unscathed, which even the highly defensive jungle raptor couldn't withstand, let alone Bello, whose defense was not stronger than that of the jungle raptor. All right, then I'll challenge you and see how big the gap in our powers is. Hearing Moshi say this, Bello no longer hesitated and directly agreed. If he didn't agree at this moment, it would seem too cowardly. Even if he couldn't win, he had to go through with it. It was for his own dignity. Let's begin. Luo Xuan didn't waste much time and directly said to Teresa, "Your combat power is stronger than mine, so I'll make the first move." Teresa shouted and instantly appeared beside Luo Xuan. His speed was not slow. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to fight against high-level warriors, and he also had to be very familiar with combat techniques. Once he reached Luo Xuan, Teresa didn't hesitate at all and directly kicked towards Luo Xuan's head. Even if Luo Xuan really took this kick, it wouldn't be a big deal. So Teresa could fight with confidence. Luo Xuan did not move, merely raising his hand to block Teresa's kick. Teresa's kick struck Luo Xuan's arm, seemingly making no progress at all, as it was directly blocked by Luo Xuan. However, Teresa's combat experience was quite rich, and without the slightest hesitation, he retreated. Just as he had stepped back, Luo Xuan's fist struck the spot where he had just been. Although the punch did not hit him, Teresa did not let his guard down. Luo Xuan's combat experience was extensive, and he wouldn't waste too much energy. So, knowing that a follow-up attack was inevitable, Teresa prepared his defense. Sure enough, as he assumed a defensive stance, Luo Xuan's attack came in, landing a punch directly. Teresa quickly crossed his arms in front of him to block Luo Xuan's punch. However, the force of the punch was still immense, sending Teresa staggering backward. Wow, that's strong. Looking at his slightly reddened arm, Teresa felt helpless. Was the gap between him and Luo Xuan really this large? He looked up but couldn't see Luo Xuan's figure. During battle, losing focus was not a good habit. Just as Teresa was stunned, Luo Xuan's voice came from behind him. He quickly turned around and saw Luo Xuan standing right behind him. What incredible speed. When did he get behind me? Just moments ago, Luo Xuan had attacked him, and now he was behind him. What speed that was. However, Luo Xuan didn't give him a chance to react, punching Teresa squarely in the stomach before withdrawing his hand. Ugh. After receiving Luo Xuan's attack, Teresa clutched his stomach and, as Luo Xuan withdrew his hand, collapsed to the ground, having lost his fighting capability. After easily defeating Teresa, Luo Xuan activated the gravity system again. He had turned it off during the fight to assess his combat power, which allowed him to resolve Teresa quickly. Otherwise, it might have taken longer. The three Saiyans, watching from a distance, were also stunned. How did Luo Xuan get behind Teresa? One Saiyan asked. I don't know. He moved so fast that we couldn't see him at all. Another Saiyan shook his head. Just now, Luo Xuan's attack was too quick. They only saw him punch Teresa and then appear behind him, landing another punch, after which Teresa fell to the ground. Bang! Just as everyone was in shock, a voice came from not far away, and they turned to see Mashi retracting his foot, while Beilu lay beneath a broken tree. The three Saiyans swallowed hard. Luo Xuan and Mashi are just too strong. When they first met, Teresa and Beilu could still fight them, but now they were defeated so quickly. How did they do that? All right, after a short rest, let us go see just how strong that green snake is. In response to everyone's astonishment, Luo Xuan said, then helped Teresa up and seated him under a tree. You didn't use your full strength just now, did you? After finally catching his breath, Teresa looked at Luo Xuan with a serious expression. His question drew the attention of those around them, who looked at Luo Xuan in disbelief. To defeat Teresa so easily and not use full strength, this was impossible. Don't deny it. A punch that can pierce through a jungle speed dragon couldn't possibly have this little power. Although my defense is a bit higher than that of a jungle speed dragon, it's not by much. Seeing that Luo Xuan remained silent, Teresa continued. Although this realization was a blow to him, it was the truth. Luo Xuan had knocked him down without using full strength. I used about 70% of my strength. How do you think that compares to those high-level warriors? Seeing he could no longer hide it, Luo Xuan spoke the truth. He didn't use his full strength with that punch. After all, he wasn't sure how strong it would be when he was angry. As for why only his right hand became stronger, Luo Xuan didn't know. It might be due to the past severe fracture. Of course, that was just speculation, and he couldn't say for sure. I should be able to fight against those high-level warriors on the gravity platform. As for whether I can win, I don't know. After all, I haven't been to the gravity platform in a long time, and I don't know how much those high-level warriors have grown. After some hesitation, Teresa said, as he hadn't fought high-level warriors in a long time. Those warriors had the gravity platform, and training on it would yield twice the results with half the effort, so it wouldn't be easy to defeat them. However, when it came to talent, Teresa was still more optimistic about Luo Xuan. After all, Luo Xuan was just a low-level warrior, and even training without the gravity platform made him this strong. If he trained on the gravity platform, defeating those high-level warriors wouldn't be a problem. If Luo Xuan knew Teresa's thoughts, he would definitely feel awkward. Because he was currently using the gravity system, he had been using it all along, which allowed him to progress so quickly. If it were the previous gravity system, which only increased the weight of clothing, Luo Xuan's progress wouldn't have been so rapid. But now it was different. The gravity system he was using was somewhat similar to the gravity platform. The only difference was that he could move around freely, and the effects were significant. Lin and the others' gravity platforms were fixed, so they could only fight in one place to achieve training effects. But Luo Xuan was different. Whether he was eating, sleeping, or fighting, he was doing so under twice the gravity, and he was also battling ferocious beasts without holding back. Although these beasts might not match the combat power of high-level warriors, they wouldn't hold back like high-level warriors. If they didn't hold back, those powerful high-level warriors wouldn't know how many would have died. But because of this reason, the growth of those high-level warriors wasn't as fast as Luo Xuan's. They would pull their punches, but the beasts in the northern forest wouldn't. It was a fight to the death. It was in such battles, honed on the edge of life and death, that Luo Xuan was able to grow so quickly. Uncertain outcome? Luo Xuan felt helpless. He originally thought he could fight against the majority of advanced warriors, but now it seemed he was still a bit lacking. You've done very well. As a low-level warrior, your inherent disadvantages are significant. However, you've performed better than us mid-level warriors, and you're still young. If you continue to practice, defeating those advanced warriors is not out of the question. Seeing Luo Xuan a bit downcast, Teresa offered some words of comfort. However, this was a genuine sentiment. He had witnessed Luo Xuan's growth. In just half a month from their first encounter to now, he had already grown to this extent. Given a little more time, surpassing advanced warriors wouldn't be a difficult task. Luo Xuan nodded, although he was indeed a bit frustrated. After all, he had been practicing continuously for the past month, using the most dangerous methods. Yet he still couldn't catch up to the advanced warriors. Those advanced warriors had inherent advantages that were stronger than those of the lower-level warriors, and their natural combat power was also superior, which seemed a bit unfair. However, unfairness is also a good thing. It would only make Luo Xuan work even harder. Luo Xuan's goals go far beyond what is in front of him. He is not aiming for the jungle raptors or advanced warriors, but for super Saiyans or even further. How about it? Shall we set off? Seeing Luo Xuan's confidence return to his face, Mashi also breathed a sigh of relief. Although she didn't say anything, both Trissa and the others heard the conversation between Trissa and Luo Xuan. She was a bit worried that Trissa's words had too much of an impact on Luo Xuan. But it seemed that Luo Xuan was indeed not the type to collapse from a small setback. After all, having grown from a low-level warrior to this point, such a blow should not be a big deal for him. Let's go. After glancing at Trissa and Bello, and finding that they were both fine, Luo Xuan nodded. Next, they would head to the deepest part of the North Forest to find that green serpent. He was curious about the strength of that green serpent, which could drive so many jungle raptors away from the North Forest. They were not far ahead. After walking for a short while, Bello suddenly stopped. This was the place where they had seen the green serpent last time, and not far away, the giant green serpent was coiled in place. Do you know about the strength of that green serpent? Mashi asked. Only Bello and those 3 Saiyans had seen the green serpent, and they were unsure of its strength. If it was too strong, perhaps they should keep their distance. I don't know. When we saw it last time, we didn't feel it was too strong. We just saw it was huge. However, it was able to drive away the surrounding jungle raptors, so its strength must be greater than that of the jungle raptors. Bello said. When they came over just now, they hadn't encountered any jungle raptor attacks. This meant that all the jungle raptors in the area had been driven away. The strength that could drive away so many jungle raptors made Bello and the others naturally wary of getting too close. Otherwise, if they really angered that green serpent, it might take them out in one move. After all, they couldn't even defeat a single jungle raptor. Finally, Luo Xuan and the others had made it to the interior of the North Forest, and they were only a short distance away from that mysterious green serpent. Everyone be careful. If anything happens, just run, Trissa whispered. The strength of the green serpent was definitely not weak. If they really had a fight, they might not be able to win, so caution was the priority. Okay, got it, Bello and the others nodded. They didn't know the exact strength of the green serpent, but the fact that the jungle raptors had all fled from here was enough to prove its ferocity. After all, animals are much more sensitive than humans. Let's go, Luo Xuan said, although he didn't know what kind of existence the other party was. He was very curious about why such a powerful being was hiding in the northern forest. Could have been driven here from another place? continuing to move forward. Although there were no fierce beasts nearby, Luo Xuan and the others were walking cautiously. After all, there was an existence inside that even fierce beasts feared. So they had to be careful. Is it right here? The one in front, Belo, stopped and pointed ahead, and Teresa asked softly. Belo nodded, then pushed aside the branches in front of him, and everyone saw a giant snake quietly coiled up. This snake was indeed not ordinary in size, and Teresa and the others were stunned by the sight of this giant snake. The body of the snake, the head of a crocodile, lizard legs, eagle claws, deer antlers, fish scales, and whiskers at the corners of its mouth. Could this be a dragon? Although Luo Xuan was also stunned, his reaction was different from that of Teresa and the others. The green dragon felt incredibly familiar to him. It was the dragon from the Dragon Ball world. This was the dragon from Dragon Ball, the one that could be summoned by gathering all 7 Dragon Balls to grant a wish. Thinking of this, Luo Xuan felt a surge of excitement and directly bypassed the crowd, heading towards the dragon. Although he didn't know why this dragon was here. If it could grant wishes and allow him to return to the real world, then Luo Xuan wouldn't have to train and fight desperately in this Dragon Ball world. Luo Xuan admitted that he liked this world, but at the same time, he liked his original world even more. He initially wanted to return to Earth to see if the dragon there could help him get back to his original world, but he didn't expect to encounter it here. Such fate. Luo Xuan, what are you doing? Seeing Luo Xuan heading straight for the giant snake, She quickly grabbed him. Although she didn't know how terrifying the giant snake was, it was better to be cautious about anything that appeared in the North Forest. It's fine, I'm confident. After being pulled by Luo Xuan also came back to his senses. He had been a bit too excited just now. After all, the appearance of the dragon could very well allow him to return to his original world. So Luo Xuan was a bit agitated, but now that he thought about it, this dragon was created by the gods of Earth, and it probably hadn't been created yet. Plus, how could it be on planet Vegeta? Nevertheless, since he had encountered the dragon, Luo Xuan wanted to go and ask for clarification. Be careful. After glancing at Luo Xuan's confident eyes, she hesitated for a moment before letting go. Luo Xuan nodded and continued walking towards the divine dragon. The closer he got, the clearer it became that it was indeed the divine dragon from the Dragon Ball world. As Luo Xuan approached, the divine dragon noticed him, glanced at him, and surprisingly began to speak. However, Luo Xuan found it difficult to understand the words, as they were neither the language of the Saiyans nor Chinese. F3 Multiverse Translation. Luo Xuan directly activated the multiverse translation system in his mind. The system claimed to be able to translate all languages in the universe. Luo Xuan, you're here? Just as Luo Xuan opened the translation system, he heard this sentence. Do you know me? Luo Xuan felt a bit strange. This dragon was too incredible. Wasn't it? It actually knew his name was Luo Xuan. Originally, this Saiyan was called Royster. However, after being reborn, Luo Xuan decided to use his original name. I know. The dragon's voice was very magnetic, exactly like in the anime. So, dragon, why are you here? Forget about everything else. I need to clarify this first. It's quite strange for the dragon to appear in this world, because you made a wish asking me to bring you to this world. After fulfilling your wish, I was trapped here by a strange energy. The dragon's answer left Luo Xuan even more puzzled. What does that mean? I wished for you to bring me to this world, and then you were trapped in this world? When did I make that wish? How come I didn't know? This clearly didn't make sense. Luo Xuan had just arrived in this world. He hadn't even seen the Dragon Balls, let alone made a wish to the dragon. To be precise, it was your future self who made the wish to me. Upon hearing Luo Xuan's confusion, the dragon answered directly. Your future self wished for you to bring me to this world? Why? The more he listened, the more bewildered Luo Xuan became. Was what the dragon said true? He would rather return to the real world. How could he have made a wish to the dragon in the future to bring him to this world? Yes, you'll know the specific reason in the future. The dragon seemed unwilling to answer Luo Xuan's question. The dragon was indeed as proud as in the Dragon Ball world. Would it kill you to just say it? Then who trapped you here? Will you never be able to go back? Luo Xuan continued to ask questions. Since the Shenlong was trapped here, he could inquire about many things. He hoped to see if he could return to the real world eventually. Even though it was the future Luo Xuan who made the wish, he just didn't want to stay here. He didn't know that this power was very strong, and he couldn't break free, but as long as the Dragon Balls from the future were restored, he would disappear and return to the future to fulfill the wishes of those who found the Dragon Balls. This energy could trap him, but couldn't trap time and space. Regarding this answer from Shenlong, Luo Xuan was somewhat confused. However, the general meaning should be that this Shenlong could return to the future time and space and then transform back into the Dragon Balls. According to the time Luo Xuan arrived in this world, it had only been about a month. This meant that the Shenlong might have to stay here for another 11 months. How did you manage to drive away the fierce beasts around here? This was also a major question. Although the Shenlong could grant many wishes, its combat power was far from sufficient. Even the original Piccolo could kill it. The original Piccolo had a combat power of about 260, which was much weaker than a Saiyan, and the jungle speeders here could fight against intermediate warriors. How did the Shenlong manage to drive away these jungle speeders? When Luo Xuan approached, Ma Shi and the others were also very nervous. That was a giant snake that could drive away the jungle speeders. If Luo Xuan angered it, they didn't know if he could handle it. Everyone was unclear about the giant snake's combat power, and they were equally unsure about Luo Xuan's combat power. However, they knew that if a fight broke out, they would be completely useless, so they could only hide here and carefully watch the situation unfold. Is Luo Xuan talking to that giant snake? After watching for a while, Beilu couldn't help but ask in confusion. Since Luo Xuan walked over, it seemed like he was saying something to the giant snake. Could it be that Luo Xuan could communicate with the giant snake? I also thought it looked like that. The giant snake didn't attack him, which might mean he was saying something to it. Teresa nodded and said that in his opinion, Luo Xuan was indeed talking to the giant snake, but they couldn't understand what he was saying. Luo Xuan communicated with the divine dragon using the earth language of this world, not to mention Teresa and the others. Even Luo Xuan had to use the multiverse translation system to communicate with the divine dragon. They are not afraid of me, but of the energy that binds me. Regarding Luo Xuan's heart-wrenching question, the divine dragon seemed unfazed and simply provided a brief explanation. So that's how it is. Luo Xuan whispered softly, wondering who left this energy and why they trapped the divine dragon here. After being trapped, nothing was done. It was just left for the divine dragon to stay here. What is the significance of imprisoning the divine dragon? Do you really not know who trapped you in the space-time? Luo Xuan was puzzled. Was the purpose of trapping the divine dragon here and ignoring it just to let him encounter it? This was clearly unlikely. Without the appearance of the divine dragon, Luo Xuan might have been more focused on his cultivation. Now that the divine dragon had appeared, Luo Xuan actually desired even more to return to the real world. After all, this was a strange world that Luo Xuan did not particularly like. I don't know. The divine dragon spoke clearly and concisely, without any hint of ambiguity or concealment. In the future, is there something you want me to tell you? Luo Xuan was still in a daze, wondering why his future self would go to such lengths to bring him to this world. Did his future self no longer want to return to the real world? That couldn't be possible. It must be a fake Luo Xuan. You said that you need to work hard to become stronger in order to protect what you want to protect. Indeed, the dragon does not ask questions without reason. It only responds after being asked. Protect what you want to protect? What is that? Am I supposed to save the world? Isn't that something for Sun Wukong? No, it seems there is no Sun Wukong at this time. The more questions he asked, the more confused Luo Xuan felt. What was the purpose of all this? Why did his future self insist on having the dragon bring him to this world? Did he discover that he couldn't return to the real world and didn't want him to have an easy time? Then, dragon, can you send me back to my original world? I don't want to think about it too much. There's nothing fun in this world. Luo Xuan still hoped that the dragon could send him back to his original world, although the original world might not allow adventures like this. Compared to the soon-to-be war-torn Vegeta planet, Luo Xuan still wished to return to that peaceful world. After all, his wish was also world peace. Sure, that's simple. Since the dragon could bring Luo Xuan from the real world to this two-dimensional world, it naturally had the ability to send him back to the real world. This dragon has quite a bit of power. Although its combat ability isn't great, having such magical powers is still impressive. So now, send me back to the real world. Hearing the dragon's response, wasn't that the standard answer when a wish is about to be granted? Although he hadn't watched many anime, Luo Xuan still remembered this typical line for wish fulfillment. So easy. This is impossible. Just when Luo Xuan was filled with anticipation to return to the real world, the dragon suddenly came out with another statement. Didn't you just say it was no problem? Luo Xuan was very frustrated. Is this Shenlong just bored and wants to play with him because it's trapped? Your wish is simple, but you haven't gathered all 7 Dragon Balls, so I can't help you fulfill it. Shenlong's response almost made Luo Xuan spit blood. Can it be resolved with just a word? Does it have to be like this to be fun? Now Luo Xuan has every reason to believe that the Dragon Ball world he has come to is a fake one. This is clearly a rhythm that aims to drive the original fans to their limits. Shenlong, if you keep this up, there's no need to go back. Just stay here. Luo Xuan was very angry, and the consequences were severe. All right, goodbye. Just when Luo Xuan was doubting whether the dragon was real, the dragon spoke again. Goodbye. Wait a moment. Luo Xuan instinctively answered, but soon realized it was too late. The divine dragon had already transformed into a ball of golden light and disappeared, seemingly returning to the future world. Wasn't it agreed that it would take a year? Why did it vanish so quickly? Is the calculation of time in the future world different? Luo Xuan stood there in a daze, confused about the situation. Was the divine dragon just toying with him? However, the divine dragon had told him quite a bit, such as how he came to this world and that the Dragon Balls really exist, which could allow him to return to the real world. Since the Dragon Balls could take him back to reality, why did it still grant a wish for him to come to this two-dimensional world? These questions left Luo Xuan puzzled. What was his future self thinking? Or what significant events had occurred? He had no idea and couldn't figure out. Luo Xuan, are you okay? What happened to that giant snake? Were you just talking to it? While Luo Xuan was deep in thought, Emo, she, and the others saw that the giant snake had disappeared and quickly ran over. When they first saw the golden light, they thought the giant snake was going to attack Luo Xuan. But now it seemed that the giant snake had fled, leaving everyone filled with confusion. What on earth did Luo Xuan say to the giant snake that made it run away? Roar! Hurry up! The divine dragon has disappeared. And those jungle speed dragons have no enemies. They're coming this way. Luo Xuan shouted loudly. In fact, the divine dragon had disappeared, and the energy that trapped it had also vanished. The jungle raptor, being highly perceptive, sensed this change and began heading back this way. Upon hearing a roar, Luo Xuan immediately realized that with the disappearance of the energy, the keen beasts would definitely feel it. This was an instinctive response, a natural ability to seek fortune and avoid danger, unrelated to strength. So, at the moment the energy vanished, some jungle raptors that had been roaming nearby came towards this direction. After all, their nest was here, and they had only been driven away. Now that the energy that had chased them off was gone, they were returning home. Let's leave here first. Teresa also nodded gravely. If those jungle raptors returned, they definitely wouldn't be able to handle it. So, although the group was puzzled, they had no choice but to head toward the outer edge of the jungle. On the way, they encountered several attacks from jungle raptors, but they were all swiftly dealt with by Luo Xuan. There was no time to waste. The longer they stayed, the more jungle raptors would gather in the vicinity. Boom! After eliminating a wave of 10 jungle raptors, the group successfully escaped from the depths of the northern forest and arrived at the central area. Since many jungle raptors had returned to the interior, this central area was generally safe. Looks like no jungle raptors will chase us here. Let us rest for a bit. After observing the surroundings and finding nothing unusual, Luo Xuan decided to let everyone stop. They were now in the central area, where there shouldn't be any danger. Hearing Luo Xuan's words, everyone nodded. They were now more centered around Luo Xuan. Just moments ago, he had single-handedly taken down 7 out of the 10 jungle raptors. This kind of strength truly impressed Teresa and the others. Thus, they began to revolve around Luo Xuan, a subtle change that no one noticed or cared about. Luo Xuan, what was that giant snake earlier? And what do you mean by divine dragon? After resting for a while, Mashi curiously asked. The others perked up their ears to listen. They were all very interested in this matter, but since Luo Xuan hadn't mentioned it, they felt it was inappropriate to ask. Now that Mashi had developed a good relationship with Luo Xuan, she hesitated for a moment before posing the question. That wasn't a snake at all. It was a dragon. However, it's somewhat different from the jungle raptors. I heard my grandfather mention it when I was a child. This kind of dragon possesses immense power, but it doesn't attack others recklessly. As long as you communicate well with it, it will leave. Luo Xuan also knew that the Saiyans couldn't understand his conversation with the dragon, so he casually fabricated a lie. If he really said that the dragon could grant any wish, the Saiyans would have set off for Earth right after unifying Planet Vegeta. After all, that was something Vegeta wanted to obtain. Easy to communicate with? Mashi thought for a moment, and that was indeed the case. The dragon was able to make the jungle speed lizards fear it and stay far away. However, after Luo Xuan chatted with it, it simply turned into a beam of light and disappeared. This also indicated that the dragon's power was very strong and that it was easy to communicate with. However, the way of communication was probably something only Luo Xuan understood. After all, Mashi and the others completely couldn't understand what Luo Xuan had just said. Luo Xuan, what are your plans next? After hearing Luo Xuan's explanation, everyone understood, because they were unfamiliar with that thing, and Luo Xuan's words were reasonable and well-founded. It was easy for them to be convinced. However, now that Luo Xuan had become so powerful, continuing to train in the northern forest would only be a waste of time. it was no longer suitable for him. I want to continue training and become stronger. So I want to go to a place where advanced warriors train. After thinking for a moment, the strongest beings in the northern forest were those jungle speed lizards. He initially thought there would be something more powerful inside, but it turned out to be the dragon. So Luo Xuan had no choice but to go to the place where advanced warriors trained. It was clear that the weakest there would be stronger than the jungle speed lizards. Luo Xuan was now able to withstand 15 times Earth's gravity, which is 5 times the gravity of planet Vegeta. This was already quite strong for him, but it wasn't enough. He was still far from his goal. You want to go to the southern desert? After hearing Luo Xuan's words, Frieza was a bit surprised. Intermediate warriors had their own training places, and advanced warriors naturally had theirs too. However, they were not in the same location. The training area for advanced warriors was a vast expanse of desert to the south. Although there weren't too many fierce beasts there were quite a few poisonous creatures. These things not only had strong combat power, high aggressiveness, and strong defenses, but they also knew how to hide in the desert. If one wasn't careful, they could end up poisoned. The main focus of training there was to enhance the Saiyans' reaction time, attack power, and speed. Luo Xuan's decision to go there for training was unexpected. Well, what about you guys? Luo Xuan nodded. Training speed and reaction over there is the best, so it's his best choice now. I'll go with you, She said without any hesitation. It was because she came to the northern forest with Luo Xuan that she gained her current strength. So wherever Luo Xuan goes, she would follow without a second thought. I'll go with you too. Although I've always said that my strength can rival that of a high-level warrior, I've never been to the southern desert, so I'll join you this time. After hesitating for a moment, Teresa said he had been in the northern forest for quite a while, but it couldn't compare to the days spent with Luo Xuan. Previously, he only saw some powerful beasts and avoided them whenever possible, unlike Luo Xuan, who directly led them to seek trouble with the beasts. So he also planned to go to the southern desert with Luo Xuan to see if he could improve. What about you, Bello? Luo Xuan nodded and looked at Bello and the others. Their combat abilities were also not weak, and Luo Xuan wanted to take them along. Wherever Frieza goes, I will follow. Bello didn't hesitate much. Since he started following Frieza, he had benefited a lot. Now, that Frieza was going to the South Desert. Although his strength was not enough, he still wanted to go along. We won't be going. The other 3 Saiyans shook their heads. Although their strength had also improved a lot, they didn't even have the ability to deal with the jungle raptor alone. Going to the South Desert would undoubtedly mean death for them. So they didn't want to take the risk and preferred to stay in the North Forest to improve their own strength. Luo Xuan didn't say much about their decision, just nodded. Everyone has their own ambitions. Although Luo Xuan valued their strength, it was somewhat forced for them to go to the South Desert. So they had to part ways here. Are we going directly to the South Desert now? Frieza asked. Since they had already decided to go to the South Desert, it would be best to leave as soon as possible. Yes, but before that, we need to take Bello to farm some jungle raptors so that he can successfully condense the energy ball. Otherwise, it won't work when we get to the South Desert. After thinking about it, Luo Xuan felt that if Bello really wanted to come along, he had to learn how to condense the energy ball. It would be ridiculous for a Saiyan not to be able to condense an energy ball. In fact, it was just a matter of time. Right now, Bello could probably even fire continuously, let alone condensing it. However, he wasted too much energy during the condensation process, which was why he hadn't been successful. So there were only 2 ways to solve this. One was to make Bello's energy stronger, like Mashi, so he could afford to waste it. The other was to stimulate him to unleash his potential. In any case, as long as he condensed it once, the next time would be much easier. Luo Xuan had a way to make Bello stronger, which was to beat him half to death and then give him a senzu bean, which would allow him to become stronger. However, Luo Xuan didn't want to waste such a precious item as the senzu bean. Although he had found a way to shorten the cooldown time, he still couldn't waste it directly, so he could only stimulate Bello. As for how to stimulate him, Luo Xuan thought a method. Are you saying I can also condense an energy ball? Hearing Luo Xuan's words, Bello was visibly excited. He felt that since Luo Xuan and the others could condense energy balls, only he couldn't, which might be due to his lack of talent. But now, hearing Luo Xuan's words, he rekindled his hope. Previously, Frieza could only condense the energy ball once, but now he could condense it twice. Mashi also couldn't successfully condense it before, but now he could, all thanks to this young man in front of him. So now that Bello heard he still had a chance to successfully condense the energy ball, he was filled with excitement. I think if it's not really due to lack of talent, then it should be possible. The reason Luo Xuan said this is that he is worried that if they really can't condense the energy successfully, everything can be attributed to Bello's lack of talent. It's true that if the talent is lacking, One will always be slightly inferior to others in everything they do. Alright, so when do we start? After thinking for a moment, he realized that this was indeed the case. If they still couldn't condense the energy, it would definitely be a problem with talent. So Belo didn't hesitate at all. As long as they could successfully condense the energy ball and not hold anyone back, that would be enough. No rush. Let's find a jungle speed dragon first. This kind of stimulation is, of course, the stimulation of battle. The Saiyans are inherently a warlike race and grow stronger with each fight. Therefore, Luo Xuan needed to stimulate Belo in this way. Okay, Belo nodded. His combat power was already enough to hold off a jungle speed dragon by himself. However, he still needed to improve to defeat it, but since Luo Xuan trained using jungle speed dragons, Belo trusted him. Afterward, Luo Xuan and the four of them bid farewell to the three Saiyans. The combat power of those three was now sufficient that they had nothing to fear in the central part of the North Forest. Escaping from a jungle speed dragon should not be a problem. Roar! Looking at the four jungle speed dragons in front of him, Luo Xuan also raised the corners of his mouth. F4 quickly struck. With a thought, Luo Xuan raised his hand and defeated the three jungle speed dragons, leaving only the last one. This last jungle speed dragon, seeing its companions defeated by Luo Xuan, was not afraid but instead became even angrier. Belo, this one is up to you. Luo Xuan patted Belo's shoulder and then pointed to the angry jungle raptor not far away. Upon hearing Luo Xuan's words, Belo showed no hesitation and immediately dashed towards the jungle raptor. Alright, no matter what happens, just don't make a move. We'll sit over there. After saying this, Luo Xuan addressed Mashi and Teresa, explaining that the jungle raptor was meant to stimulate Belo. If Teresa and the others intervened, the effect would be lost. Mashi nodded without hesitation. She always listened to Luo Xuan. After a moment of hesitation, Teresa also nodded, trusting that Luo Xuan wouldn't put Belo in harm's way. Thus, the three of them found a shady tree, sat underneath it, and enjoyed some scorpion tiger meat while slowly watching Belo's battle. Belo's combat power was quite strong, and during his fight with the jungle raptor, he actually gained a slight advantage. Although he didn't know why Luo Xuan wanted him to fight the jungle raptor, he figured there must be a reason for it, and as long as he could successfully gather the energy ball, that would be enough. Belo's combat ability was indeed impressive. Teresa, watching from the side, nodded in agreement. After all, Belo had been adventuring in the northern forest with him for many years. However, his progress hadn't been significant during that time. Now, being with Luo Xuan, his improvement surprised him. If I had known earlier, I would have left him two jungle raptors. Luo Xuan also didn't expect that Beluo was much stronger than he imagined. Just as Teresa was about to respond, she saw Luo Xuan throw the scorpion tiger meat in his hand, which hit Beluo's foot as he was about to kick the jungle raptor. He was already going to kick the jungle raptor, but unexpectedly, he was stopped by a piece of scorpion tiger meat. However, at this moment, Beluo couldn't tell who had thrown it. The jungle raptor had already launched an attack, and he quickly dodged. From then on, it continued like this. Luo Xuan would take out a piece of scorpion tiger meat, bite it, and then throw it out just as Beluo was about to attack the jungle raptor. Beluo grew angrier and angrier, thinking, what is he doing? Not only is he not helping me, but he is also helping the jungle raptor. Yet that person had no intention of stopping. He continued to aid the jungle raptor. Every time Beluo tried to attack, he was pushed back, and gradually, Beluo found himself at a disadvantage. Teresa saw this scene and wanted to stop Luo Xuan. But remembering that Luo Xuan wouldn't harm Beluo, and he had just said not to interfere no matter what happened, she didn't move. Damn it. Beluo was very angry. The consequences were severe. This was the most frustrating battle he had ever encountered. Finding a gap, Beluo stepped back. At this point, he was consumed by anger. Fighting the jungle raptor was not easy to begin with, and with Luo Xuan constantly interfering, Beluo felt increasingly constrained as the battle continued. Eventually, he lost his rationality due to anger, found a gap, dodged the jungle raptor's attack, slightly opened his right hand, grabbed his right wrist with his left hand, and directly condensed an energy ball. However, this energy ball was not thrown directly at the jungle raptor, but rather aimed at Luo Xuan. Although Beluo didn't do it intentionally, the interference had come from that direction earlier. So in his anger, he instinctively threw the energy ball towards Luo Xuan's direction. Luo Xuan, be careful. Seeing Beluo successfully condense the energy ball, Mashi and Teresa had just smiled when they saw the energy ball flying towards them. They quickly got up and shouted. If they were hit by this energy ball, they would be seriously injured at the very least. However, Luo Xuan did not dodge. Instead, he stood up directly, his right hand open, and the energy ball exploded just as he opened his fingers. In an instant, dust was kicked up, filling the air with yellow dirt. A gust of wind blew through, clearing the dust and revealing Luo Xuan, who was completely unharmed, his fingers still spread wide, having caught the energy ball. Boom! This time, the energy ball was not launched by Beiluo, but by Luo Xuan. After catching Beiluo's energy ball, Luo Xuan directly condensed an energy ball of his own. No! Teresa shouted. Although Beiluo had attacked Luo Xuan, Teresa believed that Beiluo definitely did not do it on purpose. Now, seeing Luo Xuan condensing energy, she thought he was angry and was about to kill Beiluo. Anyone would be angry in such a situation. After all, he had kindly helped you condense an energy ball, and the first target after your success was the person who helped you. So Teresa assumed Luo Xuan wanted to kill Beiluo. However, her shout was too late, as Luo Xuan's speed in condensing the energy ball was simply too fast, and the explosion erupted right next to Beiluo. Beiluo certainly did not do it on purpose. There was really no need to kill him. Seeing the explosion, not to mention Beiluo, even Teresa herself would not survive that blast. Luo Xuan's strength was just too overwhelming. But there was really no need for him to kill Beiluo. After all, they had spent so much time together, and it was hard to believe that Luo Xuan would actually do it. Luo Xuan was not the kind of person who liked to kill indiscriminately. As Teresa was heartbroken, Mashi's voice rang in her ears. When it came to the length of time spent with Luo Xuan, Mashi had the most experience. Moreover, she understood Luo Xuan's character better than anyone else. So she was certain that just now, Luo Xuan did not intend to kill Beiluo. Huh? Teresa looked up at Mashi's words. She was right. Luo Xuan's temper was not that volatile. At that moment, Teresa heard footsteps and looked towards Beiluo's direction, where he was walking out of the dust. Beiluo, are you okay? That's great. Having spent 2 years with Beiluo, they had a good relationship. If he had really been killed by Luo Xuan, Teresa wouldn't know whether to seek revenge. Thank you. I was reckless just now and couldn't control my emotions. Beiluo did not pay attention to Teresa, but looked at Luo Xuan, speaking sincerely. It's fine. Luo Xuan shook his head. The earlier incident was intentional. He wanted Beilu to explode with anger and condense the energy ball. He knew that Saiyans become quite powerful when enraged. So even if some energy was wasted at that moment, it was because anger made it impossible to control himself, leading to continuous energy extraction until successful condensation. As for the attack Luo Xuan launched later, are you okay? Teresa looked at Beilu, who had clearly been hit by Luo Xuan's attack. So how could he be fine? Beilu's defense was relatively strong, but it wasn't enough to withstand Luo Xuan's attack. Luo Xuan didn't attack me. He targeted the jungle speed dragon. After condensing the energy ball, I didn't have the strength to fend off the jungle speed dragon, and that guy directly launched an attack on me. So I was killed by Luo Xuan. Beilu explained, clarifying that Luo Xuan didn't want to kill him out of anger and even saved him from the jaws of the jungle speed dragon. So that's how it is. Hearing Beilu's words, Teresa understood that Luo Xuan had attacked the jungle speed dragon. Now that Beilu could also condense the energy ball with a bit of practice, he would become more skilled. It was time for them to head to the South Desert. Luo Xuan didn't care about these things and directly said. The few nodded and followed him. They were also leaving the northern forest now, having stayed there for over a month, and their cultivation results were quite good. On their way out, Luo Xuan and the others encountered a group of familiar faces. How could they meet so many scorpion tigers on the outskirts of the northern forest? Hake looked around in despair at the more than 50 scorpion tigers, swearing that he really hadn't killed any of their cubs this time. Yet these scorpion tigers were still following them. Who knows, maybe this time they would really die here. Rigo also shook his head helplessly, completely giving up. Not to mention more than 50 scorpion tigers. Even 15 scorpion tigers could kill them. So now he had no intention of resisting. The only one still wanting to fight back was probably Keith, but his combat power was simply inadequate. Roar! A scorpion tiger lunged at him, and it was too late to defend. He could only resign himself to fate. However, in the next moment, that scorpion tiger flew away. Mashi? Seeing the familiar figure in front of them, Rigo and the others were somewhat surprised. You didn't die? Or did you give up on entering the center? But now you might have to join us. Dying together could be considered a kind of fate. Rigo felt a bit happy when he saw Mashi, but thinking about the current situation, he couldn't feel happy at all. More than 50 scorpion tigers, how to fight them, unless Luo Xuan appeared here. But in the next moment, the three were left dumbfounded, because Mashi directly charged into the group of scorpion tigers, and just like Luo Xuan back then, she took down one scorpion tiger with each punch. In no time, there were only the corpses of over 50 scorpion tigers left. How'd she do that? Rigo swallowed hard. When she was with them, Mashi could at most kill 5 scorpion tigers, but now there were 10 times that number. How did she manage? However, after killing the scorpion tigers, Mashi didn't pay them any attention and left directly. "Mashi, where are you going?" Keith couldn't help but shout. Mashi stopped in her tracks. "South Desert." Then she walked away without looking back, leaving Rigo and the other 2 in a daze. Mashi didn't look back. When she wanted to enter the center of the northern forest, Rigo and the others didn't plan to go with her. So now that her strength had increased, there was no need to stay. She had just happened to pass by and save them, which could be considered settling some past debts. "Is it resolved?" Luo Xuan saw Mo. She returned and casually asked a question. When he was fighting the Fangtooth behemoth, he had no good feelings towards Rigo and the others who were betting on the side. Not only did they not help, but they were also just there to watch the show. "Well, we can go now." Nodding his head, it was clear that Mo, she didn't want to mention Rigo any further. He might be disappointed in them, or perhaps after becoming stronger, he looked down on associating with them. Luo Xuan didn't say anything, just turned and walked towards the northern forest, and behind him, Teresa, Bello, and Mashi followed directly. Was that person really Mashi just now? Rigo looked at the scorpion tiger corpses on the ground, his face still showing shock. That was 50 scorpion tigers, not 5. How could they be dealt with so easily? I don't know. Hake swallowed hard and then shook his head. Is Mashi's combat power really this strong after not seeing her for so long? Judging by Mashi's current combat power, even 10 Hakes wouldn't be her match. That is Mashi. It seems that her choice back then was correct. Entering the central part of the northern forest and following Luo Xuan's footsteps allowed her to grow faster. Keys had just seen Mashi save him, so he was sure that person was indeed Mashi. Back then, when Mashi and Luo Xuan entered the central part of the northern forest, he thought she had been eaten by the scorpion tigers. Unexpectedly, she had come out from the center, and her combat power had become so strong. She had likely reached the peak of a mid-level warrior, perhaps even as strong as a high-level warrior. However, he might have overestimated Mashi. High-level warriors indeed possess such strength, but not everyone with that strength can compare to high-level warriors. The reason Mashi could kill so many scorpion tigers was mainly that these scorpion tigers were scattered in their combat power. Although they might be stronger than jungle speeders when gathered, once dispersed, it was not difficult to take them down one by one. This was what Mashi had learned after following Luo Xuan. When encountering jungle speeders, she really didn't regard these scorpion tigers as a threat. Hearing Keys' words, Rigo felt a bitter taste in his mouth. If he had followed Mashi into the central part of the northern forest back then, perhaps he could be as strong as her now. But now, it was too late to regret. They would never catch up to Mashi's pace. She just said she was going to the southern desert, right? Rigo suddenly remembered what Mashi had said. The southern desert was a place where only high-level warriors could survive, and some high-level warriors even died there. She should be going with Luo Xuan. They probably don't know how terrifying the southern desert is. Hake overheard this. Mashi was indeed talking about the southern desert. In his view, Mashi wouldn't be foolish enough to go to such a dangerous place. It must be because of Luo Xuan that she would venture there. Maybe they know, Keys said. In his opinion, they were the foolish ones. Mashi following Luo Xuan was quite smart. TCH, if they weren't fools, they would definitely challenge those jungle speeders. Hake retorted unhappily, believing that Luo Xuan and the others were just unable to stay in this place anymore. But since they couldn't win against the jungle speeders, they chose to go to the southern desert. Did they really think the southern desert was divided into outer, central, and inner areas like the northern forest? So naive. Hake added, the southern desert is not like the northern forest. The poisons there don't have territorial divisions, so they roam around everywhere. Some high-level warriors who enter the southern desert may encounter the most terrifying beings inside and could be directly killed. Keys and Rigo didn't respond to Hake's mockery. Before seeing Mashi, they might have said a few words, but after witnessing Mashi's current strength, they chose to remain silent. It wasn't until one day when they encountered 3 mid-level warriors coming out of the central part of the northern forest that they realized what Luo Xuan and Mashi had been doing in the central part of the northern forest, or even the inner area. Over there is the southern desert. After 2 days of travel, Luo Xuan and the others finally arrived at the southern desert. Looking at the gradually yellowing horizon, Luo Xuan nodded. The feeling here was quite different from the northern forest. The southern desert differed from the northern forest in that there was no level distinction here. Whether strong or weak, solitary or social, one could encounter any kind of creature. Teresa explained, as he was quite familiar with the southern desert. In here, we might encounter powerful creatures as soon as we enter, or we could go in for a long time without meeting anything but small creatures. But regardless of what we encounter, we must be cautious. The creatures in the southern desert are mostly poisonous. The most famous thing in the southern desert is poison. Almost all creatures are poisonous. Once attacked, if not treated in time, it is easy to lose one's life. Moreover, because the Saiyan scientific and technological level is not high, many types of poison cannot be cured, leading to a kind of trading model. The Zofulu people provide medicines that can cure poison to the Saiyans, while the Saiyans supply a certain metal found in the southern desert to the Zofulu people in exchange for medicines. You seem to know quite a bit about the southern desert. Luo Xuan said casually that if it weren't for Teresa, he might have charged right in. Back then, relying on his strong abilities, he had also come to the southern desert once, but he only stayed for a day before leaving. Upon mentioning this, Teresa didn't feel embarrassed at all. Although the creatures in the southern desert are not very strong in combat, their defense and speed are quite fast, and they know how to hide in the yellow sand, making them extremely difficult to detect. They quietly approach you and then bite you directly. If the poison is strong enough, it can instantly paralyze the nerves, and even a Saiyan might lose their combat ability. So when Teresa entered the southern desert back then, he also encountered some creatures, and the next day he witnessed 3 high-level warriors being killed, prompting him to leave immediately. So that's how it is. Let's go. Luo Xuan nodded. It seemed that once they entered, they needed to be vigilant. Although the South Desert was quite dangerous, Luo Xuan had no choice. If he wanted to become stronger, he had to take risks regardless of the dangers. After all, this was the world of Dragon Ball, and he didn't want to be a weakling with a power level of only 5. The same went for Teresa and the others. They were already feeling themselves getting stronger. And how could they back down in the face of danger? That was not the Saiyan way. So they followed Luo Xuan without hesitation into the South Desert. As they moved forward, Luo Xuan and the others did not encounter any dangers. It seemed that the South Desert was even quieter than the North Forest. However, behind this tranquility lay even more dangerous presences. Thus, they did not let their guard down just because of the quietness. Often, the most dangerous threats lurked behind the calm. What could it be? A sandstorm tornado? At that moment, Luo Xuan noticed a yellow sand connecting the sky and the earth not far away, resembling a tornado. Fortunately, it wasn't he coming toward them. In this South Desert, they not only had to be wary of creatures hiding in the shadows, but also had to watch out for natural phenomena like sandstorms. Mashi also explained that they were far enough away, so it wouldn't have much impact on them. However, for the Saiyans, this wasn't a significant challenge. After all, they had good eyesight and were fast. They could see it from a distance and run away in time. Soon after, the sandstorm tornado disappeared, and in the area it had swept through, many rocks were exposed, as this was just the edge of the desert. After the wind and sand passed, Luo Xuan noticed something else on the ground not far away. It seemed to be 2 people. Teresa and the others also noticed that there appeared to be 2 individuals lying on the ground, and it was obvious that they must have died lying there in the South Desert during the day. They didn't seem to be Saiyans. Mashi nodded. The physiques of those 2 didn't resemble Saiyans at all. Could they be Zufu people? Let's go take a look. Since coming to this world, Luo Xuan had yet to see the legendary Zufu, people known for their high intelligence. Although they might just be 2 corpses now, it was still worth checking out for Luo Xuan. The others didn't say anything. They weren't particularly interested in whether they were Saiyans or Zufu people. But since Luo Xuan was curious, they followed him to take a look. As they got closer, they indeed saw 2 corpses lying on the desert, face down, making it impossible to see their faces. They could only see that the bodies were small, about half the size of Luo Xuan. Moreover, their clothing was not Saiyan fur outfits, but genuine clothing, albeit tattered and worn. It was clear that these 2 had been dead for quite some time. Judging by their size, they must be Zufu people. Looking at the 2 bodies, Luo Xuan spoke up, noting that they were clearly smaller than Saiyans, and their clothing was unmistakably not Saiyan. Luo Xuan nodded and reached out to turn the corpse over. He was looking for something. Be careful. Just as Luo Xuan extended his hand, a snake lunged at him and bit towards his hand, and she also gasped in surprise. Luo Xuan's reaction was also quick. When the snake appeared, he did not retract his outstretched hand and directly struck at the snake's 7-inch mark. The snake was immediately thrown aside by Luo Xuan, and after writhing for a moment on the desert, it died instantly. Although Luo Xuan's strike was casual, its power was not weak. He did not expect that the snake could still wriggle a few times before dying. It seems that the creatures in this desert do not have such poor defenses after all. Luo Xuan murmured to himself and then directly turned the corpse over. Sure enough, he saw a detector on the corpse's eyes, which was exactly what Luo Xuan needed. Although this thing wasn't of much use, it could detect others' combat power. and Luo Xuan wanted to know how much of a gap there was between him and those high-level warriors. He reached out to take the detector down, but Luo Xuan frowned. The detector looked undamaged, but the button on the side was broken beyond repair. He also took the detector from another corpse. But Luo Xuan shook his head again. This one was even more damaged than the previous one, with cracks all over the surface. Clearly, this one was also unusable, which meant Luo Xian's plan was going to fall through. Installing plugin. Plugin installation complete. Detector system activated. Shortcut key set to F5. Just as Luo Xuan felt a bit disappointed, the system in his mind unexpectedly started downloading a plugin, and the download was exactly what Luo Xuan needed. A detector? Luo Xuan, what is this? Seeing Luo Xuan take off the devices from the eyes of the two Zufu people and throw them on the ground, Teresa curiously asked. It seemed that these Saiyans were still unaware of the purpose of these detectors. Although they had communicated with the Zufu people, these devices did not seem to be commonly used, and these two individuals did not look like ordinary Zufu people. Otherwise, they wouldn't have appeared in this southern desert. I don't know. I was just curious to take a look. It seems to be some kind of machine, but it should be damaged. Since Teresa didn't know what this was, Luo Xuan naturally couldn't say anything, and there was no need to tell Teresa about it. After all, the Saiyans would have to wait a long time to come into contact with this thing, at least another year. Let's go. Luo Xuan shook his head. The system had already downloaded a detector for him. Therefore, he wouldn't need these anymore. However, setting a detector as a shortcut key seemed a bit wasteful. After saying this, Luo Xuan stood up and continued walking forward with Teresa and the others. While walking, he directly stepped on the two detectors, destroying them both. It was clear that these two Zofurians had encountered an attack in the desert and died, with no other Saiyans having come into contact with them. Thus, Luo Xuan didn't want others to see those two detectors. After all, Saiyans weren't fools. Teresa and the others also didn't pay much attention, as they had no interest in such things. After all, these items couldn't make them stronger. Seeing Luo Xuan directly crush the two small machines further confirmed their belief that these devices were not good. Otherwise, Luo Xuan wouldn't have destroyed them. The group continued walking, and at this moment, Luo Xuan's consciousness had already turned to the newly added shortcut key in his mind. He always felt that the shortcut for this detector was somewhat wasteful. After all, such devices should be available with the Zofurians, even if he couldn't get one. Waiting for a year after the war victory would still allow him to obtain such a detector. However, it had already been downloaded, and even though Luo Xuan felt it was a bit wasteful, there was nothing he could do. After all, this was something provided by the system. Luo Xuan could request improvements, but he couldn't ask the system to change it into something else. Otherwise, he wouldn't want any of these. A direct shortcut to become a Super Saiyan would be much simpler. F1 for Super Saiyan, F2 for Beyond Super Saiyan, F3 for Super Saiyan 3. But this was just wishful thinking, as the system could only provide shortcuts for Luo Xuan to become stronger. It couldn't forcibly enhance his power, at most providing some assistance. It was like the Senzu Bean system. If there were no cooldown, Luo Xuan could easily put himself in danger, get severely injured, and then eat a Senzu Bean to quickly boost his strength. However, ever since discovering the secret of the Senzu Beans, Luo Xuan had stopped coveting such reckless methods of increasing strength. As his consciousness entered his mind, Luo Xuan quickly looked at the F5 shortcut key, and he became excited. This F5 detector seemed a bit different from what he had imagined. F5, detection system active, can detect all biological combat power data. Passive, can sense the ki of all living beings, with range increasing as ability enhances. Detecting ki, and it's a passive skill, meaning this thing can actually allow Luo Xuan to sense the presence of ki. It's worth noting that, aside from Goku, no other Saiyan in Dragon Ball could sense ki, and Vegeta only learned this skill later on. This means Saiyans didn't have this skill at all. After defeating the Zofurians, they began to rely on detectors. Luo Xuan was different. Being able to sense the presence of ki allowed him to control his own ki, which could also help avoid being detected by others' detectors, making it easier to act stealthily. Relying too much on detector data is not a good thing. Now that Luo Xuan could sense the ki of living beings, it also meant he could control his own ki. So, this shortcut key was far from wasteful and actually provided Luo Xuan with considerable benefits. Luo Xuan, are you alright? You were staring off into space just now, Mashi said, noticing Luo Xian's changing expression, serious one moment, smiling the next. He thought he had been bitten by the snake earlier. I'm fine, just thinking about some things that I can't quite understand, Luo Xuan replied. Luo Xuan shook his head. The matter regarding the system could not be known by anyone. Otherwise, with his current abilities, he wouldn't be able to protect himself. although he was quite powerful now. It was only relatively speaking, not to mention the distant past. Even compared to Lin and the others on the gravity platform, Luo Xuan felt that he couldn't win. Therefore, he needed to train even harder. Otherwise, on this planet Vegeta, there would be someone who could kill him. F5 detection. A thought flashed through Luo Xuan's mind. He decided to test the effectiveness of the detector first, and also take a look at the combat power of Mashi and the others. The first to be detected was Mashi's combat power, which showed a result of 3,407, much stronger than Raditz when he first arrived on Earth, who had a combat power of 1,500 at that time. However, Raditz was a low-level warrior, while Mashi was a mid-level warrior. So it's not surprising for his combat power to exceed 3,000. Compared to the noble warrior Naba, he was still somewhat weaker. Naba's combat power when he arrived on Earth was 4,000. However, compared to Vegeta's combat power at that time, it could be completely ignored. Next, Luo Xuan also detected Trieza's combat power, which surprisingly reached 5,100, higher than Naba's. No wonder it said that her combat power is comparable to that of a high-level warrior. This combat power is indeed quite strong. Finally, there was Bello, whose combat power was lower than Mashi's, only 2333. However, he was also a mid-level warrior and still much stronger than Raditz, who came from a low-level warrior background. Luo Xuan wondered if the detector could also measure his own combat power. After seeing the combat powers of the others, he had a rough understanding and could roughly estimate the combat power of high-level warriors, but it wasn't accurate. After all, he couldn't use Mashi and the others' combat power to estimate that of Rigo and the others, who probably didn't even reach a combat power of 2,000. Thinking of this, Luo Xuan had no other way and could only take a look at himself. To his surprise, there really was a value for his combat power in his mind. 7329 combat power. Luo Xuan was a bit surprised that his own combat power had reached over 7,000. However, after thinking about it, he felt relieved. After all, he had been training under more than double the gravity on planet Vegeta, which allowed him to achieve such combat power. Back then, Son Goku had only trained on King Kai's planet, where the gravity was only equivalent to that of normal planet Vegeta, and when he returned, his combat power had already reached 8,000. Using the Kaioken technique at 4 times the multiplier, his combat power reached 32,000, allowing him to defeat Vegeta. So now, Luo Xuan's combat power exceeding 7,000 wasn't actually that high. He wondered what Lin's combat power was. He remembered that last time on the gravity platform, Lin had only used 30 of her strength to defeat him. Although he was much stronger than before, Lin was also improving, and she was training by fighting against high-level warriors. Although she couldn't train under more than double the gravity like Luo Xuan did every day, high-level warriors had strong innate talents. He really couldn't tell how much their combat power would increase after a month. It seemed he had to work harder, otherwise, when the time came to fight those people, he probably wouldn't win. Knowing his combat power, Luo Xuan didn't relax, but rather became even more eager for strength. After all, with his current power, he wasn't even ready to step into the universe. Even on planet Vegeta, there were still many Saiyans he needed to surpass. Luo Xuan, do you really have nothing going on today? Seeing Luo Xuan frowning at times, then looking happy, and now full of fighting spirit, Mashi found it really strange. It's nothing. Just be careful of any ambushes over there. Luo Xuan shook his head, and the detector suddenly found a combat value not far away. Originally, Luo Xuan had no way to discover it, but just now the detector in his mind actually indicated that there was a combat power displayed nearby. Luo Xuan clearly didn't see anyone in the vicinity, which meant that this combat power was hidden in the dark. Is there something hidden in the dark? Hearing Luo Xuan's words, Emoshi was also taken aback. However, she still trusted Luo Xuan very much. As long as it was Luo Xuan who said it, she would believe it. After all, if it weren't for Luo Xuan, she might still be like Lu Gu and the others, just killing the Fangchi giant beasts on the outskirts of the North Forest, without any qualification to stand here in the South Desert to cultivate. Be careful down in this desert. Luo Xuan nodded, realizing that the creature was hidden beneath the desert and was completely invisible. However, the detector was able to clearly detect it. The creature was right under the desert, with a combat power of only about 170. But Luo Xuan did not underestimate this creature with a mere 170 combat power, as it was hidden in the desert. If it were to attack suddenly, even a Saiyan could potentially fall victim. Moreover, Trieza had mentioned that most of the creatures in this desert were venomous. If bitten, even if one wouldn't die from the poison, their nerves could be paralyzed in an instant. This was why the South Desert was considered more dangerous than the North Forest. The danger did not stem from the combat power of these creatures, but rather from their sudden attacks, which were hard to guard against. With a detector, one could be aware of the presence of these creatures. However, without one, a sudden attack could catch someone off guard, potentially leading to injury. Even with a detector, knowing the location of these creatures was one thing. But if there were too many, or if one didn't react quickly enough, being bitten was still a possibility. After all, these creatures were all hidden in the desert. Everyone, be careful. Although these creatures aren't very strong, many of them often attack together. If one is spotted, there may be others nearby. Trees' experience was clearly much greater than that of Luo Xuan and the others. Although he hadn't been in the South Desert for long, he was quite familiar with the habits of some of the creatures here, having often heard high-level warriors mention them. After all, he was once referred to as the one closest to becoming a high-level warrior, so it was natural for him to know a few high-level warriors. Thus, Teresa frequently heard those who had been here talk about the various creatures and their living habits. Teresa also planned to train in the South Desert if he had the chance, as it was a place that could hone a Saiyan's reaction time and speed. Previously, Teresa felt that his combat power and defense were pretty good, so he intended to come to the South Desert to train his speed and reaction time. However, after spending a day here, Teresa honestly went back to the North Forest to train. Although the combat power of the creatures here was generally low, killing a Saiyan was much easier than dealing with the jungle raptors. No matter how strong a person was, they could get tired, and during those moments, these creatures would take the opportunity to attack suddenly. If one reacted in time, there would be no problem. But if they failed to react and got bitten by these creatures, they would quickly become their food. Everyone, it's best to be cautious. Luo Xuan also nodded, not expecting that there were other hidden creatures nearby. However, the detector only showed a blip indicating that there was some creature hidden not far away. It did not indicate anything else in other locations. Could it be that these creatures had the ability to hide so well that the detector couldn't capture any traces of them? Of course, Luo Xuan and the others didn't pay too much attention to that. After all, they came to the South Desert to train, not for tourism. So for them, regardless of the strength of the hidden creatures or whether they could kill them directly, it didn't matter much. Only these hidden things deep in the desert could help them continually progress. Therefore, they were not afraid of these creatures. Instead, they would move closer to wherever these things were. After all, being combative was in the Saiyans' nature. If they encountered danger and fled without trying, that wouldn't be very Saiyan-like. Whoosh! Just as everyone was cautiously moving towards the location where Luo Xuan had just discovered the hidden creature, a snake suddenly lunged toward them. Yes, it lunged over. The snake's speed was faster than that of a jungle raptor, quickly heading towards Mashi to bite her. However, this little snake had no effect on Mashi. She simply kicked it away. Be careful, Mashi said softly, feeling that something was off. The snake seemed a bit too small. Just as her voice fell, a mass of black objects began to emerge around them, densely packed. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was the same kind of small snake that Mashi had just kicked away. However, the number of small snakes seemed excessively large at this point. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A swarm of small snakes rushed toward Luo Xuan and the others, each moving at high speed. In the blink of an eye, they were near Luo Xuan and the others, and these were just small snakes, but the sheer number was astonishing. Luo Xuan and the others did not underestimate these small snakes. With so many of them, even if they wanted to kill them, it would take a considerable amount of time. Look over there. Just as Luo Xuan and the others were planning to eliminate these snakes, Belo pointed to a nearby location and shouted. Everyone turned to look in the direction Belo was pointing and saw a small snake. After wriggling on the ground a few times, it turned its head and looked at Luo Xuan and the others, flicking its tongue. That small snake was the same one Mashi had kicked away. It now seemed perfectly fine, staring at them for a moment before rushing toward them again. Its speed just as fast as before. What is going on? Although I didn't use all my strength in that kick, it should have been enough to deal with a small snake. How could this be? Mashi was even more shocked when she saw that small snake. She knew best how much force she used to kick it away. Even a scorpion tiger wouldn't survive that kick. How could this little snake have such strong defense? Luo Xuan and the others discovered that after she kicked the small snake, it seemed to be unharmed. After twisting its body a bit, it made its way toward them. Did you not use your full strength just now? Seeing the small snake coming over, Belu looked at She. If she hadn't used her full strength, that would be understandable. Although she didn't use her full strength, a kick should have been enough to incapacitate a scorpion lizard. Unexpectedly, the small snake's defense was so astonishing. She shook her head, saying that it wasn't that her kick lacked power, but rather that the small snake's defense was too high. Therefore, her kick had not killed the small snake. It seems we need to be cautious. These snakes are both fast and have high defense, and they might even be venomous. Everyone, be careful. Teresa's expression was also somewhat serious. He had previously entered the South Desert, but hadn't encountered such a situation. At that time, he only met a giant snake, which had low combat power and was eventually killed by him. However, he later saw several high-level warriors being torn apart by a pack of wolves, which made him realize just how dangerous the South Desert was, prompting him to leave. As for these small snakes with such strong defenses, he had never encountered them before and truly wondered what other dangers lurked in the South Desert. Let's resolve this quickly. If it doesn't work, we can use energy balls. Seeing these small snakes, Luo Xuan didn't feel too threatened. However, he felt that these small snakes weren't their true opponents and that something even more dangerous was likely hidden in this desert. The others nodded, and at that moment, those small snakes had already surrounded them. There were many of them, but their combat power wasn't particularly strong. The only real threat to Luo Xuan and the others was the snake venom. As long as they were careful not to get bitten, there shouldn't be any major issues. Whoosh! The snakes were incredibly fast, but Luo Xuan and the others were not slow either. Moreover, after learning from Mo Shi's earlier lesson, they used all their strength to deal with these small snakes. Once they engaged, they realized just how strong the small snakes' defenses were, even with their full strength. Some small snakes surprisingly didn't die and could still rise to continue attacking the group. Why has it taken so long to finish them off? Mo, she was also puzzled. She had clearly killed many just now, yet more small snakes seemed to keep appearing. There must be a snake den nearby. They're continuously emerging from beneath the sand. At that moment, Luo Xuan's expression also grew serious. He initially thought that although there were many small snakes, they would be able to deal with them quickly in battle. However, it seemed that this was not the case. After killing one batch, another batch would emerge, as if the snakes were endless. If this continued, Luo Xuan might be fine, but Mo Shi and the others might not be able to keep up their stamina. Even if they tried to run away, they might not be faster than the small snakes. Right now, fighting was manageable, but if they turned their backs on these fast creatures, it wouldn't be a wise decision. Endless? Damn, could we be encountering the yen snakes? Hearing the conversation between Luo Xuan and Mo Shi, a name surfaced in Teresa's mind. Yen snakes? What are those? Upon hearing Teresa's somewhat serious tone, Mo Shi also realized that these snakes were likely not simple. Otherwise, Teresa wouldn't be so serious. However, when she heard the name, especially from Mo Shi, Luo Xuan felt somewhat awkward. You Saiyans really know how to play. He had previously heard about a type of snake that grew in this desert, which was small in size and had low combat power. It was not particularly frightening. The terrifying part was that it seemed to keep coming endlessly. Killing one would only lead to another appearing, exhausting you until you were ultimately killed. Furthermore, due to their combat habits, these snakes had a very short growth cycle, with a snake able to mature in just 7 days, reproducing quickly, hence the name yen snake. Teresa knew quite a bit about this, so he could answer some of Mo Shi's questions. But how did those Saiyans who escaped get out of here? Bailu was more concerned about this issue. Since someone had encountered them and then escaped, there must be a way. I don't know. No one has been able to escape the yen snake's attacks. The reason some know is that they saw a yen snake attack from a distance. As for their habits and growth cycles, that was discovered by the Zofa people. They probably told us because they need the iron ore in this desert. Teresa shook his head. If someone had truly escaped, his expression wouldn't be so serious. It was precisely because no one had escaped that he looked so grave. No one has ever escaped? How is that possible? Even if these small snakes are strong, high-level warriors are not weak either. How could no one have escaped? Mo Shi retorted upon hearing Teresa's words. It's one thing for us intermediate warriors to be unable to escape, but are high-level warriors also unable to get away? I don't know. Perhaps these snakes have a strong sense of detection and find us easy to bully. After all, it's rare to hear of high-level warriors encountering yen snakes. Teresa shook his head, acknowledging that yen snakes were indeed rarely found. After all, if yen snakes appeared, there would be corpses of them everywhere, along with the bones of Saiyans. However, such occurrences were seldom reported, and those that were often involved only 1 or 2 Saiyans. There had never been any reports of 3 Saiyans being attacked by yen snakes. Thus, these yen snakes likely could sense the enemy's strength and would directly avoid those who were too powerful. There were only 3 intermediate warriors here, along with Luo Xuan. Even though Luo Xuan and Teresa could rival high-level warriors, in Teresa's eyes, they were still just comparable unable to surpass that level. Thus, in the eyes of the yin snakes, their combat power might not be considered strong enough, which is why they were attacked. The group could only think of this reason. Otherwise, they shouldn't have been targeted by the yin snakes, which seemed to be able to sense their strength. Therefore, they launched an attack on this group. Regardless of the circumstances, we must find a way to leave. Otherwise, we won't be able to kill all these snakes. Teresa had also heard about the origins of these snakes. It was said that they could not be exterminated, which was why the yin snakes roamed freely in this desert, leading to the deaths of high-level warriors at their hands. However, not many people had encountered them, so there wasn't much concern. He hadn't expected their luck to be so poor, encountering yin snakes soon after entering the South Desert. Moreover, there are likely other hidden dangers here, so everyone be careful. Although he didn't know what it was, Luo Xuan also understood that beneath this desert, there should be other creatures hidden, just waiting for an opportunity. Moreover, Luo Xuan knew why he felt that their group was relatively weak. According to Teresa, the yin snake would not attack more than 2 high-level warriors. In this group, Luo Xuan and Teresa have both reached a level comparable to that of high-level warriors, and with the addition of the 2 strong individuals, Mashi and Beilo, it stands to reason that at least they are equivalent to 3 high-level warriors. However, these yin snakes do not seem to be afraid, which also makes Luo Xuan realize something. These yin snakes seem to have some ability to sense energy. After just obtaining the shortcut key, Luo Xuan directly suppressed his energy. So now, he really does not seem much different from an ordinary low-level warrior, which might also be the reason for the yin snake's misjudgment. Of course, Luo Xuan did not directly increase his energy. He still wanted to see what was hidden beneath the desert. If these yin snakes could really drag a high-level warrior to death, Luo Xuan would never believe it. Therefore, he was certain that something was hidden in a corner of this desert, waiting for the right moment to act. If they did not deal with this hidden threat, they might truly become the Saiyans that others claimed were killed by the yin snakes. Hearing Luo Xuan's words, the others also became alert. Although they did not sense anything, Luo Xuan had never been wrong before, so they believed that there was indeed a more powerful presence lurking beneath the desert. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It was unclear how much time had passed, but the group was feeling a bit fatigued. However, they seemed to feel that the number of yin snakes was continuously decreasing, prompting them to attack even harder. The more powerful presence that Luo Xuan mentioned, hidden beneath the desert, had still not appeared, and Teresa was a bit puzzled, thinking that maybe Luo Xuan was mistaken. These yin snakes were not as strong as rumored. They probably underestimated their strength. After all, they were capable of matching 3 high-level warriors, so how could they possibly be unable to withstand these small yin snakes? Hey, Mashi said as he killed the last yin snake. In this area, there were hundreds of yin snake corpses that had attacked them, and it seemed that no more yin snakes were emerging. Had they really killed off an entire nest of snakes? Finally, they had eliminated all the yin snakes, and it appeared that these creatures were not as dangerous as they had thought. They were likely fabricated to scare off these intermediate warriors. After killing all the yin snakes, Beilo also let out a sigh of relief. Although the combat power of these yin snakes was not high, their defense was astonishing. If their combat power had been a bit higher, it would have been difficult for them to escape. But now it seemed that the combat power of these little creatures was really not particularly high, so dealing with them was relatively easy. Let's go quickly. There might be another wave of attacks, Teresa said to Luo Xuan, ignoring Beilo. Luo Xuan also nodded, although he was still quite concerned. There was not much time to hesitate now, so it was better to move on. He looked around. There was no movement, and the silence was eerily frightening. Luo Xuan and the others did not hesitate any longer and directly walked in another direction. They had come to this desert to cultivate, and it was impossible for them to give up because of such a trivial matter. If that were the case, they would never become stronger in their lifetime. To become more powerful, they needed to constantly take risks and fight against stronger opponents, growing stronger in the face of strength. Just as Luo Xuan turned around, a set of data suddenly appeared in his mind's detector, indicating that someone or something was approaching. Be careful. Luo Xuan let out a low shout, with no time to pay attention to the combat power. However, as soon as his words left his mouth, they heard a scream. Teresa's voice came through, and Luo Xuan and the others saw that Teresa was being coiled by a giant python, which looked similar to the yin snake. However, it had something resembling a horn on its head. F4 quickly gathered together. Luo Xuan did not hesitate at all, directly condensing an energy ball and throwing it towards the head of the giant yin snake. Hiss! The yin snake let out a cry as it was attacked, seemingly in pain. Teresa, being experienced in combat, noticed that the force binding her body had loosened a bit after the yin snake was hit by Luo Xuan's attack. She struggled hard and managed to escape, quickly running in the direction of Luo Xuan and the others. Hiss! The yin snake shook its head, and seeing that its prey was actually escaping, it immediately flew towards Trissa without any hesitation. The speed of the yin snake was much faster than that of the small yin snake, so it quickly caught up with Trissa, opening its mouth and preparing to swallow the little meatball whole. F4 quickly condensed. Luo Xuan also gathered an energy ball without hesitation and shot it directly into the mouth of the yin snake. The energy ball exploded inside the snake's mouth, and Tressa ran over to Luo Xuan's side. What exactly is this guy? Tressa looked at the creature that had swept him away, feeling a lingering fear. If it hadn't been for Luo Xuan's intervention, he would probably have already become food in that creature's mouth. It should be the yin snake. But this creature is truly the one that kills high-level warriors. Luo Xuan looked at the giant yin snake in front of him, which had been attacked by his energy ball twice but still showed no signs of damage, and his expression was somewhat serious. According to the detector, this massive yin snake had a combat power of only 1024. However, its defense was surprisingly strong, making it seem rather tricky to deal with. Luo Xuan looked at the massive yin snake in front of him, frowning. The energy ball he just used could have easily taken down a jungle raptor, yet it had little effect on this giant snake. According to the results displayed by the detector, this yin snake had a combat power of only 1024, which was quite impressive for it to grow to this level. If this were Earth instead of Vegeta, it was unlikely any animal could reach such a stage. However, despite this snake's combat power being over 1,000, Luo Xuan, a Saiyan with over 7,000 combat power, found himself unable to break through its defenses, which was quite puzzling. This creature's combat power should be relatively high, different from those smaller snakes earlier. Although he had no detector and couldn't sense energy, Trissa could feel that this creature's combat power was likely not to be underestimated, as it was evident from its appearance. Yes, its combat power was stronger compared to other beasts. However, any one of us here could handle it. The main issue was that its defenses were too formidable, and even energy balls couldn't penetrate them. Luo Xuan nodded. Teresa's feelings were quite good. The combat power of these yin snakes was indeed high. He wondered how they had grown to such a level of combat strength. Could it be that these yin snakes understood cultivation and were training their bodies? However, according to the rules of survival of the fittest, if these yin snakes wanted to survive in the deserts of planet Vegeta, they had to continuously become stronger. If they couldn't adapt, they would be eliminated. But it was basically impossible for animals to cultivate. They could only evolve to better adapt to nature. If they couldn't cultivate, they could make their scales harder and their defenses stronger. Indeed, in the southern desert, there are no weak creatures. Just upon entering, they encountered such a powerful presence. Luo Xuan felt a bit excited just thinking about what kind of opponents they would face as they continued on. When I was caught earlier, I could clearly feel how hard those scales were. Even with my full strength attack, I couldn't leave a single mark on them. Teresa nodded. When he was wrapped up by that huge yin snake, he also tried to attack it. However, his attacks seemed to have no effect on the yin snake. If we join forces, can we take down this yin snake? Beilu also inquired. Their combat power was not weak, and since Luo Xuan said they were stronger than the yin snake, if they teamed up, they should be able to deal with it, right? If there was still some doubt regarding Luo Xuan before, now they completely trusted him. They had not felt the presence of the huge yin snake at all, but Luo Xuan did. Earlier, when dealing with those small yin snakes, they thought Luo Xuan was mistaken, believing there were no strong beings beneath the desert. But after the appearance of the yin snake, they were convinced by Luo Xuan. So now, whatever Luo Xuan said, they would not think he was wrong. No, you and Mashi can only condense an energy ball once at most, and you just expended a lot of stamina fighting those small yin snakes. If you team up now and fail to break its defense, then you will definitely suffer the consequences. After considering Beilu's thoughts, Luo Xuan shook his head. They had just been drained a lot of stamina by the small yin snakes and had not fully recovered. It would be impossible to fight again now. They also understood why the yin snake had released so many small yin snakes. It was to exhaust their stamina. Moreover, they realized that the yin snake avoided attacking more than 2 high-level warriors because if there were 3 high-level warriors, even using the yin snakes to exhaust them, it would be impossible to drain that much stamina. In the end, it could be killed by the combined efforts of 3 high-level warriors. They hadn't expected that the huge yin snake actually possessed intelligence, knowing how to safely acquire food. This might also be the reason it had not attacked the Saiyans watching nearby. It did not want to attract too many enemies. As long as there was enough food, that would suffice. And those passing Saiyans, seeing that high-level warriors could not escape, would definitely not intervene to save them. If they got caught as well, it would be disastrous, so they left after witnessing the small yin snakes attacking. As for the huge yin snake in front of them, they had never seen it come out, and all the high-level warriors they had seen had been killed by it. This was indeed quite tricky, as this creature could even kill high-level warriors. Although the 4 of them together should be comparable to 3 high-level warriors, they were still not a cohesive unit, so they would be drained a lot. The yin snake was clever, knowing to come out after exhausting them. If it weren't for that, if it had come out directly with the small yin snakes, 2 high-level warriors could easily handle 1 small yin snake and 1 large yin snake. So what should we do now? Upon hearing Luo Xuan's words, Ma Shi frowned, not expecting the yin snake to have such abilities. Leave it to me to deal with it. There must be a weakness. As long as we find its weakness, it won't be a problem. Luo Xuan said that all living beings have weaknesses. Even Saiyans have their tails as a weakness. Although this serpent has strong defenses, as long as its weakness is found, it won't be too difficult to deal with. So be careful. After hearing Luo Xuan's words, Ma Shi and the others didn't stop him. After all, as Luo Xuan said, their current attacks were just a waste. They could only wait for Luo Xuan to identify its weakness. At that time, attacking together could achieve twice the result with half the effort. F20. Luo Xuan nodded, then adjusted the gravity system to 0, meaning no additional gravity. The speed of the yin snake was very fast, and Luo Xuan had already consumed quite a bit of stamina. If he didn't use the immortal beans to recover, he would have to lower the gravity. After all, compared to the immortal beans, they were more precious, and Luo Xuan wouldn't use them unless it was an emergency. Whoosh! After disabling the gravity system, Luo Xuan shot forward like an arrow, heading straight for the massive yin snake. The yin snake had just been attacked twice by Luo Xuan and was somewhat wary of him. Although the attacks hadn't breached its defenses, they were still painful. So it had been waiting for an opportunity without attacking. However, now that Luo Xuan was directly attacking, how could it be afraid? The yin snake had eaten quite a few of these little creatures before, and they tasted pretty good. So, seeing Luo Xuan launch an attack, it was furious that food would dare to resist. Hey! Luo Xuan jumped up and then punched the head of the yin snake with great speed. Even the yin snake didn't react in time and was directly hit by Luo Xuan's punch. However, after being struck, the yin snake seemed unaffected and immediately swung its tail up. Luo Xuan had no way to avoid it in midair and could only take the hit from the yin snake. Bang! Luo Xuan was directly thrown into the desert, kicking up a cloud of yellow sand. Luo Xuan, Teresa shouted, not expecting to be defeated after just one encounter. As the sand settled, there was no sign of Luo Xuan, and Teresa and the others' pupils shrank. At that moment, Luo Xuan had somehow already reached the tail of the yin snake, wrapping his arms around it and directly throwing the yin snake away, which crashed heavily onto the desert. What incredible speed! Did you just see Luo Xuan's figure? The battle happened in an instant. Bello only saw Luo Xuan being thrown into the desert and then lost sight of him, only to see Luo Xuan throw the gigantic yin snake away. No! Teresa and Ma Shi shook their heads. Luo Xuan's figure was just too fast. Even their eyes couldn't keep up with Luo Xuan's speed. What level of cultivation had Luo Xuan reached to have such speed? It was much faster than when he fought Teresa in the northern forest. Hiss! Luo Xuan's speed was fast, but the yin snake's speed was not slow either. After just falling in the desert, it appeared in front of Luo Xuan the next second, opening its mouth to bite at him. F4 quickly condensed. Luo Xuan's palm faced forward, perfectly aligned with the gaping mouth of the yin snake. An energy ball flew in and exploded inside the yin snake's mouth. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Luo Xuan dodged the yin snake's attack, as he didn't believe this attack could injure the yin snake. After all, he had already tested it once. Although this energy ball was more powerful, it wasn't significantly stronger. After making contact and separating, Luo Xuan had a rough understanding of the yin snake's defense capabilities. It was indeed not that simple. After being attacked by Luo Xuan again, the yin snake looked at him with a wary gaze and did not initiate another attack, as this little person seemed quite formidable. Luo Xuan was impressive, with rich combat experience, able to evade the yin snake's attack like that. Belo remarked, in his view, Luo Xuan's combat experience was quite rich. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to condense an energy ball and attack the yin snake's mouth at that moment. Typically, one would choose to dodge directly, as energy balls consumed too much stamina. However, dodging required ensuring one's speed was sufficient to evade the yin snake's attack. Otherwise, one could get bitten. If bitten by this large yin snake, it would likely be the end. After all, there was no creature that could easily be dealt with in this desert. Moreover, Luo Xian's abilities were strong. Otherwise, even if he could condense the energy ball, he wouldn't be able to do so successfully in such a short time. Only Luo Xian could use this move. Teresa nodded, affirming that this was why Luo Xian could use such techniques. After all, not everyone could condense an energy ball as quickly as Luo Xian. Mashi remained silent, but she was also somewhat surprised. When she first encountered Luo Xian, he was merely training his combat experience with a fang-toothed giant beast. Yet now, just over a month later, his combat experience was so rich, it was truly impressive. However, only Mashi understood that Luo Xian's rich combat experience came from training with his life on the line, using fang-toothed giant beasts, scorpion tigers, and jungle raptors, things that others merely wanted to kill quickly, as training tools for himself. After countless battles, Luo Xian gained the combat experience he had today, achieving combat strength comparable to high-level warriors, all due to putting in several times more effort than others. Otherwise, if a low-level warrior could easily catch up to a high-level warrior, there would be no need to differentiate between high and low levels. The two sides stared at each other for a long time before the yin snake finally couldn't hold back and launched an attack. However, it didn't directly attack Luo Xian. Instead, it burrowed into the desert. The yin snake ran away. Seeing the yin snake dive into the desert, Beilo frowned. Did Luo Xian scare the yin snake away? No. The yin snake was born and raised in the desert. Thus, the desert was more suitable for it to fight. As long as it hid in the sand, it couldn't be detected. At the right moment, it would launch a direct attack, and even Luo Xian wouldn't be able to withstand it. Teresa shook her head and explained that if the yin snake could be so easily dealt with, it wouldn't have such a reputation in the South Desert. That creature was quite intelligent. What should we do? Should we help Luo Xian? If it attacks from behind, we could provide some support. Beilo asked, as Luo Xian had no idea where the yin snake was now. If the yin snake attacked him from behind, wouldn't Luo Xian be in great danger? It's useless. We can't keep up with the yin snake's speed. Even if it attacks from behind, we would just be swallowed whole with no way to resist. Only Luo Xian can match its speed right now. Before Teresa could speak, Mashi explained, if they could keep up with the yin snake's speed, each of them here would be stronger than the yin snake in combat. So, they wouldn't just be watching the battle from the sidelines. It was just that their speed couldn't match the yin snakes, forcing them to stand by and watch. On the battlefield, Luo Xian saw the massive yin snake dive into the desert and disappear, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. For others, disappearing into the sand meant they were gone, and a sudden attack could be fatal. But for Luo Xian, equipped with a detector, it wasn't a big problem. Time passed second by second, and the yin snake remained hidden. Over here, at a certain moment, a string of data appeared on Luo Xian's detector in his mind. And just like the one in Dragon Ball, a small triangle indicated its location. Without any hesitation, Luo Xian vanished from his spot. Just as he disappeared, the yin snake's gaping mouth appeared beneath his feet, and Luo Xian kicked out, sending the massive yin snake flying. At the moment the yin snake appeared, Luo Xian kicked it away without any hesitation. What incredible speed! Teresa was astonished, not expecting Luo Xian's speed to be so fast. Moreover, how did he know the yin snake would emerge from that direction? Beilo watched as the yin snake was kicked away before Luo Xian kicked it. He had no idea where the yin snake would come from. The yin snake was also very fast. If he hadn't known in advance, he definitely wouldn't have been able to dodge, just like Beilo himself, who couldn't have known the yin snake would appear beneath him. However, having just seen Luo Xian clearly avoid it beforehand, he kicked towards the yin snake without any hesitation, clearly knowing where it would come from. But no one could answer his question, as Teresa and Mashi were also surprised, not understanding how Luo Xian accomplished this. After being kicked away by Luo Xian, the yin snake twisted its body a few times and then burrowed back into the desert, reappearing behind Luo Xian. Luo Xian did not hesitate at all. As he turned around, he pressed his toes against the ground and kicked up, striking right below the head of the dying snake. Hiss! Although the kick did not cause significant damage, the dying snake was furious. In this desert, it could easily hide, and very few enemies could find it. However, today it was discovered twice by a mere food source, which greatly humiliated its already low intelligence. Meanwhile, the three onlookers, Mo, Shi, and the others, were stunned, unable to comprehend how Luo Xian managed to do this. It had surpassed their understanding of him. Although Luo Xian had been strong before, he had never been this powerful. Today he seemed much stronger than usual. Not only had his speed significantly increased, but his reflexes were also remarkably sharp. This was no longer the Luo Xuan they had first met. What they did not know was that before the battle, Luo Xuan had already removed the effects of gravity. Additionally, he had gained a new shortcut in his mind, which was a detector. As long as the dying snake moved, Luo Xuan could successfully detect its position and rely on his speed, which was not inferior to that of the dying snake, to dodge its attacks and counterattack. This situation could not continue. While everyone was surprised, Luo Xuan frowned. Although it seemed he had the upper hand against the dying snake, he understood that this battle required intense mental concentration. If he reacted even slightly slower, he would definitely be bitten by the snake. Moreover, his physical stamina was depleting rapidly, and if this dragged on, he would surely lose. He needed to find its weakness first. The dying snake had strong defenses, but it couldn't possibly be without weaknesses. Therefore, Luo Xuan had to find its weakness to defeat it, otherwise he had no chance of winning. Hiss! The dying snake realized that hiding was useless against Luo Xuan, so it did not retreat back into the desert, but directly attacked Luo Xuan. This direct attack was more in line with Luo Xuan's intentions. After all, hiding in the desert only allowed him to locate it, but not find its weakness. Thus, a direct attack was the best scenario for Luo Xuan. However, the dying snake's frontal assault was disadvantageous for Luo Xuan. Teresa frowned. He saw things differently from Luo Xuan. He believed that as long as the dying snake was hidden in the desert, Luo Xuan could sense it and strike directly, which was advantageous for him. However, if the dying snake attacked head-on, Luo Xuan might not be able to withstand it, given the snake's speed. What should we do? After hearing Teresa's words, Bello also found some truth in them. If that were the case, wouldn't Luo Xuan be in great danger? What else could they do? They couldn't keep up with Luo Xuan's speed and could only watch from the sidelines. It was Mo Shi who spoke up. She had always been confident in Luo Xuan. So, seeing him like this, she did not say much, only watching quietly. Just as she had said, they had no way to help. Rushing in now would only complicate matters for Luo Xuan. If they could help, they would have done so already. Bello thought for a moment and agreed. Luo Xuan's battle with the dying snake was beyond their level, so they had no way to intervene. Hey! As the dying snake lunged, Luo Xuan met it head-on. Although its speed was fast, its large body limited its agility. So, even with quick reflexes, it couldn't keep up. This was Luo Xuan's advantage. Although he was smaller, he had many places to dodge, unlike the dying snake, which had no way to evade. That was why it had evolved such strong defensive scales. Otherwise, it would be like a live target that any high-level warrior could easily kill. Luo Xuan took advantage of his own strengths, continuously attacking the dying snake, leaving no opportunity for him to strike unchallenged. However, even with this, Luo Xuan still could not find the dying snake's weakness, as if it truly had none. How is this possible? At this moment, Luo Xuan had exhausted a considerable amount of stamina, yet he still hadn't discovered the dying snake's weakness. However, as long as it was a living creature, it must have weaknesses. It couldn't possibly be without any. While dodging the dying snake's attacks, Luo Xuan felt he had overlooked something from the previous battles. He threw another punch at the dying snake, but this time it seemed prepared, swiftly swinging its tail and sending Luo Xuan flying before darting away. Luo Xuan. Seeing the dying snake fling Luo Xuan away, Teresa and the others were a bit shocked. They, as bystanders, hadn't seen Luo Xuan prepare to attack. But the dying snake managed to predict it. So that's how it is. After being flung away, Luo Xuan did not feel discouraged. Instead, he smiled. That last move was not a prediction at all. Just as Luo Xuan had evaded the dying snake's attack using the detector, the snake relied on its instinct. The dying snake did not know Luo Xuan was going to attack that spot. It was merely instinctively protecting itself there. As long as he attacked that area, it would instinctively guard against it. And that area was clearly the dying snake's weakness. Originally, Luo Xuan was worried about not finding the dying snake's weakness. But now he had stumbled upon it. It turned out the dying snake's weakness was in its abdomen. No wonder during the battle. If the snake had just stretched a bit longer, it could have bitten Luo Xuan. But it didn't, fearing that exposing its abdomen would allow Luo Xuan to attack. Luo Xuan, are you okay? Mo Shi and the others rushed to Luo Xuan's side. Just now, Luo Xuan had been caught completely off guard and flung away by the dying snake. That hit was indeed heavy. I'm Fine. Did you see where I attacked just now? That is the dying snake's weakness. I'll find a way to expose it, and then you all can attack directly. Luo Xuan wiped the corner of his mouth, which had a hint of blood, but he didn't mind it. He said to Mo Shi and the others. The three of them glanced at the yin snake coming this way and nodded. They had also seen the earlier position and thought it was a preemptive move by Luo Xuan to attack that spot. but now it seemed to be an instinctive act of protection. After Luo Xuan finished speaking, he directly rushed towards the yin snake again. Now, he was the only one who could keep up with the speed of the yin snake. So, it was up to Luo Xuan to find a way to make the yin snake expose its weakness. They just needed to attack that weak spot when the time came. Bang! Luo Xuan fought against the yin snake again, using his fists and feet, while the yin snake used its tail and bites. With one person and one snake exchanging blows, Luo Xuan couldn't break through the defense of the yin snake, but the yin snake also couldn't attack him. Even when it did manage to land a few hits, Luo Xuan was able to block them. It would have been great if he had a weapon. Once again, he punched the scales of the yin snake, feeling quite helpless. His attacks had no effect on the snake, but the recoil made his hand hurt a bit. However, it seemed that Saiyans had really never used weapons. They all relied on their fists to communicate. As Luo Xuan's feet steadied, the dying snake immediately swung its tail at him. Luo Xuan couldn't dodge in time and could only catch it with his hands. Bang! Although he managed to catch it, his legs sank deep into the desert. If the snake struck again, Luo Xuan would definitely be hit. He understood this and directly wrapped his arms around the snake's tail. When the dying snake pulled its tail away, Luo Xuan was also lifted up. Of course, if the snake had simply let go of its tail, Luo Xuan would have been thrown off. And that's exactly what the snake did. Hey! As the dying snake let go of its tail, Luo Xuan held on tightly, sliding half a circle along the tail before landing steadily, but he didn't let go of the tail. He executed a shoulder throw on the dying snake, sending it flying away. F4 quickly extracted. Luo Xuan did not hesitate at all and directly threw an energy ball at the flying yin snake, which hit its abdomen. The location of its weakness. Hiss! The weakness was struck by Luo Xuan, and the yin snake let out a cry similar to a scream. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before its scream had ended, the energy balls from Mo Shi and the others followed closely behind. They had been preparing while Luo Xuan was fighting. As Luo Xuan attacked, their attacks also came in. 3 energy balls from the 3 of them hit the yin snake's weak spot, and then the yin snake fell heavily to the ground. Finally, it was resolved. Beilo let out a heavy sigh of relief. The yin snake's combat power was not strong, but its defense was very powerful. If they continued to fight, Luo Xuan's stamina would likely not hold out. Not yet. Teresa shook her head with a serious expression. Although they had indeed hit the yin snake's weak point, it did not die, so this matter was not yet resolved. Hearing Teresa's words, Beilo looked at the yin snake. Sure enough, he saw that the yin snake was still moving, though it lacked the vitality it had just shown. It was still alive. Luo Xuan did not hesitate for a moment. He knew that the yin snake's recovery ability was uncertain, and he absolutely could not let it recover, or all of this would be in vain. What Luo Xuan did not expect was that after he ran over, the yin snake directly burrowed into the desert, seemingly attempting to escape. Of course, Luo Xuan could not allow it to succeed, since the yin snake could use the little yin snakes to deplete their stamina. It indicated that the yin snake had some intelligence. If it managed to escape and hide in the desert, it would be possible for it to take revenge when the opportunity arose. The southern desert was already filled with dangers, and adding a yin snake that could retaliate at any moment was no joke. If one was not careful, they could really end up being eaten. Seeing the yin snake burrowing into the desert, Luo Xuan quickly lunged forward, grabbing the yin snake's tail and pulling it out. Luo Xuan's strength is great, and now is a critical moment. The yin snake is being pulled out little by Luo Xuan. Hiss! Seeing that it couldn't escape, the yin snake turned around and lunged at Luo Xuan. However, Luo Xuan managed to dodge, but he was directly swung into the air by the snake's tail. This is bad. In the air, Luo Xuan couldn't move, and his reactions weren't as quick, making him vulnerable to the yin snake's attack. Teresa, witnessing this scene, shouted loudly. Indeed, as Teresa had said, after unexpectedly throwing Luo Xuan into the air, the yin snake showed no hesitation and opened its mouth to bite at Luo Xuan. Luo Xuan barely managed to hold back his body from flying up, and then he started to fall down. Damn, will I be able to fly? Luo Xuan complained. But there was nothing he could do. He still hadn't learned how to fly. Meanwhile, the serpent below was already coming this way, and that guy really stretched out to be very long. F4 quickly extracted. Luo Xuan directly shot an energy ball at the yin snake, and his body was also pushed back a bit before falling down towards the yin snake again. Luo Xuan let out a low shout, tightly clenching his fist and extending it forward, using the momentum from his fall to quickly fly towards the yin snake. In an instant, Luo Xuan flew directly into the mouth of the yin snake. Luo Xuan, Seeing Luo Xuan being swallowed by the yin snake, she shouted loudly. Then they saw Luo Xuan punch through the yin snake's mouth and fly out. F4 quickly extracted. This time, Luo Xuan aimed at the ground. But the energy ball he shot out had little power. After all, Luo Xuan's stamina was nearly exhausted. With the energy balls cushioning, Luo Xuan landed steadily. As he touched down, the head of the yin snake also crashed heavily onto the ground. At that moment, Luo Xuan was covered in blood. The blood of the massive yin snake. This wasn't the first time he was drenched in blood. He had gone through the body of a jungle speed dragon like this before. Taking a glance at the yin snake that had fallen to the ground and was unable to move, Luo Xuan let out a sigh of relief. He hadn't expected to encounter such a powerful opponent right after entering the South Desert. Although its combat power wasn't impressive, its scales provided such strong defense that it managed to last this long. Luo Xuan, are you okay? Seeing that Luo Xuan had dealt with the yin snake, Shi and the others came over, expressing their concern. Watching Luo Xuan fight just now was truly nerve-wracking. I'm fine, just a bit exhausted. Luo Xuan shook his head, not knowing why, but every time the power of his fists increased, it drained a large amount of his energy. At first, it was manageable, but as the power of his fists grew stronger, he felt that the energy being drained was also increasing. If he didn't become stronger soon, there might not be enough energy left in his body to draw upon next time. Therefore, Luo Xuan felt that he must become even stronger. This Yin Shi was truly difficult to deal with, and he had no idea how many of these Yin Shi existed in the South Desert. Teresa looked at the Yin Shi that was continuously bleeding and seeping into the desert, shaking her head helplessly. They had just entered the South Desert and already encountered such a creature. She wondered how many of these Yin Shi were in this desert. If they encountered a few more, it might not be so easy to handle. Let's leave here first. Otherwise, the blood of the Yin Shi might attract the attention of other ferocious beasts. After glancing at the Yin Shi beside them, Luo Xuan said, although this thing is powerful, it is not the strongest creature in the South Desert, and the smell of blood is quite strong, which may draw other beasts. So it will be better to leave now. Otherwise, if they really attracted any enemies, Luo Xuan might not be able to handle them. Shi and the others also agreed, realizing that the Yin Shi only had strong defense, but was not the strongest creature in the South Desert. After Luo Xuan tidied up a bit, they set off together in another direction. A while after Luo Xuan and the others left, a large bird began to circle above the place where they had just fought, then swooped down to capture the enormous serpent and flew off in another direction. Strange, just a moment ago, I clearly felt that my right hand was full of strength, but now it feels no different from my left hand. Luo Xuan walked while feeling his right hand, which seemed to have much more strength than his left hand during moments of danger. It shouldn't be called strength. It should be considered power. However, when he wasn't fighting, his right hand felt just like usual, making it impossible to tell that its power could surge to such an extent. Unfortunately, he couldn't use a detector to see how much combat power he had during those times. Luo Xuan said regretfully that if he could have detected it at that time, he should have known how much his combat power had increased when his right hand erupted. According to Luo Xuan's own feelings, the increase in power would definitely not be small. Whether it was against the Fangqi giant beast, the jungle raptor, or during the recent battle with the yin serpent, Luo Xuan could clearly feel that the power added to his right hand was absolutely strong. However, he did not know exactly how much it had increased. Luo Xuan, I noticed that you always explode at the last moment during battles. Can't you just unleash your power earlier? Teresa also noticed something was off with Luo Xuan. He could clearly pierce through the jungle raptor with one punch, yet he waited until Mashi was severely injured before he exploded. The same went for the battle with the yin serpent. He could have broken through its defenses with one punch, so why wait so long? Although he sensed something strange, he was not certain, so he came over to ask, hoping to get some information. He must be training using the yin serpent. Just when Luo Xuan was unsure how to respond, Mashi spoke up first. Training? Teresa looked at Mashi, frowning. Mashi had known Luo Xuan for a longer time and might really know something. But was Luo Xuan really training with the yin serpent? The first time they met, he was doing the same, fighting the Fangqi giant beast, yet he didn't use his full strength and kept suppressing his power. He only killed it when he was almost out of energy. The same went for the scorpion tiger and the later jungle raptor that she had seen. He always killed his opponent at the last moment. Mashi explained, although she also didn't know why Luo Xuan always waited until the end to explode. But she knew Luo Xuan didn't want to tell others, so she spoke up. Is that so? Teresa thought for a moment. It did seem to be the case before. But this time with the yin serpent, Luo Xuan was clearly engaged in battle. Helpless, Luo Xuan could only nod. After all, he also found the sudden eruption of his right hand a bit strange. But his intuition told him it was better not to let too many people know about this. So he decided to treat it as training. All right. Although Teresa still found it a bit hard to believe, since Luo Xuan had said so, she didn't press further. Perhaps he really was just training. Maybe she was overthinking it. F2 16 times. Luo Xuan directly activated 16 times the gravity, which is 1. 6 times the gravity of planet Vegeta. After all, if he wanted to become stronger, he had to increase the gravity even more. Moreover, Luo Xuan also decided that he would not this gravity unless absolutely necessary. Just now, thank you. Luo Xuan and Mo, she walked behind, while Teresa and her companion walked in front. Luo Xuan quietly said to Mo, she beside him, if it weren't for you just now, I wouldn't know how to handle it, so I have to thank you. It's nothing, but I'm curious. Why do you always wait until the last moment to explode with power? Mo, she smiled slightly, her eyes fixed on Luo Xuan. In fact, she was also quite curious about why Luo Xuan always unleashed his fierce combat power only at the last moment, directly defeating his opponents. I'm just cultivating, he replied. Luo Xuan also returned a smile and then said softly, since he didn't speak just now, how could he possibly say it now? It's a secret. Training in the desert is very monotonous. If Luo Xuan were to practice alone in this desert, he wouldn't know how long he could last. Fortunately, he now has Moshi and a few others with him, so training in this desert isn't too boring. At least they can chat and talk. How had you been feeling lately? After just finishing a battle, Luo Xuan noticed that Moshi's combat experience has also become increasingly rich. Compared to when they first met in the northern forest, she seemed like a completely different person. Moreover, she is now able to successfully condense energy balls twice. Luo Xuan didn't understand why such a simple thing is somewhat difficult for them now. Not bad, their combat power has clearly improved a lot recently. Training in this southern desert is indeed much more effective than in the northern forest. Moshi nodded. Apart from being concerned about Luo Xuan, she remained as cold and expressionless as when they first met. Of course, she would smile when facing Luo Xuan. That's good. Let's train for a while longer, and then we can go back. Luo Xuan nodded. It had been 2 months since he entered the North Forest, and now he could easily move under 20 times the gravity. This was equivalent to training under 2 times the gravity of planet Vegeta, and such training allowed Luo Xuan to progress rapidly. However, he knew that in order to truly become strong, this level of training was still far from enough. Previously, Luo Xuan had also scanned his own battle power, which was at 8873, stronger than Goku when he had just returned from King Kai's planet, who was at 8,000, while Vegeta was at 18,000. The difference in their stats was quite significant. Nevertheless, Luo Xuan understood the importance of balancing work and rest. After all, such high-intensity battles could quickly enhance his strength, but they also put a significant strain on his body. The only regret for Luo Xuan was that I also want to go back. Moshi nodded. After being away for a long time to train, sometimes one would want to return and take a look. Teresa and Bello, on the other hand, didn't mind. They had been training outside for over a year without going home, treating training as a part of life. However, since Luo Xuan said he wanted to go home, it would be good to return for a glance. Damn, that guy was so strong. A group of people approached from not far away. One Saiyan with a face full of scars said angrily. They had just discovered some metal and were planning to bring it back to trade with the Zofurians for some essential medicines in the desert. These healing medicines were quite needed by the Saiyans. As being a combative race, injuries were inevitable, making those medicines very important. However, unexpectedly, while they were taking the ores away, they encountered another group of Saiyans who directly robbed them of their ores. There was no way to fight back against them, so they had to accept their loss. Let's just look for other ores. If we can get those medicines, we can last longer in the South Desert. By then, we can improve our abilities and settle the score with them, said a tall and thin Saiyan, looking a bit disheveled but not as battered as the earlier speaker. They were a group of 4 elite warriors, and normally they were not weak, but this time they encountered 6 elite warriors, so naturally, they couldn't win. Thus, they had a hand over the metal ores they found. Is there someone over there? A previously silent Saiyan, with sharp eyes, spotted Luo Xuan and the others not far away, and said cautiously, in the South Desert, battles were quite common. However, they were currently injured, and if they continued to fight, although it was not impossible, if the enemy's battle power was significantly stronger, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. That person looks familiar. The tall and thin Saiyan looked at one of the people across from him, as he seemed to have some impression of him. That's Teresa. Just as the tall Saiyan finished speaking, a voice from nearby said ominously. The tone was not good, almost gritting their teeth, suggesting some enmity with Teresa. Teresa? The one who defeated you, the intermediate warrior? Upon hearing the Saiyant's words, another Saiyan next to him spoke up. He had heard that his companion had been defeated by an intermediate warrior, and it seemed that this was true. If it weren't for my carelessness, and the rules on the gravity platform, where falling to the ground counts as a loss, I wouldn't have lost to that guy. The Saiyan who was defeated by Teresa gritted his teeth even more upon hearing this. Although he did have an accident at the time, a loss was a loss, regardless of the reason. So now many people knew that he lost to an intermediate warrior, which was a humiliation for him. Hey, don't be so angry. This isn't the gravity platform. There aren't so many rules here, the Saiyan who had been beaten up said with a smile. He was still quite unhappy about having his discovered iron or stolen, so encountering someone with lower battle power was quite good. Let's not cause trouble. We should look for the next iron ore. The tall Saiyan shook his head, not wanting to provoke more trouble. It's fine, we'll just deal with them. Another Saiyan, who was also combative, said with a smile, and the three Saiyans headed toward Luo Xuan's position. The tall Saiyan had no choice but to follow along. When that group of Saiyans spotted Luo Xuan and the others, Luo Xuan also noticed them. However, he didn't pay much attention, although the area was vast. It was normal to encounter elite warriors in a training area. Just then, Luo Xuan realized they were actually coming this way. If following the glitch plot in novels, a fight was probably about to happen. What are you looking at? The beaten-up Saiyan approached Luo Xuan and, noticing Bello staring at his face, shouted displeasedly. What is it to you? Bello didn't expect this guy to be so confrontational. When he came over, he was just curious about who had beaten him up. Now he was curious as to why he hadn't gone all out. If he had fought, it surely wouldn't have ended like this. He would have made him unable to speak. Teresa, it's been a while, but this isn't a place for you intermediate warriors to come. Oh, in a low-level trash. The Saiyan who had been defeated by Teresa directly addressed Teresa. Although he had indeed lost to Teresa, it was because of the rules. Falling off the gravity platform counted as a loss, and he had been careless, which was why he lost. At least in his view, that was the reason. A high-level warrior like him couldn't possibly lose to an intermediate warrior. I thought who it was. Turns out it's Tata's. Teresa recognized him when he saw the other party. He hadn't fought many elite Saiyans, most of whom he couldn't beat. However, he remembered the few he had beaten, and, among them, Tata's was the strongest. At that time, being able to defeat Tata's was something even Teresa acknowledged had some luck involved. It was this victory that earned him the title closest to an elite warrior. Teresa's reputation was built after that fight with Tata's. I told you, this South Desert isn't a place for you intermediate warriors and low-level trash. Tata's said with a sneer. In his view, Teresa was merely lucky. In this South Desert, even life and death were left to fate. How could there be any rules? What? After being defeated by me, you still have the face to come here? We intermediate warriors can't come. And you, a high-level warrior who was defeated by an intermediate warrior, still have the face to be here? Teresa was not angry. After all, he was once a defeated opponent. Even if it was luck, he had still won. Moreover, Teresa now had nothing to worry about, because he knew that his strength could completely crush Titus now. You just won by luck. If you have the ability, let's have another fight here. Titus was instantly furious at what Teresa said. It was a scar from his life. Ever since he lost to Teresa, he had often been mocked by others. Even at the gravity platform, he was frequently looked down upon. Titus's strength wasn't too impressive, but he was still a high-level warrior. Later, he had no choice but to hide in the South Desert to train. He never expected to encounter Teresa, his enemy, today. When foes meet, it's especially intense. Forget it, I don't want to fight a defeated opponent. However, Teresa shook his head at Titus's words. He really didn't want to fight anymore. Now he felt that Titus posed no danger at all, which only meant that Titus was no longer his opponent. What? I see you're scared? Huh? When Titus saw that Teresa didn't agree, he thought Teresa couldn't win, so he mocked him. But Teresa ignored him and just glanced at Luo Xuan, who seemed unresponsive, only glancing this way before boredly playing with the sand. Forget it, you're not my opponent. In the end, Teresa still shook his head. He felt Titus was no threat. However, he could sense a hint of danger from the tall and slender Saiyan. In other words, that tall and slender Saiyan was the strongest here. If he made a move, Teresa felt he wouldn't be able to handle it. Well, you can't stop me. Seeing that words couldn't make Teresa take action, Titus directly attacked first. He threw a punch at Teresa, but Teresa didn't make any unnecessary movements. He just swayed his body and dodged Titus's punch. Since you want to fight so badly, then come on. Teresa was also provoked. Besides, there was Luo Xuan nearby. And if the tall and slender Saiyan made a move, Luo Xuan definitely wouldn't. Just stand by. Now Teresa and the others were completely centered around Luo Xuan, who also had that level of strength. Hee, I also want to find someone to fight, so I'll choose you, kid. Don't let your eyes wander. The Saiyan who was beaten up and bruised saw Titus and Teresa already fighting. He had just been beaten badly and was quite unhappy, so he set his sights on Barrow. Barrow didn't hesitate at all. He had long found this Saiyan displeasing and went to confront him. Leave that woman to me. I don't want to play with low-level warriors. Saiyans are inherently combative. Another Saiyan glanced at Mashi and Barrow and then headed towards Mashi. It seems I've also become a target. Seeing the person coming this way, Mashi's mouth curled into a dangerous arc, and then he quietly said to Luo Xuan, no need to hold back. Luo Xuan nodded. He had just used the detector to measure the combat power of these people. The one named Titus had a combat power of 4,892, which was much weaker than the previous Teresa, whose combat power had also increased, making it not difficult to defeat him. As for the Saiyan who fought against Bello, his combat power was only 2871, which made Luo Xuan a bit suspicious. Was this person really a high-level warrior? The one who wanted to challenge Mashi had a combat power of only 3,000. This posed no difficulty for Mashi, whose combat power was now closely following Teresa. However, the only one that surprised Luo Xuan was the tall, thin high-level warrior, whose combat power had reached 6165. This was the highest combat power Saiyan Luo Xuan had encountered. Logically, such high combat power should be competing on those gravity platforms. How could he be training in the South Desert? Moreover, the people he brought with him had low combat power. Or was it that a combat power of over 6,000 was not worthy of those gravity platforms? Now it's just you and me. Shall we fight? Luo Xuan stood up, brushed off the sand on his body, and then looked at the high-ranking warrior. He also wanted to fight with these high-ranking warriors to see what level his own strength could reach. High-ranking warriors are not just powerful in combat. They also have rich combat experience, which many intermediate warriors cannot match. However, when it comes to Luo Xuan and his group, it's a different story. This group has been training all the way from the Northern Forest, whether in combat power or combat experience. They are much stronger than other intermediate warriors and are not inferior to high-ranking warriors at all. You want to fight me? The tall, thin Saiyan glanced at Luo Xuan, furrowing his brows. He did not look down on Luo Xuan. Instead, he felt that this person seemed a bit different, clearly a low-ranking warrior, but he gave off a very strong pressure, a kind of pressure he only felt from those guys on the gravity platforms. Why could a low-ranking warrior bring him such a feeling? The tall, thin Saiyan looked at Luo Xuan again. This low-ranking warrior should not be underestimated. Of course, he would not back down, let alone a low-ranking warrior. Even if it were a high-ranking warrior, he would not be afraid. Luo Xuan nodded. He had nothing much to say and just wanted to test his own strength. So even if the high-level warrior did not agree, he would still take action. Quite bold. Indeed, the tall and slender Saiyan smiled and nodded. Although he did not look down on Luo Xuan, he still regarded him as a low-level warrior. In his view, it took a lot of courage for a low-level warrior to challenge a high-level warrior. Of course, this might just be the sense of superiority of high-level warriors. They were born with better talent and found it easier to become stronger. Therefore, from their perspective, a low-level warrior challenging a high-level warrior, someone who had been crushing them since childhood, required great bravery. However, Luo Xuan was not from this world, so he had no such concept. Since his own strength had improved, he decided to directly challenge. Let's begin. Luo Xuan didn't waste any words and charged directly towards the high-level warrior. He didn't want to waste too much time here. He just wanted to give it a try and get a rough idea of how strong those Saiyans on the gravity platform really were. Bang! Luo Xuan's punch was directly blocked by the high-level warrior. After all, this was not a beast, nor was it someone like Tressa. The one before him was a true high-level warrior. In terms of combat power and battle experience, he was very strong. Therefore, Luo Xuan had to be cautious in treating such a person as his opponent. The strength is quite good. The high-level warrior chuckled and then lifted his leg to kick at Luo Xuan. Luo Xuan performed a backflip, dodging the kick, and then stood firmly, looking at the advanced warrior in front of him. I won't hold back, he said. The advanced warrior did not hesitate at all, his toes touching the ground as his body shot forward. He initially thought that a low-level warrior, no matter how strong, could never compare to an advanced warrior. But now his thoughts had changed. The combat power of this low-level warrior was likely on par with his own. This meant that the low-level warrior before him had actually reached the level of an advanced warrior. When did it become so easy to surpass advanced warriors? Although his heart was in turmoil, his expression did not change. After all, Just because this low-level warrior could fight against an advanced warrior did not mean he could win. He wanted to show Luo Xuan that it wasn't so easy to surpass an advanced warrior. Otherwise, the inherent sense of superiority would be lost. An advanced warrior? Huh? Luo Xuan merely murmured a sentence. The combat experience of this high-level warrior was much stronger than he had imagined. Therefore, he became alert, as this was a good opportunity for him to train. Without any hesitation, he charged forward. Since they had already tested each other earlier, neither of them intended to do so again, and they immediately erupted into the fiercest battle. The high-level warrior punched Luo Xuan, who then kicked him away. As Luo Xuan pursued, he was thrown to the ground with a shoulder throw, but he quickly retaliated by kicking the high-level warrior in the abdomen, sending him flying. After that, he pushed off the ground and soared into the air. Halfway up, the high-level warrior was already falling down. Luo Xuan quickly steadied his body and flew towards the ground. The moment the advanced warrior landed, he also dodged in another direction. Then, as Luo Xuan was about to land, he kicked directly at Luo Xuan with one foot. Luo Xuan shouted loudly and surprisingly stabilized his body in midair for a moment. The advanced warrior's kick grazed past his face, and only then did Luo Xuan land. At the moment of landing, he supported himself with one hand on the ground and flipped up to stand straight. Was he really a low-level warrior? The three who fought against Teresa, Tides, and the others were also shocked. They had known when Luo Xuan challenged the advanced warrior. However, they looked down on him in their hearts, thinking that a low-level warrior could not possibly challenge an advanced warrior. But now they felt completely wrong. This low-level warrior was actually able to fight against an advanced warrior. Moreover, the three intermediate warriors in front of him also seemed to have the strength to battle advanced warriors. What kind of team was this? Come again. The advanced warrior seemed to be very pleased and shouted at Luo Xuan before continuing to attack. At this moment, Luo Xuan felt the blood in his body boiling. This was the first time he encountered such an exhilarating battle. Whether it was against Teresa, or the jungle raptor, or the yin snake, none had given Luo Xuan this feeling, so he found himself enjoying the fight more and more. Although his soul was that of a person from Earth, his body was that of a Saiyan. Therefore, his desire for battle had not changed at all. Only through fighting could he feel excitement. Bang bang. The battle between the two was becoming increasingly intense. Although not much time had passed, both of their fighting abilities were formidable, and it was becoming a bit difficult to determine a winner. Although Luo Xuan was fighting against the advanced warrior while increasing the gravity otherwise, his fighting power could have easily crushed the advanced warrior, and that wouldn't have been fun. Luo Xuan felt increasingly exhilarated as he fought, while the high-level warrior, after experiencing the thrill, was even more astonished because he realized something. This low-level warrior was actually using him as a training stone, continuously improving his combat experience. The high-level warrior finally realized that this low-level warrior was treating him as a sparring partner. Knowing this, he felt a mix of anger and helplessness. He never expected that there could be such a strong low-level warrior in the world, able to use a high-level warrior as a training partner. What was even more frustrating was that he discovered he couldn't defeat Luo Xuan. Hey, you really are strong, but why don't you try this move of mine? After separating again, the high-level warrior said to Luo Xuan. He also admitted that Luo Xuan was strong. Being able to push a high-level warrior to this extent as a low-level warrior was already impressive. Was he finally going to use his trump card? Not far away. Titus also heard the words of the tall, thin Saiyan. He was somewhat surprised that the low-level warrior was so strong. However, after the surprise, he felt a bit of schadenfreude. As long as that move was used, even if the low-level warrior didn't die, he would likely be seriously injured. Luo Xuan looked at the high-ranking warrior in front of him, feeling that this scene was so familiar. It was the same when he fought against Teresa before. Do Saiyans like to save their strongest moves until the end? But it makes sense. If they can win without using their trump card, they naturally wouldn't. So, the strongest move can only be used when they can't win otherwise. However, what made Luo Xuan feel familiar was not just the words he spoke, but also his posture. Could it be another energy ball? Not far away, Ma Shi and the others also saw the posture the high-ranking warrior was taking, which clearly indicated he was gathering an energy ball. However, seeing this, Teresa felt a bit embarrassed. He had previously said that this move was something he had comprehended after a long time, but he didn't expect that the tall, thin Saiyan could also gather it. Sure enough, not long after, the high-ranking Saiyon's hand also had something resembling an energy ball. It seemed that this thing was much stronger than what Teresa had gathered. However, compared to Luo Xuan, it was still lacking a lot. You should be careful. This thing might not be able to take your life. But if you take it, it could drain a lot of your stamina, the tall warrior reminded. He felt that this thing was quite powerful, although it seemed a bit weak against the boy in front of him. After all, the opponent was capable of fighting against high-ranking warriors. His move wouldn't injure a high-ranking warrior, so it seemed he wouldn't be able to deal with the person in front of him either. However, it could consume the opponent's stamina, and then he could definitely defeat this low-ranking warrior when he attacked again. Then I guess I have to give it a try, Luo Xuan said lightly. Perhaps in the past he did consume quite a bit of physical strength, just like the first time he encountered Frieza using this move. However, after he learned to condense energy balls later on, he became very familiar with them. Such things simply couldn't harm him. Frieza, your friend is really foolish. Don't blame us if he loses later, said Titus while fighting with Frieza. Although he was quite surprised that Frieza had become so strong, his rich combat experience allowed him to hold on, so he could still make sarcastic remarks. Oh, is that so? Frieza didn't say much. If Luo Xuan could be defeated by that thing, he would have defeated him long ago. Unfortunately, Luo Xuan was already able to withstand the energy balls when he could fight against intermediate warriors, so it was even less of a problem now. You probably don't know what that is, do you? You'll find out soon enough, and then you might regret it, Titus said, feeling a bit angry at Frieza's unconcerned demeanor. He then separated from Frieza, preparing to watch the show. At this moment, everyone else also stopped, wanting to see the low-level warrior being defeated. Mo Shi and the others also didn't take action, as they were waiting for this group to be struck down. They had suffered quite a bit from Luo Xian's blows. When they thought they could catch up to Luo Xuan, he had already run far away. All right, then take this. The tall, thin Saiyan nodded and threw the energy ball. The energy ball flew towards Luo Xuan at high speed, leaving a bright tail behind. Watching the energy ball approach, Luo Xuan made no move at all, just looking at it, not blocking. Titus and the others found it a bit strange. Even Frieza thought it was odd that Luo Xuan wasn't blocking at all. Just as they were surprised, the energy ball had already reached Luo Xian's side. Luo Xuan shouted loudly, and then the energy ball directly hit him, exploding and sending sand flying everywhere. Did he get killed? How pitiful. Titus shook his head and said, if he had defended, he might have survived. But now that he didn't block it, he's definitely doomed. No, he didn't die. Another Saiyan next to him saw the yellow sand and a figure emerged from it. His pupils constricting, it was Luo Xuan. At this moment, not only was Luo Xuan alive, but he also looked no different from before. How is this possible? The tall, thin Saiyan was stunned by this scene. Even when defending, he might not have been able to withstand that move. Yet this low-level warrior managed to block it, just by shouting. Not bad. Luo Xuan smiled. The power of that energy ball was quite impressive, but it couldn't hurt him. You. The tall, thin Saiyan was very surprised, but he had nothing to say, because his strongest move was blocked by a loud shout from the low-level warrior opposite him. This made him feel very frustrated. Since you've already used your strongest move, then I'll use mine as well. Luo Xuan smiled, then extended his hand, and an energy ball instantly formed in his palm. You can do it too? The tall, thin Saiyan was taken aback. This low-level warrior could actually use this technique. Once they finish over there, let's continue fighting Titus. When Luo Xuan used this move, the three from Frieza also realized that this battle was about to end. All right, you guys. Titus originally wanted to say that he would fight Frieza one more time. However, when he turned his head, he saw that Frieza was also gathering an energy ball in her hand. Looking at the other two, the woman, who was the other intermediate warrior, also had an energy ball in her hand. This scene was naturally seen by the high-level warrior, and his expression shifted from surprise to shock. Although this low-level warrior was strong enough to gather energy, the other three were all intermediate warriors, and in his view, their combat power wasn't that formidable. But unexpectedly, they were all able to successfully gather energy, and the energy balls they formed seemed to be just as powerful as his own. What kind of group is this? At this moment, Titus and the Saiyan, who was now even more bruised and battered, both regretted fighting this group. If they had known, they wouldn't have engaged with them. How did this group train? One team of 4, 1 low-level warrior, and 3 high-level warriors, yet they all had the ability to fight high-level warriors. Moreover, it seemed they were stronger than ordinary high-level warriors. When did it become so easy to surpass high-level warriors? There was no way around it. Feeling the power of the energy ball in Luo Xuan's hand, he had no choice but to surrender. He originally thought that after using his ultimate move, this low-level warrior would lose. But unexpectedly, the strongest technique was blocked by the opponent's shout. Then, the opponent used the same technique. Although he wasn't clear on its power, he could guess from his knee that it wouldn't be any weaker than his own. We also surrender. After the tall, thin Saiyan surrendered, the other 3 Saiyans also surrendered. After all, they hadn't even developed their energy balls, and when faced with them, they felt somewhat powerless. Hearing the Saiyans surrender, Luo Xuan had no choice but to withdraw the energy ball. After all, the opponents had already surrendered. Continuing to fight would surely be unsatisfactory. It was just a pity that he had intended to test the power of his energy ball against this high-level warrior. But the opponent surrendered like this. It was really too unfortunate. If the tall, thin Saiyan knew Luo Xuan's thoughts, he would surely spit out a mouthful of blood. Why should he be the one to test the power of the technique? It was as if he was just a tool for testing power, right? Luo Xuan was able to directly crush the energy ball. However, Frieza and the others did not dare to do so. They could only throw the energy ball out and let it explode in the desert. The few Saiyans saw the power of the energy ball and swallowed hard, relieved that they hadn't tried to be heroes and block it forcefully. Were they all unable to condense something like this? Luo Xuan noticed the expressions of several people and found it somewhat strange. Could it be that those high-level warriors were unable to successfully condense the energy ball? Shouldn't this be the simplest thing? Even those with only a few hundred combat power could manage to condense it. They couldn't do it? They were defeated by Luo Xuan, and he hadn't even attacked again. That tall, thin Saiyan had a relatively good impression of him. Now that Luo Xuan asked a question, he answered directly, as this was not something worth hiding. That's really strange. Luo Xuan found it strange that now even Beilu could condense energy balls. This meant that with just a little learning, anyone could successfully condense one. But why were those few Saiyans unable to do it? Could it be that the tall, thin Saiyan in front of him hadn't taught them the method of condensation? Are you really a low-level warrior? The high-level warrior hesitated for a moment and asked. Although the person in front of him truly looked like a low-level warrior, he couldn't believe that such a low-level warrior could have such strong combat power. Maybe. Luo Xuan smiled. He was indeed a low-level warrior. But who said that low-level warriors couldn't have such strong combat power? Although he might have had worse talent and progressed more slowly than others since birth, he still believed in the principle that diligence can make up for shortcomings. Your combat power is quite good. Why didn't you go to that gravity platform? Are the high-level warriors there really that powerful? Luo Xuan thought for a moment and decided to ask the question. He didn't know any other advanced warriors, and now that he had finally met one with considerable strength, it was a good opportunity to compare himself with the person on the gravity platform. Could it be that after such a long time of training, he still couldn't win? That wasn't the case. It was just that he preferred training in the wilderness. Although training there might make him stronger, he didn't like that place. But the people there were indeed very strong. After hearing Luo Xuan's words, the tall, thin Saiyan shook his head. If he went, he could also take a gravity platform for himself. However, he didn't like being constrained to one platform, so he didn't want to go. Training in the wilderness suited him better. After all, he had been training in the wild since he was young, and suddenly changing that would be a bit difficult for him to adapt to. So that's how it is. Luo Xuan nodded. Although he still couldn't ask for any useful information, he was able to tell that the Saiyan on the gravity platform had a fighting power similar to the one in front of him, just a bit stronger, though he didn't know by how much. Well, if you go to that gravity platform, apart from those few stronger ones, you should be able to win against the others. Hearing Luo Xuan's words, the tall and thin Saiyan thought Luo Xuan was interested in the gravity platform, so he reminded him. During their earlier battle, he noticed that Luo Xuan's fighting power was above his own. Therefore, when he reached that gravity platform, he should also be stronger than the other Saiyans. However, those few who had never been knocked down from the gravity platform from the beginning would be a bit difficult to face. After all, the longer one trained up there, the stronger their fighting power became. Well, if I have time, I'll give it a try. Luo Xuan nodded, saying that this matter could be discussed later. After all, he was currently training in the gravity system and didn't need the gravity platform at all. His main reason for wanting to challenge the gravity platform was due to Moshi and the others using it. Only on the gravity platform could their combat abilities improve further. You came here to look for iron ore, right? We just found an iron mine over there. However, it was snatched away by someone. That person just came down from the gravity platform. If you want to fight, you can go and give it a try. The one who spoke this time was Taters. He saw how capable Luo Xuan was and was quite unhappy that they had just been robbed of the iron mine, so he encouraged Luo Xuan to go. In his opinion, even if that iron mine wasn't theirs in the end, they shouldn't let those guys get away with it. Taters, don't speak recklessly. Hearing Taters' words, the tall and thin Saiyan also intervened. That person who came down from the gravity platform was quite strong, and he mainly came here to relax in the desert. After all, training on the gravity platform wasn't that simple. Shabak, weren't you just defeated and feeling quite dissatisfied? We're also not satisfied. Anyway, we don't want that iron mine. If he wants to find someone to challenge, then that person is the most suitable. Taters said, not hiding his intentions, which was simply frustration. Oh, he came down from the gravity platform? Hearing Tater's words, Luo Xuan found it quite interesting. That was a true Saiyan who had just come down from the gravity platform. If he could challenge him, it seemed like a great opportunity. Yes, he just came down yesterday. Now he's said to be resting and will challenge again in a few days. Shabak nodded, admitting that that guy's combat power was much stronger than his. However, I think you might not be able to beat him because I didn't last long against him. After thinking for a moment, Shabak added a bit, as he had fought both of them and knew their strengths, so he could compare and deduce the outcome. However, upon hearing this, Luo Xuan suddenly became interested. If that person really had just come down from the gravity platform and was only resting, it would indicate that he had been mingling in the gravity platform for a long time. If he fought him, it should more clearly reflect how strong the Saiyans on the gravity platform were. Are you interested? Seeing the smile on Luo Xuan's face, Moshi also looked at him and asked. She was somewhat familiar with Luo Xuan. Although he usually seemed quite gentle, how could a Saiyan be gentle? It was just that there hadn't been anything to pique his interest. So Moshi could tell that Luo Xuan was somewhat interested in this matter. A little interested. Luo Xuan nodded. He had always been quite interested in strong fighters. As long as he could battle, he would be excited, especially when fighting against strong opponents. However, you might want to ask how many people the other side has. They're not weak, and were all driven away. She reminded him that the 4 individuals in front of them had considerable combat power. Yet, such a lineup had been defeated, clearly indicating that the other side was not only strong, but possibly had an advantage in numbers. She understood this very well. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been beaten so badly. There are 6 of them. Upon hearing She's words, without Luo Xuan having to ask, Shabak was the first to speak up. They shouldn't have lost so quickly, but the other side had 6 people who defeated them all at once, and the defeat was somewhat severe. 6 people? What is their strength like? Luo Xuan also furrowed his brows. 6 people were able to beat the group, led by Shabak, to this extent. If they faced off against each other, they probably wouldn't have much of a chance. This wasn't a competition, so there wouldn't be one-on-one battles. Among the 6, actually 5 of them didn't have very strong combat power. However, the other 2 were relatively stronger. One was the high-level warrior who just came down from the gravity platform, whose strength was significantly greater than mine, and the other had combat power similar to mine. It was said that the 2 of them were longtime rivals on the gravity platform, and IL was beaten up by that person. Shabak pointed to the Saiyan who had been beaten up earlier. He then noticed that the Saiyan looked even more battered. It seemed that during the fight with Barrow had really held back nothing. However, he shook his head. Among these 4, there wasn't a single high-level warrior, yet they had such strong strength. If they were naturally high-level warriors, their current combat power would probably crush those guys on the gravity platform. High-level warriors inherently have strong combat talent. Intermediate warriors come next, and low-level warriors are even worse. But now a low-level warrior was so powerful, making these high-level warriors feel no sense of superiority at all. However, Shabak also knew that low-level warriors were originally weak, and to reach this level, they probably had to put in 100 or 1,000 times more effort than others. In fact, he was not wrong. Ever since Luo Xuan entered the northern forest, he had not rested and had been fighting in a gravity environment, while those high-level warriors on the gravity platform would rest when tired. That's why Luo Xuan gradually caught up to them. And there was another warrior with combat power, similar to yours. Now Luo Xuan hesitated. The strongest here, Teresa, only had combat power a little over 5,000, which was similar to Shabak's combat power. Wouldn't that mean reaching over 6,000? Although there was only a few hundred difference between 5,000 and 6,000, that few hundred in combat power could make a significant difference. So even if Teresa faced off, winning wouldn't be guaranteed. Teresa, what do you think? After thinking for a moment, Luo Xuan still asked Teresa, what if Teresa had confidence? Hearing Luo Xuan's words, Teresa shook his head. Although I haven't fought against that kind of person, after watching your battle with him, I have no confidence against him. If the opponent is as strong as he is, I can't win. To be honest, I felt a bit of danger from him. Teresa wasn't lying. Upon meeting, he had already sensed a dangerous aura from Shabak. So if the opponent was as powerful as he was, it would indeed be difficult to win. Then there's no way. We can only find a time. Shaking his head helplessly, although Luo Xuan wanted to fight that strong opponent, he also had to consider the safety of those around him. If the opponent came looking for trouble, Luo Xuan wouldn't back down, but now they were the ones seeking trouble. It wouldn't be good if his teammates got caught up in it. If you really want to go, I can help you deal with that person. Hearing Luo Xuan's words, Shabak spoke up. Although he initially wanted to stop it, he indeed felt quite displeased as Titus said. After all, They had finally found the iron mine, and now it was handed over to someone else. Plus his partner had been beaten up like that. Shabak wasn't a good person. But he wouldn't ignore the fact that his partner was severely injured. You can help me? Luo Xuan was a bit curious. Why did Shabak offer to help him fend off a Saiyan? It was not him helping Luo Xuan, but rather the other way around. In response to Luo Xian's words, Shabak shook his head. This matter was originally his responsibility, and now that Luo Xuan wanted to challenge that person, it meant he was actually helping him. So, in a way, Luo Xuan was the one assisting him. I can also fend off one. Titus was already feeling quite annoyed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wanted to confront Teresa at that moment. He was just frustrated from being beaten earlier and saw an old enemy, so he came over directly. However, he also knew that he couldn't defeat Teresa now. The mid-level warrior who had won against him back then had only done so by luck. But now Teresa could easily defeat him with strength. What now? Luo Xuan looked at the others and asked a question. He really wanted to fight. However, he still listened to his partner's opinions. He didn't think that Shabak was trying to trick them. After all, there was no need to come over and deceive a few intermediate warriors and a low-level warrior while getting beaten up. Even if they were to guide their two teams together and watch the tiger fight from the mountain, Luo Xuan was indifferent. His energy ball could be fired more than once. I'll follow your lead, Mashi expressed first. She had completely followed Luo Xian's words now. She would listen to any decision he made. We don't mind either. Teresa and Bello nodded as well. They had never been afraid, and they still trusted Luo Xuan. Luo Xian's lips also curled into a smile. He could fight again. Shabak was somewhat surprised to see that Teresa and the others seemed to have strong trust in Luo Xuan. 3 intermediate warriors actually trusted a low-level warrior so much. This struck him as a bit strange. He had just said that this low-level warrior wouldn't have much chance against that person. However, these 3 seemed to believe in this low-level warrior greatly, and at that moment, a thought appeared in Shabak's mind. Could it be that this low-level warrior didn't use his full strength during the battle just now? That was impossible. He should have used all his strength in that fight. Then Shabak shook his head. He could clearly feel that the low-level warrior had fought with all his might, and it was impossible that he hadn't exerted his full strength. In fact, his feeling was not wrong. Luo Xuan had indeed used all his strength, but it was under double gravity. If that double gravity were removed, the outcome would be unknown. Mashi and the others hadn't thought that much. As long as Luo Xuan was confident he could win, that was enough for them. As for the rest, it didn't concern them too much. Then let's go. Shabak, right? Please lead the way, Luo Xuan said after nodding when he heard that Teresa and the others had no objections. He had learned the other party's name during their conversation. Okay, Shabak replied, seeing that Luo Xuan was insistent and not saying anything more. If he kept talking, it would make people think that Shabak, lacked courage. Someone wanted to help regain their honor, but was too afraid to go. That kind of thing would never happen to Shabak. A group of 8 people marched toward the so-called iron mine, and along the way, Shabak told Luo Xuan quite a bit about the iron mine. Saiyans inevitably encountered dangers in this desert, and getting injured was normal. However, the medical level of Saiyans was not very high. Therefore, if injuries were severe, there would be no way to heal them. They could only search for the iron or that the Zofurian people needed in this southern desert and exchange it for medicine or assistance in treatment. Shabak's wife had also become paralyzed due to a battle. Although many Saiyans didn't pay much attention to emotions, not every Saiyan was like that. And Shabak wanted his wife to get better. Thus, he was searching for that iron ore in the desert to trade for medical help from the Zofurian people. In Luo Xuan's memory, the Zofurian people should be a peace-loving race. As long as the Saiyans could provide iron ore, they had never gone back on their word. However, they didn't know that the Saiyans were secretly plotting to eliminate the Zofurian people. Of course, Luo Xuan didn't want to get involved in that. He just wanted to survive in this Dragon Ball world. No matter what happened in the future, Luo Xuan didn't want to intervene in the matters between the Zofurian people and the Saiyans. He just wanted to be able to protect himself. So, that iron ore is very important to you? Luo Xuan asked after listening to Shabak. According to Shabak, if he delayed any longer, his wife's condition might not fully recover. That's why he'd been searching for iron ore in this desert. And this time he had finally found a large piece of iron ore, only to have it snatched away. Luo Xuan now understands that the so-called iron ore does not refer to an entire mineral deposit, but rather a type of ore that contains iron, which is buried deep beneath the desert. Therefore, searching for it is somewhat difficult. And the Zofurian people in this desert have less self-defense capability than the Saiyans, which is why they choose to exchange with the Saiyans. Moreover, such conditions allow both parties to coexist peacefully, which is also the goal of the Zofurian people. Rest assured, if I can really defeat that guy, I won't compete with you for the iron ore. I'll find it myself later. Shabak thought Luo Xuan was worried that he would snatch the iron ore, so he explained. Although he indeed needs the iron ore, if it is retrieved by Luo Xuan, it naturally belongs to him, and Shabak would not covet it. Luo Xuan remained silent, quietly moving forward. In fact, this iron mine was dispensable for him, as he had the Xiando. No matter what injuries he sustained, that could heal them. However, illness was different. If he fell sick, that could not help, and he would have to seek treatment from the Zufu Lu people. Those were the few people ahead. After walking for a while, Shabak pointed to a group of people sitting not far away. Those were the Saiyans who had just defeated them. Hearing Shabak's words, Luo Xuan also looked over and activated his detector in his mind. The 6 people opposite had considerable battle power with this lineup. Even Luo Xuan and his companions were no match. As Luo Xuan gazed at them, they also noticed him. I was wondering who it was. What? Still not convinced? Want to come back and take the iron mine? Brought some people with you? But Shabak, do you really think these 3 intermediate warriors and 1 low-level warrior can help you? A man sitting on the ground looked at Shabak and mocked, naturally ignoring Luo Xuan, as he was just a low-level warrior. Ignaz, you'd better not be too complacent. Now that you've come back with Luo Xuan for the iron mine, even if you can't win, Shabak felt that they couldn't lose momentum. All right, come and take it then. Ignaz smiled and pointed to a large rock behind him. Speaking to Shabak, Luo Xuan glanced at the rock, which looked quite ordinary, just very dark. It seemed that this stone was the iron ore that Shabak mentioned. As long as you can defeat me, this iron ore will be yours. After Ignaz finished speaking, he stood up directly. Seeing him rise, Luo Xuan's pupils constricted, and a thought flashed through his mind. F2, 0 gravity. As Luo Xuan released the gravity, Ignaz's figure also became illusory. Then he appeared in front of Shabak and threw a punch directly at Shabak's face. Such speed, Treza and the others also had their pupils constrict. Ignaz's speed was astonishing, and in an instant, he was in front of Shabak. Your opponent is me. Just when everyone thought Shabak was about to take a hit, a voice echoed. Then everyone saw that Ignaz's punch was blocked by a young boy. The figure that had just stood in that boy's position slowly became illusory and then disappeared. Seeing the boy who caught his punch and blocked his attack, a look of surprise slowly appeared on Ignaz's face. No one expected, including Shabak, that Ignaz's punch would actually be caught by this low-level warrior. He hadn't even reacted to that punch. What incredible speed! At that moment, everyone had the same thought. This low-level warrior's speed was incredibly fast, not any slower than Ignaz. What was going on? Ignaz's face also showed surprise. He had thought that Shabak had brought someone over to reclaim the iron ore, and he wanted to teach Shabak a lesson, so he hadn't held back at all. But to think that a punch delivered without holding back would be caught by a low-level warrior, what was happening here? It seems your strength is decent. Although he was quite surprised inside, Ignaz acted nonchalantly. All right, can we have that iron ore back? Luo Xuan said. In fact, he wasn't here for the iron ore at all. He was here to fight. The temptation of iron ore was nowhere near as great as that of a fight. However, saying he was here to fight directly seemed a bit inappropriate, so he had to find some justification. In Luo Xuan's view, if such an arrogant guy would give up the iron ore just because of a few words, then there was no need to fight at all. All right, I already said, the iron ore can be yours, as long as you have the strength to take it. Ignaz nodded. Although this low-level warrior in front of him could take one of his punches, it didn't mean he could fight him. If a real battle broke out, Ignaz was confident he could take care of this trash in just a few moves. Therefore, he didn't take Luo Xuan's claim of coming for the iron ore seriously at all. Well, that's exactly the point. After all, my companions can't be taken advantage of by you. Luo Xuan loved fighting the most. After all this time, he had completely fallen in love with the sport of fighting. You can fight me, but your companions might suffer a bit. My companions don't like watching the show. In Ignaz's view, the only one with some strength among the group was this low-level warrior and Shabak. He had already seen the other 3 high-level warriors, and their strength was average. As for the newly brought mid-level warrior, was he here for a laugh? If high-level warriors couldn't win, how could 3 mid-level warriors be expected to? Then let's give it a try. Looking at the 5 high-level warriors behind him who were eager to move, Luo Xuan was still not surprised. From the data just now, Ignaz had the highest combat power in this group. Next to him was a high-level warrior with a combat power of 6,243, which was similar to Shabak and slightly stronger. The other high-level warriors didn't have high combat power either. One had 5,644, which Teresa could easily handle, and another had 5037, which Titus could barely cope with. There were also 2 with 3,900, whom Mashi could completely crush, and another with 3033, which Balo should be able to fight. As for the outcome, it was hard to say. After all, the two were quite similar. However, the combat experience of high-level warriors should be stronger than Belos. But it didn't matter. Luo Xuan still had a few high-level warriors without opponents. At that time, they could see who was lacking and help out. Although Luo Xuan had a slight numerical advantage, Ignaz didn't consider that the strength of those 3 mid-level warriors could actually compete with high-level warriors. If he had known, he would have had to think twice. But since he didn't know now, he believed that even if his companions were fighting those high-level warriors, having a mid-level warrior interfere wouldn't be a problem at all. So Ignaz felt confident that victory was assured. Without any hesitation, he directly kicked towards Luo Xuan. This wasn't a gravity chamber, so there were no rules to speak of. It didn't matter if he killed someone. After all, he was just a low-level warrior. Even though it was a critical time, they would try not to harm the Saiyans. Even in battle, they would only defeat, not truly kill. But this was aimed at high-level and some mid-level warriors. As for low-level warriors, if they died, they died. There were so many low-level warriors, and they were only used as cannon fodder anyway. Bang! However, his move was directly blocked by Luo Xuan, who then punched Ignaz in the face. Since the other side was not holding back at all, Luo Xuan wouldn't hold back either. He didn't care whether the opponent was a high-level warrior. Luo Xuan was not a Saiyan, so he had no concept of that. Of course, Ignaz wasn't so easy to deal with. His strength was similar to Luo Xian's. So Luo Xian's punch was also caught by him. If you only have this much strength, then die. Catching Luo Xian's punch, Ignaz chuckled, then drove his knee straight into Luo Xian's abdomen. Bang! Luo Xuan also used his knee to block it. Same to you. Unnecessary probing can be avoided. Saying this, Luo Xuan withdrew his fist. They were just testing each other. The real battle was just about to begin. As you wish. Ignaz's mouth curled up slightly, and then he disappeared from the spot. Such a fast speed. Shabak and the others couldn't see Ignaz's figure at all, as if he had vanished. However, Luo Xuan was not surprised at all. No matter how fast he was, he could feel the presence of energy now. As long as he didn't truly disappear, such high-speed movement didn't mean much to him. Of course, if his speed couldn't keep up, he would lose, but Luo Xian's speed was not inferior to Ignaz. Just as everyone was astonished, Ignaz appeared directly behind Luo Xuan, his fist smashing towards Luo Xuan. However, just when he thought he had hit Luo Xuan, he found that his fist passed right through him. I'm right here. Luo Xian's voice rang in his ears, and then he was kicked and flew out directly. Just now, Luo Xuan had also used high speed to instantly dodge Ignaz's attack, leaving only an afterimage in place. This seems to be called the afterimage fist in Dragon Ball, a technique that Son Goku used when he was young. However, later on, this technique proved to be useless against stronger opponents. But now, Luo Xuan used it against the Saiyans who had no scouters and could not sense ki, and it seemed to have a good effect. Of course, this effect might only work once. Seeing that Ignaz was actually kicked away by Luo Xuan, the surrounding Saiyans were also shocked. Could it be that Ignaz couldn't even defeat a lower-level warrior? Another higher-level warrior rushed up, ready to help Ignaz, but was stopped by Shabak. Your opponent is me, Shabak said calmly, having just witnessed Luo Xuan's performance. Although he was shocked, he was more excited. He never expected that Luo Xuan could fight Ignaz. He initially thought Luo Xuan's strength was similar to his own. Now it seemed that Luo Xuan had been holding back during their earlier fight. Not bad, using high speed to deceive. Ignaz stood up, said a word, and then disappeared without a trace. Luo Xuan also smiled, then disappeared from the spot. Soon, the sounds of collisions echoed in the air, reminding others that the two were engaged in a high-speed and intense battle. Influenced by Luo Xuan and Ignaz, other Saiyans also jumped into action, and a fierce battle erupted in an instant. Saiyans rarely use weapons. They mainly rely on their hands, feet, and even their bodies to fight. Hence, the sounds of physical collisions continued to ring out. After making contact again, Luo Xuan felt some pressure. After all, although this high-level warrior was slightly weaker in combat power, his battle experience was quite rich. When fighting Ignaz, Luo Xuan also felt some pressure. Therefore, he couldn't unleash all his strength during the fight. Your combat power is indeed beyond my expectations. However, your battle experience seems to be lacking, and that's your fatal flaw. While Luo Xuan felt the pressure, Ignaz also noticed this point. Several times, the lower-level warrior could have attacked him, but he successfully dodged each time. What he had initially worried about was now of no concern. Luo Xuan, however, ignored Ignaz's words. Although his battle experience was indeed insufficient, it was merely because he rarely fought against opponents of similar strength. He had always used wild beasts as his training targets to quickly accumulate battle experience. However, to a certain extent, wild beasts became completely useless, because when Luo Xuan's strength could crush them, any battle experience couldn't be reflected. Therefore, what Luo Xuan needed now was to fight against opponents of comparable strength. The previous Shabak counted as one, and now Ignaz was even more so. As long as the battle continued, Luo Xuan's battle experience would continuously accumulate. Given enough time, battle experience could never be a fatal flaw. Bang bang. Luo Xuan and Ignaz were fighting each other with punches and kicks, neither gaining any advantage. Luo Xuan had already sustained injuries, and Ignaz was not faring any better, with more wounds than Luo Xuan. Damn it, how can this low-level warrior be so strong? I'm a high-level warrior. How could I be beaten to this extent by a lowly piece of trash? Ignaz was very angry because he had not been able to defeat Luo Xuan for so long, feeling it was a disgrace. A high-level warrior unable to quickly take down a low-level warrior, even if he were to fail. Thus, Ignaz knew that this battle could not remain in a stalemate any longer. Bam! In another exchange, Ignaz landed a punch on Luo Xuan's face while Luo Xuan kicked Ignaz in the chest, both of them flying backward. After hitting the ground, Ignaz immediately threw an energy ball toward Luo Xuan without any pause. Luo Xuan sensed Ignaz's sudden surge of energy and knew he was preparing to use an energy ball. So, as he landed, he also used a shortcut to quickly condense his own energy ball. With a loud boom, Ignaz and Luo Xuan's energy balls collided, canceling each other out. The fighters not far away stopped and looked toward Luo Xuan. Ignaz's side was filled with astonishment. That low-level warrior could actually use this technique, and its power was even greater than theirs, already on par with Ignaz. Shabak was also surprised, but was more relieved that Luo Xuan had not used this technique earlier. Otherwise, he would have been unable to withstand it, as Luo Xuan's version was so much stronger. Damn it! Ignaz had anticipated that this low-level warrior would also use this technique. However, he did not expect that the low-level warrior could condense energy equal to his own. Without much hesitation, Ignaz quickly charged toward Luo Xuan, continuing to gather energy to throw at him. Of course, Luo Xuan would not back down. With a shortcut system, he could condense the strongest energy ball with minimal energy. So if it came down to energy balls, Luo Xuan was not at all inferior to Ignaz. After all, his strength was slightly greater than Ignaz, and he could conserve energy more effectively. Then the two turned into energy balls, bombarding each other back and forth, neither giving in. Boom! This scene left the other Saiyans in shock. Even Ma Shi and the others were unaware that Luo Xuan could condense so many energy balls. Shabak and the other Saiyans fighting him were also surprised. While they could condense multiple energy balls, they could not do it this quickly or in such quantity. Regardless of whether it was Luo Xuan or Ignaz, both felt that the level of danger had significantly increased. Could they continue to bombard each other with energy balls as if they consumed nothing? In fact, to Luo Xuan and Ignaz, these energy balls felt like something that required no consumption. No matter how many they condensed, it did not take much out of them. After all, their battle power had reached over 8,000, and energy balls were not like Kamehameha waves. They did not consume much energy. After a few exchanges, both seemed to find it rather pointless and resumed hand-to-hand combat. The other Saiyans did not continue fighting, as their strengths were similar. They only needed to prevent the other from helping, making it unnecessary to continue fighting. They all understood that the battle between Luo Xuan and Ignaz was the key to this entire confrontation. Whoever won would secure victory, so there was really no need for them to keep fighting. The battle between the two continued, and everyone was astonished, not expecting a low-level warrior to be able to fight Ignaz to such a degree, and it even seemed like he had the upper hand. Who exactly was this low-level warrior? Such strong combat power. Why had I never heard of him before? The Saiyan with combat power similar to Shabak furrowed his brow. Logically, if such a powerful low-level warrior appeared among the Saiyans, it should not have gone unnoticed. Even a mid-level warrior who could rival high-level warriors would be known, even if only slightly stronger. Just like that Teresa over there, though not very strong, he had heard of him. But this low-level warrior who could match Ignaz had never been mentioned by anyone. With such strength, even high-level warriors on the gravity platform would find it hard to defeat him. The others were also puzzled, apart from Ma Shi and his two companions. No one else knew that there was such a strong low-level warrior among the Saiyans, one who had been called trash, yet could fight high-level warriors to this extent. Did that mean these high-level warriors, who were much weaker than him, were not even worth being called trash? Bang! Bang! After several exchanges, both had some wounds on them. Although they did not use weapons, A Saiyan's fists were the best weapons. Damn it. Having failed to defeat the low-level warrior in front of him for so long, Ignaz was furious but felt helpless. The longer the fight went on, the more surprised he became. This low-level warrior was actually training him. Originally lacking in combat experience, he was now growing stronger. He could still manage to deal with this low-level warrior based on experience, but now that was no longer possible. During the fight, just now, Luo Xuan had learned a lot of combat techniques. So now he was able to steadily suppress Ignaz. If he continued fighting, he was sure to win. With this thought, Luo Xuan rushed toward Ignaz without any hesitation. Just as he approached Ignaz, he suddenly vanished. Then he appeared behind Ignaz. And before Ignaz could react, he struck him in the back with his elbow. Caught off guard, Ignaz stumbled unsteadily. At that moment, Luo Xuan had already disappeared from his original position and appeared in front of Ignaz, delivering a powerful knee strike to Ignaz's abdomen, causing significant damage as Ignaz clutched his stomach. Luo Xuan did not pause for a moment. If he gave Ignaz a chance to react, it would be hard to fight again. So Luo Xuan threw a right hook, hitting Ignaz in the face, followed by punch after punch falling on Ignaz like bullets. In the end, a kick sent Ignaz flying. The movements were swift and smooth, and by the time the other Saiyans reacted, Ignaz had already been sent flying. Luo Xuan had no intention of stopping. He knew that if he didn't knock Ignaz down now, the enraged Ignaz would not be easy to deal with. The most worrying thing was an angry Saiyan. That state was when they were the strongest. The other Saiyans wanted to help, but they were stopped by Shabak and the others. I concede. Just as Luo Xuan chased after him, he heard Ignaz say that he conceded. He knew he couldn't beat Luo Xuan, so he directly admitted defeat. Admit defeat? All right. Luo Xuan, who originally wanted to continue fighting, stopped when he heard Ignaz concede. After all, since the opponent had already admitted defeat, it would be wrong for Luo Xuan to keep going. Shabak and the others also heard Ignaz concede, and their faces were filled with excitement. Luo Xuan actually won, and it was such a smooth victory. Great. Shabak felt relieved. Previously, he had no chance to fight back against Ignaz, and now Luo Xuan had directly forced Ignaz to surrender, which was already very impressive. They were all very excited, and Teresa and the others also had smiles on their faces. Although they knew Luo Xuan would definitely not lose, they didn't expect him to win so thoroughly. I won, so that Iron Mine must be mine now, right? Luo Xuan looked at Ignaz and chuckled. He hadn't had enough of the fight yet, but since the other side surrendered directly, he had no choice. Well, it's yours then. I lost, Ignaz said decisively. Just now, he had been beaten by Luo Xuan to the point where he had no strength to fight back, and now his stamina was running low. Continuing to fight would only lead to defeat. I won. Luo Xuan turned around and smiled at Teresa and the others. He had learned a lot from this battle. When Ignaz saw Luo Xuan turn, he also revealed a vicious look and directly went up to grab Luo Xian's tail. Be careful. Shabak noticed Ignaz moving and immediately understood what he was about to do, urgently shouting out, but it seemed to be too late. The moment Luo Xian's tail was caught, he realized something was wrong. But at that moment, he lost all his strength. Ignaz, what are you doing? Saiyans never grab tails in battle, and you just lost. Shabak saw that Luo Xuan had lost all his strength and realized it was bad. All Saiyans knew that the tail was a weakness. However, during a fight, no matter how much hatred there was, they would never grab each other's tails. Because Saiyans are very proud. A win is a win, and a loss is a loss. He didn't expect that Ignaz would grab Luo Xian's tail, even after admitting defeat. The Saiyan fighting Shabak also frowned at this scene, as he didn't expect Ignaz to use such a despicable tactic. However, he didn't say much, as they were companions now. You're so despicable. Luo Xuan wanted to break free, but he had no strength at all. This was the first time he had been caught by his tail, and it turned out that this feeling was really bad. He couldn't muster any strength in his entire body. It wasn't that he hadn't been cautious. He just didn't know whether Saiyans grabbed tails during battle. He simply forgot that he had a tail. He wasn't a Saiyan to begin with, although he knew that the tail was a weakness. He hadn't given it much thought and had gradually forgotten about the existence of his tail. Luo Xuan never expected that Ignaz could be so despicable. After admitting defeat, he actually seized his weakness. Unfortunately, he had no tail in his previous life, and this time he forgot to conceal it, exposing it to the enemy. Despicable? This was just your own carelessness. I don't see anything despicable here. This is a battle, a real battle. Would anyone care about such things? It's either you die or I die. This is not a gravity chamber. After grabbing Luo Xian's tail, Ignaz grinned and said that he didn't care about being despicable anymore. As long as he could kill this low-level warrior, no one would care about the means afterward. But if he were defeated by a low-level warrior, it would definitely tarnish his reputation. So, he could only use this method to deal with the low-level warrior. Ignaz, you'd better not act recklessly, otherwise, if this matter gets out, it won't be good for you. Seeing Ignaz's actions, Shabak shouted, as so many people were watching Ignaz being defeated by a low-level warrior. If this method of retaliation got out, it would definitely affect him. Hee, then I'll make sure you all can't say a word. Ignaz didn't react much to Shabak's words. He just chuckled and threw a gathered energy ball directly at Luo Xuan. With no way to defend himself. Luo Xuan was completely drained of energy. How could he defend? He could only rely on his strong body to resist. However, the energy ball exploded directly on him, causing great pain. Boom! Hearing Luo Xuan scream, Ignaz became even more frenzied. He had never been beaten this badly by a low-level warrior before. Now that he could torment this low-level warrior like this, he felt extremely satisfied. So the energy balls continued to bombard Luo Xuan one after another. Luo Xuan, Mashi shouted, wanted to rush over, but she was intercepted. Although her opponent was not as powerful as her, his combat ability was also very strong. So Mashi couldn't defeat him right away. Teresa and Shabak were in the same situation. Even if the other two warriors joined forces, they couldn't defeat their opponents immediately, as they were all very strong Saiyans. At this moment, the battle erupted again, but not far away was a scene that was completely out of place. Ignaz was holding Luo Xuan's tail with one hand, while bombarding him with energy balls with the other. At first, Luo Xuan could still scream, but now he was silent, as if he were dead. Boom! When he gathered energy again, he found that he couldn't successfully gather an energy ball. Damn it! He had consumed too much stamina while fighting him just now. Ignaz glared at Luo Xuan fiercely, but at this point, Luo Xuan had stopped moving, his back charred, seemingly devoid of life. Was he going to die like this? What a useless person. Ignaz kicked Luo Xuan a few times and found that he no longer moved, which satisfied him. According to Ignaz's estimation, with such attacks, let alone a low-level warrior's defense, even a high-level warrior couldn't hold out for long. So this low-level warrior was undoubtedly doomed. After dealing with Luo Xuan, Ignaz looked towards Shabak's side, where the battle was fierce but had not yet determined a victor. Angus, can't you handle it? Let me help you. Ignaz shouted to the Saiyan fighting Shabak. No need. Have you taken care of your side? Let's go, with your injuries. If you encounter other high-level warriors, you might just stay here. The Saiyan called Angus said calmly, then directly separated from Shabak and retreated. That makes sense. Hee, Shabak. You better not let me meet you next time. Otherwise, I'll kill you just like this low-level warrior. Hearing Angus's words, Ignaz thought it made sense as well. His injuries were not light, and he had many enemies, so it was not suitable to stay here for long. He then warned Shabak and directly took his people away. Mashi and the others had no choice. They simply couldn't win against them. Even if they chased after them, they would still end up losing. It was better to see if Luo Xuan still had a chance of survival. Luo Xuan. Mashi walked to Luo Xian's side, looking at his charred back. Her eyes couldn't help but become moist. Although she was a Saiyan and often thought of herself as heartless, seeing Luo Xuan like this made her unable to hold back. I am not dead yet. Just when everyone thought Luo Xuan had died, his fingers twitched, and he spoke with great difficulty. However, he sounded very weak, as if he were on the verge of death. There was still breath. If he went to find the Zufu people for treatment now, he should still be able to survive. Hearing Luo Xuan's voice, although it was faint, it indicated that he had not completely died. Yes, we'll take you to find the Zufu people. Hearing Shabak's words, Teresa also nodded. During this time together, Luo Xuan had saved him countless times. This time was the most serious injury he had sustained. That Ignaz, using such despicable means, had injured Luo Xuan to this extent. No, there's no need, Shabak. Take the iron ore and go. However, Luo Xuan shook his head regarding going to the Zufu people for treatment. We'll just take you to the Zufu people, and then we'll leave. Ignaz might be waiting for you outside. My strength should be able to help a lot. Shabak didn't expect that Luo Xuan was unwilling to go to the Zufu people and insisted on taking the iron ore away. There was no need to let them leave. Luo Xuan was already too exhausted to argue and could only speak to Mo Shi. Luo Xuan urged them to leave quickly. Mo Shi understood what Luo Xuan wanted to do, which is why she drove Shabak away without any hesitation. All right, we'll leave first. Thanks this time. As long as I recover, my life belongs to you, Luo Xuan. Shabak, seeing Luo Xuan's insistence, although unsure why, could only leave. He took the other 3 Saiyans with him, but did not take the iron ore. Luo Xuan, what is wrong with you? Mo Shi looked at Luo Xuan. who had indeed worried her just a moment ago. But now she suddenly felt completely unconcerned because she saw a faint smile at the corner of Luo Xuan's mouth. Could you please help me take out what I have in my hand? Luo Xuan really doesn't have much strength left, so he can only rely on Mo Shi. Mo Shi didn't answer and directly pried open Luo Xuan's hand, revealing a immortal bean in his palm. When she saw the bean, Mo Shi smiled. She had eaten this magical bean twice and was very clear about its effects. So when she saw this bean, she knew that Luo Xuan was really going to be fine this time. Without any hesitation, Mo Shi fed the to Luo Xuan. Although she knew the bean was very miraculous, capable of equating to a life as long as it was taken away, and that it could revive someone as long as they weren't dead, she also knew that as long as she stayed with Luo Xuan, she wouldn't die. Because even though Luo Xuan always said he had run out of beans, there was always one left each time. Perhaps he didn't want to attract others' attention back then. After all, at that time, Luo Xuan's combat power was very low and he couldn't resist at all. But now, Luo Xuan was already able to fight against high-level warriors. In fact, he was much stronger than high-level warriors, so if someone targeted Luo Xuan now, they would only be asking for trouble. Crack! After consuming that Mo Shi handed over, Luo Xuan immediately felt a warm sensation throughout his body, and all the injuries he had suffered disappeared completely. Although they had seen this scene last time, Teresa and the others were still very surprised to see it again. That bean was truly magical. Phew, luckily I wasn't killed. This tail is really a nuisance. Luo Xuan touched the tail behind him. If he hadn't been careless, he wouldn't have been beaten up like this by that guy. That guy is truly despicable. Hearing Luo Xuan's words, Ma Shi also despised that guy. During battles, for Saiyan, grabbing the opponent's tail is the most contemptible thing. Forget it. You guys eat these beans. Luo Xuan opened his hand, revealing 3 immortal beans. After the recent battle, Mo Shi and the others had consumed a lot of energy. After all, they had fought twice in a row, and they had sustained some injuries. These immortal beans were the best for recovering injuries and stamina. Would it be a waste to eat them now? We're just injured. We're not on the verge of death. Seeing the immortal beans in Luo Xuan's hand, Mo Shi hesitated as well. This thing is so miraculous. It should work better if used when one is close to death. Eating it now feels a bit wasteful. Go ahead, I have more. Luo Xuan smiled. This thing was originally meant to restore stamina and heal injuries. If he only ate it when he was on the brink of death, there might come a day when he wouldn't be able to eat it all. Saiyans in battle rarely had such good luck. It was only Luo Xuan who was fortunate enough to be close to dying, yet still survive. Moreover, he already knew how to shorten the cooldown time for these magical beans. So for him, they were no longer considered such a luxury. Currently, after deducting the ones given to Ma Shi and the others, there were still 9 magical beans in Luo Xuan's quick access system, which was more than enough. After some thought, although he didn't know if Luo Xuan was telling the truth, his body was indeed very fatigued. So he followed Luo Xuan's advice and consumed one. This feeling, after eating the magical bean, Teresa and the others immediately felt all their fatigue vanish, and their injuries healed instantly. So this thing is really that amazing. After sensing the changes in their bodies, Teresa was increasingly amazed by this bean. How could such a magical bean exist? Fortunately, as long as they weren't dead, they could recover, but it had no effect on illnesses. Luo Xuan did not hide anything. Anyway, he wasn't going to take this thing out himself, and now no one could take it from him. At least on this Vegeta planet, no one could snatch the sins of beans from him. Moreover, now that Teresa and the others had been through life and death with Luo Xuan, he was quite clear about their character after spending time together. The cold-blooded nature of Saiyans from the anime was not felt at all. At least the 3 people in this team were not the kind to abandon their teammates or be cowardly. Ma Shi didn't say anything, just glanced at Luo Xuan. She knew the magical properties of these beans were not just simple healing. Previously, when she was on the verge of death and ate one of these beans, her strength had increased a lot, but now eating one didn't have much effect. This meant that these beans were more effective when consumed close to death. Of course, Ma Shi didn't know that this was related to the Saiyan constitution and thought it was just the effect of the sins of beans. However, she was clear about one thing. Luo Xuan had just been seriously injured and was close to death, so his strength should have increased even more, right? If that were the case, then he should be able to easily deal with Ignaz when they meet again. Just now, if Ignaz hadn't suddenly grabbed Luo Xuan's tail at the end, he would have already lost. But now, Luo Xuan's strength should be able to easily defeat him. Luo Xuan was also aware of this and directly used a scouter to check his own battle power. Why is it only 16,762? After looking at the battle power, Luo Xuan frowned. Why had his battle power only increased by such a small amount? Luo Xuan remembered that when Sun Wukong arrived at Namek, his battle power was 90,000. After swapping bodies with Captain Jinyu and recovering from serious injuries, his battle power reached 3 million, a full increase of 33 times. Why did his battle power only increase by this much? Could it be because my injuries weren't serious enough? Luo Xuan thought for a long time, and it seemed there was only this one reason. After all, although he looked severely injured just now, he was not unconscious and could still eat the senza beans. So his battle power had not increased much. Although his battle power had improved, the increase was minimal, and it seemed he could not use the senza beans to become stronger. However, Luo Xuan had no intention of using the senza beans to gain strength. After all, these are external things. To become stronger, one still needs to constantly cultivate. Back then, Sun Wukong and the others had plenty of senza beans. And they also knew that Saiyans become stronger after being revived from near death, but they did not use this method to become stronger. There must be some drawbacks to this method, or perhaps they looked down on using it. Luo Xuan did not know. But he knew that to become stronger, he had to rely on his own cultivation. Although his battle power had increased a bit, it was still not strong enough. With over 10,000 battle power, it was still not as high as Vegeta's when he arrived on Earth, so Luo Xuan had nothing to be proud of. What to do next? Should he go find Ignaz? In Moshi's view, Luo Xuan was definitely not the kind of person who would hold a grudge, although he seemed very nice. If he really got angry, the consequences would not be so good. For now, there was no need to seek him out. He would definitely return to the gravity chamber. At that time, he could just go find him directly. Right now, I want to take a trip to the North Forest. Luo Xuan shook his head. That Ignaz was originally a master on the gravity platform. Although he had been defeated, once he recovered from his injuries, he would definitely return to the gravity platform. So Luo Xuan wasn't worried about that. As for going back to the Northern Forest, he naturally had his own thoughts. After this battle, he realized that no matter how much he trained, his tail would always be a weak point. Before, he had never been caught by the tail, so he couldn't understand what it felt like to have it grabbed. But now he knew, so he had to spend time strengthening his tail. In this desert, it was impossible to do that. He needed to go to the Northern Forest to train his tail. The Northern Forest? Haven't we already fought there? It seems there wouldn't be much use in training there. She frowned. Going to the Northern Forest didn't seem to satisfy Luo Xuan's training anymore. Training there would only waste time and wouldn't help Luo Xuan become stronger. I want to go there to train my tail. There's nothing to train with in the southern desert. Luo Xuan did not hide it. If possible, he wanted to take Shi and the others with him. After all, this was the Saiyans' weakness, but of course, weaknesses can be overcome. Some people think of ways to overcome them, while others do not. For example, Vegeta has overcome it, while Goku's brother still has his tail as a weakness. Train the tail? Shi was taken aback when she heard Luo Xuan's words and touched her own tail. She had never heard of Saiyans training their tails. For many years, the tail had always been a weakness for Saiyans, yet no one had thought to overcome it. Among the Saiyans, there was only an unwritten rule that during battles, they could not grab each other's tails. Otherwise, that Saiyan would definitely be looked down upon. However, not all Saiyans would follow this rule. After all, there were no consequences for not following it. For instance, just now, Ignaz grabbed Luo Xuan's tail, intending to kill him. And this was not the first time something like this had happened. But no one had ever thought to overcome this weakness. Luo Xuan was the first to bring it up. Well, since it is a weakness, it naturally needs to be trained. Otherwise, in future battles, it would still be a burden, and it would be better to just remove it. Luo Xuan nodded. Although pulling it out was very direct, it must hurt a lot. So it might be better to train a bit. Besides, once it's pulled out, there would be no way to turn into a monster, which wouldn't be fun. That's indeed the case. Since it's a weakness, we need to find a way to overcome it. Although no one has ever tried. I think we should give it a shot. After hearing Luo Xuan's words, Teresa thought for a moment and felt that what Luo Xuan said made a lot of sense. Every Saiyan has this weakness, and in real battles, this weakness would not be overlooked. So, it is essential to overcome this weakness. Alright, I'll go with you. Moshi also found it reasonable. If they didn't overcome it, they might get caught by their tails in future battles. So if there really was a way to overcome this weakness, Moshi felt it was worth a try. I'll go with you too. Bello thought for a moment. Following Luo Xuan was definitely the right choice. Previously, he thought his combat power was already strong and that it would be hard to improve. But after following Luo Xuan for a short time, his combat power increased dramatically. So he believed that if Luo Xuan said it was possible, it definitely was. And as long as it was something Luo Xuan wanted to do, he would go along with him. Alright, then let us go together. Luo Xuan nodded. Since these people were considered his own, it was naturally better for them to become stronger, at least not to hold him back in the future. What should be done about the iron ore? Seeing that Luo Xuan was about to leave, Teresa reminded him that when Shabak left just now, he did not take the iron ore with him directly. Since they were leaving now, they naturally couldn't take the iron ore with them. After all, it wasn't very convenient to carry. Forget about it. Luo Xuan didn't plan to give it up anyway. Although he had celestial beings to heal injuries, they were useless if he got sick. However, it seemed a bit inconvenient to carry this iron ore while cultivating, so he could only abandon it. Just then, something resembling an airplane flew over. Luo Xuan was taken aback. After living the life of a primitive person for so long, suddenly seeing high-tech things caught him off guard. However, he quickly reacted. Could this be the technology of the Zofurians? Did you discover the iron ore? While Luo Xuan was thinking, two Zofurians descended from the aircraft or flying machine, both wearing detectors on their eyes. As the flying machine approached, Luo Xuan suppressed his aura. Although he knew the Zofurians were a peaceful people, he still didn't want too many people to know about his strength, especially the Zofurians. We discovered it. Teresa communicated with them. Even though it wasn't exactly their discovery, it was close enough. These Zofurians probably came here because Ignaz and the others notified them. After all, some high-level warriors were specifically looking for iron ore outside and had means to contact the Zofurians. All right, what do you want to exchange? Medicines or items are fine, as long as they are within the price range. The Zofurians glanced at Luo Xuan and the others, noticing Teresa's combat power was over 5,000, and nodded. Luo Xuan, what do you want to exchange for? This item originally belonged to Luo Xuan, so what to exchange was up to him. Items are also okay. Luo Xuan was taken aback. Could it be that he could exchange items, not just medicine? Yes, as long as it is within the value range of this iron, or it could be exchanged. Although it was strange why a Saiyan with a combat power of only 300 would appear in this South Desert. They were just here to collect the iron ore and did not ask too many questions. Luo Xuan didn't expect that this iron ore could be used for exchanges. He just didn't know if it could be exchanged for weapons. As someone who crossed over from Earth, Luo Xuan still had a fondness for cold weapons. After all, relying solely on his hands wasn't very enjoyable. Although weapons might not be of much use during battles, they felt impressive to hold. I want to exchange for weapons. Luo Xuan thought for a moment and decided that exchanging the iron ore for weapons was more practical. Weapons? Upon hearing Luo Xuan's words, the two Zofulu people looked at him warily. Their level of technology was their guarantee. What if the Saiyan exchanged for weapons and later learned how to use them against them? Although it was possible to exchange items, no Saiyan had ever exchanged for weapons before. What? Can't weapons be exchanged? Luo Xuan was a bit curious. Couldn't he exchange for a weapon? It's not that it's impossible, but your Saiyans are already so strong in combat power that you don't need laser weapons. Those things are of no use to you at all. It would be more practical to exchange for some medicines or food. Upon hearing Luo Xuan's inquiry, the Zofurian explained, although it's not impossible to exchange for weapons, even if they did, it wouldn't be very beneficial for the Saiyans. Moreover, just to be safe, they still advised the Saiyan and planned to report back that a Saiyan wanted to exchange for weapons. Laser weapons? I think you misunderstood. I want to exchange for cold weapons. Luo Xuan was taken aback, but soon understood that the Zufu people thought he wanted to exchange for firearms, laser weapons, or guns. Cold weapons? This time, the two Zufu people were confused. This Saiyan seemed very polite, completely different from the Saiyans of the past, who were always so blunt. This one felt much closer to the Zufu people. However, the fact that a Saiyan wanted to exchange for cold weapons was acceptable, as cold weapons were not very useful now. They were useless to the Zufu people and also to the Saiyans. Yes, I would like to exchange for a sword. Luo Xuan thought for a moment and decided to use a sword after all, as it was quite common in the country of his past life. Although it might not be of much use, Luo Xuan simply liked it. All right, I'll have someone bring it over. We need to test the iron content of this iron ore first to determine the level of the item you can exchange. Hearing that Luo Xuan only wanted to exchange for a sword, the Zofulu people let out a sigh of relief and had their companions test the iron content of the ore. If Luo Xuan was not mistaken, this should not be ordinary iron ore. It should be meteorite iron. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be such a simple piece. Real iron ore would definitely be part of a mining area or something similar. The iron content is quite good. Another Zofulu person fiddled with the equipment, and soon some data came out, which he directly handed over to the Zofulu person who had communicated with Luo Xuan earlier. That Zofulu person glanced at it, nodded, and then took out a device that seemed to be a communication device. Is that memory metal? Luo Xuan watched as the Saiyan pulled out the device that had just been inserted into the iron ore. Although he didn't know what the device was, capable of easily penetrating the iron ore, he knew that the iron ore had actually been restored. After the thing was pulled out, there were no traces left, as if nothing had happened at all. This made Luo Xuan think of a name: memory metal. Whoosh. Just as Luo Xuan was looking at the iron ore, another flying vehicle flew over and stopped beside Luo Xuan and the others. However, this flying vehicle did not have any Zofula people on it. The Zofulu person who had just used the communicator directly boarded the flying vehicle and then took out a box from above, handing it to Luo Xuan. This is the cold weapon you wanted to exchange for. The sharpness and rigidity can meet your satisfaction, the Zofulu person said politely to Luo Xuan, while also helping him open the box. Inside lay a sword, which was quite different from what Luo Xuan had imagined. He had wanted a small sword. However, this one was quite thick, with a wide blade and a long hilt. Luo Xuan felt that it would be just right to hold it with both hands. Why does this sword look somewhat familiar? At the moment he saw the sword, Luo Xuan suddenly felt it resembled something he had seen before. But he did not say anything. All right, our transaction is complete. If you find more iron ore next time, you can contact us. The iron ore can be exchanged for various medicines and daily necessities. Wishing you a safe journey in the desert. Indeed, safety was crucial, as the southern desert was filled with dangers. Even the Zofulu people had died here. Although they had flying vehicles, there were still possibilities of accidents. Just like the two Zofulu corpses Luo Xuan had seen last time, they probably died after being attacked by a serpent when they stopped. After saying these words, the two Zofula people directly took the iron ore away. Although they were short in stature, they possessed very powerful technological capabilities. So transporting the iron ore was quite easy for them. Watching them leave, Luo Xuan looked at the sword in his hand again. Although it wasn't the ideal shape, having a weapon was still good. How did you exchange for this thing? Mashi looked at the sword in Luo Xuan's hand. During the transaction, they had not spoken. After all, it was Luo Xuan's iron ore, and he was free to exchange for whatever he wanted. Now that the transaction was over, they were somewhat curious about what Luo Xuan intended to do with this item. Was it because his fists were not useful, or his strength was not strong enough? This thing is useful to me. Luo Xuan did not answer the question, even though he did not know why he wanted to exchange for this sword. It seemed there was some sentiment behind it. Well, if there is nothing else, let us head straight to the North Forest. Looking at the three people around, there was nothing else to discuss. So Luo Xuan prepared to set off for the North Forest again. Are you just going to hold that box? Watching Luo Xuan hug the box, it felt a bit awkward. It would be better to hold the ore instead. Luo Xuan felt it made sense, so he directly took out the sword and slung it over his back, discarding the box. If Luo Xuan could see his current appearance, he would remember that this sword was exactly the same as the one Trunks often used. However, Luo Xuan didn't notice this. The four of them were heading towards the North Forest to train and overcome the weakness of his tail. Luo Xuan and the three others left the South Desert and set off for the North Forest again. They initially thought that Ignaz might send people to guard the desert, but they encountered no one. If they had, with Luo Xuan's current combat power, he could have defeated them all alone. After all, Luo Xuan's combat power had already surpassed half of Ignaz. Thus, the four of them headed towards the North Forest without any obstacles. Roar! This time, it was really over. Who told me that there were no jungle speed dragons in the middle of the North Forest? The short Hark had a mournful expression as he looked around at the four jungle speed dragons. He was already in despair. Earlier, after seeing Mashi gain so much strength upon entering the middle of the North Forest, they were naturally envious. So, they decided to head to the middle of the North Forest together to train. At first, it was fine because many scorpion tigers had returned to deeper areas, so there were only a few scorpion tigers outside. Then they encountered three strong intermediate warriors who were also training in teams. And the six of them continued to battle scorpion tigers in the North Forest, growing quite a bit stronger. Just as they were celebrating their increased strength, they encountered these damned jungle speed dragons. Previously, the jungle speed dragons had disappeared from the middle of the North Forest, supposedly returning to the inner part of the North Forest. Who would have known they would appear here, and four of them at once? They were now surrounded, and Rigo and the others had no intention of fighting. It was the other three intermediate warriors who wanted to take on the jungle speed dragons. One person per dragon? One Saiyan said to another Saiyan. Yeah, we could try at least to buy some time. We Saiyans want tea, just sit here and wait to die. The other Saiyan replied, glancing at Hark, who was already sitting on the ground in despair. But what about the other one? The third Saiyan said. They could delay one, but they couldn't solve the problem. They just wanted to stall and see if any other Saiyans would pass by to help fight back. If that happened, they could be saved, but if there was another one, they wouldn't be able to delay at all. Let me try with the last one at that moment. Kiss stepped forward and spoke to the three of them. Although he had never fought a jungle speed dragon before, he didn't want to just wait to die. He preferred to fight. You? The three Saiyans looked at Kiss, surprised that this usually quiet person stepped up, but they didn't have much hope for his combat power. Although my combat power isn't as strong as yours, I still want to fight. I don't want to wait to die, Kiss said without saying much. He just didn't want Mashi to see him like this. When facing the jungle speed dragons, he didn't even have the courage to fight. Although Mashi might never see this, as she had gone to the South Desert. Kiss had originally wanted to catch up with her, but now it seemed impossible, as he might die here today. All right. The three Saiyans looked at Kiss and suddenly saw this usually silent person in a new light. Then the four of them directly confronted the four jungle speed dragons. Although they had little chance of winning, they decided to delay as much as possible. Rigo was surprised to see Kiss actually fighting the jungle speed dragon. He knew that Kiss was at a disadvantage, but still dared to fight. This was no joke. Hart just glanced at him and then ignored it. In his view, Kiss was just seeking his own death, and it would be better to find a way to escape. Boom! Not long after the battle started, Kiss was thrown out. This was his first fight with a jungle speed dragon. So this is the strength of the jungle speed dragon? It really was much stronger than me. Since Mashi could fight this jungle speed dragon, it seemed I could no longer catch up with her. Only by truly fighting the jungle speed dragon did he realize how strong its combat power really was. Kiss felt a sense of despair. He simply couldn't be a match for the jungle speed dragon. It was laughable to think before that the jungle speed dragon was only slightly stronger than the scorpion tiger. But now he had nothing to fear. Since he was going to die anyway, it was better to fight the jungle speed dragon. Maybe this would give the others a chance to escape. Rigo, should we escape now? At that moment, Hark, who was sitting on the ground, had a flash of inspiration and said to the dazed Rigo, "Isn't that a bad idea?" Rigo frowned. Since Kiss and the others were fighting, he wasn't going to help, and now they were talking about escaping? What is wrong with that? That guy Kiss is looking for death himself. We won't accompany him. Anyway, they're holding off the jungle speed dragon. We can just leave. At most, we could find a high-level warrior outside to save them, right? Hark said, as he just wanted to escape. Yeah, that works. Rigo thought for a moment and found some logic in it. As long as they could escape and then find someone to come back and save them, that was fine. Then let us go, Hark said, then got up, preparing to leave with Rigo. Is it really okay to abandon their companions and leave? Just as they were turning around, a voice rang in their ears. Luo Xuan? Mashi? Rigo looked over and found that the person who spoke to him was Luo Xuan. Luo Xuan and Mo, she have already left the North Forest, haven't they? Montakev. The fighters in battle also heard Rigo's exclamation and looked over, while Kes gasped in surprise. He didn't expect Mo, she to have returned. At that moment, the jungle velociraptor took advantage of Kes's unpreparedness and stomped down on him. Realizing it was too late to dodge, Kes could only close his eyes. Is it really okay to wait for death with eyes closed? Just then, a voice rang in his ear. Kes looked up and saw Luo Xuan using one hand to block the velociraptor's foot. Luo Xuan? Seeing this scene, Kes was dumbfounded. Blocking the velociraptor's foot with one hand. Could this really be a Saiyan? Kes watched as Luo Xuan single-handedly stopped the velociraptor, amazed. Has Luo Xuan really become this strong? Without further delay, Luo Xuan directly grabbed the velociraptor's foot and tossed it aside before drawing the sword from his back. He wanted to test the sharpness of the sword. It would be quite embarrassing if the Zofla people forgot to sharpen it. Hey! Luo Xuan jumped up, then gripped the sword hilt with both hands and struck down directly at the jungle raptor. With no resistance at all, he broke through the jungle raptor's defense and cleaved it in half. Good sword. Although it felt a bit strange, Luo Xuan still thought it was a good sword. Without any hesitation, he made horizontal and diagonal cuts as if slicing fruit, directly chopping the jungle raptor into several pieces. F4 quickly extracted, boom. The energy ball directly blasted the chunks of the jungle raptor into bits. Although it sounds lengthy, Luo Xuan completed all the above actions in a very short time. In simple terms, it was a matter of timing. By the time the jungle raptor was reduced to rubble, Kiss and Rigo had not reacted, while Luo Xuan was already heading towards the second jungle raptor. In no time at all, the 4 jungle raptors that were attacking them were all blasted into pieces, leaving no trace behind. Phew, this really is a good sword. After dealing with the 4 jungle raptors, Luo Xuan also breathed a sigh of relief. He originally thought the sword wouldn't have much power. After all, it was something he had casually exchanged for. He didn't expect it to be capable of breaking the defense of the jungle raptor, known for its strongest defense in the northern forest. This was truly impressive. Rigo and the others were now left dumbfounded. In just one encounter, the 4 jungle raptors were taken out by Luo Xuan. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Moreover, what was that blue light that appeared at the end? It seemed like something they had never seen before. I didn't expect what you exchanged for to be quite sharp. She ignored Rigo and the others. In her eyes, they were merely bystanders, even a bit repulsive. As a Saiyan, being cold-blooded was acceptable, but retreating in the face of danger was simply intolerable. Not bad, I guess. Luo Xuan directly sheathed the sword. Luo Xuan, how did you come back? The 3 Saiyans also walked over. These 3 were naturally the Saiyans who hadn't gone to the South Desert with them. Their combat power was quite good in the North Forest, but if they went to the South Desert, they would likely die very quickly. After all, even high-level warriors could perish there. It was evident that with the emergence of such powerful species, there would definitely be even more formidable entities around. We had some matters to attend to, so we came back here for a while. Luo Xuan said. He did not elaborate, and the 3 intermediate warriors did not ask much either. They understood Luo Xuan's personality. He would definitely say what he wanted to say, and he wouldn't elaborate on things he didn't want to discuss. Mashi, now, JS also reacted, glanced at Mashi, and suddenly found himself somewhat speechless. He thought he would never see Mashi again in this lifetime, but unexpectedly, they were able to meet now. You did well. Unlike some people. Mashi nodded, a bit surprised. This usually quiet JS had quite a bit of courage. Although his strength was somewhat lacking, he did not run away, which gave Mashi a much better impression than those 2 who didn't even have the courage to fight. There was no choice. At that time, even if he ran away, he would still die. JIS shook his head. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid of death, but running away would lead to a quicker death. So it was better to stay and fight. If the 3 of you could come together, perhaps you could buy some more time, but now they didn't dare. Mashi nodded. Indeed, they were in front of the jungle's swift dragon. If they all turned and ran, they might be killed immediately because the speed of that jungle swift dragon was simply too strong. I want to practice with you guys, is that okay? Upon hearing Mashi's words, JS also asked. He regretted not entering the North Forest Center with Luo Xuan before and wondered if it was still too late to join now. You can't keep up with our pace. Mashi shook her head. It wasn't that she disliked JS, but because JS really couldn't keep up with their pace. The opponents they encountered were at least at the level of jungle swift dragons, and JIS simply could not match their speed. Hearing Mashi's words, JIS did not speak. Indeed, he was completely unable to keep up with Mashi and the others. If they encountered a stronger opponent, he would definitely just hold them back and wouldn't be able to fight together. So when can I practice with you? Although he knew he couldn't keep up with Mashi's pace, JIS had no intention of giving up. He now fully believed that as long as he practiced well, he would definitely become stronger. After all, Mashi's combat power was about the same as his before. But now Mashi had become this strong. So he also believed Luo Xuan's words. As long as he trained, he could become stronger, and the Saiyans' pace would not stop. Wait until you can condense an energy ball. Mashi thought for a moment, then stretched out her hand and directly condensed an energy ball. The 2 not far away, Rigo and another, were also surprised to look at Mashi. They initially thought only Luo Xuan could create this thing, but now it seemed Mashi could too. Moreover, hearing Mashi's words meant that the 2 intermediate warriors behind Luo Xuan could also condense this so-called energy ball. How powerful were these 4? Okay, I understand. Looking at the energy ball in Mashi's hand, JS nodded firmly. Although he didn't know how to condense it, he believed in himself. One day he would definitely be able to do it like Mashi. Mashi nodded, regardless of whether JIS could achieve it in the future. At least he had a goal and could continue to grow stronger. JIS, you can't keep up with Mashi. Just stick with us. We also know how to condense, and we'll tell you when the time comes. One of the other 3 Saiyans shouted to JIS. Just now, this guy, despite not being strong, dared to fight the jungle swift dragon, so they felt he was good enough to be their partner. Okay, East nodded. These 3 had once fought alongside Luo Xuan and were also quite strong, so following them wouldn't be a loss. Once we're done here, let's go. Luo Xuan walked up to She reached out and grasped the energy ball, then said. He had been silent until now, since She's issue had been resolved. It was time to leave. The hand that Luo Xuan accidentally revealed also surprised Keith. Just now, he could sense the danger of the energy ball in Mashi's hand. Although he didn't see its power, he instinctively felt that it could easily kill a jungle raptor. However, Luo Xuan directly grasped the energy ball and then spoke to Mashi as if nothing had happened. Mashi nodded. She didn't plan to delay for too long. She was well aware of Luo Xuan's strength, so she wasn't too surprised. Let's go. Luo Xuan nodded, and then led Mo, Shi, and Triza along with them towards the central part of the North Forest. He had no good feelings towards Rigo and the others, so he didn't say much to them. However, he did greet the other 3 Saiyans as they left, and he also nodded to kiss. It was already quite impressive for someone with low battle power to muster the courage to fight against the jungle's swift lizard. So Luo Xuan acknowledged that. "Let's go too, kiss," one Saiyan said as they watched Luo Xuan and the others disappear. Kiss nodded as well, and then directly followed the 3 Saiyans in another direction. This left only Rigo and Hark, who had not said anything while Luo Xuan was there. And now they didn't dare to speak either, just shaking their heads with a bitter smile. Then the 2 exchanged glances and headed towards the outskirts of the North Forest, as they could no longer stay in the central part. If they were discovered by the scorpion tigers, they would surely be unable to fight back. Perhaps they would only be able to battle the colossal tooth beasts on the outskirts for the rest of their lives. "Luo Xuan, what method do you want to use to train your tail?" Mo, she asked curiously. No Saiyan had ever trained their tail before, so it should be quite difficult for Luo Xuan to want to train it now, right? Maybe catch some monkeys by their tails. Or you can grab my tail while I fight Triza, or tie a boulder to my tail to fight the jungle swift lizard. Luo Xuan thought for a moment. Maybe there are many ways, but these few methods are relatively good. Well, these methods are all feasible. After hearing Luo Xuan's words, Teresa also nodded. Tying up the boulder can train the tail, and catching the tail is also a method. Some of these methods are easier, while others are a bit more challenging. Well, as for the specific methods, you can decide. Luo Xuan nodded. These methods were relatively simple. If the tail was caught, he would lose all his strength, but if he trained well, the tail might become another arm. So Luo Xuan had to train his tail well. Otherwise, it would be a hassle. I think finding a monkey to catch the tail is a good idea. Emoshi nodded, agreeing that this method seemed quite good, and it was probably the only practical solution at the moment. Once the tail was caught, there would be no strength at all. If he had to fight against a jungle speed dragon, the probability of getting eaten would be much higher. Moreover, she was a woman, and being caught by a man behind her felt uncomfortable. All right, let's find a monkey then. Luo Xuan had no objections. This method was indeed the most suitable for now. However, where should they go to find the monkeys? In the following days, Luo Xuan and his group kept searching for monkey troops in the northern forest. The jungle raptors they encountered along the way were easily dealt with by them. After all, with their current abilities, it was quite easy to handle the jungle raptors. There were monkeys over there. Finally, after a few days, Luo Xuan and his group found a troop of monkeys in a certain part of the forest, and they quickly became friends with them. Perhaps it was because they both had tails, so they got along well. During this time, Luo Xuan and the monkeys played a tail-grabbing game. At first, it was indeed quite painful. However, after 2 or 3 days, they began to feel that being grabbed by the tail wasn't so painful after all. How does it feel? Luo Xuan was playing with a little monkey by dangling it from his tail, and the little monkey was happily gripping Luo Xuan's tail with both hands. This method seemed quite good. Compared to 3 days ago, she felt that this feeling was really great now. At least now, even if his tail was caught, he had the strength to resist and wouldn't go limp like before. Yes, indeed, this feeling is much stronger than before, and in future battles, he wouldn't have to worry too much about his tail. Teresa also nodded. At first, he had some doubts about whether this method could really train the tail. But now he had his answer. It really could. Now, Teresa's tail was strong enough to lift several little monkeys. Even if it got caught, it was no problem at all. It was important to remember that on the first day, when the monkeys caught his tail, it felt like he was severely injured, and he couldn't muster any strength at all. However, seeing Luo Xuan endure the same situation, he could only grit his teeth and persist. And after holding on, he found the results were quite good. In battles, we should treat our tails as our weapons. While they may be others' weaknesses, we should use them as weapons. Luo Xuan smiled. Although the tail wasn't very powerful, it was still a part of their body. If it could be used like hands and feet, their combat ability would certainly improve significantly. However, it seemed quite difficult to elevate the tail to the same level as hands and feet. Using the tail as a weapon, Montauk Elf found it. Overcoming this weakness was already quite challenging. If one wanted to use it like a weapon, they would need to undergo training even more intense than that for hands and feet. Is it really possible to achieve this? Yes. If the tail could be used like hands and feet, your combat power would likely be stronger. Just like when you fight other Saiyans. They have to be distracted protecting their tails, while you wouldn't need to, and you could even attack them with your tail, which would definitely increase your chances of winning. Luo Xuan explained a sentence. Actually, this was just him talking nonsense, and he didn't know if it would work. A weakness is always a weakness, even if it's overcome. It remains a weakness. However, Luo Xuan wanted to turn this weakness into a weapon, which would certainly be quite difficult to cultivate. All right, I'll listen to you. Montauk Elf nodded. Anyway, as long as it was Luo Xuan who said it, she would follow through, and this time was no different. Next to her, Teresa and Bello also nodded. While Luo Xuan was practicing, the gravity platform outside experienced a small change. Bang! With a loud noise, the area around the gravity platform fell silent for a moment, and then it erupted in chaos. Hiss! Is that really a mid-level warrior? I remember this person was defeated by a low-level warrior last time. How did he become so strong? How did this happen? Watching the high-level warrior who struck the gravity platform with the most powerful stance, everyone felt a bit taken aback. If Luo Xuan were here, he would recognize that this person was the mid-level warrior he had fought against before, who had nearly died at his hands. I will kill you. The high-level warrior got up from the ground and prepared to climb back onto the gravity platform, but he was held back by the people around him. Calm down, Ignaz. You can't beat him. This defeated high-level warrior was Ignaz. He had just returned from the South Desert, only having exhausted a lot of energy without significant injury. After resting for a few days, he planned to come to the gravity platform to continue his training. After all, being defeated by a low-level warrior before had left him quite unhappy, and he happened to see a mid-level warrior showing off here. So he directly climbed the gravity platform to knock this mid-level warrior down. The result was that after a few exchanges with this mid-level warrior, he was directly knocked off the platform. This was hard for Ignaz to accept. In just a few days, he had been defeated once by a low-level warrior and once by a mid-level warrior. But there was nothing he could do. Ignaz knew that there was no chance of winning in this battle. He had just been completely suppressed. Even when fighting that low-level warrior, he hadn't felt like this. Hee. Lin, aren't you going to tell me where that low-level warrior ran off to? The mid-level warrior ignored Ignaz and looked towards Lin at the back of the gravity platform. He could never forget the low-level warrior who had nearly beaten him to death, but it was also because of that low-level warrior that he had his current strength. After his injuries were treated, he found that his strength had actually increased a lot. He thought of many reasons and finally concluded that it was due to being treated after being severely injured that caused this change. After that, he tried it out and found it really worked. He was almost ecstatic and kept getting himself severely injured to be treated. After spending all his savings, he had become so strong. If you want to know where he went, challenge me, and I'll tell you. Lin's tone was very calm. Although she didn't know why this mid-level warrior had become so strong, she wasn't that easy to defeat either. Hee, I will challenge you. The mid-level warrior chuckled and walked towards another gravity platform. He had already challenged several gravity platforms. He could solve each one in just a few moves before heading to the next. However, the gravity platforms here had stronger opponents the further back they were. So it would take him some time to challenge his way to Lin. If any of you are scared, just let them pass. Lin said to the other Saiyans. Hee, we Saiyans never surrender without a fight. A high-level warrior said. Although this mid-level warrior was strong, they still wanted to test just how strong he was. That's right. Another high-level warrior, a female fighter, nodded. This guy's strength was indeed impressive, but they were not weak either. They had to at least fight a little. Lin nodded and didn't say more, just pondering why this person had become so powerful. All right, since you all want to fight, I'll take them on. After resolving another high-level warrior, the mid-level warrior nodded and walked towards another gravity platform. In the crowd, Sate saw this scene and frowned, then left the crowd and headed towards the North Forest. Meanwhile, Luo Xuan and the others were completely unaware of what was happening outside and were still training in the North Forest. Rigo, just in time to run into you. Have you seen Luo Xuan? Sate had just arrived at the North Forest when he encountered Rigo and Hake, who were preparing to leave the North Forest. Luo Xuan, you should be inside the North Forest. Rigo glanced at Sate and said weakly, Inside? That's the domain of the jungle swift dragons. Why didn't you stop him? Hearing that Luo Xuan had entered the inner North Forest, Sate was stunned and said excitedly, the jungle swift dragons in the inner North Forest were dangerous. He would have to go around them. So how did Luo Xuan get there? Stop him? With his current strength, who can stop him? Hake spoke up before Sate could finish. What do you mean? Sate was also taken aback. Hake usually loved to boast and couldn't beat anyone. But now he was saying something like this for a reason. Luo Xuan's current strength was far beyond before. He single-handedly killed over 100 scorpion tigers and took only a few minutes to deal with 4 jungle swift dragons. He had just returned from the South Desert a few days ago, saying he had some matters to attend to in the North Forest. Rigo spoke weakly, surprised as he recounted these events, but there was nothing they could do. This was the reality. single-handedly killed over 100 scorpion tigers, dealt with 4 jungle swift dragons in a few minutes, returned safely from the South Desert. Are you talking about the same person? Sate's mind was in a whirl. Could this really be Luo Xuan? The one who'd been nearly killed by a mid-level warrior, the one he had saved? Can you contact Luo Xuan now? Or tell me how I can find him? I have something urgent. Sate hesitated for a moment and then asked anxiously. Previously, he wanted to warn Luo Xuan to stay as far away as possible, but now he felt that Luo Xuan's strength seemed to be a bit different. So he needed to find him first. We don't know exactly where he is in the inner North Forest. Rigo shook his head. They didn't know where Luo Xuan had gone, only a rough location. Then I'll go in and look for him myself. With no other choice, Sate decided to enter and search for him. Whether or not he could find him would depend on luck, as he also had to be careful of encountering any scorpion tigers. Although he had made some gains at the gravity platform over the past month, he hadn't become too strong. As for the jungle swift dragons, he could only deal with 1 at most. Encountering 2 would mean he had to run. He initially thought that Luo Xuan was still fighting the fang-toothed giant beasts on the outskirts of the North Forest, but it turned out he had already gone deep inside. The events happening outside were unknown to Luo Xuan and the others. They were in the central area of the North Forest, dragging heavy objects with their tails while battling the jungle raptors. Bang! With a loud noise, the last jungle raptor fell to the ground. Phew! This battle was really not that easy. Next up is you, Luo Xuan. That's how they operated. One person fought while the other 2, without heavy loads on their tails, stood by to protect in case of any accidents. Luo Xuan originally wanted to go in a battle, but suddenly felt 5 auras approaching from this direction. One of the auras seemed a bit familiar. It appeared to be Keith and the others. What's wrong, Luo Xuan? Mashi walked over and asked. She didn't sense any auras, but Luo Xian's expression told her that something was happening. Someone was coming this way, and it seemed to be Keith and the others. Luo Xuan did not hide anything. Although he didn't mention the anger, he wouldn't conceal anything either. After all, there was nothing to hide about such matters. Chris? Are the 4 of them coming to the interior of the northern forest? After hearing Luo Xian's words, Mashi was also taken aback. Chris and the others were okay in the central part of the northern forest, but coming to the interior wouldn't be suitable for them. There should be 5 people. I don't know who the other one is, but whatever, I'll deal with this jungle raptor first. Luo Xuan said as he directly wrapped a wooden stump with his tail and then headed towards the jungle velociraptor. While Luo Xuan was fighting the jungle velociraptor, Kiss and the others also appeared in this area. Luo Xuan was fighting over there. A Saiyan saw Luo Xuan, and although there was a large tree behind him, he could still tell it was Luo Xuan. Is that really Luo Xuan? Shate looked at the person who was directly overpowering the jungle velociraptor and couldn't imagine that he was that low-level warrior. In the North Forest, apart from Luo Xuan, there was no one else who could dominate the jungle velociraptor like this. Let's go over. With them here, we don't need to be careful about those jungle velociraptors. It wasn't easy for them to come to the interior of the North Forest. They encountered quite a few jungle velociraptors along the way. However, they definitely didn't provoke them and just hid instead. In the end, it took them more than a day to arrive here. As soon as they appeared, Mashi and the others became alert, but when they saw it was indeed Kiss and the others, they relaxed their guard. How did you guys get here? Belu looked at the 3 Saiyans and asked. These 3 used to follow him, so there must be a reason for them to come into the interior of the North Forest. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't dare to come in. This person wanted to find Luo Xuan. He said Luo Xian's woman is in danger. When a man spoke, he glanced at Shate beside him, and his expression was a bit strange. Although he didn't really believe this person's words, it seemed that this person was somewhat familiar with Kiss. So Kiss agreed to bring him over, which was why so many people came together. Luo Xian's woman? Mashi had a strange expression when he heard this. Looking at Luo Xuan, this guy has a woman? How come I've never heard him mention it? Luo Xuan, stop fighting. Lin might be in danger. Shate didn't care about Mashi and the others, instead shouting towards Luo Xuan. Then he saw the large trunk behind Luo Xuan suddenly fall down. Luo Xuan then shot forward like an arrow, heading towards the jungle velociraptor. He moved extremely fast, and after a leap, the jungle velociraptor fell to the ground. Unable to get up, Luo Xuan also disappeared from his original spot, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Shate. Uncle Shate? What happened to Lin? When Luo Xuan saw Shate, he was also taken aback, not expecting that the final opponent would be Shate. However, he didn't dwell on it and directly asked, with Lin's strength being so powerful, how could there be any danger? Do you remember the intermediate warrior you defeated before? For some reason, his strength has skyrocketed, and he is now challenging the gravity platform, demanding Lin to reveal where you are. Shate gave a brief explanation. Strength skyrocketing? Luo Xuan murmured to himself, then exchanged a glance with Mo Shi. The two of them understood what was going on. The Saiyans' inexplicable surge in power should be due to being on the brink of death and then being revived. It seemed that the mid-level warrior was the same, and it was unclear how many times he had been revived. So what about Lin now? Has she been defeated? Luo Xuan is quite concerned about this issue. Has Lin been defeated? I don't know about that. When I arrived, he had just defeated Ignatz, who is also a high-level warrior with decent strength. But he was easily dealt with. Sheikh shook his head. He had only seen this place before coming to find Luo Xuan, originally planning to let Luo Xuan escape. However, now, seeing Luo Xuan's strength, he seems to have strong combat abilities, so he is a bit hesitant. Ignatz, that despicable little man, has been defeated? Teresa is also a bit surprised. Ignatz's combat power is definitely above his, and he didn't expect him to be easily defeated. A despicable little man? Have you seen him before? Then you should know his strength. Tell Luo Xuan about it. Sheikh doesn't know Teresa, but since the other party knows Ignatz, he can explain it to Luo Xuan in detail. No need for me to say. That guy's fought with Luo Xuan, but was defeated by him. Teresa shook his head. He didn't mention what happened afterward, as it involves the magic beans. Upon hearing this, Sheikh and several Saiyans were dumbfounded. Luo Xuan actually fought Ignatz and defeated him, and he is a high-level warrior. Leaving that aside, we need to hurry back. I don't know where he is challenged now. Luo Xuan frowned. Ignatz's combat power was above 8,000, and a mid-level warrior could easily defeat him, with their combat power estimated to be over 10,000. The last time Luo Xuan had a combat power of over 8,000, he also couldn't win that quickly against him. Well, I have spent 2 days coming here, but fortunately, I met Keith. The higher the gravity platform, the stronger the combat power, so we still have time to go out now. Sheikh didn't know why, clearly coming to help Luo Xuan escape, but ended up wanting to take Luo Xuan to the gravity platform. Perhaps it was because he heard Teresa say that Luo Xuan could fight against high-level warriors, and just now, when Luo Xuan killed the jungle swift dragon, he only used one move, and that was a jungle swift dragon that could fight against high-level warriors. So now, Sheikh seems to have ignited a bit of confidence in Luo Xuan. Luo Xuan, that person should be. Mashi walked alongside Luo Xuan and asked in a low voice. She had just learned the reason why that person suddenly exploded with power, probably due to something. Well, it's very likely, and they should have tried many times. However, this kind of power is nowhere near as good as what one cultivates themselves. Therefore, in a situation where the combat power is similar, he would undoubtedly lose. Even if his combat power is a bit lower, he should still be able to defeat him. Luo Xuan nodded. He also understood that the person must have been injured and, after treatment, discovered changes in their body. Moreover, they were the type to grit their teeth and try again, which led to the current situation. If it were another Saiyan, even if they discovered this, they wouldn't allow themselves to be beaten half to death just to enhance their combat power through treatment. Unless they were truly cornered with no way out. They definitely wouldn't use this method to increase their combat strength. That intermediate warrior clearly couldn't bear being defeated by a low-level warrior, which is why today's incident happened. Well, are you confident? Mashi nodded. She had also experienced an increase in strength after treatment and naturally knew what that kind of power growth felt like. I don't know. Without seeing him, I can't determine that guy's combat power. Luo Xuan shook his head. He had never seen that intermediate warrior and had no idea what his current combat power was. So, he couldn't determine whether he could defeat him. He hoped the guy wouldn't become too powerful. Otherwise, his twisted mentality would surely bring unnecessary trouble to this world. The group headed towards the outskirts of the northern forest. Meanwhile, on the gravity platform, Lin had also begun her battle with the intermediate warrior. Are you really not going to reveal the whereabouts of that low-level warrior? The intermediate warrior asked. If you defeat me, I will naturally tell you. Lin replied faintly, still not revealing where Luo Xuan had gone. She was somewhat surprised that this person could make it this far, but she wouldn't simply admit defeat. All right, since you're so intent on protecting him, I'll have to defeat you first. The intermediate warrior attacked without any hesitation. Lin's expression grew serious. To have defeated those advanced warriors before, this one must be quite strong, and she wondered if she could win. However, at this moment, she had to engage in battle. Otherwise, if all the advanced warriors were defeated by this guy, it would be truly embarrassing. Hey! With a low shout, Lin engaged in battle with the intermediate warrior. Their combat powers were not weak, but it was clear that Lin could only defend and was somewhat at a disadvantage. However, her battle experience was far richer than that of the intermediate warrior, so she managed to cope. Bang! The two exchanged blows in a fierce battle. Lin's wealth of experience made her uncertain if she could win against the intermediate warrior. An advanced warrior who had been defeated watched the battle on the gravity platform. Having fought against the intermediate warrior himself, he knew his strength. Although he lacked experience, his combat power was formidable. Now, while Lin was able to match him due to her experience, defeating him would not be easy. Well, this guy was defeated by a low-level warrior before, and now he's become so strong. Do you know why? An advanced warrior nodded. He had also tried to defeat that guy using combat experience, but it was impossible. Their power gap was too vast, and he was ultimately defeated. I don't know. Another advanced warrior shook his head, completely unaware of why he had suddenly become so strong. However, observing his lack of battle experience, it seemed that his combat power wasn't cultivated through training. Although they didn't know how his power had suddenly increased, advanced warriors were perceptive. Despite this guy's strong combat power, he lacked experience, and even an ordinary intermediate warrior had more experience than him. Thus, his strength must not have come from training. Perhaps he made some deal with the Zofla people to change something. After all, their technology should make achieving this not too difficult. Well, I didn't expect to be defeated by such a person. The previously defeated advanced warrior said angrily. He was defeated by someone whose power was enhanced through other means, which was simply humiliating. Yeah, another advanced warrior nodded helplessly. If they had been defeated by someone who trained, they would have no complaints. However, it was clear that this guy's combat power had been forcefully enhanced. It wasn't true strength at all. Bang! Bang! The two on the gravity platform continued to exchange blows, and the battle was intense, with no clear winner yet. However, it was evident that Lin was showing signs of fatigue. Although her battle experience was extensive, facing someone with much stronger combat power required a lot of stamina for her to barely hold on. If this continued, Lin might lose. An advanced warrior glanced at her and shook his head. If this continued, Lin might lose to that intermediate warrior. Yes, the power gap between the two is too great. I really didn't expect that we would all lose to that intermediate warrior. Another advanced warrior shook his head helplessly. They never anticipated that their once proud talents as advanced warriors would be completely crushed by an intermediate warrior. They didn't know how this intermediate warrior had increased his combat power. If they did, they might scoff at it, as even King Vegeta did not think of using such methods to enhance his strength when facing Frieza. Lin is going to lose. Bang! After another punch, Lin was sent flying, and the intermediate warrior rushed past her. If you don't speak now, I'll just cripple you. The intermediate warrior sneered. Ha! Just a guy who enhances his power through unsavory means, Lin thought during the fight, fully aware that this guy's power was just forcefully enhanced, and his combat experience was insufficient. That is still strength, Dai. The intermediate warrior was enraged by Lin's words. Bang! In the next moment, the intermediate warrior was sent flying. I heard you were looking for me? A calm male voice echoed. I heard you were looking for me? Just as the intermediate warrior was kicked away, a male voice rang out on the gravity platform. Everyone looked over and saw a young man with a large sword standing on the gravity platform. It was he who had kicked the intermediate warrior away. Luo Xuan, why are you here? Hurry and leave. That guy wants to kill you. Lin was surprised to see Luo Xuan. She hadn't expected him to return, but she quickly realized that having a low-level warrior back was of no use and immediately urged him to leave. Take this. Luo Xuan handed a fairy bean to Lin and urged her to eat it. Seeing the bean in Luo Xian's hand, Lin felt it was strange to eat a bean at this moment. However, when she saw the look in Luo Xian's eyes, she hesitated for a moment, but then directly swallowed it. After eating the fairy bean, Lin immediately felt her stamina restored, and the injuries caused by the recent battle had also disappeared without a trace. What a magical bean. Lin only remarked this and did not ask Luo Xuan where he got the bean. Well, I'll take care of the next things. Luo Xuan nodded. He had just detected the intermediate warrior's combat power with the detector, which was at 18,238, very strong, even surpassing his own. However, he also realized that the intermediate warrior's combat power was completely derived from a near-death revival. Thus, his combat experience was insufficient, but his strength was far superior to Lin's. Lin's combat power was only 12,772, and she could only hold her ground due to her rich combat experience. That guy is no longer the same intermediate warrior from before. He must have used some method to significantly increase his combat power. If you go, it would just be a death sentence. Lin shook her head. If she couldn't defeat that intermediate warrior, what could Luo Xuan do? If I can defeat him once, I can naturally defeat him a second time. Luo Xuan smiled and said, although his combat power was not as strong as that intermediate warrior, when it really came down to a fight, the outcome was uncertain. Are you sure you want to fight that guy? Lin frowned. During their first battle, she had seen Luo Xuan's confidence, and he did indeed defeat that intermediate warrior. This time, he was just as confident. Could he really be that sure? It was impossible, right? A low-level warrior couldn't possibly grow to that level in just over a month. Don't worry, Luo Xuan nodded, then turned around to look at the intermediate warrior not far away. You finally dare to show up? Did you see that? These high-level warriors are all my defeated opponents. However, the humiliation you gave me back then, I still can't forget it. It seems that I can only kill you to make me forget the past. The intermediate warrior also chuckled, although he had just been kicked away by Luo Xuan. He wasn't really hurt. I understand. Then let's go, Luo Xuan said calmly, but only those who knew him could tell that he was very angry. Very well. The intermediate warrior was also very furious to see that Luo Xuan was not surprised at all. He had defeated so many high-level warriors, and originally thought this guy would be scared to death. But now it seemed that he was not surprised at all. Luo Xuan. Lin glanced at Luo Xuan, but did not say anything more. Perhaps this low-level warrior could create another miracle. Luo Xuan did not say much. He simply took the sword off his back and threw it to Mo Shi. Lin took a glance and then stepped down from the gravity platform, letting Luo Xuan give it a try. If it really didn't work, her stamina had already recovered, and saving Luo Xuan should be no problem. Very well. The intermediate warrior nodded and then disappeared from the spot. Such speed. The surrounding Saiyans saw the intermediate warrior vanish. Even high-level warriors could only catch a glimpse of some traces. Everyone was astonished because during the battle, the gravity of the platform had already been turned off, allowing speed to be maximized. And Luo Xuan himself had also turned off his gravity system, so his strength was already somewhat uneven. If he used the gravity system again, he might really lose. Disappear? For Luo Xuan, who could sense the presence of energy, there was no such thing as disappearing. This high-speed movement still left traces for him to follow. The intermediate warrior reappeared directly behind Luo Xuan, his right hand's finger pointed straight at Luo Xuan's heart. Just as everyone thought Luo Xuan was about to be splattered with blood, they discovered that although the intermediate warrior's hand passed through Luo Xuan's body, there was not a single drop of blood. Another one of these tricks? It was Ignaz speaking. He had also been tricked by this move when he battled Luo Xuan earlier. Was that an afterimage? Lin was somewhat surprised. What Luo Xuan left behind was an afterimage, meaning he had disappeared entirely. Disappeared? Did the low-level warrior also vanish? The surrounding high-level warriors were even more astonished upon seeing this. They knew that the intermediate warrior was very strong, having defeated all the high-level warriors present. But who was this Luo Xuan? Just a low-level warrior. Yet the speed he displayed was far beyond what they could match. This had dealt a significant blow to them. When did intermediate warriors and low-level warriors become this strong? Disappeared? How could his speed be so fast? The intermediate warrior was also somewhat surprised. How could this low-level warrior be so quick? He had initially wanted to kill him with one strike, but ended up escaping instead. However, he wasn't too bad either on the gravity platform. He strained his eyes trying to see Luo Xuan's trajectory, but he saw nothing at all. Bang! At that moment, Luo Xuan appeared directly in front of the intermediate warrior, throwing a punch at him. But the intermediate warrior reacted quickly as well, crossing his arms to guard in front of him, directly blocking Luo Xuan's attack, though he was pushed back several steps. Damn! Knowing that his speed was no match for Luo Xuan, the intermediate warrior gave up on the thought of defeating him with one blow and attacked directly. In his mind, this guy's speed might be stronger than his, but his combat power was definitely inferior, so he planned to crush Luo Xuan with sheer strength. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Having defeated so many high-level warriors, how could he not win against a low-level warrior? The people below the gravity platform were also very surprised, not expecting this low-level warrior to be so powerful. This was the low-level warrior who had previously defeated the intermediate warrior, right? At this moment, someone also recognized Luo Xuan. It seemed to be him, that low-level warrior. His combat power had become so strong. One Saiyan who had previously seen Luo Xuan defeat the intermediate warrior nodded. He remembered it vividly because he had been so astonished at the time. They really didn't know how he had trained. A low-level warrior also felt a bit emotional, as one was an intermediate warrior who had defeated all the high-level warriors, while the other was a low-level warrior comparable to that intermediate warrior. I heard the high-level warriors over there say that the strength of this intermediate warrior was not achieved through his own training, as his combat experience was only about the same as some intermediate warriors. A nearby Saiyan, clearly having heard the previous conversation among several high-level warriors, was now able to articulate some insights. So that is how it is. Could the low-level warrior be the same? If so, then their battle would be precarious. The previous low-level warrior asked. That is hard to say. The Saiyan shook his head. He hadn't heard those high-level warriors discuss it, so he had no idea. Meanwhile, on the high-level warrior side, seeing that both Luo Xuan and the intermediate warrior had similar speeds, they frowned. Could this low-level warrior have forcibly enhanced his strength? Only a few people like Emoshi knew that Luo Xuan's strength was not forcibly enhanced, even if he had forcibly enhanced it once. Subsequent training had solidified that enhanced strength. Therefore, Luo Xuan's combat experience was comparable to, or even stronger than, those high-level warriors. The intermediate warrior attacked Luo Xuan without any hesitation. He threw a punch directly at Luo Xuan. Luo Xuan's lips curled slightly. A head-on fight? Just what I wanted. Luo Xuan's speed cannot be considered fast, but when it comes to direct combat, he is not afraid at all of this intermediate warrior who has forcibly increased their strength and has not yet solidified their training before coming to challenge the gravity platform. Hey! Luo Xuan also threw a punch, which coincidentally met the punch of the intermediate warrior. Bang! The fists of both collided, producing a dull sound. Their combat power was quite equal, so both took a few steps back from the impact. Damn it! The intermediate warrior thought he could knock Luo Xuan out of the gravity platform with a single punch, just like he had been at that time. However, he did not expect that Luo Xuan would catch his punch. He had reached his current combat power after several near-death experiences. How could this low-level warrior achieve that? Did he also discover that secret? Impossible. Even if the low-level warrior had discovered that secret, it would be impossible for him to become this strong. The intermediate warrior had exhausted all his savings to reach this level. How could a low-level warrior have savings? However, if he had to believe that this was the result of Luo Xuan's training, he would rather believe that Luo Xuan had enhanced his strength after discovering such a secret. So he had little hesitation. Since it was a forcibly enhanced strength, it must be similar to his own, lacking in combat experience. So he had nothing to fear. He wanted to use his own combat experience to defeat Luo Xuan, this low-level warrior with forcibly enhanced strength. He kicked directly at Luo Xuan, who did not hesitate at all and blocked the kick, then countered with a kick that sent the intermediate warrior flying. This feeling was really unpleasant. He clearly thought he could crush him, but now he couldn't and even felt a bit crush himself. After that, the two engaged in a back-and-forth battle, exchanging punches and kicks, sometimes at high speed. Only those high-level warriors could see clearly. The other Saiyans couldn't see at all. Bang! At this moment, Luo Xuan was kicked away. This was the first time he had been kicked away. Indeed, combat power was crucial. The intermediate warrior's combat experience wasn't very strong, but his combat power was much greater than Luo Xuan's. If they continued fighting, Luo Xuan might really be defeated. After all, if the fight went on, the intermediate warrior's richer combat experience would make him more adaptable to the current battle, which could be very unfavorable for Luo Xuan. Now I'm going to defeat you. The intermediate warrior was quite pleased to have kicked Luo Xuan away for the first time. After all, this was the first time he had managed to kick this low-level warrior away. Meanwhile, Lin, who was below the gravity platform, frowned. She was surprised when she saw Luo Xuan fighting. His combat power and experience were both good, and she originally thought he was guaranteed to win. But now it seemed that Luo Xuan's combat power was still not as strong as that of the intermediate warrior. The combat power of that low-level warrior was not forcibly enhanced. His combat experience was not much worse than theirs. However, if the battle continued, he might truly be unable to win. A high-level warrior also noticed that Luo Xuan's strength was not directly enhanced. Although Luo Xuan had fallen into danger several times during the fight, he had easily resolved those situations. Therefore, this was not a case of forcibly enhanced strength. The low-level warrior's combat experience was also seasoned, and his strikes were fierce, honed through constant brushes with death. However, the intermediate warrior was still much stronger in terms of combat power than Luo Xuan. So this was the most unfavorable situation for Luo Xuan. If there was no way to quickly resolve this, he would also lose. Another high-level warrior nodded in agreement, although they were reluctant to admit it. They recognized Luo Xuan as a strong low-level warrior. Some high-level warriors here had not lasted as long as Luo Xuan. This meant that the low-level warrior was indeed much stronger than the high-level warriors present. Thus, they had to accept the fact that Luo Xuan was stronger than they were. Among the crowd, Ignaz was quite surprised when he saw Luo Xuan appear, not expecting him to recover from such serious injuries. Moreover, the most important thing was that Luo Xuan's combat power seemed to have increased significantly. Ignaz now regretted grabbing Luo Xuan's tail earlier. Luo Xuan's battle with the intermediate warrior is still ongoing. and their strengths are almost evenly matched. Therefore, it is difficult to determine a winner at the moment. Oomph. Your combat experience is quite good, but your fighting power is far from mine. The intermediate warrior snorted coldly, now realizing that Luo Xuan's combat experience should be stronger than his. However, his fighting power is not as great. As long as he persists, he is sure he can defeat Luo Xuan. Is that so? Luo Xuan retorted and then took the initiative to strike first. This was the first time Luo Xuan had attacked first. Although he had just been in a battle, it was always the intermediate warrior who made the first move. Luo Xuan had mostly been on the defensive and counterattacking, but now he was the one to initiate. It seemed that Luo Xuan was confident of winning. Teresa, seeing Luo Xuan take the first action, quietly remarked. Having spent a long time with Luo Xuan, she understood his temperament. If he wasn't confident about something, he would never take the first move. Usually, he would just probe a little, treating it as a warm-up. It appeared that Luo Xuan's warm-up was already over, and it was time for him to counterattack. He moved directly in front of the intermediate warrior and threw a punch at him. However, it was dodged, but Luo Xuan showed no signs of stopping and directly attacked with his elbow. Although the intermediate warrior had strong combat power, Luo Xuan's reaction ability was slightly better. So, just as his elbow was about to reach the intermediate warrior's body and was about to be blocked, Luo Xuan disappeared directly, and when he reappeared, he was already behind that intermediate warrior. At that moment, his strike landed squarely on the back of the intermediate warrior, sending him flying. Then Luo Xuan disappeared again, and when he reappeared, he was right next to the intermediate warrior, his hands interlocked like he was playing volleyball, directly sending the intermediate warrior flying back again. After that, Luo Xuan did not pause at all, disappeared once more. When he reappeared, he was actually at the spot where the intermediate warrior was about to land. Get up there, Luo Xuan said softly, then used both hands with force to push the intermediate warrior into the sky. After glancing at the intermediate warrior flying up, Luo Xuan jumped up directly and quickly caught up with the ascending intermediate warrior, then transformed his right hand from a fist to a palm and struck directly at the intermediate warrior. Bang! The intermediate warrior crashed down hard onto the gravity platform. Luo Xuan also landed steadily on the gravity platform, looking at the intermediate warrior lying there with indifferent eyes. What just happened? The intermediate warrior didn't even have time to see what happened. He just saw himself flying around on the gravity platform before crashing down. The speed could actually be this fast. It seemed T used his full strength just now. An advanced warrior also noticed that Luo Xuan hadn't used his full strength before. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for him to become this strong so suddenly. He was probably just testing the waters. Another advanced warrior nodded. He almost couldn't keep up with Luo Xuan's speed just now, and he was an advanced warrior. Yet, he couldn't even match Luo Xuan's movement speed. In a fight, he would definitely be defeated. After all, if he couldn't keep up with Luo Xuan's speed, it would be equivalent to having no chance to react. Don't hesitate, just take him out. At this moment, someone shouted. It was a female Saiyan who had been defeated earlier. Now seeing the intermediate warrior lying there motionless, she decided to take action and kill him, thinking it would be no problem. However, Luo Xuan seemed to be oblivious to this shout, only staring at the intermediate warrior on the gravity platform. He knew that this intermediate warrior wouldn't be so easy to deal with. If it were that easy, all the advanced warriors here wouldn't have been defeated by this intermediate warrior. Hehe, I didn't expect your speed to reach such a level. It seems I should also use all my strength to fight you. At that moment, the intermediate warrior stood up, looking at Luo Xuan, wiping the corner of his mouth, as Luo Xuan's attack had caused blood to spill from his lips. All your strength? Hearing this, Luo Xuan wasn't too surprised, but the people below the gravity platform were all astonished. Could it be that this intermediate warrior hadn't used all his strength in the previous battle? Is this a joke? If that's the case, then these advanced warriors would be embarrassed. They thought he had used all his strength, but in reality, he hadn't even gone all out and still defeated them. Lin also frowned. Was this guy just putting on a show? During the battle, just now, it clearly felt like he had already exerted all his power. But why was he saying he would use all his strength now? He should have used all his strength from the beginning. Luo Xuan said he had long known that with a combat power exceeding 10,000, it was impossible for him to have such a low level of combat power. This meant that the intermediate warrior had indeed not used his full strength. Hehe, and let me show you what terror is. The intermediate warrior chuckled and then moved towards Luo Xuan. When he reached Luo Xuan, a flash of light appeared in his hand, and he threw an energy ball directly at Luo Xuan, followed by a series of energy balls thrown at him. Even the high-level warriors were somewhat shocked. They could all condense energy balls, but they had never seen anyone condense so many energy balls so quickly. However, at this moment, they were also a bit worried about Luo Xuan. As a low-level warrior, they were unsure if he could condense energy balls. If not, they would lose this battle. Only Ignaz and a few others knew that Luo Xuan could not only condense energy balls, but his speed of condensation was much faster than that of the intermediate warrior. Boom! All the energy balls exploded in an instant, completely engulfing Luo Xuan. Luo Xuan, Lin called out softly. She knew how powerful those energy balls were. If she were bombarded by so many energy balls, it would be quite unbearable. Luo Xuan is a low-level warrior, being bombarded by so many energy balls. I wonder what will happen. You haven't seen this move before, have you? This is the intermediate warrior said with a smirk, but halfway through his words, it was as if someone had cut him off, and he looked at Luo Xuan in terror. Luo Xuan not only emerged unscathed from the recent explosion, but he was also surrounded by a cluster of energy balls. The intermediate warrior stared blankly at the energy balls circling around Luo Xuan. This is impossible. How could a low-level warrior achieve this? He instantly felt a sense of collapse. He had originally thought this was a technique he created that no one else could use. But now, on the very first use, his opponent was able to utilize it. What on earth is happening? The advanced warriors watching this scene were also astonished. Luo Xuan could actually condense so many energy balls? How much energy must he possess to do this? Did you enjoy your moment just now? Well, now it's my turn, Luo Xuan said. If the opponent hadn't used the energy balls just now, he wouldn't have wanted to use them either. But now that the opponent had started using them, he had no reservations. Although intermediate warriors could condense many energy balls, having a large quantity did not mean greater power. On the contrary, the more energy balls an intermediate warrior condensed, the more their power was greatly reduced. Therefore, when they flew towards Luo Xuan, he used energy balls to counter some of them, while he directly blocked others with his body. This was why Luo Xuan appeared somewhat disheveled, but he wasn't injured, and the energy consumption was minimal. After all, he wasn't desperately condensing them. He was using a shortcut to quickly and efficiently condense powerful energy balls with low consumption. Go! Luo Xuan did not hesitate any longer and directly threw all the energy balls at the intermediate warrior. Hif. Do you think I would just stand there and get hit like you? The intermediate warrior chuckled, then disappeared from his original spot, while the energy balls flew to where he had just been. Luo Xuan snorted coldly and then directly threw the energy ball at the intermediate warrior. The intermediate warrior dodged left and right, evading all the energy balls. How is it? The consumption of that energy ball should be quite significant for you, right? Not dodging my energy ball just now was your biggest mistake. Although I also consumed quite a bit, at least I managed to injure you. And you? You wasted so many energy balls for nothing. The intermediate warrior chuckled. Although his energy balls didn't kill Luo Xuan, they did manage to exhaust him. While Luo Xian's attacks had no effect on him at all. Oh really? Luo Xuan showed no signs of panic. Instead, he looked at the intermediate warrior. Originally, his 5 fingers were spread out towards the intermediate warrior, and he made a grabbing motion. How'd he do that? So impressive. In the moment when Luo Xuan grabbed down, all the onlooking Saiyans were stunned, as if they had never seen such a move before. Only that intermediate warrior looked confused, wondering what was happening. However, he noticed that everyone was looking in his direction, and after hesitating for a moment, he turned to look behind him. Then he discovered that the energy balls he had just dodged were all behind him, completely blocking his escape route. By the time he realized it, the energy balls had surrounded him, and all the energy balls crashed into him, exploding in an instant. What a powerful technique. An advanced warrior nodded in approval at this scene, although he could also gather a large number of energy balls. He had never seen anyone control them from such a distance after they left the body. He knew he wouldn't be able to achieve such a feat, yes. I definitely can't do it. How did this low-level warrior train? Although he was still a bit weaker than that intermediate warrior in terms of combat power, his battle experience and talent were far superior. Another advanced warrior also nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the intermediate warrior's battle talent was significantly inferior to Luo Xuan's. Lin, who was watching, also nodded, feeling the most emotional. Just previously on this gravity platform, she had only used 30 of her strength to defeat Luo Xuan. But now, Luo Xuan had already surpassed her. That intermediate warrior must be seriously injured after being engulfed by so many energy balls, right? An intermediate warrior looking at the dense energy balls felt goosebumps all over. If he were hit by so many energy balls, he definitely wouldn't be able to get up. However, that intermediate warrior's combat power was so strong. Perhaps he was just injured? As the dust settled, everyone saw the situation inside. But they were all stunned to find that the intermediate warrior was completely unharmed. How is this possible? An advanced warrior exclaimed. No matter how strong one is, being bombarded by so many energy balls should result in at least some damage, not to mention that his clothes were intact. The contrast was stark. Although Luo Xuan was uninjured, he looked quite disheveled, while the intermediate warrior showed no signs of distress at all. What is that? Someone with sharp eyes noticed that there was a faint light circle around the intermediate warrior, which was not something a Saiyan could possess. It resembled the defensive shield of the Zofurians. An advanced Saiyan, who had dealt with the Zofurians before, frowned upon seeing this. He knew that the Zofurians had some technologies that included defensive shields, which even energy balls could not penetrate. Indeed, this was the Zofurian-esque defensive shield, and it appeared to be implanted directly into the body. Another advanced warrior nodded in confirmation. He had seen such things before, as many Zofurians had defensive warriors. Although their combat power was not strong, their technology was advanced. He had previously witnessed Zofurians implanting these defensive shields into their bodies, which could be activated during an attack. This meant that the intermediate warrior was no longer considered a true Saiyan. Another person reacted upon hearing the two of them. In the eyes of Saiyans, modified Saiyans could not be regarded as true Saiyans at all. Suddenly, many people began to discuss this matter, and the area around the gravity platform was buzzing with chatter. Hee, as long as I can defeat you all, whether I'm a Saiyan or not is up to me to decide. These words also reached the ears of the intermediate warrior, who was instantly enraged. He hadn't planned to expose himself, but there was no choice. Given the number of energy balls just now, with his defensive strength, he would definitely be seriously injured. At that point, he would have no chance against this low-level warrior. Therefore, at this last moment, he directly activated the defensive shield. Luo Xuan watched as he opened the defensive shield, and he was momentarily stunned, but soon reacted. This guy shouldn't have improved his strength solely by resurrecting on the edge of death. This intermediate warrior is likely modified. Could it be that the Zoful people possess the technology for modification? This situation reminded Luo Xuan of another possibility: artificial humans. Could it be that the Zoful people already have the technology for creating artificial humans? Artificial humans are directly based on humans and modified accordingly. And this intermediate warrior seems to be one of them. After being modified by the Zoful people, you are no longer a Saiyan. You don't have the right to be here. At that moment, a high-ranking warrior shouted at the intermediate warrior. I don't have the right to be here. If you have the ability, come up and knock me down, then throw me out. Hearing the high-ranking warrior's words, the intermediate Saiyan only chuckled and said. When the high-ranking warrior heard this, he also lost his confidence. He had indeed fought this intermediate warrior before. However, he had no chance of winning and was completely suppressed by the intermediate warrior. With his combat experience, he could hold on for a moment, but only for a moment. Haha, you defeated subordinates. What right do you have to speak to me? You think I'm modified and not fit to be a Saiyan? Then step forward and settle this with me. As long as you can defeat me, do whatever you want. Otherwise, just shut up and behave. Seeing that the Saiyan was silent, the intermediate warrior burst into laughter. Although he had indeed been modified, in terms of combat power, only Luo Xuan could fight him here. To him, everyone else was insignificant, so he had no worries at all. Since I've been exposed now, I won't hide anymore. Next, let me show you just how terrifying I am. Noticing that no one spoke, the intermediate warrior ignored them and looked at Luo Xuan. Hearing his words, Luo Xuan's expression became serious. If this person really is an artificial human, how strong would he be? Just as Luo Xuan was contemplating, the intermediate warrior shouted loudly, and Luo Xuan felt the opponent's energy continuously rising. Luo Xuan did not expect that this intermediate warrior would also have some concealments. Originally, their combat power was not much higher than his, but now it seemed that their combat power was continuously increasing. F5 Luo Xuan directly used the detector to check his data, and the results that appeared surprised him. His combat power had already exceeded 20,000, and it was still continuously increasing. He didn't expect that this guy had been hiding his combat power from the very beginning. Luo Xuan was a bit surprised. He originally thought that an 18,000 battle power was his strongest, but now it had actually broken through 20,000 battle power. Are you surprised? Did you know that the Zofulu people have a machine that can detect battle power? I tried it before, and my strongest battle power is 23,421. Well, I just fought you. Your battle power was estimated to be around 16,000. For Saiyan, that's quite strong, but my battle power has exceeded 20,000. The intermediate warrior, after enhancing his strength, smirked at Luo Xuan. When saying this, Luo Xuan also detected that the battle power was indeed over 23,000. However, it was just a slight discrepancy from what he said, but not a significant one. So how about it? Are you scared now? It's already too late. Seeing Luo Xuan not speaking, the intermediate warrior shouted at him and then instantly disappeared. Luo Xuan could sense the presence of qi, but he simply couldn't keep up with the intermediate warrior's speed. Bang! In an instant, Luo Xuan flew towards the spot where the intermediate warrior had vanished, while the intermediate warrior appeared behind him, having just kicked Luo Xuan away. After a chuckle, the intermediate warrior disappeared again, reappearing right in front of Luo Xuan, and then kicked him away once more. Is that how you treated me just now? The intermediate warrior shouted again, then appeared beside Luo Xuan, kicking him high into the sky. At this moment, Luo Xuan had no chance to fight back. His combat power was only over 16,000, which was no match for someone with over 23,000 combat power. Why aren't you fighting back? Just as Luo Xuan prepared to regain control of his body, the intermediate warrior had already appeared above him and delivered a knee strike to his stomach. Luo Xuan was attacked and fell heavily onto the gravity platform. Thud! The intermediate warrior also returned to the gravity platform. What's wrong? Why aren't you fighting back? Seeing Luo Xuan crash down on the gravity platform, the intermediate warrior smiled and directly stepped on Luo Xuan's back, resting his right hand on his knee and grinning as he spoke. Luo Xuan. Seeing that Luo Xuan had no power to fight back, Mashi shouted, intending to rush up. However, she was stopped by Tricera. At this point, that guy's combat power was such that not only Mashi, but even all the senior warriors here combined might not be enough to take him on. Combat power cannot be resisted just by having more people. Luo Xuan. Lin was also clenching her fists at this moment. She did not expect this modified Saiyan to be so powerful. She hated modified Saiyans the most. If you admit defeat now, perhaps I will let you go, the intermediate warrior said, ignoring everyone else and looking at Luo Xuan. I haven't lost yet. Although Luo Xuan was beaten badly, he didn't feel that he had lost. This was exactly what made it interesting. Is that so? The intermediate warrior asked fiercely, then raised his foot and stomped down hard. This intermediate warrior had a combat power of over 20,000, and this stomp was no joke. Luo Xuan could feel the pain radiating from his back, as if his bones were about to break. How about that? Are you still stubborn? After stomping, the intermediate warrior maintained his original posture and asked, I won't admit defeat. Luo Xuan would never admit defeat, but at that moment, a message flashed through his mind. The plugin is being installed. Just then, a pleasant sound appeared in Luo Xuan's mind, which was indeed very delightful for him at that moment. This was the sound of the system downloading a plugin. Although the previous plugins had not been downloaded at critical times, he hoped this one would be better. Something like the instant transmission or Kamehameha would be great. As long as it could slightly enhance his strength, Luo Xuan wouldn't refuse it. Plugin installation in progress. Plugin installation completed. Kaioken activated. Shortcut set to F6. Upon seeing this, Luo Xuan's heartbeat suddenly quickened. He had originally thought he would get something like Kamehameha or a weaker attack, but instead he received such a powerful technique as Kaioken. Kaioken is a technique created by King Kai, and it doesn't directly attack the opponent. Instead, it multiplies one's own strength, speed, attack power, and defense by several times. Of course, this technique also has significant negative effects on the body. If used beyond what the body can handle, it will collapse. Luo Xuan remembered all of this. So the sudden download of such a powerful technique was completely unexpected. Kaioken comes in many forms, including a normal state and enhanced versions. The normal state of Kaioken, which is the 1x Kaioken, is the most basic form. The 2x Kaioken doubles the combat power, but it doesn't mean that 1x Kaioken is multiplied by 1. Otherwise, there would be no increase in combat power. In fact, the 1x Kaioken is 1. 5 times the normal combat power. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you planning to admit defeat? The intermediate warrior, seeing Luo Xuan silent, continued to stomp on him while asking. At this moment, Luo Xuan's consciousness returned to his mind, and he quickly checked the F6 shortcut. F6, Kaioken normal form, switch. It can multiply 1's strength, speed, attack power, and defense by several times, but it also has significant negative effects on the body. If used beyond what the body can handle, it will collapse. As Luo Xuan thought, the switch should be for changing the multiplier, right? Currently, the Kaioken is in its normal form. so he needs to switch to something like 2x, 10x, or 20x. However, for now, using the normal form of Kaioken is enough for Luo Xuan. Currently, Luo Xuan's combat power is 16,762, while the intermediate warrior's combat power is 23,421, easily overpowering Luo Xuan. Even if his combat experience is not as good as Luo Xuan's, his combat power is already crushing. To become stronger, Luo Xuan could only use Kaioken, and the normal Kaioken should increase his combat power by 5 times, meaning that after using Kaioken, his combat power would reach 143. Hey, not talking? Then you can die. The intermediate warrior was getting a bit impatient. Even if this low-level warrior admitted defeat, he wouldn't let him go. He was just toying with him for fun. He would kill him sooner or later, so it was time to act now. Kaioken, Luo Xuan shouted, and a red glow appeared on his body, directly knocking the intermediate warrior away. What is this? The intermediate warrior looked at Luo Xuan, who was glowing red, and was somewhat surprised. How could this happen? He had already been beaten to the brink of death, and now he was able to stand up again. The other Saiyans also frowned at the sight of Luo Xuan. Is this a protective shield? One intermediate warrior asked uncertainly while looking at the red glow on Luo Xuan. No, this is not a protective shield. This is an expression of pushing one's energy to the extreme. The advanced warrior who had mentioned the protective shield earlier also shook his head. It was clearly not a protective shield, but rather an expression of maximizing one's own power. Just a moment ago, they thought Luo Xuan's combat power had reached its limit, but now they realized he could still increase his combat power further, which completely took them by surprise. Did he just enjoy beating them up? Now it's my turn. Luo Xuan looked at the intermediate warrior. He shouldn't have been using the Kaioken for too long, and he could now fully sense the burden on his body. If he continued to fight in this state, he probably wouldn't last much longer, so he had no choice but to take action directly. After saying this, Luo Xuan disappeared and engaged the intermediate warrior again. Initially, Luo Xuan had been on the receiving end of the fight, but now he was able to contend with the intermediate warrior. The main point was that Luo Xuan's combat power had surpassed that of the intermediate warrior, meaning his chances of winning were significantly higher now. The high-level warriors around watched the battle with excitement. Saiyans were inherently a combative race, and witnessing such a powerful fight thrilled them. If the strength difference weren't so great, they would have jumped into fight long ago. The two on the gravity platform exchanged blows, and the battle had entered a heated stage, with both continuously launching energy spheres. Fortunately, the gravity platform created by the Zofurian people was holding up well, remaining intact after the battle. Damn it, the intermediate warrior thought. The more they fought, the more surprised he became. It seemed Luo Xuan's combat power was even above his own. His combat power had already reached 23,421, but Luo Xuan's seemed to exceed that value. This meant that if they continued fighting, he might truly lose. At times, the intermediate warrior activated his defensive shield, which could help mitigate some of the attacks. During the fight, Luo Xuan felt a bit tired. If he didn't end this battle soon, his body might give out first. It seemed Luo Xuan was on the verge of victory. Frieza, watching the battle on the gravity platform, was also surprised. Luo Xuan's combat power had grown to such a level. However, his opponent was indeed strong, managing to engage Luo Xuan at this time. Something felt off. It seemed Luo Xuan's stamina had been significantly depleted. At this moment, Mashi also noticed something was wrong. During the battle, Luo Xuan had indeed consumed energy, but it shouldn't have been to this extent. How could he be so exhausted after just a short while of fighting? Luo Xuan had forcibly enhanced his strength, which placed a heavy burden on his body, leading to this situation. Lin, standing beside Mashi, spoke up. She had observed more than others. It was clear that Luo Xuan had forcibly increased his power to fight against the intermediate warrior. However, this enhancement seemed to take a considerable toll on him. Lin also noticed that Luo Xuan's stamina was severely depleted. Although such battles typically consumed a lot of energy, it appeared that the consumption was even greater now. Therefore, Luo Xuan's power increase should have been achieved through stamina depletion. Although she didn't know exactly how this method worked, she understood that it would undoubtedly have a significant cost for Luo Xuan. Depletion? Mashi frowned. It was indeed as the high-level warrior had said. After Luo Xuan used this technique, although his strength became much stronger, the consumption was also rapid. No wonder he hadn't used this technique before. It turned out that it must have a considerable cost for him, which was why he was in this state now. This enhancement also takes a heavy toll on you, right? When Lin and the others noticed the connection between Luo Xuan's combat power increase and his stamina, the intermediate warrior also realized it. It's a significant consumption, but winning against you is enough. Luo Xuan said that although he didn't know if he could win, after all, the opponent's strength was not much weaker than his. Moreover, the main issue was that the guy had that defensive shield, which was quite tricky for Luo Xuan. Then give it a try. After seeing through Luo Xuan, the intermediate warrior no longer held back. He thought that Luo Xuan had suddenly increased his strength, but it turned out he was just exhausting his stamina. If that was really the case, there was nothing to worry about because the battle would be over soon. After all, Luo Xuan's consumption was much greater than his. If it continued like this, he should be able to win. After all, he truly had over 20,000 combat power, while Luo Xuan was merely forcing an increase. If he couldn't win in this time frame, then he would completely be in the dominant position. Furthermore, Luo Xuan had no way to break through his defensive shield, so this battle was definitely his victory. Bang bang bang. As the two fought, they were also thinking about how to defeat each other. Hey, Luo Xuan directly threw a bunch of energy balls over, but that intermediate warrior activated his defense shield, blocking all the energy balls. This is useless against me, the intermediate warrior said, and then threw a bunch of energy balls at Luo Xuan. All the energy balls exploded on Luo Xuan, but he still showed no signs of damage. My energy balls are ineffective against you, and yours are also useless against me. After enhancing his power with the King Kai Fist, Luo Xuan not only increased his combat power, but also significantly improved his defense and speed. Therefore, the energy balls from the intermediate warrior had no effect on Luo Xuan. It seemed that the defense of the low-level warrior had also been enhanced. An advanced warrior glanced at Luo Xuan and, seeing that he had no injuries, shook his head helplessly. This group of advanced warriors was now no match for the low-level warrior, who was already quite strong. Yeah, I wonder how he came up with such techniques that can boost such immense power. Another advanced warrior nodded in agreement, whether against the intermediate warrior or Luo Xuan. He felt a sense of helplessness, especially against Luo Xuan, who exerted the greatest pressure on him. After all, he achieved this level solely relying on his own strength. Bang! At this moment, Luo Xuan knocked the intermediate warrior down to the ground. Although the opponent's defense was strong, his own strength was also formidable, and he was faster. So sometimes he could hit the intermediate warrior before the shield was activated. However, similarly, the intermediate warrior could also hit Luo Xuan. Thus, the two exchanged blows, and the battle was intense. When the intermediate warrior fell to the ground, he disappeared directly. His speed was not slow, and Luo Xuan did not suffer any injuries from hitting him. The intermediate warrior shouted every time he fought. Wasn't he just reminding Luo Xuan to dodge quickly? Sure enough, this punch went straight through Luo Xian's body without hitting him. It was still the afterimage fist, the only skill that Luo Xuan comprehended himself. As long as he moved at high speed, he could leave an afterimage in place. This was the afterimage fist. Huh, is it this move again? The intermediate warrior chuckled. But this move was still easy to counter. Over here, with a turn, Luo Xuan appeared right behind the intermediate warrior, who then threw a punch. However, this punch also missed Luo Xuan, passing right through his body. This way is correct. Luo Xian's voice sounded behind him, and then he directly threw the energy ball in his hand at the intermediate warrior. In an instant, it exploded. At other times, this move would definitely be ineffective. However, now the intermediate warrior had no time to react and no time to use his defensive shield, so he was directly hit by Luo Xian's energy ball and flew out. What Luo Xuan had just used was merely the double phantom fist, and he knew that if he used the phantom fist, there would be no way to trick the intermediate warrior. But the double phantom fist was different. It was his first time using it. Therefore, the intermediate warrior was more easily fooled. Damn it, the intermediate warrior wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Although his combat power was high, it was not cultivated by himself, so his defense was actually just average. If it weren't for that defensive shield, he would definitely not be a match for Luo Xuan. It seems that your defensive shield cannot last long. Otherwise, you wouldn't have needed to open it for just a short while. Luo Xuan said. The intermediate warrior only used the defensive shield when defending. Otherwise, it was not used. This indicates that the intermediate warrior actually cannot use the shield for a long time, only for short duration. That's true, but as long as I can defend against your attacks, I can still drag you down. Don't forget, I have a solid combat power of 13,000, while you merely have an artificially enhanced strength. The intermediate warrior did not refute this. Indeed, his shield cannot be kept up for long. However, he is not wrong either. Even if it cannot be maintained for long, he can still defeat Luo Xuan. After all, Luo Xian's strength is boosted by the King's fist, while he, although using unorthodox methods to enhance his combat power, still possesses a solid 13,000 combat power. The intermediate warrior is right. Although his shield can't last long, the duration of Luo Xuan's King's Fist won't be long either. Moreover, the King's Fist is equivalent to exhausting physical strength, so once the effect disappears, Luo Xuan will undoubtedly lose. I'll just drag this out and see who falls first. The intermediate warrior snorted coldly and then disappeared directly. It seems he really wants to use evasion to wear down Luo Xuan's time. Is that so? If that's the case, then I should just break that turtle shell, right? Although this puts a lot of pressure on Luo Xuan's body, there's no other way. As the intermediate warrior said, the longer it drags on, the worse it is for Luo Xuan. F6 double King's Fist. Luo Xuan directly activated the double Kaioken. In that moment, he felt an abundance of energy in his body and wanted to find someone to fight and vent his strength. The double Kaioken had a battle power of 33,524, which was a full 10,000 stronger than his previous battle power of 23,000. So now, Luo Xuan was confident he could deal with that intermediate warrior. However, he knew he couldn't maintain this state for long, so he had to resolve the situation quickly. The sudden surge of aura from Luo Xuan was felt by the surrounding Saiyans. Although they couldn't sense the presence of energy, they could still feel whether something was dangerous or not. As soon as Luo Xuan's aura erupted, it immediately drew the attention of many. It seemed that Luo Xuan's combat power had increased again. Lin was the first to notice the change in Luo Xuan's aura and felt the danger he posed to her, which she had not experienced before. Now, Luo Xuan seemed like a different person. Mashi was also stunned. She had no idea that Luo Xuan could enhance his combat power to such a degree. Although she didn't know the exact level of his combat power, she could sense that if Luo Xuan wanted to kill her, he could do so with just a flick of his finger. Luo Xuan was incredibly strong. Teresa shook her head helplessly, and a wave of despair suddenly rose in her heart. When she first encountered Luo Xuan, she could still fight him to a standstill. But now he could defeat her with just a finger. What was going on with that low-level warrior? He seemed to have become even stronger. Was my feeling wrong? A high-level warrior furrowed his brow, as he also sensed that Luo Xuan had become stronger. It shouldn't be your feeling that that's wrong. I feel it too. That low-level warrior gives me a sense of danger. A female warrior shook her head. Now Luo Xuan felt extremely dangerous to her, something she had never felt before. Ignaz, who had previously fought Luo Xuan using underhanded tactics to seriously injure him, was now too afraid to speak. If he had known Luo Xuan's combat power could be this strong, he would never have provoked him. But was there still time to regret now? What was happening? The mid-level warrior on the gravity platform was also stunned upon seeing Luo Xuan. Could it be that his combat power had increased again? That was impossible. What level could the combat power of a low-level warrior reach? He had only achieved this level because he was modified by the Zofurians. Otherwise, it would have been impossible. But this low-level warrior actually reached this level through his own strength. Could he continue to grow stronger? Bang! However, no one answered him. The answer came from Luo Xuan's fist. Luo Xuan now felt his body filled with power. Although he knew this power was only temporary and would soon fade, he felt it was quite good for fighting. Damn it! At this moment, the mid-level warrior was even more afraid to fight Luo Xuan. He had already been unable to win before. Now, he would be even less able to win. So he adhered to his previous idea, which was to dodge directly. As long as this period of Luo Xuan's power passed, he would definitely be able to kill him. Trying to escape? Now Luo Xuan's speed was twice what it had been before. No matter what, the mid-level warrior couldn't escape. The area of the gravity platform was small, making it impossible to run away. In an instant, Luo Xuan appeared directly behind the mid-level warrior and threw a punch, knocking him down again. He still want to continue fighting? Luo Xuan chuckled, and originally he was far away, but now he suddenly appeared right in front of that intermediate warrior. His current strength was more than enough to crush that intermediate warrior. Even if your speed has increased, so what? You still can't hit me. The intermediate warrior snorted and then directly activated the defensive shield. Although this shield consumed a lot of energy, it was still acceptable for him at this moment. Luo Xuan's consumption is definitely greater than his. So now he just needs to wait until Luo Xuan's time is up, and then he can directly kill Luo Xuan. He is now a bit regretful, wondering why he wasted time just now instead of directly killing Luo Xuan. What about this? Luo Xuan looked at the defensive shield in front of him and threw a punch. However, the shield only rippled slightly and easily blocked Luo Xuan's punch. It's useless. Your fist can't break my shield, the intermediate warrior said, relieved to see that Luo Xuan's punch couldn't break his defense. Is that so? Luo Xuan's lips curled up slightly. Then he punched the protective shield again. This punch made the shield shake even more obviously, as if it were about to break. Break for me. Luo Xuan struck the defensive shield with another punch. Crack. At that moment, cracks began to spread from the point where Luo Xuan's fist hit the shield, and soon the cracks became denser. Then, in the terrified gaze of the mid-level warrior, the shield shattered. This is impossible. How could my defensive shield be broken? He had spent a significant portion of his savings to finally obtain this shield, and he never expected it to be shattered by Luo Xuan in just 3 punches. He couldn't accept this. Next, it's your turn. Luo Xuan knew that as long as the time came, his strength would decline, so it was correct to take action now. Without any hesitation, Luo Xuan appeared directly in front of the intermediate warrior and threw a punch. The intermediate warrior tried to block with his hand, but was still sent flying. For Luo Xuan, his current strength was overwhelming. With just 1 punch, he sent the intermediate warrior flying. Luo Xuan's power was now incomparably stronger than that of the intermediate warrior. This is impossible. This is impossible. How can my defense shield be broken so easily? The intermediate warrior clearly couldn't believe it. His defense shield was so powerful. How could it be shattered by Luo Xuan's punch? It's just a defense shield after all. Luo Xuan chuckled. Just now, this guy seemed to be having a great time fighting, and now it was his turn to take action. However, that defensive shield was indeed very strong. If it weren't for using the double Kaioken, he wouldn't have been able to break through that shield at all. The technological level of the Zofulu people seemed to exceed Luo Xuan's imagination. Yet, in the face of the double Kaioken, it was still so fragile. Remember this. The intermediate warrior said as he intended to jump off the gravity platform. Once someone steps off this platform, it counts as a loss. Or, if they are knocked out on the platform. There is no concept of surrender here. After all, Saiyans do not surrender. So this rule was also negated. If it really came down to it, then jumping off the gravity platform should count as admitting defeat. With Luo Xuan's battle power so strong now, there was no need for him to fight Luo Xuan. He just had to wait until Luo Xuan's time was up, and then he could directly kill Luo Xuan. He wouldn't care about any competition rules. As long as Luo Xuan was dead, there would be no Saiyan left to challenge him. So this move could be considered a retreat by advancing. Boom! However, just as he was about to jump off, he was kicked back by Luo Xuan. Haha! Trying to run away? Now that Luo Xuan was using the double Kaioken, he naturally couldn't let this guy off so easily. So when he saw him about to jump down, he kicked him back. Luo Xuan's speed now is much stronger than that of the intermediate warrior. Damn it! He didn't expect to be kicked back directly by Luo Xuan. The intermediate warrior was furious, clearly unwilling to let him off easily. So he immediately started a counterattack. After all, there was no way to escape, and he could only act according to the situation. Of course, how could Luo Xuan give him a chance to catch his breath? When the intermediate warrior threw a punch, Luo Xuan only blocked a little before grabbing the intermediate warrior's fist. Let go. The intermediate warrior wanted to withdraw his hand, but found that Luo Xuan was gripping it tightly, making it impossible for him to move. Luo Xuan threw a punch directly at the face of the mid-level warrior, not letting go of his hand, and then kicked him straight in the abdomen. Luo Xuan, I won't let you off, the mid-level warrior said coldly, but he was already too exhausted to fight back. Oh really? Of course, if it were just that. Luo Xuan wouldn't have stopped. After giving him another good beating, Luo Xuan finally ceased his attack. It wasn't that he wanted to stop, but he realized that his body's energy had been greatly depleted, so he had no choice but to deactivate the Kaioken. Huff! Looking at the motionless mid-level warrior, Luo Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. This guy was indeed hard to deal with. I won, that's great. I didn't expect it. What's the name of this low-level warrior? I think it's Luo Xuan, right? I heard Lin mention it before. I really didn't expect someone this strong to exist. Yes, I really want to challenge him. Luo Xuan knocked the intermediate warrior down, and after a moment of silence in the arena, it became lively. The Saiyans were all very excited. They'd been badly beaten by this intermediate warrior before, and now they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Luo Xuan, are you okay? Seeing the intermediate warrior lying on the ground, Lin also relaxed and went directly to the gravity platform with Ma Shi and the others, looking at Luo Xuan and asking, I'm fine, just a bit exhausted. I'll be okay soon. Luo Xuan shook his head. This was the most intense battle he had experienced since arriving on this planet. Although he ultimately won, it wasn't an easy victory. Fortunately, he managed to defeat the intermediate warrior in the end. Lin, what are you planning to do? After seeing that Luo Xuan was fine, Lin walked over to the intermediate warrior. This person, having been modified by the Zoful people, could no longer be considered a complete Saiyan, and his intentions seemed to go beyond just targeting you. Lin said calmly, this Saiyan has already been altered, so he can't be regarded as a complete Saiyan. Besides, he is merely using the challenge against Luo Xuan to establish his authority here. After all, a powerful intermediate warrior like him wouldn't just come here to seek out Luo Xuan directly. His purpose for coming here is likely singular, to defeat all the Saiyans here to establish his dominance, which will surely lead to other objectives in the future. Luo Xuan just nodded. He wouldn't say to Lin not to kill him, nor would he ask for fairy beans to recover. Luo Xuan did not consider himself a good person, so he would not have such a mindset. Since this person wanted to put him to death, naturally, he would not show mercy. If it weren't for the fact that his energy could no longer support him, Luo Xuan might have directly taken action to eliminate him. After all, he wouldn't be foolish enough to leave an enemy for himself. Who knows, this guy might become a stumbling block in the future. Hey, Lin directly took action, gathering an energy ball and throwing it at the intermediate warrior. However, when the energy ball made contact with the intermediate warrior, it was blocked by something resembling a protective shield. The intermediate warrior opened his eyes, grinned maliciously, and then flashed behind Lin, intending to capture her. Hee, you're still too naive. Do you really think I can be easily killed? The intermediate warrior chuckled and shouted at Luo Xuan. Luo Xuan flipped his hand, and it appeared directly in his palm. Then he tossed it into his mouth. With the F-62 times King Fist, he instantly disappeared from his original position, and no one saw Luo Xuan's figure. Just then, everyone heard the faint voice of the intermediate warrior, and when they looked over again, the intermediate warrior was behind Lin, and Luo Xuan was behind him. The difference was that Luo Xuan's hand had directly penetrated the body of the intermediate warrior from the position of his heart on his back. In other words, Luo Xuan's right hand had directly gone through the intermediate warrior's heart. Luo Xuan didn't hesitate at all and directly killed the intermediate warrior. This was his first time killing someone, but he felt nothing. After all, this isn't the world of Dragon Ball. If he were too soft-hearted, he would probably die a miserable death. Bang! Luo Xuan withdrew his hand, and the body of the intermediate warrior, having lost its support, fell directly to the ground. Are you okay? Luo Xuan did not go to the intermediate warrior in charge, but instead asked Lin a question. It's nothing. Lin shook her head, as she also did not expect that the person could still have the strength to attack her. That's good. Luo Xuan nodded, looking at the intermediate warrior with a furrowed brow, not expecting the technology level of the Zofurians to be so advanced. They had managed to achieve a combat power of over 20,000 after modification, but it seemed there were some changes. Even the person's personality had altered. Normally, that guy might have fled immediately, but his first reaction was not to escape, but to kill Lin, which was completely abnormal. Let's go. Someone will take care of this, Lin said, unaware of what Luo Xuan was thinking. Let's go, he replied. Luo Xuan nodded and followed Lin out. The other Saiyans glanced at each other before leaving as well. After all, this event had a bit of an impact on them. However, this impact would only serve as a target for their efforts. Once everyone had left, the intermediate warrior's hand moved slightly, and then again, after which a small scorpion-like creature crawled out from his clothing. It then jumped off the gravity platform and directly burrowed into the ground, disappearing from sight. No one noticed this tiny scorpion. In a prosperous city, in a building, several Zofurians were sitting together discussing something. Who is this Saiyan? Why is there no information on him before? One Zofurian pointed to a still image on the screen, which was indeed Luo Xuan. He seems to be a low-level warrior. I haven't heard of him before. We only investigated the battle power of those high-level warriors. Another Zofurian looked at the image of Luo Xuan and shook his head helplessly. They had only looked into the high-level warriors and completely ignored the low-level ones. Well, according to the data, this low-level warrior's battle power exceeds 16,000, making him the strongest among these Saiyans. If that's the case, we shouldn't worry, but this low-level warrior seems able to alter his battle power through his own energy. An older Zofurian looked at Luo Xuan as if he had discovered something remarkable. Yes, this Saiyan is indeed a bit different. Have all the data from those Saiyans been compiled? Someone asked the person beside him, who looked to be of a lower position, likely responsible for statistics. Yes, everything has been recorded. Besides this low-level warrior, only two other high-level warriors have reached a battle power above 10,000, with the highest being 12,772. The person responsible for the statistics said, referring to Lin's battle power data. Well, none of this is a problem. Recently, those Saiyans seem to be getting a bit restless. I wonder what they are planning, as they might pose a threat to us. The old man nodded and then spoke. That shouldn't be the case. without our technological level, they wouldn't be able to survive at all. Moreover, from this test, their battle power doesn't pose a threat to us. A middle-aged man thought for a moment and said, "These Saiyans indeed have strong battle power, but they shouldn't be a significant threat to us. For what I saw from that intermediate warrior, he couldn't even break through our shield, so there's no need to worry about these Saiyans. It seems that way, but we can't say for sure about the future. The battle power of these Saiyans is constantly increasing. This batch seems to be exceptionally strong." The old man continued, expressing that this group of Saiyans gave him a powerful impression, which he had not felt before. Yes, previously the highest battle power among Saiyans was only a bit over 5,000, and now they have reached this level. It seems we need to be a bit cautious. Another woman said. She looked older, probably around the same age as the old man, and was the only female present. "That's correct. We just need to be more vigilant. I don't think they would dare to attack us. After all, their technology, oh no, they are still in a primitive stage. As long as we keep all our technology confidential and do not teach it to them, they will still rely on us." The younger Zofurians said, "What good is it for these Saiyans to be strong? They still have to rely on their technology. Without our technological support, they would have long been wiped out." "Well, let's conclude this meeting here." The middle-aged man, who seemed to have more authority, said to everyone before standing up to leave. The others watched him leave and also took their leave. In the entire conference room, only the two older Zofurians remained. "It seems we made a mistake back then." The old man spoke first, as if reminiscing about something. "Whether it was a mistake or not, we still don't know. There is still a chance to salvage it. The current Saiyan battle power isn't particularly strong and cannot compare to our technological level." The elderly woman said helplessly, "Although the current Saiyans seem to have strong battle power, they shouldn't be able to go too far. That low-level warrior seems to be a variable." The man looked at the image of Luo Xuan, frowning. He had just watched the footage, and this low-level warrior's inherent strength didn't seem very strong. However, he could forcibly increase his battle power, something that had never been seen among Saiyans before. Yes, it is a variable. Did you notice that when that intermediate warrior fell, the low-level warrior seemed to have reached the end of his rope? But with the last attack, his battle power seemed to recover. The woman replayed the recent battle for the man to watch. That's right, it seemed to have completely recovered, and all injuries were gone. Unfortunately, the intermediate warrior was knocked down, and the surveillance camera didn't capture it. Watching the replay, the man's frown deepened. This method of instant recovery, even Zofurians haven't been able to master. The two elders watched this scene, studied it for a long time, but still couldn't come up with any conclusions, ultimately having to give up helplessly. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the universe, on a small planet, Baburus appeared. "It's the King Kai Fist. It's the King Kai Fist." The North King was very excited, as if he knew something. Unfortunately, Baburus couldn't speak and could only wave his arms and legs. "This isn't a joke." Looking at Baburus's big smile, the North King scolded him. "It's not a joke, haha, it's not a joke." After saying this, the North King covered his mouth and laughed. Of course, Luo Xuan was unaware of all these happenings. "Luo Xuan, are you really okay?" Mashi glanced at Luo Xuan, still a bit worried. After all, Luo Xuan had forcibly increased his strength twice, which could put a significant burden on his body. I'm fine." Luo Xuan nodded. He had been feeling a bit weak earlier and would need a few days to recover. However, after using the Xiando, he had no problems now. Originally, Luo Xuan didn't want to use the, unsure if there would be any side effects. But at that moment, if he didn't use it, it might not just be that intermediate warrior who would die, but Lin as well. That's good. He really didn't expect that in just over a month, you had become this strong. Lin glanced at Luo Xuan, and his cute face made her want to pinch his cheeks. How could a Saiyan be this adorable? Only we truly understand how hard Luo Xuan worked in the North Forest, Moshi said. She had always been with Luo Xuan in the North Forest, and she wasn't surprised at his current fighting power, as he had put in so much effort. "Can you tell me about it?" Lin suddenly became interested. She knew nothing about Luo Xuan's experiences in the North Forest, but she knew that before entering the North Forest, Luo Xuan's fighting power was much lower than hers. Yet, after entering the North Forest, he had become this strong, so he must have encountered something significant. She looked at Luo Xuan, and after confirming he was fine, she began to recount everything that happened in the North Forest. Since Lin had also eaten before, there was no need to hide this matter. After a long time, she finally finished telling everything, as there was a lot to cover. "Are you saying that if Saiyans recover on the brink of death, their fighting power increases?" After saying this, Lin noticed this point. If that's the case, perhaps there could be a way to enhance the fighting power of all Saiyans, which would make them very powerful in the fight against the Zofa people. Yes, that's indeed the case, but don't think you can raise Saiyan fighting power through this method. At this moment, Luo Xuan also spoke up, knowing what Lin was thinking. Why? Lin frowned, finding this matter worth considering. After all, if she could forcibly increase her strength, it should be possible to go out and beat those people half to death and then heal them. By then, the overall strength of the Saiyans would be enhanced, making it easier to deal with the Zofurians. However, this kind of forced enhancement only extracts the potential of the body. The Saiyans, who originally had unlimited potential, might find themselves struggling in the future due to temporary strength, which means that even after defeating the Zofurians, they could still be defeated by others. Luo Xuan shook his head, understanding the situation. The reason for such effects must be due to tapping into the body's potential, which can only be done a few times. If one were to forcibly enhance their strength using this method repeatedly, it would definitely lead to difficulties later on. Then let's not do it multiple times. Once is enough. At least it can significantly boost strength. Lin thought for a moment and agreed that Luo Xuan had a point. Such strength enhancement would surely bring some trouble to the body. However, if it were just once or twice, the side effects on the body shouldn't be too severe. Just like Mashi, he had also increased his strength twice, which was why he had reached such a level today. If you injure them severely, who will treat them? At this moment, Luo Xuan posed another dilemma. It was easy to beat them half to death, but after that, who would take care of the treatment? Don't you have those miraculous beans? Lin thought for a moment and then looked at Luo Xuan. She had heard clearly when Mashi mentioned them. Those beans had miraculous effects, and as long as one wasn't dead, all injuries could be healed. If Luo Xuan had those magical beans, they could immediately heal the severely injured Saiyans. Unfortunately, I don't have many of my beans. Luo Xuan shook his head. Lin was now tempted by the allure of increased combat power. That's why she was acting like this. At this moment, Luo Xuan needed to wake Lin up by shattering all her beautiful fantasies. Aren't there enough beans? If it really doesn't work, we can also ask the Zofula people for help. As long as we offer them a sufficient price, they will treat us. With their level of technology, they should be able to heal us. When Lin heard Luo Xuan say there weren't many beans, she thought for a moment and then said uncertainly. From her tone, it seemed she wasn't too keen on those Zofula people. Was there something else going on? One or two might be fine. But do you really think a bunch of heavily injured Saiyans could go to the Zofula people for treatment without them noticing anything? For example, that intermediate warrior just now might have already relayed our situation to the Zofula people. Luo Xuan thought about the intermediate warrior he had just encountered. He was clearly modified by those Zufu people. If the Zufu had directly installed some kind of camera on him, the scene of the recent battle would likely have already been transmitted to them. Moreover, that intermediate warrior went to the Zufu for treatment every time. So I think those Zufu people must have already noticed this. The more he thought about it, the more he felt this possibility. The strength of that intermediate warrior was definitely not just a result of recovering from the brink of death once or twice. Therefore, regarding the nature of the Saiyans, those Zufu people may have discovered it long ago. Luo Xuan thought for a moment. It wasn't impossible. After all, the technology level of the Zufu people was so high that they couldn't possibly be unprepared for the Saiyans. So the battle scene just now might have been directly transmitted back to the Zufu people through monitors or listening devices. Well, you're not wrong. I was a bit anxious. Lin thought for a moment and nodded. This matter is not that simple. Originally, they thought they had found a way for the Saiyans to become stronger. But now it seems a bit difficult. Wanting to become stronger is not that simple. After all, genuine cultivation is the way for Saiyans to grow stronger. If they rely on means to become strong, perhaps one day they will reach a dead end. Well, it's good to know, but why do you want to take action against the Zufu people? Is it for their technology? Luo Xuan also didn't expect that Lin was so eager to become stronger just to deal with the Zofurians. Could it be that Lin also hates the Zofurians so much? From what he saw in the anime, the Zofurians were a peaceful people, so why do these Saiyans want to eliminate them? Some things are better off forgotten. Lin didn't say much. Previously, Luo Xuan mentioned that he had lost his memory after suffering a heavy blow to his head during battle. So now he doesn't remember certain things. Well, I don't know either what exactly is going on, but since you don't want to talk about it, I won't push you. Luo Xuan could see that Lin seemed somewhat reluctant to recall the matter when she spoke about it. It seemed that the Zufu people had done something unforgivable, and it was definitely not that simple. However, since she felt some pain while reminiscing, Luo Xuan decided not to ask any further. Well, if you want to know in the future, I will tell you. I need to go train now. Can you fight with me? Lin smiled and said to Luo Xuan. In the past, Luo Xuan did not have the ability to be her opponent. But now it was different. Luo Xuan's combat power was much stronger than before. Now Lin knew that she was definitely not Luo Xian's match. So, she asked him to be her sparring partner. I couldn't ask for more. I also want to see what the effect of this gravity platform is like. Luo Xian nodded. Although he also had a gravity system on him, it was rare for him to engage in combat with someone of the same level under gravity conditions. So now he wanted to try out how the combat would be on the gravity platform. Okay, let's go. Lin nodded, then turned and walked out. What about the rest of you? Luo Xian looked at Mo Shi and the three of them and asked, what are you planning to do? Mo Shi smiled and replied, we plan to try the gravity training platform. With their current combat strength, they can surpass many advanced warriors. So if they want to find a gravity training platform to practice, they should be able to find the right one. Yes, that's best. Make sure to manage your time well. Training on the gravity platform will also be beneficial for you. Luo Xian nodded. Although this gravity platform might not be as beneficial for the whole body as the gravity system, it could still achieve twice the result with half the effort for Mo Shi and the other two in their training. After all, they had never trained on the gravity platform before and had already reached their current combat power. If they trained on the gravity platform, they should be able to improve quickly. All right, you go ahead with that advanced warrior first, and we'll find an easier challenge to take on later. Montauk Elf nodded. Although they were stronger than many advanced warriors, there were still some advanced warriors they couldn't defeat. Moreover, some advanced warriors had become very strong after training on this gravity platform, making them impossible to beat. They could only look for advanced warriors with relatively weaker combat power. If they could successfully challenge them, they would be able to train on the gravity platform. Their strongest combat power, Teresa, was only a little over 5,000. If they really wanted to challenge someone, success was not guaranteed. However, the speed at which they condensed energy balls was much faster than that of ordinary Saiyans, so they could still fight a bit. From the recent battle with that intermediate warrior, although his combat power was strong, his speed in condensing energy balls was obviously not that fast. Therefore, Luo Xian could conclude that the speed of those advanced warriors in condensing energy wouldn't be that fast either. After all, when he fought Ignaz, who was also an advanced warrior on this gravity platform, his condensing speed was average. So it made sense that the advanced warrior's condensing speed wouldn't be that fast as well. All right, then I'll head out first. Luo Xian nodded and then walked away directly. Outside, Lin was already waiting for Luo Xian on the gravity platform. The body of the intermediate warrior had been dealt with. It seems that these Saiyans are quite efficient. They cleaned up so quickly, and there wasn't a trace of blood on the gravity platform. How many times the gravity do you want to try? I can only handle up to 5 times the gravity now, Lin said with a smile, as 5 times the gravity was already her limit. However, Luo Xian had not tried this gravity platform yet, so she could only ask him. Then let's go with 4 times the gravity. Luo Xian thought for a moment. Since Lin could withstand 5 times the gravity, which is equivalent to 50 times the Earth's gravity, then he should be able to handle it as well. Ever since he became stronger again, he hadn't tested the limits of his body. Therefore, this 4 times the gravity, equivalent to 40 times the Earth's gravity, should be bearable. 4 times? No need to adapt slowly? Lin didn't mind. 4 times the gravity was just within her range of movement speed. So 4 times the gravity was also suitable. But Luo Xian hadn't tried this gravity platform before, and he didn't know if he could adapt to it right away. It's fine. Let's go with 4 times the gravity directly. Luo Xian shook his head and then jumped directly onto the gravity platform. All right, as you wish. Lin didn't say much in response to Luo Xian's request, just nodded and then used the controller to adjust the gravity to 4 times. Luo Xian only felt his body sink for a moment, but he quickly adapted. He could still handle this gravity. How is it? Lin asked. She had already adapted to this 4 times gravity, so she didn't need to adjust again. It's fine, let's get started. After feeling ready, Luo Xian nodded and signaled Lin to begin. At that moment, Lin didn't hesitate much. Her entire aura changed significantly. The battle between Luo Xian and Lin naturally attracted a lot of spectators, especially since Yuan Chun had just been fighting fiercely with that intermediate warrior. Many people witnessed it, and Lin was the strongest here, with a gravity platform reaching 5 times the normal gravity, which was quite impressive. Therefore, the fight between these two drew quite a crowd. Among them, some were rooting for Luo Xian, while others supported Lin. Although Lin didn't win against that intermediate warrior earlier, she was now fighting under 4 times the gravity. Lin had long since adapted to this kind of battle, whereas it was Luo Xian's first time, at least in the eyes of all the Saiyans, including Lin and Ma Shi. They felt that Luo Xian had never tried the gravity platform before. Thus, many people were optimistic about Lin in this fight. Let's get started. Just to be clear, you can't forcibly increase your strength, Lin said after thinking for a moment, setting a premise. Some might think she was worried that such a battle would be unfavorable for her, or that there was no way to win like that. But Luo Xuan understood that Lin was concerned about the potential burden on his body if he forcibly increased his strength. I won't use any techniques that put a burden on my body. Thank you. Lin Xian just didn't want people to think that Lin was scared. So she said a thank you. When this was said, many people realized that Lin was not afraid of losing, but rather worried about Luo Xian's physical burden being too great. Then let's begin. After Lin finished speaking, she launched an attack on Luo Xuan, who had now reached a point where she had to use all her strength. So she didn't hesitate and attack directly. Luo Xuan didn't say anything more, nor did he move. He just stood in place, waiting for Lin's attack to come. Hey, Lin's attack arrived as expected, and the two began to fight directly. Although it wasn't as fierce as Luo Xian's earlier battle, and there were no lethal moves, this fight was still quite engaging. At least many people could learn something from it. Although their battle was simple, it was not without complexity, as both had rich combat experience. Moreover, Luo Xuan was intentionally suppressing his combat power. After all, the opponent's combat strength was not as high as his, so the battle was evenly matched, with neither side gaining a significant advantage. After the fight, both of them were quite exhausted, but in the end, Luo Xuan won. Phew, no more, no more. I can't win against you right now, and you haven't even tried your best, have you? Lin sighed deeply. This battle seemed evenly matched, but it was clear that Luo Xuan was holding back his combat power while fighting Lin. And let's take a break. Luo Xuan didn't say anything. He indeed suppressed his combat power. Although he won in the end, it wasn't an easy victory. This made Luo Xuan realize that if everything were the same, equal levels in combat power, winning wouldn't be that easy. His current combat power is around 16,000, so it seems he still needs to become a bit stronger. Otherwise, with this level of combat power, it would be difficult to face strong opponents in the future. Luo Xuan has a feeling that he will definitely encounter a formidable opponent soon, but he doesn't know who that opponent is, whether it's someone from here or from outer space. Luo Xuan can't say for sure, but he can sense that day is not far off. How did you feel when you fought that low-level warrior during the day? A man sitting next to Lin asked. He had also seen Luo Xian's battle with the intermediate warrior earlier and then watched Lin fight with Luo Xuan. So he had some understanding of Luo Xuan. Although the opponent was a low-level warrior, his combat power was very high. Even Lin couldn't defeat him. And that was after the opponent had lowered his combat power. His combat power is strong. Perhaps even my uncle couldn't beat him, Lin thought, then looked at the man, who was indeed her uncle. I can't beat him? I think so too. If we attack the Zoful people later, having him join us would increase our chances of winning, the man said after some thought and careful comparison, finally nodding. Although he was reluctant to admit losing to a junior, especially a low-level warrior, he indeed couldn't win. If that low-level warrior forcibly increased his combat power, then he would definitely be unable to compete. His combat power was only slightly stronger than that of the intermediate warrior, but compared to the enhanced Luo Xuan, he was still lacking. I don't know if he will join us. He suffered a heavy blow before and seems to have forgotten a lot of things. So he doesn't seem to hate the Zoful people that much. Lin thought of Luo Xian's inquiry during the day and shook her head helplessly. It seemed that due to the last battle, he had forgotten many things, even his hatred. There's nothing we can do about it. You should try to get him to join. If that's really not possible, then let him teach you how to forcibly increase your strength as well. Of course, I will perform it later since I don't know the burden that move puts on the body, the man said after some thought. Since he had already forgotten, they had no way to restore it. After all, the Saiyans currently had no technology. That move would probably be difficult to learn. Lin also shook her head. That move looked very difficult. Moreover, it was Luo Xian's technique, and if she really wanted him to teach her, it would be a bit hard for her to ask. Well, forget it. Whether he can join us or not will depend on his willingness. This low-level warrior may have a long road ahead, the man sighed, as if he had seen through something. Lin also fell silent, lost in thought, not knowing what she was contemplating. The two sat there in silence. Luo Xuan was unaware that Lin was discussing him, nor did he know who that man was. He was still focused on his training. After fighting with that intermediate warrior and Lin during the day, he realized that although his strength had become quite formidable, he was not invincible. During the battle with the intermediate warrior, he had to use the Kaioken X2 to defeat him. Therefore, Luo Xuan was training even harder now. Even though he was at home, the gravity system he carried with him caused everything around him to be subjected to gravity. F2 50 times gravity activated. The following days were the most stable for Luo Xuan on planet Vegeta. There were no conflicts. Each day was spent in training. either practicing alone or sparring with other advanced warriors on the gravity platform. Those advanced warriors were also willing to spar with Luo Xuan, as the Saiyan trait of becoming stronger when facing stronger opponents had not changed. They enjoyed fighting with Luo Xuan, and he also suppressed his battle power to match his opponent's strength. By fighting at that level, he could accumulate more combat experience. Although battling in the North Forest also enriched his experience, beasts could not compare to humans. When those beasts were enraged, they would not flee but instead attacked randomly without any strategy. Saiyans were different. Even when pressured in battle, they would find ways to adapt instead of just mindlessly attacking. Therefore, practicing combat techniques with them was quite suitable. Bang! After knocking another advanced warrior off the gravity platform, Luo Xuan rubbed his wrist and jumped down from the platform. "Are you okay?" he asked. Although he had been controlling his battle power, there were times when he accidentally injured someone. "I'm fine," the advanced warrior replied, standing up and shaking his head. He realized just how great the gap in strength was between him and Luo Xuan. After all, this was just practice. In a real fight, he would likely be defeated in just a few moves. None of the advanced warriors here viewed Luo Xuan as a low-level warrior. After all, there was not a single person here who could defeat him. "Luo Xuan, someone is looking for you." Just as Luo Xuan was about to leave, an intermediate warrior approached him. Luo Xuan recognized him. He was mainly responsible for the operation of the gravity platform and transactions with the Zofur people.